Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 523 to Chapter 585. Agathia was taken aback for a moment. Your Majesty, I'm afraid there are more than 10,000 captives. There are only about 2,000 citizen soldiers in Asprostum, and I have to leave some soldiers to defend the city. There's no way I can take care of so many captives. The few thousand soldiers of the Spear Brigade will be under your command. They will return to Turii with you. The Devers already had a plan in mind. After this battle, Syracuse's army would be far fewer than the army he led. Moreover, they had just suffered a crushing defeat. Dionia's regular army would be able to win the battle. Next, it would probably be a siege battle, and the Spear Brigade would have no place to use their skills. All right. Agathia nodded. He looked at the captives passing by and said worriedly, now that there are more than 10,000 captives, I'm afraid the Alliance's food supply will be even tighter. Ansitanos has taken a ship to Carthage a few days ago. I believe he will be able to sign an agreement with Carthage this time, the Devers said confidently. Carthage? Asprostum frowned. Didn't it reject our request to form an alliance? The situation now is different from when the battle first started. The Devers was about to explain in detail when a shout came from afar. Lord Devers. The Devers focused and saw a group of 2 people walking towards them. The leader was Cypros. The Devers quickly went up to them, followed by the guards. It's all thanks to you Dionysians that we've finally won this important battle. We've defeated the vicious Syracuse. Greece is saved. Cypros gave the Devers a strong hug. The Devers patted him on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, if it wasn't for you guys defending the left flank against Syracuse's all-out attack, the outcome of this battle would have been very difficult to predict. So, it should be said that the Southern Alliance worked together and won this battle of life and death. That's fair. Our citizens didn't die in vain. A cold voice came from the side. Divers turned his head to look. The person who spoke was a burly and muscular middle-aged man. His square face was covered with sideburns, and he had a dignified air about him. He looked at Divers with a complicated gaze. General Myron? Devers had already guessed his identity. I'm Myron, the one you defeated a few years ago and forced to leave Crotone. Myron's tone seemed to be a little unfriendly. Devers didn't mind at all. He sighed and said, there's a saying in the East that goes no discord, no concord. The people of Dionia were frightened when you marched on Turii. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but I didn't expect that a few years had passed in the blink of an eye, and I only saw you today. But fortunately, Dionia and Crotone have become allies of life and death. I'm honored to fight alongside you in this battle of life and death for Greece and defeat the enemy. I believe that the best decision the Crotone Council made in this battle was to recall you. That's why Crotone is able to hold on until today. That's why we, the Southern Alliance, can gather strength and counterattack Syracuse. That's why we have today's victory. On behalf of Dionia, I thank you and the citizens of Crotone who fought with their lives on the line. After Divers said this sincerely, he solemnly saluted Myron. In fact, he didn't know what Myron did after returning to Crotone. His words of praise were more of a compensation to Dionia for delaying their rescue of Crotone. So as soon as he finished speaking, the Crotone soldiers behind Myron straightened their chests, their hearts filled with pride. This was praise from the famous and undefeated general of Greece, Devers. Even Myron himself was a little excited. He hurriedly saluted back. It's my honor to fight alongside Lord Devers. This is all the arrangement of the goddess of fortune. Now that our Southern Alliance is as close as a family, we must make sure that no one from Syracuse returns. Cypros took the opportunity to chime in. Lord Devers. Myron hesitated for a moment. I'm afraid that Crotone will not be able to send troops to attack Syracuse in the future. Now that our citadels are being burned by Syracuse's rockets, the citizens are in urgent need of rebuilding their homes. I understand. Devers said solemnly. Crotone has sacrificed a lot in this war. If there are any difficulties, please do not hesitate to let us know. Dionia will do its best to help. Also, please leave the wounded of Crotone to us. We will do our best to save them. What Crotone needed the most right now was the promise made by the new king of Dionia, Devers. For this, Myron sincerely thanked the Devers again, and led his troops back to Crotone's citadel. Lord Devers, we Trine soldiers will continue to attack Syracuse together with Dionia's army. Cypros said loudly as he watched Crotone's troops leave. You're very welcome. Devers said happily. He knew what Cypros's ultimate goal was. I think when we attack Syracuse tomorrow, Trine will be easily recaptured. May Apollo watch over us. Cypros had the same thought. He did not think that after the defeat of Syracuse's army, the few thousand enemies in Trine would dare to stay there and wait for the attack of tens of thousands of Dionia's army. Your Majesty! Your Majesty Devers! Just as the two of them were talking, a familiar voice came from afar. Devers's eyes widened in surprise. A young figure appeared in front of him. Why are you here? Henepolis shrugged and said in a relaxed manner, I'm here to fulfill my promise, to be your secretary, your Majesty. Herney, you don't have to be in such a hurry to be my secretary. You're the consul of Laos. Laos has just been recaptured from the hands of your rebellious uncle. At this time, you should be with the people of Laos, and restore order to the war-torn Laos as soon as possible. Devers saw his relaxed expression and could not help but remind him earnestly. Don't worry, your Majesty. Laos now has Aliandos to maintain order in the city, and Bagul to help manage government affairs. At the same time, Nudum's governor, Hegemon, will provide assistance at any time. My presence or absence will not affect the governance of Laos in any way. Henepolis's words stunned Devers. You're letting Bagul handle Laos affairs for you? Can't I? The laws that I want to implement were originally learned from Turris. As the governor of the Grimentum, Bagul should be very familiar with this aspect, and will be able to deal with the various difficulties brought about by the political reform in Laos. My presence there will instead hinder his exercise of power. Henepolis said eloquently. For a moment, Devers was speechless, but the expression on his face was still reproachful. The highest consul of a city did not go through the difficult times with the people of the city, and actually slipped away on his own. What would the people of Laos think if they knew about this? However, it was not appropriate for Devers to say these words in such a public place. Just as he was thinking of waiting to criticize Henepolis in private later, Henepolis saw through his thoughts, stepped forward, and whispered, The reason why I came with Helo's army is because I have a very important matter to discuss with you, your Majesty. Seeing how serious he was, Devers subconsciously asked, What is it? Henepolis glanced at Cypros beside him. Not only did he not ask him to leave, but intentionally made his voice a little louder. After this incident, I finally realized that my interest is not in governing the city, and if Laos wants to continue to develop safely and prosper, it cannot do without Dionia. So I have decided to merge Laos into Dionia. Devers was shocked when he heard this. In his eyes, when Henepolis said this, his expression was extremely serious, and it was obvious that he had thought about it carefully. Immediately, countless thoughts quickly ran through his mind, but he forcibly suppressed them, and only said one sentence. We will talk about this later when we are in my tent. Then he turned around and introduced, This is the Chief General of Trine, Lord Cypros. Henepolis quickly came forward and greeted, Lord Cypros, I have seen you a few times in the mansion of His Majesty the Devers. Oh, is that so? Cypros forced a smile. In the past when he went to Turii, he would always go to the Devers mansion for talks, so how could he remember the young man he met in the courtyard? But now, he was shocked by the news he had just heard, and looked at the high-spirited young man in front of him. It seemed that if Laos voluntarily asked to be merged into the Dionia Alliance, what kind of impact would it have on the Dionia Alliance and the other city-states of the Southern Alliance? And what would happen to Trine, which had also experienced war and was in ruins? Cypros sighed in his heart. Lord Henepolis, congratulations on getting back Laos. Henepolis saw the worry that flashed across his face, and laughed in his heart, but expressed his gratitude. I have just parted ways with General Blomas. He should be escorting the captives with Lord Helos now. This time, the soldiers of Trine played a great role in stopping the fleeing army of Syracuse. Cypros quickly asked for the general location of Blomas, and hurriedly left with the soldiers. Your Majesty, you don't know this, but Helos has been urging us to hurry up in order to buy time. We haven't had much rest. I didn't expect him to catch up with us, Henepolis interrupted. Opportunities are for those who are prepared, the Devers said thoughtfully. He turned back to look at Henopolis. Let's go. Follow me to the main tent. We'll have a good talk about what you've said. Early the next morning, when the Devers led the army gathered from the original Syracuse camp and the city of Asplustum to march towards Siriton, the passenger ship that Ansitanos was on had already bypassed the southwest corner of Sicily. The strong south wind billowed the sails, causing the passenger ship to sail quickly towards the Africa continent south of Sicily. Ansitanos had set off with Therian's fleet a few days ago and separated from the fleet after crossing the Strait of Messina. There were no warships from Syracuse patrolling the north coast of Sicily, so the passenger ship sailed smoothly. There were countless merchant ships coming and going on this route, so the helmsman of the passenger ship had to be very nervous and carefully control the rudder to avoid collisions. When it was almost noon, the outline of land appeared in front of them. The place where thousands of ships gathered was the powerful city-state built by the Phoenicians on the Africa continent, Carthage. The city of Carthage was located on a peninsula formed by a series of sandstone hills. On the northeast and southeast borders of the city, two narrow, wing-like pieces of land extended outwards. The latter piece of land almost divided the sea into two, enclosing a huge lagoon, today's Lake of Tunis. A row of continuous and steep sandstone cliffs flanked the northern part of the peninsula, while the vast coastal plain in the south was protected by a series of strong walls, trenches, and ramparts. In the northeast corner of the city, on the side of the lagoon near the sea, there were two magnificent harbors. The outer side of the harbors was surrounded by long and high walls, which also served as a breakwater. The two harbors were connected to each other. The common entrance to the sea was 21 meters wide and could be sealed with iron chains. The first harbor was for merchant ships to dock. The dock area was built with huge sandstone stones, which were strong and durable. Behind the dock was a row of tall and wide warehouses. Countless laborers pushed pulleys to and fro between the dock and the warehouses, transporting all kinds of goods. After the merchant ships entered the commercial port, they all docked at the dock. The middle channel was not allowed to be occupied for a long time because it was reserved for Carthage warships. The military port was inside the commercial port, separated by a very high double wall. There was only one water gate that was connected, and it was only wide enough for two three-decker warships to enter side by side. The passenger ship that Ansitanos was on had been observing from the bow of the ship while it was docked. Even when he was ashore, he still looked in, but the high and thick double walls blocked his view, making it impossible for him to see the inside of the military port. However, when he came last time, Ansitanos had already learned something about the military port from the locals. It was said that it was a circular military port, which was a genius design by a master architect of Carthage according to the specific topography of the port. He had made the most of the available space. The military port surrounded a small island, and huge docks were located in the gap between the port and the island. There were dry docks everywhere on the embankment, and it was said that it could easily accommodate more than 300 three-decker warships. Ansitanos went ashore, and with his entourage, he walked into the city with the bustling crowd. In the noisy crowd at the port, various races of the Mediterranean Sea were gathered, and even some races from outside the Mediterranean Sea could be seen here, such as the tall, fair-skinned Germanic, the Britons with indigo patterns on their bodies, and the tribes near the steep mountain, today's Mount Carmelen, whose skin was as dark as night, said to be from the south of the Afrikaans desert and called by the adventurers of Carthage as God's two-wheeled chariot. These were the outside world that Ansitanos, as a historian, could not imagine, but he was full of yearning for. In the Mediterranean Sea, only Carthage had the ability to do this. While Ansitanos was sighing, he also turned a blind eye to the strange looks that the passers-by cast at him from time to time. Many Greeks did business in Carthage, and some even settled there. However, the several wars between Carthage and Syracuse had resulted in heavy casualties among the citizens of Carthage. Therefore, the attitude of the people of Carthage towards the Greeks had changed. It was said that the Greeks who settled in Carthage were expelled, their property confiscated, and some were beaten to death on the spot. It was only recently that the situation improved. The main city of Carthage was built on a hill, Mount Bursa, and the top of the hill was the citadel of Carthage. Within the citadel was the famous temple of Esmond, which was worshipped not the supreme god of the Phoenician city-states of the eastern Mediterranean Sea, Merkat, but another high-level god, Balaman. In the hearts of the people of Carthage, Balaman was the king of the furnace, the master of the new moon, and the protector of Carthage. He wore a long robe, wore a conical headdress, and had a long beard. He held a spear in one hand, and his other hand was facing up in a gesture of blessing. A huge bronze statue stood in the center of the citadel, overlooking the city of Carthage. Balaman's wife, the lesser god Tanit, was no less important than her husband in the hearts of the people of Carthage. She was the female protector and guardian of the city, and was also worshipped in the Temple of Esmond. With the Temple of Esmond as the center, the city of Carthage was arranged in a radial pattern along the hill. Ansitanos walked towards the center of the city, and it was as if he was climbing a mountain. The narrowness of the street, the steep incline, and the crowd, compelled him to be careful lest he should fall. Compared to the worse roads, the houses of the people of Carthage were almost all 6-story high-rise buildings. They stood in rows on both sides of the street, and most of them were built with large sandstone slabs, and the surface was painted with white plaster. Not only was it protected from the natural environment, but it also shone like marble under the sun. The outer walls of a few houses were built directly with marble. The colors were gorgeous, and the patterns were strange. It was amazing. The further he walked into the city, the more obvious this was, and the affluence of the people of Carthage was evident. After passing through the narrow streets, the front suddenly widened, and the city square of Carthage was right in front of him. The square was actually behind the military port, not far from where Ansitanos went ashore. But because he had to go around the military port, he had to walk a little longer. The square was surrounded by the Senate of Carthage and the Temple of Malkat. Ansitanos did not go to the Senate, but went straight through the square to another block. Unlike the other blocks, not only were the roads wide, there were no high-rise buildings, and there were courtyards everywhere, each of which occupied a large area. According to his memory, Ansitanos came to the door of a luxurious mansion, where one of the two suffets of Carthage, i.e., the highest consul, lived, and the real ruler of Carthage, the great Hanno. The last time Ansitanos visited Carthage, he first visited Hanno. Unfortunately, Hanno was in his manor outside the city at that time, so he could not meet him. So this time, Ansitanos hoped that he could have good luck. In fact, Hanno had been staying in the city all this time because the constant news of Syracuse's army's victories in Great Greece made the elders of the Senate of Carthage feel uneasy. They were constantly paying attention to the progress of the war in Great Greece. When the servant came in to report, Hanno was lying naked on a comfortable sofa on the roof platform, basking in the warm sunshine, and a young maid was massaging him. The messenger of Dionia asked for an audience. Hanno fell into deep thought when he heard the servant's words. Things were different now. Dionia was the only force in Great Greece that was still fighting against Syracuse. The news that the Dionysian fleet had defeated the Syracuse navy on the Sea of Thurii had also proven their strength. This forced the people of Carthage to abandon their previous disdain and take the newly emerging Greek city-state alliance seriously. "Bring him to the living room and wait for me," Hanno said. When he put on a luxurious robe and walked into the living room, he saw Ansitanos standing in front of the statue of Balaman, staring at the god attentively. "Do the Greeks also respect the gods of Carthage?" Hanno asked as he walked to his seat. "Esteemed Lord Hanno." Ansitanos bowed solemnly before returning to his seat. "I'm a little curious about your god Balaman because Sophocles once mentioned that your god Balaman is very similar to Cronos." Sophocles was a famous Athenian playwright who has passed away. Hanno snorted, and his face was covered with a layer of anger. "Stupid Greeks, when the Phoenicians created a prosperous trade in the Mediterranean hundreds of years ago, you Greeks were still hiding in your pitiful and barren land. When we, Carthage, sent our fleets through the Pillars of Hercules and sailed across the oceans, you Greeks had just established a city-state in the western Mediterranean. If you had a brain, you would be able to tell that your god is like our god. Perhaps you're right. It would be better if there was more evidence to prove it. Can you show me some information on this?" Ansitanos didn't refute Hanno's words and instead requested earnestly. "Messenger of Dionia, I don't think you're here to study god Carthage, am I right?" Hanno smiled and said meaningfully, "Unfortunately, our answer is the same as last time. Carthage will always abide by the agreement with Syracuse, so I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Sir Hanno, Dionia won't put Carthage in a difficult position, nor do we have any intention of forming an alliance with you, Anjitaros said solemnly. I'm here on behalf of the Senate of Dionia this time, hoping to trade with Carthage. What kind of trade? Hanno's heart skipped a beat. Grains. Anjitaros said straightforwardly, the people of Dionia are trying their best to resist the invasion of Syracuse. Due to Syracuse's wanton destruction of our territory, the food supply of the entire alliance is very tight. If we can't purchase a large amount of grains from outside, our army won't be able to hold on for long and won't be able to fight due to the lack of food. By then, Syracuse will be able to easily defeat our soldiers and occupy Dionia, thus achieving their goal of controlling Greece completely. Hanno's right eyelid twitched. He pondered for a moment before saying, if it's just to purchase grains, we can consider it. This year, Africa has plenty of rain and crops. Carthage does have a lot of surplus food, but I heard that the population of Dionysia is not small. I'm afraid the amount of grain you need is not a small amount. The war between you and Carthage has lasted for so long, do you still have the money to buy grain? I heard that Carthage is also in urgent need of funds recently, so it's impossible for him to give us a preferential price for grains. Our treasury is indeed running low, but the people of Dionia have donated their treasured silver coins in order to defeat Syracuse and restore peace to Greece. Therefore, we can afford to purchase grains. Anjitaros said passionately. His words shocked Hanno, not only because the people of Dionia were determined to fight Syracuse to the death, but also because the words, Carthage is also in urgent need of funds, touched his sensitive nerves. Why would a wealthy city-state like Carthage be in urgent need of funds? That was because the several wars with Syracuse had consumed a lot of Carthage's treasury. Although the wars were over, the consumption of Carthage's treasury was still continuing. In order to guard against the powerful Syracuse, the Senate of Carthage decided to rebuild a defensive circle in the western part of Sicily to ensure the safety of the city. For this reason, they appointed Margo as the commander of the army in Sicily and gave him some autonomy. After Margo took office, he not only recruited labor and purchased a large number of materials to build a defensive fortress, but also recruited tens of thousands of mercenaries from Celtic, Numibia, Iberia, and other regions to make up for the lack of troops due to the heavy casualties of the militia of Carthage in the war. For this reason, the Mint of Carthage had to produce a large number of amber gold and silver coins with high purchasing power every month to pay the mercenaries. Carthage's monthly business income, as well as the mineral income from Iberia and Sardinia, were spent on this. But this was not Hanno's main concern. What he was most worried about was that the Syracuse army's rampage in Greece had made the people of Carthage increasingly nervous. Thus, with the support of the allies of the Maginid family, Margo's power in Sicily was constantly expanding. But this was not Hanno's main concern. What he was most worried about was that the Syracuse army's rampage in Greece had made the people of Carthage increasingly nervous. With the support of the allies of the Maginid family, Margo's power in Sicily was constantly expanding. During this time, Hanno had been feeling uneasy. Margo's expanding power in Sicily had threatened his political dominance in the Carthage Senate. He had finally taken the leadership of Carthage from the Maginid family, and he would never allow Margo to take it back. Anjitaros saw Hanno frowning and was deep in thought, so he added, of course, if you allow it, we hope to use the captives of Syracuse to replace part of the cost of buying grain. Captives of Syracuse? Hanno was a little puzzled. Although he had received news of the victory of the navy of Dionia, he was not very clear about the specific situation of the war. Our fleet defeated the Syracuse people on the Sea of Thurii and captured tens of thousands of Syracuse sailors. The 2 times I came to Carthage, I deeply felt the hatred of the people of Carthage against the people of Syracuse. I think if we can make the captives of Syracuse their slaves, it may help them vent their hatred. Anjitaros said slowly. Hanno's eyes lit up. Exchanging grain for Syracuse slaves might win the favor of the people of Carthage. Of course, this was not what Hanno was most interested in. He leaned forward slightly, looked at Anjitaros, and asked in a deep voice, "It's amazing that your fleet can defeat the people of Syracuse. But can your army defeat the powerful army of Syracuse?" The people of Carthage had always thought that their navy was the strongest in the western Mediterranean Sea. In the previous war with Syracuse, the reason why the navy suffered 2 crushing defeats was not because they were defeated on the sea, but because they were trapped in the port and bay. They were either attacked by ballistae or ambushed, which prevented the sailors from boarding the ships. the people of Carthage were not convinced. Therefore, although the victory of the navy of Dionia was surprising, it did not shock Hanno much. However, the huge army of Syracuse did strike fear into the hearts of the people of Carthage. Lord Hanno, if you understand Dionia, you'll know that our King Devers has never suffered a defeat since the establishment of the alliance of Dionia. In fact, he has won many battles with fewer troops. Previously, Dionia suffered some setbacks because King Devers was leading his army to fight against the Simonians in the north. Now, he has led his army back to Thurii. The victory of the naval war was achieved under his plan. Before I left Thurii, he had led his army to Crotone to defend against the army of Syracuse. Although the number of our soldiers is smaller than the army of Syracuse, all the soldiers and generals are full of confidence in King Devers. They are willing to obey his orders and fight to the death with the people of Syracuse. As long as we have enough food, I believe that we will be able to defeat the army of Syracuse. It was rare for Anxitanos to speak so excitedly. Hanno stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming. Although he had never led an army before, he had discussed the war in Greece with his subordinates who were familiar with military affairs and the senators affiliated to him. If the people of Dionia could really defeat the army of Syracuse, coupled with the defeat of the navy of Syracuse, the soldiers of Syracuse who invaded Greece might not be able to return to Sicily. In that case, would Carthage still need to worry about the greatly weakened Syracuse? Carthage's safety in the north was guaranteed, and there was no need to guard against Syracuse in Sicily. There was also no need to spend money to maintain a large number of mercenaries. Marco's position as the governor of Sicily could also be revoked. Countless thoughts flashed through Hanno's mind. Then, he smiled and said, "Tomorrow morning, go to the Senate. I will invite you in and tell the senators about the request of Dionia." Anxitanos was overjoyed. With Hanno's words, the purchase of grains would definitely be approved by the Senate of Carthage. "Thank you, Sir Hanno," Anxitanos said loudly with gratitude. The news of the defeat of the army of Syracuse spread to Trine that night, causing panic among the defenders in the city. It was only because it was too late that they did not dare to retreat to Syracuse in the dark for fear of an accident. Early the next morning, more than 3,000 defenders of Trine began to prepare to retreat. However, not long after they left the city, there was an accident. More than 1,000 Hibernians were unwilling to go to Syracuse and only wanted to go south to their own city. After some negotiations and arguments, the general of the garrison of Syracuse reluctantly agreed. By the time they began to retreat to the east, more than an hour had passed. Unfortunately, they were carrying a lot of looted goods from Trine, causing their movement to be slow. After crossing the Ramato River, they were discovered by the cavalry of Dionia. Leds, who received the news, sent someone to report to the Devers at the rear. At the same time, he urgently led more than 1,000 cavalrymen to attack to delay the enemy's escape to Syracuse. After receiving the news, the 1st and 2nd Legions, who were at the forefront of the marching column, also sent light armor and light infantry to stop them. More than 2,000 defenders of Trine had a bad feeling when they discovered the cavalry of Dionia. Under the strict orders of their general, they put on their armor, picked up their shields and spears, abandoned the extra baggage, and hastened their march. However, the uneven hills were not easy to walk on. After about half an hour, the defenders of Trine were still 10 miles away from Syracuse, but the cavalry of Dionia had already arrived. Before the cavalry could throw their javelins, 1,000 Carenian soldiers suddenly knelt down and surrendered. This caused the already panicked defenders of Trine to panic and fall out of formation. Seeing this, Leds decisively ordered the cavalry to directly attack the enemy. The defenders of Syracuse of Trine were immediately routed. Under the pursuit of the cavalry, they were either killed or captured. More than 1,000 of them, only 100 managed to escape back to Syracuse. The Hibernians who retreated to the south were also unlucky. They encountered the Hegemon army who had boarded the Sicilian fleet and landed on the coast north of Hibernian. The Hibernian garrison watched in horror as their compatriots were easily defeated by Hegemon's army outside the city. They fled in all directions, but did not dare to leave the city to provide support. Instead, they shut the city gates tightly. An hour later, more than 5,000 Legem soldiers surrounded Hibernian. At this time, the Devers had led the army into the territory of Sirius. During the march, he had been thinking about what military action to take next to completely defeat Syracuse and end this war. Hence, the journey was very quiet. Beside him, Henopolis was in high spirits. Last night in the big tent, the Devers finally confirmed his thoughts and seriously thought of a few suggestions to protect his interests. Hence, when he woke up this morning, he no longer had to worry about Lao City. His whole body felt unusually relaxed. He excitedly chatted with Tormid for a while, and then pulled Marcius for a chat. He wanted to understand the process of yesterday's battle in detail. He was very lively. The army of Dionia arrived outside Sirius City in a grandiose manner without any hindrance. This was expected by the Devers. He led the guards around the city to investigate. The city walls of Sirius City were about 7 meters tall and more than a mile in circumference. It did not have a moat, but there was a moat in front of the city. There were 3 city gates in the west, south, and north. The port was surrounded by the city walls, and it was one with the city. Compared to Turiae and Crotone, it was not a big city, but it was much bigger than towns like Trine and Hyhernion. Based on the results of last night's interrogation of the captives, the Devers roughly understood the situation of Syracuse's forces in Sirius City. There were originally 4,000 soldiers in Sirius City, in addition to more than 20,000 civilians and slaves from Syracuse and their allies. They were mainly responsible for the transportation of food and supplies. There was also a special group of people. The knowledgeable mathematicians, skilled architects, machine makers, carpenters, shipwrights, and others that Dionysius had gathered in Sicily were nearly 1,000 people. The reason why Dionysius was able to break through Ciudad Crotone was because of the ballistae, siege towers, bows, and all kinds of siege equipment and facilities they made. This was also the group of people that the Devers coveted the most. In addition, there were Crotone and Sirius soldiers who were captured during the battle at the Ramata River. Dionysius had already sold some of the captives to the slave traders. There were still 3,000 to 4,000 of them. Now that the defeated soldiers of Syracuse had retreated to Sirius City, the number of people in the city was probably as high as 60,000. If it was not for Dionysius who had already killed, sold, and looted the people of Sirius, Sirius City would not be able to accommodate so many people. The Devers looked at the densely packed Syracuse soldiers on top of the city wall, imagining if these defeated Syracuse soldiers would still be as calm as they were now when he gave the order to attack the city. Of course, the Devers would not recklessly attack a city with more than 30,000 soldiers and possibly 20,000 reserve soldiers. He had other plans. On top of the city wall, Dionysius had a complicated expression as he looked down at the troops galloping at high speed 100 meters below the city wall. His gloomy voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. I heard that the Devers of Dionia like to personally observe the enemy before every battle. He must be among them. Don't tell me you want to fire the ballista at them and hope that Apollo will bless you and let the stone pellets hit his head. Phoebidas said mockingly. His arms and waist were wrapped in bandages, making him look like a mummy. He had suffered serious injuries in the battle yesterday and luckily escaped. After receiving treatment, he slept until noon today. When he heard that the Dionysian army had arrived, he still forced himself to go up to the city wall. Dionysius did not say anything. Phoebidas had guessed correctly. He did have such a thought in his mind. I can't believe that such a strong army like ours lost to this young man we've been talking about. Phoebidas' sigh was filled with doubts. Since he escaped back to the city yesterday, he did not have the time to investigate the details of the battle. So until now, he had not figured out how the Syracuse army lost. It's because Dionia completely saw through your battle deployment. They made targeted arrangements, and that's why we lost. Dionysius closed his eyes in pain. Dionia's left wing changed its formation at the last minute, the hidden spear formation behind the cavalry, the attack from the right wing of Dionia's reserve troops. He did not want to recall the nightmarish scene of the battle yesterday. With some resentment, he blamed Sparta for the failure, but he did not want to admit the fact that the quality of Syracuse's soldiers was not as good as Dionia's. Even though they had more soldiers on the left, center, and right flank, they did not give Dionia enough pressure to mobilize their troops and carry out their plan. This time, it was Phoebidas's turn to be speechless. Although he had not figured out the reason for the failure, it was a fact that his strategy did not work. It's just a defeat. A few years ago, we were defeated by Carthage in a battle. We were surrounded by their army, and the people even rioted. The situation was even more critical than today. But under my command, with the help of Sparta's allies, we finally defeated Carthage. I heard that the general of Carthage, Hamilcar, committed suicide. At this time, Dionysius looked around at his demoralized subordinates. He realized that he could no longer wallow in the failure. He had to pull himself together, or else the upcoming battle would be even more difficult. At the same time, he could no longer blame Phoebidas, because in this extremely disadvantageous situation for Syracuse, Syracuse would have to rely more on Sparta. Don't be fooled by the fact that Ionia is proud of their victory today. With the blessing of Apollo, we, the people of Syracuse, will let these free people of Ionia know that the final victory belongs to Syracuse. Lord Dionysius is right. For the past few years, when we faced Carthage, we always won after losing and finally became the master of Sicily. Is Ionia stronger than Carthage? Damocles immediately responded loudly. The people of Ionia are nothing to be afraid of. We need to raise the morale of our soldiers and wait for a chance to counterattack. Thesipizes also said loudly. The generals and ministers were encouraged, and their faces began to brighten up. Even the frustration in Phoebidas' heart had dissipated a lot. Only Androstene, the head of intelligence, who was at the periphery of the crowd, was puzzled. If Dionysius was not afraid of Ionia, why did he secretly send an envoy? After the Devers circled around the city, they returned to the army and issued an order: build a camp a mile away from the city. His plan was to take advantage of the enemy's recent defeat and low morale to set up camp so close to the city, and then quickly advance to the two flanks and below the city, to achieve the final goal of completely besieging the Westritter city. As soon as the order was issued, half of the 50,000 soldiers began to dig trenches and build earthen walls. The other half was armed to the teeth, wary of any sneak attacks from Syracuse. Only Cypros led more than 1,000 trained soldiers and marched quickly to the west. They could not wait to reclaim their home, Trine City. Just as the Devers were urging the army to speed up the construction of the camp, Tormid came to report, "The envoy of Syracuse wishes to see you." "Oh, it's you again." Seeing the envoy of Syracuse, the Devers smiled meaningfully. "Is the reason why Dionysius sent you here this time to surrender to me?" "Sir Devers, we of Syracuse are the overlords of Sicily. Not only do we have 70,000 citizen soldiers and a population of 500,000, we also have more than a dozen states that are our allies, ready to listen to our call at any time," Damocles said proudly. Damocles said proudly, "Even if we lose the naval battle, and lose a lot of warships and soldiers, this is nothing. We, Syracuse, can organize another army, no less than this one, to come to Greece at any time. Can Ionia do it? If Syracuse is so powerful, you should be welcoming the arrival of your new army at the port of Syracuse. What are you doing here?" Secretary Hnepolis mocked. Damocles ignored him. Instead, he looked at the Devers and said with a solemn expression, "Because if the war between Syracuse and Ionia continues, no matter who wins in the end, it will weaken the power of the Greeks in the western Mediterranean. It will benefit the natives like the Carthage, the Messapi, and the Simonians who hate the Greeks. I believe that neither Sir Dionysius nor Sir Devers want to see this happen. Therefore, Sir Dionysius sent me here on behalf of him to ask Sir Devers a question." He suggested, "Do you agree to a ceasefire, Sir Devers?" What a ridiculous joke. Who was the one who led the army to invade Greece, burning, killing, and plundering? Why didn't your tyrant consider that such a brutal invasion and massacre would greatly weaken the power of the Greeks in the Italian peninsula, and benefit the natives nearby? Oh, now that you've lost, you're thinking of peace and protecting the interests of the Greeks, huh? Helipolis laughed loudly. "I just want to know if Dionysius knows the meaning of the word shameless." Damocles did not answer. Instead, he said confidently, "The one who started the war was not Syracuse, but the Southern Alliance. If it wasn't for your attack on Rockley, we wouldn't have accepted the invitation of our ally to come to Greece." Hnepolis was so angry that he laughed. He said angrily, "Now I know what it means. Since Dionysius wants to negotiate, what are his conditions?" The Devers asked calmly, as if Damocles' words had never happened. Damocles felt pressured instead. He bowed and said, Lord Dionysius's suggestion is, the army of Syracuse should return to Sicily and return all the lands and towns in Greater Greece, as well as the captives. However, the Southern Alliance must also promise not to start a war with the Lochley Alliance. What? Henipolis could no longer hold back and shouted, do you think we're fools? You've killed so many people of Dionia, turned the territories of Cremissa and Asprustum into ruins, and incited civil strife in the Bruttii region. Now that you've been defeated and trapped in the Syracuse, we're going to settle this debt of blood with you, but you want to escape to Sicily with just a peace negotiation? It's not that easy. This time, Damocles did not ignore it. He looked at the Devers and said seriously, the peace negotiation is not decided by us, Syracuse. You can also state your conditions. The Devers pondered for a moment and said slowly, come back tomorrow. I need to think about this seriously. I also need to discuss it with Trine and the Syracuse. Damocles heard this and looked at the conflicted expression on the Devers' face. He was instantly delighted. It seemed that there was hope for the peace negotiation this time. After Damocles left, Henipolis could no longer hold back and asked in surprise, Your Majesty, you really want to negotiate with the people of Syracuse? Do you think that's possible? The Devers' calm expression suddenly became fierce. But just now. Henipolis seemed to have realized something. What the Syracuse emissary said just now reminded me that even if we eliminate the enemies here, Syracuse might still gather another army and continue to fight with us. So. The Devers looked at the lively camp in front of them and said firmly, we can't just focus on Greater Greece. There's a saying that goes, if you don't kill the wolf, you'll be hurt by the wolf instead. We have to find a way to completely destroy this evil wolf of Syracuse. Henipolis suddenly became excited, Your Majesty, you're preparing to attack Sicily? The Devers nodded. Considering that this young man would be his confidant in the future, he revealed a hint of information. Aristyra's subordinates have long been active in Sicily. With the victory of this battle, we need to add more strength. At this moment, Tormid came to report with a joyful face, reporting to Your Majesty, Syracuse has sent a messenger. His fleet has landed on the coast of Hyhernion with 5,000 Legem soldiers. They have already surrounded Hyhernion. The Devers had heard about Syracuse's plan from Helos before, so he wasn't too surprised. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before giving an order, Tormid, call Helos, Antonios, and Hieronymus over. Yes. Tormid turned and left. Herny, I'll dictate. You record it down and write a letter. All right. This was the first time Henipolis had accepted a mission as a clerk, so he answered excitedly, yes. The tent hadn't been built yet. He looked around and quickly found a wooden plank. He cut out a papyrus and laid on the grass, asking, who should I write the letter to? Legem's chief general, Lord Attilius. Oh. Henipolis rolled his eyes. He knew that this was the father-in-law of the Devers. Not long after, a few generals had arrived. The Devers didn't exchange pleasantries with them and said directly, time is of the essence. Legem's army has landed on Syracuse's warships and surrounded Hyhernion. Medma's garrison is likely to head north to provide support. I request that you lead your troops to Hyhernion immediately, repel Locri's reinforcements, and seize Hyhernion. I will send you a siege battalion. As the Devers spoke, his gaze swept across the faces of the generals he trusted, and finally landed on Helos. Capturing Laus, rapidly marching to Trine, decisively heading north to cut off the return route of Syracuse's army. The series of military actions that Helos had taken during this period of time amazed the Devers. So, he said slowly, this time, Helos will be the general of the army. All of you must listen to his orders. Leds didn't have any objections when he heard this. The cavalry had always been a subsidiary of the infantry, and rarely had independent military operations. The siege and attack of Silatina had rendered the cavalry useless. He was happy to be able to send them out to fight. Hieronymus frowned and didn't say anything. Back in Persia, he was a general of the mercenary army, while Helos was just a squad leader. He was much more experienced than Helos, but now he had to listen to Helos's orders. It was impossible that he didn't have any thoughts. However, as long as the commander valued Hieronymus and there was a place for him to display his talents, he didn't have much desire to fight for power. Moreover, in the past few years in Greece, Helos's performance was obvious to all. Whether it was military or political affairs, he admired them all. Antonius began to feel uneasy. After all, Helos was his subordinate in the past, but now he had to listen to Helos's orders. He felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, he thought that his ability wasn't inferior to Helos's, and he was leading the strongest legion in Dionia. If those proud soldiers heard about this, they would probably make a scene. Thinking of this, he was about to speak. Helos spoke first. "Your Majesty, I think Lord Antonios is more suitable to be the commander of this military operation. Not only is he experienced, but the First Legion under him is also the most reliable force in this operation. If he is the commander, all the brothers who are going to war will be willing to listen to him." Antonios glanced at him, and then turned to look at Devers. Devers smiled. Helos had been honed over the years, and even his words had become more tactful. Devers shook his head lightly. "Antonios can't be the commander of the attack on Hyhernion. The First Legion he leads has a more important mission." Hearing this, Antonios was puzzled. Was there anything more important than attacking Silentland and Rockley? "General Hieronymus, Commander Leds, the two of you will do your best to assist Helos in repelling the Rockley people, and take down Hyhernion as soon as possible." Devers clenched his fist and waved it forcefully. "Then we'll press on to Medma. If there's a chance, take it down, and make sure that the Rockley people have no place on the west coast of Greece." Hieronymus and Leds immediately expressed that they were willing to listen to Helos's command. "What I just said was just my suggestion. The specific actions will depend on you to be flexible according to the situation on the battlefield. You don't have to ask for my permission. I believe that the results you will obtain will exceed my expectations." Devers encouraged the three of them, and then said to Helos, "This trip to Hyhernion involves the cooperation with the Legem army. You have to handle your relationship with them well." "I will, Your Majesty." Helos nodded solemnly. "But you don't have to worry too much. The commander of the Legem army is called Phaedon. I heard that he's a brave and good fighter, and he's easy to get along with. He knows the big picture." Devers comforted him. Then, he looked at Antonios, and said solemnly, "After the First Legion arrives in Hyhernion and assists Helos in repelling the Rockley reinforcements, if it's easy to take down Hyhernion, the First Legion will participate in the siege. If the siege takes a long time, the First Legion shouldn't stay in Hyhernion for long. The Seclian fleet will be docked at the coast of Hyhernion. The soldiers of the First Legion will board the ships and head to Legem." "The First Legion is going to Legem?" Antonios was a little surprised. "Yes, to Legem." Devers took a letter from Hnepolis, passed it to Antonios, and instructed him seriously, "Pass this letter to Lord Autolycres of Legem. If he provides you with military rations and other assistance according to the letter, then the First Legion's final destination will be Sicily. If he refuses, then the First Legion will have to return to Hyhernion." Sicily. When the word came out of Devers' mouth, all the generals present were shocked. "What? Are you afraid?" Devers looked at Antonios mockingly. Originally, Antonios was a little dissatisfied with the Devers' choice of Helos as the expedition commander. Now that he knew that he would be leading the army to leave Greece and cross the sea to attack Sicily alone, he couldn't help but feel pressured. But after being provoked by Devers, he braced himself and said, "The First Legion is willing to go to Sicily. The First Legion's combat power is the strongest in the Legion of Dionysia. Many of the soldiers are old brothers who participated in the Persia expedition. They have rich experience fighting in enemy territory. So, if the First Legion can't carry out this battle plan, the other legions won't be able to gain a foothold in Sicily." Devers said to Antonios, full of hope. Antonius forced a smile in response. "And now, Syracuse's huge army is pinned down by us in Greece. When the news of the defeat of its navy and the defeat of the battle reaches Sicily, the people there will definitely have a new idea. Dionia's strength is not as strong as Syracuse. Even if we annihilate the army in Silatina, Syracuse will only need to rest for a few years to regain its strength and become a big problem for Dionia. Therefore, for the sake of Dionia's future, we must take advantage of this opportunity of Syracuse's heavy losses to completely destroy its hegemony in Sicily." The Devers' words greatly moved the generals present. Just as they were deep in thought, the Devers continued to speak to Antonios. Previously, I've already sent people to the east of Sicily to contact the people and forces that oppose Syracuse in various city-states. I believe that when the news of the defeat of Syracuse's army in Greece reaches Sicily, they will definitely take action. When the First Legion arrives in Sicily, the important thing is not to annihilate the enemy, but to contact these forces that are dissatisfied with Syracuse, overthrow the tyranny of their city-states, break away from the Sicilian alliance led by Syracuse, and finally isolate Syracuse. The Devers' words lifted Antonio's spirits. He now somewhat understood one of the reasons why the Devers sent him to be the commander of the expedition to Sicily was because he was the best at socializing among the several commanders. At this time, Henipolis also spread out the map of Sicily on the grass, and everyone gathered around. The Devers asked, "Commander Antonios, where do you think the First Legion should land in Sicily?" This was a test for Antonios. Not only him, but the others also looked at the map and fell into deep thought. They were not like the Devers, who considered things in a more comprehensive and long-term way. They were very familiar with Greece, but they were unfamiliar with Sicily. Antonius squatted on the ground and stared at the map, which was still unfamiliar to him. He tried to memorize every city, every river, and every mountain marked on it. His eyes moved from Syracuse, Tanis, Leontini, Catanae, Naxos, all the way to the north, and finally stopped at the corner of Lygum, which was only a strait away from it. At dusk, Carunia city suddenly became lively, because more than 2,000 citizen soldiers who had been forced to follow Syracuse's army had returned. The people hugged their loved ones and asked about their well-being. At the same time, they thanked Dionia for its kindness. The citizens who had lost their loved ones cried bitterly, cursing the people of Syracuse for bringing disaster to them. On the other hand, the citizens whose loved ones were trapped in Silatina were worried. They prayed to Apollo for their safety in the upcoming battle. At this time, in the Council of Carunia, the councillors were arguing about a letter that the soldiers had brought back from the Devers. Chief General Fenris finally stood up and said loudly, "Citizens of Carunia, this is a critical moment that concerns the survival of Carunia. If you still hold a vague attitude and want to keep delaying without giving a clear answer to the Southern Alliance, Carunia will be in a very dangerous situation." His words quieted down the noise in the meeting hall. Someone stood up and retorted, "Lord Phreniris, you've got it backwards. Now that Dionysia has defeated Syracuse and trapped them in Siraton, we've escaped the danger of being massacred and pillaged by Syracuse. We're completely safe now." "Completely safe?" Fenris sneered, looked around, and asked loudly, "Do you all think so?" "Of course not." Someone in the council stood up, and Fenris recognized him as Eulopatos. "I agree with you, Fenris. Carunia is in danger now. Everyone, when you heard the letter from the consul Devers of Dionia, I don't know if you've noticed what it said. After repeated discussions with the generals of Crotone and Trine, it has been agreed that over 2,000 Carunia soldiers who were captured in the battle against Syracuse and the battle to capture Trine should be allowed to return home. Perhaps you only saw the goodwill of Dionia to allow our citizens to return home safely, but you didn't see the words repeated discussions in the letter. What does this mean?" Eulopatos' tone became heavier. "It means that some people in Crotone, Trine, and even Dionia are dissatisfied with us sending troops to participate in the battle against Syracuse. Defending Trine city, capturing Crotone, and participating in the battle against Dionia, our actions have caused them to hold a grudge against us. But we were forced to." Someone in the crowd shouted, "If we didn't do this, Carunia would have suffered the same fate as the Saricians." "That's right. As Carunia's ally for many years, they should understand that we were forced to make this decision." The people in the hall shouted in agreement. "Yes, they understand, and that's why they released our citizens. Now, it's time for us to respond to Dionia's goodwill." Eulopatos said with a solemn expression, "Don't forget what the Devers said at the end of the letter. After winning the battle, the Southern Alliance is fighting back against Syracuse and their accomplices, the Locrian Alliance. They are determined to destroy them completely. Therefore, I hope that Carunia will seriously consider returning to the Southern Alliance. Pick up your spear and shield, and join the ranks to fight against the invaders. All the countries of the Southern Alliance are eagerly awaiting your reply." "Everyone, is this the request of the consul Devers of Dionia?" "No. This is his warning to Carunia. This is the ultimatum given to us by the Southern Alliance. If we don't make a clear statement, the Southern Alliance will see Carunia as the accomplices of Syracuse and Locrian. Who knows, in a few days, the Southern Alliance might not send their emissaries to Carunia, but their army. The hall suddenly became even quieter, but there were still people who disagreed. Eulopatos, it's not that we don't want to fight against Syracuse. Don't forget, we still have 1,000 soldiers in Syracuse. If Dionysius finds out that Carunia has betrayed him, with his cruel personality, our people will die in his hands. Then, who will bear the responsibility of the families of the dead soldiers? Yes, it's not that we don't want to fight against the people of Syracuse who oppress us, but this concerns the lives of our citizens. We must be careful. At least compared to the ferocious people of Syracuse, Crotone and Trine have been allies of Carunia for decades. Dionia has always been generous and magnanimous. They should forgive us for our hesitation. Someone else in the hall echoed. Phreniris finally could not hold it in anymore, and said loudly again, everyone, you think too highly of our former alliance. Syracuse has been massacred. Trine has been conquered, and the people have lost their homes. Crotone's city has been burned down, and it's said that almost half of its people have died. Dionia's citizen soldiers have also lost more than 10,000 people, and the cities outside Cremissa and Aspuristum have been turned into ruins. Compared to them, even if we include the loss of 1,000 soldiers, our losses are still relatively minor. Lord Phreniris, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me the lives of our 1,000 soldiers are not important. Someone immediately questioned. The Southern Alliance will not think that they are important. They will only think that we have sacrificed too little. Don't forget that our soldiers have invaded their territory and attacked their cities. Even though we were forced to do so, if we treat their kindness as mercy and do not make a decision quickly, anger and jealousy will grow wildly in their hearts like weeds. They will make Carunia a target that must be destroyed just like Syracuse and Rockley. When that happens, who can Carunia rely on? Syracuse? We all know that if we win this war, Syracuse will only support Rockley to swallow us up. In this war that involved all the city-states of Greece, they could either fight to survive or perish. No city-state could live peacefully without fighting. Everyone, you decide the fate of Carunia, and I am willing to face the anger of the people and be the first to vote for Carunia to rejoin the Southern Alliance and declare war on Syracuse and Rockley. The hall was dead silent. Phreniris' heavy and emotional speech deeply touched everyone in the hall, forcing them to weigh the pros and cons more deeply. I am willing to be the second person to support Carunia's declaration of war on Syracuse. Eulopatos stood up. Then the third person. In the end, the council passed the declaration of war on Syracuse proposal with a small majority. Then, in the emergency meeting, although many citizens strongly opposed it, and some even rushed onto the stage and wanted to beat Phreniris up, the 2,000 citizens that Dionia had sent back played a key role. They even had more votes than the council, allowing Carunia to rejoin the Southern Alliance. Ever since Rockley's army repelled the Legioms' attack on Medma, Rockley's 15,000 soldiers had been guarding Medma. However, Dionysius was concerned about the safety of the rear, so he strictly ordered the Lockley people to guard against the Legium and prevent Medma from being ambushed again. At the same time, the Lockley army had to help the Trine garrison to prevent the Dionysian army from appearing on the Ophelia plains. Through Canopetia. Therefore, the main force of Lockley was forced to stay in the city of Medma by Dionysius. Diophantos felt very aggrieved. However, when the news that the navy of Syracuse had suffered 2 crushing defeats at the hands of Dionia came, Diophantos had to be more vigilant. This was because Dionia, who had the advantage of the sea, might send their troops to the rear of the battlefield through their fleets, to Cilicia, Hyhernion, Trine, Corunna, and even Lockley. Most of the soldiers of Lockley were in Medma, and a small number of them followed the army of Syracuse, so the city was very empty. At this time, he was not in the mood to fight at the front line. Other than hoping that Syracuse's powerful army could defeat the Dionia and prevent them from attacking the rear, he also paid close attention to the situation of the enemy around him. Soon, the Syracuse fleet entered Taurina. Diophantos, who heard the news, became even more nervous. However, because Medma's port was blocked by Dionia's warships, he could only send scouts to investigate the enemy's movements across the Maro River. This morning, Diophantos received a report from the scouts, There seemed to be some movement at Torina port. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, a few hours later, a messenger from Hibernian galloped from the north, telling him anxiously, Lijum's army was preparing to attack Hibernian, and he hoped that the Lochley army could immediately rush over to help. Diapantos was already prepared for this. The whereabouts of the Lijum and Dionysian fleet had been exposed, but he was actually relieved. He immediately left 5,000 soldiers to defend Medma, while he quickly led 10,000 soldiers north. By noon, his army had entered Hibernian territory. Fedouin knew that Rockley's army was coming, but he didn't panic. As it turned out, after he landed on the coast of Hibernian, he sent his cavalry to inform the Dionysian army that had already landed on the Ophelia plain yesterday afternoon. He did not expect to run into the Trine army that was preparing to garrison the Trine empty city. Only then did he know that the Dionia army had defeated the Syracuse army in the battle and had already reached the city of Cyrene. Lijum's scouts immediately rushed to the Sirius and contacted the Dionysian army. Only then did divers send Xylos, Antonios, Hieronymus, and Leds to reinforce them. When Fedouin received the good news brought back by the scout, he was both surprised and overjoyed. Therefore, when the reinforcements were about to arrive, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he was secretly delighted. He sent the scout to inform the Dionia army that was on the way, and set up a battle formation outside Hibernian. An hour later, the Rockley army arrived outside Hibernian. Diapantos saw that the Lijum army was ready for battle, and he was naturally unafraid since he had the advantage in numbers. After setting up the battle formation, he immediately launched an attack. Fedouin had originally considered using the tactic of luring the enemy, but it was difficult for the Lijum army, who had only undergone a few rounds of military training in a year, to play such a difficult tactic well. Fedouin, who was serious and dared to put his life on the line, simply chose to fight head-on. He placed himself at the forefront of the battle formation. The Lijum army, who only had half the number of soldiers, was naturally no match for the enemy. After fighting for a while, they were finally defeated due to the enemy's fierce attacks on their flanks. The soldiers threw away their armor and fled north. Diapantos had no intention of letting these defeated Lijum soldiers go just like that. In fact, during this period of time, he had been troubled by the Lijum army led by Fedouin. Under Fedouin's leadership, the Lijum militia, who had always been rather delicate, were rather resilient. Even after the ambush by the Rockley army during the siege of Medmar, and after retreating back to Torina, the Lijum still crossed the river to harass them from time to time. This was a rare opportunity. The Lijum were trapped in the land between Hibernian and the Ramata River, with nowhere to run. Diapantos could annihilate this big trouble in one fell swoop, obtain a glorious battle record, and win himself fame. Therefore, he led his soldiers in hot pursuit, not giving the Lijum any time to recover. He wanted to prevent them from escaping to the warships by the sea and escaping Hibernian. Diapantos' idea was good, but unfortunately, the information he and Fedouin knew wasn't equivalent. After the general of the garrison at Syracuse and Trine learned of their crushing defeat last night, he didn't send anyone to inform Hibernian that night. He wanted to do so the next day, but his troops split up, so he didn't send any messengers at all. He believed that the troops returning to Hibernian would inform their mother country of the news. Unexpectedly, not long after the returning troops crossed the Ramata River, they encountered Lijum's landing troops to the north of Hibernian and were quickly routed. Fedouin sent a small portion of his soldiers to chase after the routed troops, while the rest quickly headed south and surrounded Hibernian. Before that, the Hibernians who learned of the Lijum's landing had already sent a messenger to Medma asking for help. Therefore, Diapantos didn't know of the important news of Dionia defeating the Syracuse army. Or even if he knew, he would have stepped up his attack, hoping to get rid of the troublesome Lijum before Dionia moved south. Based on his previous battlefield experience, he would never believe that Dionia could reach Hibernian in such a short time after the battle ended last night. But that was how the miracle happened. After receiving the Dever's orders, Dionia's reinforcements quickly assembled and set off. Halfway through their journey, they received an urgent messenger from Fedouin. Helos, Antonios, Hieronymus, and Leds had a brief discussion and came up with a battle plan. They first sent scouts to Trine to inform Cypros, and at the same time urged the troops to speed up their march. The Dionia soldiers who had been marching since morning were a little tired, but with the veterans of the First Legion leading by example, taking the lead and carrying out military orders seriously, and hearing that there was a victory waiting for them once they reached Hegemon, the 10,000 Briti recruits immediately took big strides. By the time Dionia's reinforcements crossed the Korta River, a tributary of the Ramada River, and entered Hegemon territory from the east, the Lakri had already chased the Legion into a narrow area between the coast and the Ramada River. Although Dionia's fleet was anchored there, the panicked Legion soldiers did not have time to board the ships. Seeing that they were about to be chased into the sea by the enemy, Cypros led 1,000 Trina soldiers across the Ramada River and launched a frontal attack. The Lakri were shocked. They thought that the defenders of Trine on the other side of the Ramada River were Syracuse's defenders. They did not expect the Trine soldiers to come, and they were caught off guard. Although their numbers were far less than the Lakri's reinforcements, the Lakri had already scattered after a long period of pursuit. The soldiers could not find the general, and the general could not manage the soldiers. Not only did they lose their formation, but they also lost their organization. The Trina's attack easily pierced through their front. Just as Diapantos was urgently gathering the scattered soldiers and preparing to deal with this new threat, a deafening shout of Hades came from the rear of the Lakri army. The Briti troops led by Helos, the Briti troops led by Hieronymus, the First Legion led by Antonios, and the cavalry led by Leds totaled more than 15,000 soldiers. With rumbling footsteps, they crushed the Lakri army's rear with a wide front. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the morale of the scattered Rockly soldiers plummeted. Before the battle even began, they scattered and fled in all directions. The only task left for Xylos was to pursue them. And for the Dionysian army, they were the most experienced in chasing down routed soldiers. To the north was the Ramada River, to the west was the sea, to the northeast was the Trine people, and to the southeast was the Dionia army. The sailors of the Seclian fleet also disembarked and joined the pursuit from the southwest. With more than 1,000 cavalrymen, the Lakri army was almost surrounded. In the end, more than 9,000 people were captured, and less than 1,000 managed to escape Dionia's pursuit. Diapantos was not one of them. Although he had already thrown away his helmet, the dazzling breastplate he had specially made to show that he was different from ordinary citizens had become the target of attention and pursuit of the Dionia cavalry. Thus, he could not escape the cavalry's pursuit. When Helos, Antonios, and the rest saw Phaedon, he was focused on cleaning the wounded soldiers of Legium. Helos and Antonios looked at each other. Antonius took a step forward and called out respectfully, "General Phaedon." Only then did Phaedon look up from his busy work. When he saw the few soldiers wearing purple and red crowns in front of him, he hurriedly wiped his blood-stained hands on Legium's breastplate and told the soldiers beside him to continue with the treatment. Then, he quickly stood up and praised loudly, "Generals of Dionia, you have come at the right time. In this battle, you have completely defeated the main force of the Lakri army." "No, General Phaedon, you are wrong." Antonios' words stunned Phaedon. Then, he continued, "This is a victory that Dionia, Legium, and Trine have won together. This is a glorious victory that belongs to the Southern Alliance." Antonios looked at the wounded soldiers behind him and said with concern, "Our medical camp will be here soon. Please allow them to treat the wounded soldiers of your army." "That's great. I've heard that Dionia's medical skills are the best in Greece." Phaedon smiled even more happily. Both parties greeted each other and introduced themselves. The atmosphere was very harmonious. At this moment, the navy commander, Sequirion, also arrived. Before the war, when the navy of Dionia was first established, Sequirion did not command the navy and achieved any decent results. Even if he was valued by the Devers, the commanders would not really pay attention to him. The two naval victories, as well as the attack against Hegemon this time, were all thanks to him. Hence, the army showed him respect and spoke to him as an equal. In the meantime, they talked about the soul-stirring battle from yesterday, causing Phaedon and Sequirion to yearn for it. They wished they could have been there. "General Sequirion." At this moment, Antonios took out a papyrus scroll and said seriously, "This is an order from His Majesty." Sequirion immediately opened the scroll and looked surprised. "His Majesty wants me to listen to your command and transport the First Legion to Sicily?" Antonios nodded solemnly. Phaedon heard this and immediately asked, "You want to attack Sicily?" Antonios nodded again and said, "We know nothing about Sicily. We still need your help, General Phaedon." This was why he took out the order on this occasion. Phaedon did not decline. Instead, he said enthusiastically, "Lord Devers has made the right decision. We, the Legem, are very close to Sicily, so we know very well how powerful Dionysius is in Sicily. It's not enough to just destroy his army that invaded Greece. Only by weakening his power in Sicily can we eliminate his threat to Greece. I have a deeper understanding of the Greek city-states in the east of Sicily. I'm very willing to share this information with you." Antonios immediately expressed his gratitude, and he began to discuss this matter with Phaedon and Sicorian. Helos and Hieronymus did not stay idle either. Because it was getting late, they regrouped their troops and escorted the captives. Cypros invited them to return to Trene to rest first, and they would attack Hiernion the next morning. At this moment, they knew very well in their hearts that Locri had suffered such a heavy blow, and Hiernion, who had no military strength, was no longer able to resist Dionia's attack. Therefore, while Helos sent messengers to report the situation to the Devers, he also asked for instructions on how to deal with Hiernion. Dionysius, who was in Westritter city, heaved a sigh of relief after receiving Damocles' report. In his previous research on Devers, he found that Devers did not like to be ruthless and would often leave some leeway for their opponents. In the past, he often despised this kind of soft-heartedness, but now he hoped that Devers would do the same. The Devers are still too young. Dionysius could not help but mock after getting a satisfactory result, as though the thrill of his words could temporarily offset the fear he had for the young man. The new king of Dionia was actually able to turn the situation around when he was surrounded by enemies on all sides. What terrifying military leadership ability! As long as he was willing to negotiate, Dionysius even began to imagine the harsh conditions that Dionia would put forward during the peace talks tomorrow. He had already considered it, and as long as the conditions that Dionia put forward were not too difficult, he would accept them. As long as he could bring the tens of thousands of soldiers back to Sicily and release the captives, just like how Dionia treated Crotone, Syracuse would not suffer too much damage. His position as the overlord would not be threatened, and his hegemony in Sicily could still be maintained. As for the peace treaty with Dionia, when Syracuse's power was restored, it would be nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. Dionysius did not intend to abide by it at all. He would not be like the Devers who would foolishly keep promises for the sake of a good reputation, but Devers's military leadership ability is too strong. It seems that I have to think of other ways to deal with him. Dionysius pondered. His long and narrow eyes glinted with an intimidating and sinister light. At this moment, an attendant came in and reported, "My lord, the ships and sailors are ready. They are waiting for your order. Let them wait until nightfall. After confirming that there are no enemy ships outside the port, they will quietly set off." Dionysius said solemnly, "Tell them that the lives of the citizens of Syracuse are in their hands. I hope that under Apollo's protection, they will not be afraid of danger and return home safely." Although the Dionia fleet had begun to blockade the port after Syracuse retreated, it was impossible for them to do so for 24 hours, especially at night. The sailors had to go ashore to eat and rest, and the warships had to return to Crotone's port to be towed into the dock for maintenance, drying, and cleaning of water maggots. Otherwise, the sturdiness of the ships could not be guaranteed. Even if the fleet took turns to blockade the port, they did not dare to spread out for fear of losses. After all, there were more than 30 Syracuse warships in the port. Because of these reasons, the Dionysian fleet could not completely blockade the port at night. Therefore, at night, the defense outside the port was more lax, and Dionysius's ships should be able to leave without a hitch. However, sailing in the dark was much more dangerous. Storms, hidden reefs, deviations from the course, and even encounters with the southern fleet of Dionia could kill these ships. However, Dionysius could only believe that the few ships he sent out, which were manned by the most experienced helmsmen and sailors in the navy, would eventually return to the port of Syracuse and let Philistos understand the difficult situation of the Syracuse army in Greece. Although the treasury of Syracuse was greatly depleted, and most of the young citizens were already in Greece, and new warships could not be built in a short period of time, Dionysius still believed in Philistos' ability. He believed that he could build an army of no less than 20,000 men, a fleet of no less than 103 hulled warships, and 2 months' worth of military supplies for 50,000 people. Of course, this was another preparation that Dionysius had made in case the peace talks failed. As for how things would be carried out, it was beyond his control. He could only pin his hopes on Apollo. Watching the attendant leave the hall, he could not sit still and decided to take a look at the blacksmith shop in the city. Another reason he sent people to the peace talks was to buy time. The most pressing problem for the Syracuse army now was not rations. Due to the large number of casualties in the battle, the food reserves in Syracuse were enough to last them for more than a month, but weapons and equipment. This was because after the defeat, the soldiers had thrown away their helmets, shields, and even breastplates, spears, and swords in order to escape. Of course, the enemy had also thrown away their equipment in order to catch up with them. However, the victors were the Dionia, so they could pick up the equipment when they cleaned up the battlefield. On the other hand, the soldiers of Syracuse had to flee into Syracuse empty-handed. Fortunately, there were still thousands of weapons and equipment in the city that they had looted. However, this was far from enough. He had to ask the blacksmiths who had followed the army and were responsible for repairing the weapons to use the blacksmith shop in the city to hurry up and rebuild the weapons and armor. For this, he also ordered his men to search the city for iron ore and scrap iron. Now, he wanted to check on the progress of this important work. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. He turned and walked in another direction, to Phoebidas's residence. At this point in the war, Phoebidas's military advisor was not very useful. However, as a Sparta, he could play a unique role in the peace talks. The next morning, Phoebidas and Syracuse's envoy, Damocles, arrived at the camp that Dionia was building. This time, the Devers did not come out to greet them personally. Instead, they sent the clerk, Henipolis, to be in charge of the negotiations. As soon as they met, Henipolis gave Damocles a show of strength. Yesterday, after a discussion between His Majesty the Devers and the commanders of the army, they came to the conclusion that given the poor reputation of your general, Dionysius, you need to do something to show your sincerity in the peace talks. Only then can we start the peace talks. Damocles immediately protested. People of Dionia, you are humiliating General Dionysius. So what? Henipolis raised his head and said arrogantly, can Dionysius still send troops to threaten Dionia? Oh, I forgot, he has already tried. Unfortunately, he failed. Now, you are the ones asking for peace talks. Damocles was speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, he said sullenly, what do you want us to do? When Damocles heard this, his expression changed drastically. He protested loudly, the war between Syracuse and Dionia is being carried out under the witness of Ares. Anything that happens during a war is normal. Sparta did not massacre the citizens of Athens after their victory because the navy of Athens ravaged the coast of their territory. We, Syracuse, did not annihilate all the people of Carthage and Sicily because of Carthage's repeated massacres of the cities of Sicily. Therefore, Dionia cannot make such harsh demands. This is not the Greek tradition of war. Does the ancient tradition of Greece allow the people of Syracuse to hire foreigners to slaughter defenseless Greek women, the elderly, and children? Henipolis bared his teeth and roared at him, since you say that this is war, then we, Dionia, are willing to continue fighting until we conquer Syracuse. Then, we will chop off the heads of these foreigners whose hands are stained with the blood of the people of Dionia. Otherwise, once the peace treaty is signed, we can only watch as these murderers swagger away. His Majesty the Devers will not accept this. The brave soldiers of the Legion will not accept this. All the people of Dionia will not accept this. Once the peace treaty is signed, we can only watch as they leave. This sentence moved Damocles. He pretended to be helpless and said, your conditions are too high. Can you change it a little? For example, you only want the heads of some of them or the lives of the leaders? No, this is the most basic condition. Henipolis replied firmly. Damocles had no choice but to say, all right, I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to go back and report to General Dionysius. He will make the decision. After that, he exchanged glances with Phoebidas, who was beside him. Then, with Henipolis's permission, the guards put on a blindfold and sent him out of the camp. Phoebidas did not leave. He requested to see the Devers as an envoy of Sparta. This made it hard for Henipolis to refuse. He could only ask him to wait while he went to inform the king of Devers. Phoebidas waited for a long time. It was not because the Devers were playing tricks on him, but because he was not near the main tent. He had gone to the engineering camp. When the Dionysian army occupied Syracuse camp, they obtained a lot of resources, including some siege weapons. There was no need to mention the ballista. Dionia originally copied it from Syracuse, but later made further improvements. Due to the application of the parabolic theory, Dionia's ballista was more refined and accurate. The abdominal bow was another siege weapon of Syracuse. Its principle was similar to that of the ballista. The engineers could roughly replicate it by looking at its structure. After all, the most difficult part of the abdominal bow was the use of pulleys, which happened to be what Dionia's engineering camp was best at. The other siege weapons, such as siege hammers, chariots, and ballistas, were easy to replicate, but the Devers looked at them carefully. He needed to understand the siege methods and thinking of the Syracuans through these various siege weapons. When Syracuse conquered the big city of Crotone, the Devers were shocked. Compared to Syracuse, who had countless siege weapons in Sicily, the Dionysian army, who were good at field battles, had relatively little experience in siege battles, including the Devers themselves. Therefore, learning from the enemy was the best way to improve. Of course, among these siege weapons, the most eye-catching and the most difficult to make was the siege tower. Dionia could also make siege towers, but they paled in comparison to the siege towers made by Syracuse. Even though the siege tower in front of him had only completed the base and the first floor, its scale was still quite astonishing. It was 20 meters long and 6 to 7 meters wide. Rather than calling it a tower, it would be more accurate to call it a wall. The Devers walked around it a few times, then turned back to ask Alops, one of the best engineers in the engineering camp, can it be replicated? The engineering camp of Dionia's army was a bit special. Its team officers did not need to understand construction. They only needed to know how to manage troops and have some battlefield experience. Their duty was to serve the engineers, ensure their safety, and provide them with all kinds of materials they needed. When the army issued construction orders, they were also responsible for coordinating with other units and recruiting soldiers to serve as labor. Therefore, the team officers of the engineering camp were mostly veterans who were injured on the battlefield and had some disabilities. The real treasure of the engineering camp were the engineers. When the Devers first established the engineering camp, the system was still a little rough. Now, it had become a fixed assessment system for engineers. Not only did the engineers have to be literate and have strong hands-on skills, but they also had to have a deep knowledge of mathematical theories. Only then could they pass the assessment and become an engineer of the army. Other than farming their own land, these engineers were also highly sought after by the citizens of the alliance. They built houses, workshops, made furniture, and so on. Their pay was not low. When there was a large-scale public project in the city, they would be invited to participate. Although the pay was not as high, their names would be engraved on the stone monument when the project was completed. This was a great honor for them. Other than the engineers, there were also skilled craftsmen, carpenters, and blacksmiths in the engineering camp. They were the assistants of the engineers and helped them make all kinds of equipment needed for war. In addition, there were also some slaves in the camp, mainly for the engineers. As the army's requirements for engineers became higher and higher, and the assessment for engineers became more formal, more than half of the engineers of the various armies came from the laboratories of the Dionia Academy. However, Arops was different. He was originally a mercenary in the Persia expedition. Because he knew some carpentry, he was transferred to the engineering camp after the Devers established it. However, he studied hard and finally became a skilled carpenter. He also took the initiative to join the adult class of the Dionia Academy. Through his hard work, he quickly got rid of the illiteracy hat. Then, because of the agreement between the Devers and Mentetics, there was a period of time when the craftsmen of the army entered the laboratory of the Academy of Mathematics and became the garrison of scholars. Arops took the opportunity to learn advanced mathematical knowledge and finally gained the recognition of Martocores. He became his disciple and passed the assessment to become an engineer. Therefore, Arops was a typical self-taught person. He was respected by the craftsmen of Dionia and encouraged them to learn from him. Your Majesty, it is possible to duplicate it, but it will take some time, Arap said seriously. He squatted down and struggled to pick up a large wooden wheel. The most difficult part of making this siege tower is the wooden wheels and the axles. Such a large and heavy construction tower must be supported by these wooden wheels and axles. The requirements for them are very high. How big are the diameter of the axles? How thick and how wide are the wooden wheels? How many sets of axles and wooden wheels are needed to ensure that the siege tower can be smoothly moved? These questions need to be tested repeatedly before we can be sure. Also, Your Majesty, the size and width of so many wooden wheels are basically the same. Without a large number of skilled carpenters, it is very difficult to achieve this. Otherwise, if there is a slight difference in the size of these wooden wheels, the siege tower may tilt and collapse due to the imbalance. With the current abilities of our engineering battalion, it will be difficult to achieve this. Arap said with slight regret. He stood up and looked at the siege tower in front of him in a daze. He spread his arms and gestured with his hands. Your Majesty, look. The walls on both sides of the siege tower are not vertical. Instead, they are tilted inward. Although I can't see the whole picture, I am sure that it is in the shape of a trapezoid. This way, it can increase the stability of the base. But what is the most suitable angle for the walls to tilt? How high must the horizontal plates be built to ensure that the forces on the walls are evenly distributed and stable? The Devers did not care too much about the technical details that Araps was talking about. He understood the meaning behind Araps's words. In short, you will need to repeatedly calculate and experiment in order to make a siege tower that can operate normally. Yes, Your Majesty. We need time. Araps answered truthfully. He looked at the people behind him and said, for such a large siege tower, we do not have enough manpower. Furthermore, this is the first time we are building it, although there were no less than 500 people in the siege battalion, which was not a small number. The Devers understood the hidden meaning behind Araps's words. There were not enough outstanding engineers and craftsmen. Thinking about how the people of Syracuse had built 3 large siege towers in a few days, the Devers were envious of the thousands of engineers in Syracuse City. That was the wealth that the Devers truly desired. I will give you time to study and try to build this siege tower. But do not be too impatient. You must thoroughly study the technology and finally master it. The Devers encouraged them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Phoebidas, who was sitting in the tent, was being watched by 4 guards. He could not wander around and look around, so he could only use his eyes to size up the tent. As a result, he discovered a secret. The layout of the Devers' tent was very similar to Dionysius's tent. Aside from the fact that it was not as big as Dionysius's tent, the layout was also very simple. Apart from a few hangars for armors and weapons, and a bed covered with straw and fur, the most eye-catching thing was undoubtedly the few wooden tables filled with scrolls of paper and silk. This was obviously similar to Dionysius's tent. It seemed that while this consul was marching and fighting, he was also handling many affairs within the alliance. Just when he was getting impatient, the Devers returned with Henopolis. Before Phoebidas could say anything, the Devers spoke first. I know you, Phoebidas of Sparta. 10 years ago, you came to the Senate of Thurii as a messenger of Sparta and framed me for hiding the soldiers of Persia's expeditionary army. You even threatened that Sparta will teach Dionia a painful lesson. I still remember what you said to me. Phoebidas did not expect the Devers to mention the past to him as soon as he came in. He was caught off guard. If it was his usual temperament, he would have stiffened his neck and said, "That's right, I did say those words." The fact that there was a war with Crotone later proved that Dionia was indeed hiding those mercenaries. However, times had changed. Sparta's current predicament and Syracuse's current situation had forced him to choose his words carefully. It was not that he did not know politics, but he did not have to think too much about Sparta's strength in the past. However, Dionia's current status in Greece of the Western Mediterranean, and the strength that the Devers had shown in the war, had made Phoebidas feel a little fearful. The usually tough Sparta said stiffly, That's just a misunderstanding. No. I don't think so. The Devers stared at him. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through his heart. It's because you have a grudge against Dionia that you accepted Sparta's order and went to Syracuse as a military advisor. You followed Dionysius to invade Greece and commanded the right wing of Syracuse to defeat Crotone during the Battle of Rama River. Then, you commanded the right wing again during the Battle of Crotone and attempted to defeat Dionia's army. Phoebidas of Sparta, your hands are stained with the blood of Greece. Phoebidas was shocked. He didn't expect the Devers to know everything about his actions in Greece. However, he didn't have to lie to the Devers like he did before. I think you must have misunderstood. Dionysius is afraid of Dionia's army and hopes that Sparta can send officers to help him. As an ally, Sparta can't refuse. I've been to Sicily several times and I'm familiar with Dionysius. That's why the Elder Council sent me to help Dionysius. I'm just doing my duty. Your duty? To help Syracuse and slaughter Greece? Is this how Sparta treats Greece? The Devers sneered. There was a hint of anger on his face. If that's the case, don't blame our spears and shields for being blind. It's every Sparta's honor to be able to die on the battlefield. Phoebidas wasn't afraid of the Devers' threat. However, now that the Dionia had turned the tide of the war, he had to take into account Dionia's perception of Sparta. Therefore, he defended Sparta. Master Devers, you should know that when Sparta signed the alliance with Syracuse, they didn't expect Syracuse to declare war on Greece one day. Due to the existence of the alliance, Sparta had no choice but to provide assistance. However, Sparta sincerely hopes for peace between Sicily and Greece. Therefore, this time, I'm here on behalf of Sparta, hoping that you can seriously consider Dionysius's proposal and end this war that has cost countless lives. I'm touched that the Sparta, who live by killing, cares so much about the lives of Greece, said the Devers mockingly. He could hear the hidden threat in the Sparta's words. He said firmly, a few days ago, Sparta sent an emissary, Calosops, to Thurii in an attempt to force Dionia to surrender to Syracuse. I've made it clear that Dionia will never negotiate under the threat of the enemy. As long as there's an enemy on our land, we, Dionia, will fight him to the death. At that time, the Battle of Crotone hadn't happened yet. Today, we, Dionia, have gained the upper hand in this war. I can also tell you that we can negotiate, but Syracuse must be punished for their crimes in invading Greece. It's impossible for Dionysius to escape back to Sicily without paying any price. Phoebidas looked into the Devers' bright eyes. He could feel the uncompromising will, but he did not feel much frustration in his heart. This was just a confirmation of his thoughts before he set off. His main purpose of coming to the Dionia camp this time was not to urge the two sides to negotiate. I think Dionysius is prepared for this. Phoebidas replied faintly, and then changed the topic. Master Devers, what do you think of the war that's happening in Corinth now? The Devers was stunned, but he immediately understood the intention of the Sparta. You mean the war between Sparta and Corinth, Thebes, Argos, Athens? The Devers sneered disapprovingly. It's a meaningless war that has nothing to do with Dionia. I don't need to understand it. Dionia and Athens have signed a friendly agreement, and you often trade with Corinth. Phoebidas looked at the Devers and pointed it out bluntly. A friendly agreement is not a military alliance agreement. As long as any city-state is willing to trade with Dionia, we are willing to sign such an agreement with them. Even Sparta is no exception. The Devers said with a relaxed look, there is no fertile land in Greece, no rich minerals. What is there for the Dionia to leave their warm homeland and participate in a war that doesn't belong to us? The roots of Dionia are in Greece. There are still many problems in our alliance that require a lot of time and energy to solve. As long as you don't provoke us, we don't have the mood to participate in the messy war of the Greeks. Phoebidas looked at the Devers' face rudely. He felt that the Devers were speaking from the bottom of their hearts, so he said, so, Dionia is also willing to sign a friendly agreement with Sparta? Sparta is now the enemy of Dionia and the ally of Syracuse. The Devers said coldly. Phoebidas did not say anything else. Watching the guards escorting Phoebidas out of the tent, Helepolis could not help but say, Your Majesty, does this Sparta want Sparta to form an alliance with us? The Devers rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully. The power that Dionia displayed in this war is beyond Sparta's expectation. They are afraid that Dionia will participate in the war in Corinth, which is disadvantageous to Sparta. So, will we do that? Helepolis asked excitedly. He was obviously happy that the Sparta were troubled. What do you think? The Devers did not comment. The Sabari plain was covered in mist in the early morning, and the drizzle of early spring was falling. The victory of the Battle of Taranto had given the people of Dionia hope of winning the war. The Devers personally led the army into battle had also boosted their confidence, bringing life to the fertile land. The port that had been sealed for a few months was reopened. Foreign merchant ships arrived one after another, and the workers at the port finally had something to do. The first cargo ships that entered the port were mostly loaded with grains and other food. The smart merchants certainly knew what the people of Dionia needed the most at this time. The old fishermen of Turii, the younger ones were already serving as sailors in the fleet, sailed their boats early to catch fish to satisfy the people's urgent needs, and at the same time, earn a huge profit for their own families. Under the urging of the village chief and agricultural officials, the people in the villages began to plant crops that were about to ripen quickly to avoid missing out on this year's harvest. Although the young citizens and freedmen were almost all mobilized due to the war, resulting in a shortage of labor, a large number of captives filled the gap. Whether it was the swamp plains of Kermissa, the Sabari plain of Turii, or the mountains of Amendola, there were often naked, half-starved captives plowing the land under the threat of the supervisor's whips, shields, and spears. Even in such terrible weather, where the cold rain made the captives shiver and might even make them sick, the people of Dionia did not pity them or let them rest. Since they had invaded Dionia, they had to pay a heavy price. This was the common view of many people in Dionia. The road leading to the Turii port was filled with pedestrians. Not only were there Turii and Amendolans, but there were also people from Abyssinia and Castellan. They were driving carts and carrying loads, rushing to the port market to buy food. At this moment, a horse galloped towards them. The rider was dressed in bright red and was particularly eye-catching. Before he could shout, "Make way!" the pedestrians instinctively retreated to the side of the road because they knew that only messengers from the battlefield would be dressed in such attire. They were all carrying urgent military information, and no one could stop them. Otherwise, it would be against the law. The war horse was puffing white smoke as its four hooves kicked up, splashing water on the road and wetting the clothes of the pedestrians. They did not complain. Instead, they could not help but ask, "Did we defeat the Syracuse?" Cheers erupted from the roadside and quickly spread throughout the Zbari plain. The people completely dispelled the last of their worries and began to sing and dance to celebrate the hard-won victory. Some devout believers even cancelled their plans to go to the port and turned to the temple of Hades in the city of Turii to thank Pluto for his protection. When the news reached the Senate, it was equally joyous. "It seems like our previous decision was correct. Ever since Master Devers became king, victories have been coming one after another. Hades has answered our prayers and has really protected the alliance of Dionia." Plazinas exclaimed, pretending to be excited. "Yes, it's all thanks to our Senate making such a shocking decision that we have today's victory." Marigi echoed. Most of the senators were no longer as angry as they were when they were forced to elect the Devers as king. Instead, they were glad that they agreed with the two. Kunigarata was no longer as disgusted with the two. He shifted his gaze away from them and said loudly, according to the report brought back by the messengers, His Majesty Devers has led his army to trap the people of Syracuse and Silatina. The final victory is not far from us. However, the biggest problem for the alliance now is food. Master Kunigarata is right. Even though we have enough food to supply our army for 2 months, for the people of Dionia, especially the families of the freedmen and probationary citizens, their food reserves are almost depleted. Now that the port is open, the merchants who come to trade are raising the price of food. This will make the people who have selflessly donated food to the alliance spend even more money to buy food. I'm afraid that before the war ends, the people of Dionia will use up all their savings. This is not good for our post-war recovery. Cornelis said with a worried expression. These merchants are simply too despicable. Strompoli said angrily, the price of their grain has doubled, and it's still rising. Marigi, as the commercial officer, you should think of a way to punish these despicable merchants. Marigi smiled bitterly. We've already taken some measures, and we've even negotiated with the merchants who come to Tilii to sell their food. That's why we've done our best to keep the price within 3 times the normal price. However, the alliance is in dire need of food, and the people are in great demand for it. More and more people are buying food every day, so the price is unavoidable. We can't force the merchants to sell food at a fixed price, can we? Why not? Strompoli said loudly, we have to ensure the interests of the people first. We should immediately pass a plan to let these merchants sell their grain at fair prices. Otherwise, they will not be allowed to sell their goods in the alliance. You can't do that. Before Marigi could speak, Mirzas shouted, this is a foolish act that destroys the Greek tradition of free trade. In the future, who would dare to do business in Turin? If the port continues to decline, will we still be able to collect business taxes? Our Dionia has such a large territory and population. I don't believe that those greedy foreign merchants won't come here to do business. Strompoli sneered. As an Amendolan, he did not have a good impression of merchants. Even if we use force, those merchants can totally stop selling food in Turin and sail to Heraclea or Crotone, Marigi reminded the elders. Marigi reminded the elders, when the time comes, our people will still rush there to buy grain, and they will also blame us for causing them so much trouble. Instead of that, it's better to keep them in Turin. At least we can take some measures to control the price. After all, the war is not over yet, and the alliance's food shortage will continue. These merchants are risking their lives to transport food here. If they can't make a huge profit here, I'm afraid that no one will be willing to transport food here anymore. After saying that, the elders, including Strompoli, looked worried. That's right, Dionia has a shortage of food and has to rely on these merchants. I wonder how Ansitanos' trip to Africa is going? Cunegurata thought of Ansitanos, who had an important mission. At this moment, the door of the meeting hall was pushed open, and the guards rushed in and whispered into the ears of the chairman on duty, Cunegurata. Cunegurata immediately looked happy and said to the crowd loudly, everyone, rest in peace, Lord Ansitanos is back, and with him are 10 large cargo ships of Carthage, fully loaded with grain. The originally quiet meeting hall burst into cheers again. We have food. The people are saved. Ansitanos succeeded. I didn't expect that the enemy of Greece that the Sicilians have criticized, Carthage, has helped us. I told you, Hades will not let those who believe in him suffer. He has fulfilled his promise again. Just as the elders of the Senate rushed to the port of Turiae to welcome the arrival of Carthage's envoy, Helos, Hieronymus, Phaedon, and Ledes led the Dionia, Ligwam coalition army of 15,000 soldiers from Trine to Hibernian. When they arrived at the city, they found that the city gate was wide open, and the Hibernians had voluntarily surrendered. Last night, the news of the defeat of Locri's army had frightened the Hibernians, and the fact that the Locri soldiers refused to enter the city to defend and fled straight back to Medma sent the Hibernians into a panic. The Hibernians, who only had about 1,000 militiamen in the city, held an emergency meeting and finally made a painful decision. The next day, when they found out that tens of thousands of Dionia soldiers were coming for Hibernian, they did not hesitate to surrender. Before they split up, the Devers had discussed with Helos how to deal with Locri's allies. So, Helos accepted Hibernian's surrender, but demanded that every family in the city surrender their hostages to guarantee their loyalty. Faced with the massive Dionysian army, the Hibernians had no choice but to agree. Under the low city wall, the Hibernians wept and reluctantly bid farewell to their children. The scene was sad and touching. Helos was unmoved. He sent 1,000 troops to escort the few hundred children to Trine. At the same time, he made a new request to the Hibernians: collect as much food as possible in the city and provide it to the Dionia army. Otherwise, the Dionia soldiers would starve, and their children would be the first to go without food. Now that they were meat on someone else's chopping block, the Hibernians had no choice but to submit again. Daly's coalition army was stationed outside Hibernian, helping the Hibernians collect food while sending scouts south to scout the enemy's situation. At the same time, the engineering battalion led the soldiers to build siege equipment, fully prepared for the next step of the attack on Medma. At the same time, the Devers who learned that Kyrenia has returned to the Southern Alliance wrote another letter and sent it to Kyrenia on horseback. The letter read: We are very happy that Kyrenia has made the right choice. Lucius, Cypros, and I are all very happy when we hear this news. Now, the Syracuse army is weakening under the brave attacks of the Dionia, Crotone, and Trine soldiers. I believe that the day of its defeat is not far away. Therefore, we hope that Xianxia, as a member of the Southern Alliance, will mobilize all the citizens in the city who can fight, pick up their shields and spears, and launch an attack on Rockley's territory. Let the culprit who started this cruel war taste the pain of being ravaged by the flames of war. Let it worry about your attack and not dare to send reinforcements to help the people of Syracuse besieged by us in Silatina, so that we can successfully recapture Silatina and annihilate these evil invaders. Dionia, Crotone, Trine, and Ligum look forward to your actions. This letter caused the Xianxia Council to hold an emergency meeting. It was clear that the Devers' main purpose in writing this letter was not to praise Xianxia for making the correct choice, but to urge them to take action immediately. They could not just stand by and watch. The last sentence was more like a hidden threat. Xianxia, who was already on the verge of a war, knew the consequences of rejecting the Devers' request, so the council quickly passed the resolution to attack Rockley. Although Xianxia had 1,000 citizen soldiers trapped in Silatina, Xianxia still suffered the least losses in this war among all the cities in the south. In the afternoon, Xianxia quickly mobilized 4,000 soldiers. Xianxia's army had just set off to the south. Rockley, who had sent his main forces outside, had long been worried about Xianxia, his enemy for decades. He had been paying close attention to Xianxia's movements. The scouts quickly sent back news. At this time, Rockley was shocked by the bad news that came one after another. The Syracuse army was defeated, Rockley's main forces were defeated, and Hibernian City was in danger. Now that Xianxia's army had suddenly moved south, it was definitely not to help Rockley. Any rational citizen of Rockley would come to this conclusion. The sudden change in the situation caused Rockley's chief general, Demodocus, to panic. He actually abandoned his almost autocratic style for the past half a year and held a rare meeting. For a moment, everyone remained silent, and no one responded. Demodocus was secretly shocked. He knew that during this period of time, under Dionysius's instigation, he had relied on Syracuse's powerful army as support to eliminate dissidents and attack political enemies in Rockley City. Many of the laws had not been passed by the council or the citizen assembly before they were directly implemented. He could almost be considered to have sole control over Rockley. But now it seemed that many people held grudges in their hearts and were ready to find an opportunity to embarrass him. Just when he was secretly regretting that he should not have held such a meeting, his confidant Panticapes finally stood up and said, "This is actually very simple. We can transfer the troops stationed in Medma back and defeat the Xianxians." "You make it sound so easy. What about Medma?" Metallophenes asked. "It is reported that Medma has more than 2,000 citizen soldiers. They can defend against the enemy's attack." "We don't have to worry for now," Panticapes replied, pretending to be relaxed. "Don't have to worry?" Metallophenes sneered. "Medma's messenger once reported that the Dionia army that defeated our army had more than 10,000 soldiers. Including Torina's Ligum, I'm afraid the enemy has more than 20,000 soldiers." "More than 2,000 Medma citizen soldiers want to defend against the attack of 20,000 people? The Dionia army is not an ordinary Greek army. They have powerful ballistae." Metallophenes anxiously reminded everyone in a loud voice, "Once Medma falls, the large army of Dionia and Ligum will be able to attack from the west. Then, they will join the Xianxians' army. Rockley will be in danger." Metallophenes' words made everyone in the council nervous. Someone could not help but shout, "I think we should negotiate peace with Dionia in Rockley." As soon as this was said, many people actually agreed. "Idiots! Crotone, Trena, and Xianxia of the Southern Alliance have been our mortal enemies for decades, and they've suffered great losses in this war. Use your pig brains and think about it. What price do we have to pay to appease their anger?" Demodocus finally couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed, "Crotone, Trena, and Xianxia of the Southern Alliance have been our enemies for decades. Then the smart chief general must have a way to defeat the allied forces of Xianxia, Dionia, and Ligum," someone said in a sarcastic tone. Many people snickered. Demodocus's face was ashen. In the past, no one would dare to speak to him like this. The defeat of Syracuse had changed the minds of the councillors of the Rockley Council. Demodocus felt a chill in his heart. He reminded them loudly, Syracuse suffered an even worse defeat in the war against Carthage, but the final victory still belonged to Syracuse. Now, Syracuse owns half of Sicily. Even if it lost the war, it still has abundant resources, wealth, and a sufficient population. This is far beyond the city-states like Dionia, Crotone, and Trine. The final winner will definitely be Syracuse. And we are here negotiating peace with the enemy alone. Think about it, will Dionysius forgive the traitors after the victory? Demodocus glared at the crowd. It was precisely because of the close relationship between Lochley and Syracuse that Lochley knew how terrifying Dionysius was. Even if the victory of Syracuse that Demodocus mentioned was only a hypothesis, they did not dare to take the risk because of it. Hence, they all avoided Demodocus's gaze. Demodocus was temporarily relieved by the crowd's reaction. He looked at Metlo Phoenix a few more times and said firmly, "What we have to do now is to defend. Defend Lochley City. Until the final victory arrives. By then, the land of Corunna and even Silton will belong to Lochley." In the end, the Lochley Council made the decision to withdraw Medma's army and defend the territory. It achieved Demodocus's goal of convening a council to share the responsibility. He avoided the possibility of being blamed for abandoning the alliance because he made a decision alone. However, the uncertain future of the war made Demodocus feel uneasy. As a relative of Dionysius, he had to make more preparations. Just as Helos led the army to Hyhernion, the First Legion had already set foot on Therion's fleet and sailed south. In the afternoon, the warship entered the port of Lygum and was once again warmly welcomed by the people of Lygum. At the same time, the commander of the First Legion, Antonios, met the ruler of Lygum and the father-in-law of Devers, Antilochus. He brought the good news that the main force of Lochley and Hyhernion was ambushed by the allied forces of Lygum and Ionia and suffered heavy losses. This made Antilochus and the council members present very excited. Many people praised, "Good job, Phaedon." However, they completely forgot that last night, when they found out that Phaedon had taken most of Taurina's troops and sailed north, they panicked and angrily complained. Phaedon mobilized his troops without authorization, causing Lygum to be in danger. He must be brought back to Lygum to receive a harsh trial. Following that, Antonios presented the letter that Devers wrote to Antilochus. After he finished reading it, his face lit up with joy, and he actually read it in front of everyone in the council. The beginning of the letter was the Devers' respectful greetings to his father-in-law and talked about Agnes's pregnancy. Hearing this, the council members began to congratulate Antilochus and compliment him, "You found a good son-in-law." In fact, as the war continued, the two great powers of Greece, Crotone and Lochley, were greatly weakened. Even Syracuse's invasion army and navy suffered heavy losses. The people of Lygum suddenly realized that if there were no major accidents, Dionia's power would definitely expand even more after the war. They heard that Devers had now become the king of Dionia, so Antilochus's status as a father-in-law was even more precious. Because of this, how could the people of Lygum let go of the opportunity to flatter him? Antilochus was grinning from ear to ear. He was glad that he had made the right decision to marry his daughter to the lowly nouveau riche Devers. In the letter, the Devers mentioned that although Dionia had defeated Syracuse, the war was far from over. Syracuse had the rich resources of Sicily, and could send reinforcements at any time. Therefore, in order to end the war as soon as possible, they had to draw the flames of war to Sicily, disrupt the order there, destroy Syracuse's territory, and capture Syracuse's allies. Only then could they weaken Syracuse's power and force it to surrender. For this, Dionia hoped to receive the full support of Lygum, their ally. When the councillors who were rushing to congratulate the chief general heard this, they were speechless. They admitted that what the Devers said made sense. Attacking Sicily was the best way to defeat Syracuse. However, they needed Lygum's full support. Their haggling merchant habits forced them to consider it carefully. Full support meant providing fleets, troops, supplies, and food supplies. For Lygum, who was also supporting his troops in the war against Lochley, this would be another huge investment. Moreover, who knew when the upcoming war in Sicily would end? Antilochus looked at the contrasting expressions of the people and laughed in his heart. He continued to read aloud, "After the war with Syracuse, Dionia will seize Messina and jointly manage it with Lygum. Dionia does not have the experience to manage an important checkpoint city in the Straits. They still need to rely on Lygum's help. did I hear it wrong? Dionia wants to jointly own Messina with us. Did you not hear it? The main thing is that we will manage Messina. We can finally get it and completely monopolize the straits. The councillors discussed excitedly. Everyone, regarding the alliance, Dionia needs our help. When Antilochus mentioned this again, the people did not hesitate anymore and expressed their support. As long as Sir Devers fulfills the promise in his letter after the war, Legem should fully support Dionia's attack on Sicily. To get Messina, Syracuse must be defeated. Therefore, we will support Dionia. Now that the port is open and the sea route is open, as long as Dionia does not send too many soldiers to Sicily, I think we should be able to supply rations for 2 to 3 months. Antilochus could not help but sigh when he saw this scene. At first, he was persuaded by his son to give up the idea of monopolizing Messina and wrote to persuade the Devers to take Messina from Syracuse. He did not expect the Devers to have a bigger appetite and use Messina to exchange for Legem's support for Dionia in Sicily. The next day, Dionysius of Cirium was angry at the unreasonable request made by the Devers. While urging the craftsmen to speed up the forging of ironware, he secretly sent people to quietly dig up the bodies of the Numidians who had died due to serious injuries and died in the past 2 days. He put down the severed heads and let the messengers bring them to the Dionia camp to placate the Devers perfunctorily. Then, he continued to negotiate with the Devers about the peace talks. In Hyhernion, the Dionia, Legem coalition army assembled and set off to march towards Medmar. The Medmarans, on the other hand, were angry and uneasy because of the withdrawal of Locri's army. However, Locri's reminder and warning made them have illusions about Syracuse, so they decided to hold their ground and wait for reinforcements. After failing to persuade them to surrender, Helos discussed with Phaedon, Hieronymus, and Ledes and decided to attack the city of Medmar. Phaedon rushed to Taurina, preparing to bring the remaining Legem troops stationed there to Medmar to participate in the siege. To prevent the Lochley army from launching another sneak attack from the rear while the allied army was attacking, Helos even sent out a brigade to build a simple wooden fort to block the mountain path to Lochley. He also sent out a scouting team to monitor the movements of the Lochley people. Xylos, who had a certain amount of experience in sieging a city, calmly led his army to carry out his siege plan. Meanwhile, the Duke's militia who had returned to Locke did not immediately head to the northern border to repel the invading Collinians. Due to the capture of Diapantos, the Lochley army needed a new general. However, Demodocus appointed one of his confidants, but the people in the council objected. The reason was that Lochley was in danger and urgently needed someone with military talent to lead the citizen soldiers to protect Lochley. However, Demodocus' candidate lacked battle experience and had no prestige in the army. It would be difficult for him to command the soldiers. If they lost the battle, Lochley would lose its only army, so they had to be careful. This was the second time in 2 days that the council objected to Demodocus' suggestion. This had never happened before. Demodocus suppressed his anger and watched as the council unanimously elected Megaris. Megaris had led the army to fight against Crotone many times since more than 10 years ago and had many victories. However, he had been pressured by Demodocus and had no choice but to stand aside. At this time, facing the strong request of the people, Demodocus had no choice but to agree to this appointment. Letting his political enemy become the general of the army made him feel cold. Megaris immediately reorganized the army and led more than 6,000 people to face the enemy. After the Carinian army burned down a village, they did not face the enemy head-on. Instead, they quickly retreated to the border of their territory. However, they did not go far away. Instead, they set up camp and continued to intimidate Lochley. The cautious Megaris was worried that the Carinians had some kind of conspiracy. Fearing an ambush, he did not attack and also guarded the border. The two sides were in a stalemate. In the morning, the people of Legem swarmed to the port. They were not only there to bid farewell to the Dionysian fleet and the First Legion, but also to bid farewell to the nearly 1,000 soldiers and their families who had just joined the expedition to Sicily. Most of them were refugees from Catanae, Naxos, and other Sicilian city-states that had been conquered by Syracuse. Previously, in order to compete with the 2 new city-states, Rona and Tyndaris, built by Syracuse on the other side of the strait, Legem built a city for them on the Mille Peninsula. However, the Syracuse army moved quickly and broke through the new city. Some of the people were killed, some escaped into the mountains, and some were rescued by the Lygium people and brought back to the city on ships. Now the people of Lygium were praying that the expedition to Sicily would go well and not repeat the same mistake. The Dionysian fleet and dozens of Lygium ships sailed out of the port together. At the front of the fleet was Sicilian's ship. The young Dionian navy commander stood on the side of the ship and looked at the other side. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. He pointed to the front and said to Antonios, the commander of the First Legion, who was on his warship, "Messina is not far ahead. Why don't we attack it first? This place is very close to Lygium. It's easy to get support from Lygium. After we capture Messina, we can seal the strait and completely eliminate the warships in the port." Antonios looked at Sicilian from the corner of his eyes. He knew that this young man was radical and arrogant. If Amyntas was here, he would definitely criticize him. What right does the navy have to criticize the legion? However, Antonios would not do that. In fact, when the Devers asked for his opinion, his initial consideration was to land on the Mill Peninsula between Tyndaris and Messina. These two city-states were newly built and not very strong. They were also far away from Syracuse and could be easily captured. They could then use them as their forward bases in Sicily. The original city of Messina was captured and destroyed when Carthage led his army to attack Syracuse. 2 years ago, when Dionysius led his army north to expel Carthage's people from the north coast, he rebuilt the city. "I thought so too, but His Majesty objected," Antonio said in a tactful tone. "Oh, why?" When Sicilian heard the word His Majesty, the dissatisfaction on his face disappeared. "Time," Antonio said. A word came out of Antonius' mouth: "It will take a few days to attack Messina, and in these few days, the people of Syracuse will receive the news that we are attacking Sicily. They will definitely prepare for defense, and when we attack south, the difficulties we will face will increase. Jena is too far away from Syracuse, and its fall will not have much impact on Syracuse's sphere of influence. We must take advantage of Syracuse's unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack on the nearby city-states, causing panic and chaos in the areas under its control, and in the chaos, more opportunities will be born." These are His Majesty's original words. Sicilian listened carefully and sighed. His Majesty is still the most comprehensive one. But if we do this, the risk will increase. Antonio smiled. "Are you afraid of these difficulties?" Sicilian said arrogantly, "I am hoping that the fleet in Syracuse's port can be lured out so that my fleet can defeat them and let the Dionian navy become the master of these waters." Both of them smiled confidently. The fleet sailed south along the east coast of Sicily. Along the way, they encountered many merchant ships. When they saw the large mixed fleet, especially when they saw the logo of Gem, Black Hair, Double Fork painted on the sails, they were shocked. They had a premonition that something big was going to happen. Some of them hurriedly retreated, while others turned around and sped up to the south. It was obvious that they were going to report back. Sicilian sat on the flagship and remained unmoved. His fleet was sailing at its fastest speed. They were not far from their destination. Antonios had been looking at the coast from the side of the ship. He had never been to Sicily before. The feeling of seeing it on the map and being there was completely different. Devers once told him that from Messina south to Taormignan, the only way to travel by land is through a narrow path near the coast, and this path is 30 to 40 miles long. Now, it seemed to be true, because they had been sailing for almost 3 hours straight since they left Lygium harbor. In his eyes, the mountains on the other side of the shore had never broken. They overlapped and stretched endlessly. The contours of the mountains were soothing, verdant and pleasing to the eye, just like a painting. However, Antonios knew that this was because it was 5 to 6 miles away from him. According to his experience, these mountains were no less than 1,000 meters high. It was indeed difficult to climb. "Lord Antonios, that is Taormignan," said a middle-aged man next to him, pointing to the other side. His name was Laodigian, and he was originally a noble of Naxos. After the fall of Naxos, he led his family and fled to the interior of Sicily. Near Aegilion, he gathered with the exiles of other cities and gradually formed a larger village. Due to the constant invasion of the Syracuse alliance and the hatred of the Sycure people, their lives were very difficult. Later, when he heard that Lygium was going to build a new city for the exiles, he was happy to go. However, Syracuse's swift response destroyed the newly built new city. Some of his relatives died in the war, and he fled to Hegemon. Although he had experienced many twists and turns, his desire to rebuild his home did not change. Instead, it became even stronger. Therefore, when he heard that Dionia was going to attack Sicily, he took the initiative to find Antonios with his remaining relatives and asked to join them. At this moment, Antonios heard that and focused his gaze. He saw a city standing on the high ground near the coast. The strangest thing was that it was a double city. Two stone fortresses were located on the high ground, forming a corner of each other. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it blocked the long and narrow coastal passage. I heard that this is a city built by the Carthage people for the Xianxia people? Antonios asked uncertainly as he recalled the brief information he had about the city. Yes, General Carthage Hamilco built Tauromenion for the Xianxia people to join Carthage's side when he attacked Syracuse. Laodigian said with a hint of schadenfreude. Later on, when the tyrant of Syracuse attacked Tauromenion, he could not use siege weapons due to the steep terrain. In the end, the Xianxia people surrendered voluntarily, and that was how they got the city. Now, the owner of the city is the despicable Campanian mercenaries. Antonios listened to his explanation and stared at Tauromenion in a daze. If he had chosen to attack Messina first, even if he succeeded, he would not have been able to attack Tauromenion by land and enter the central area controlled by Syracuse. He would have had to go by sea. And the Xianxia people were a force that the Devers king suggested he contact. When attacking Sicily, you have to remember, 30% military, 70% diplomatic. Antonios recalled the Devers' solemn reminder before he left. The fleet continued to move forward, and Antonios' field of vision suddenly widened. The mountains that made him drowsy had disappeared, and in their place were undulating hills. The further south they went, the flatter the terrain became. A few years ago, there was smoke coming out of the top of Mount Etna. Laodigian was about to tell Antonios about the eruption of Mount Etna when he saw that Antonios was lost in thought. Naxos. Tell me where the beach is. Thurkian shouted. Okay. Okay. Laodigian quickly ran to the bow of the ship. Antonios braced himself. This was his first time leading an army into battle alone, and it was also his first time fighting on the sea. Whether or not they could defeat Syracuse depended on the performance of his army. He knew the heavy burden on his shoulders. He was both nervous and excited. Brothers, put on your armor and pick up your spears and shields. We're about to land. Don't stop after we get ashore. Charge towards Naxos immediately. Take it. Our loved ones are waiting for the news of our victory. It's time to win glory for the First Legion and yourselves. Antonios loudly encouraged the soldiers who were resting on the deck. Don't worry, Commander. Our brothers have been tired of staying on the ship for the past 2 days. We've been wanting to fight for a long time. How can a town with wooden walls stop our attack? Melisande replied loudly. Melishande's unit was assigned to the flagship. This was not a coincidence. It was Antonios' special arrangement. As Felicius's close comrade, he did not mind taking care of Felicius's adopted son under normal circumstances. Kid, you better be careful. Don't fall into the sea when you get ashore. Antonio smiled and patted his shoulder a few times. The soldiers immediately whistled and booed at their young division leader. Melisande had fallen into the sea twice during the Battle of Crotone. This had become a topic of conversation between the soldiers before and after meals. Of course, this did not affect the respect his subordinates had for this commander. Melisande had always been brave in battle. He had always taken the lead and shared weal and woe with the soldiers. At this moment, Melisande glared at them. If anyone dares to make noise again, I won't let him play the next time we play football. Melishande's threat made the soldiers booed even louder. Antonio shook his head helplessly at the soldiers fooling around. He once again turned his attention to the land. At this moment, the sound of a bugle reverberated through the fleet. Seclian's flagship took the lead and turned left, approaching the bay. In front of them was a curved bay. On the white sandy beach and azure seawater, a dozen fishing boats were fishing with nets on the calm sea. Just like that, the fleet barged in aggressively and broke the tranquility of this place. When the fishermen saw the gigantic object rapidly approaching them, the three-decker warship, they panicked and tried to steer their boats to avoid it, but it was too late. The bronze ram at the bow of the warship easily cut the fishing boat in half like a knife cutting through cheese. It was not until they were close to the beach that the sailors stopped rowing, and the warship rushed onto the beach due to inertia. The soldiers immediately stepped on the treads and quickly went down to the beach. Some of the more impatient soldiers jumped onto the bow of the ship, threw their shields, spears, and helmets onto the beach, and directly jumped from the deck to the beach. Soon, the empty beach was filled with fully armed Dionia soldiers. The enemy is here. The enemy was here. The fishermen who were drying their nets and processing their catch on the beach fled into the city in horror. Before they boarded the warship at Hegemon, Antonios had already summoned all the officers of the First Legion for a battle meeting. Therefore, after the soldiers of the First Fleet disembarked, they did not form a unified formation at all. Under the leadership of the division leaders and the guidance of the guides on the warships, they quickly marched towards Naxos. The current Naxos was not actually a city, but a large village. It all started when Dionysius became the overlord of Syracuse 6 or 7 years ago. In order to accumulate power and counterattack the people of Carthage, he began to conquer the southeast and central part of Sicily. Among them, the only plain in Sicily, the Catania Plain, became the focus of his attack. Therefore, he imposed the most severe punishment on the two city-states that resisted Syracuse most resolutely in this area, Catania and Naxos. The entire city of Naxos was destroyed, its walls torn down, and all the captured people of Naxos were enslaved. To the south of Naxos, a small city only 25 miles away from Naxos, Sicily, was rewarded for surrendering to Syracuse early on. Dionysius handed over the land of Naxos to Sicily to govern. The people of Sicily were naturally overjoyed to get the land of Naxos, which was larger and more fertile than their own. However, the tragic fate of the people of Naxos also frightened the people of Sicily. They guessed why Dionysius destroyed the city and tore down its walls, but did not dare to ask the overlord directly. So, instead of restoring the old city of Naxos, they moved south to a place 2 miles away from the ruins and built a town on the north bank of the Alcantara River. To avoid upsetting Dionysius, they did not build a stone wall, but a simple wall made of wooden palisades, and named the new town Megalo, meaning big. The beach where the First Legion landed was once part of the port of Naxos, but it had now disappeared. The soldiers went up the coast, and after a few steps to the south, they saw a large area near the sea, overgrown with weeds and piles of rocks. Laodigian stared blankly, tears streaming down his face. That was his former home, the city of Naxos. Laodigian, don't stop. Hurry up and run. We still need you to show us the way. Melisande urged from the front. Laodigian hurried to keep up. Although he was already middle-aged, he still persisted in training and practicing combat, hoping that one day he could kill his way back to his homeland, so he thought that his physical strength was good. However, after running with the Dionia soldiers for a while, he began to be unable to keep up with the speed of Dionia's advance. One had to know that these soldiers were fully armed, and their physical strength and speed were terrifying. No wonder the people of Syracuse could not defeat them. Laodigian, who was in awe, did not know that in the military training of the Legion of Dionysia once every 5 days, there was an armed rapid march. This was different from the armed long-distance race in the Olympia, where the contestants only wore helmets and held a round shield, while the Dionia's armed rapid march was fully armed. Therefore, if the people of Dionia were able to participate in the Olympia, they would definitely be able to compete with the people of Sparta in the armed long-distance race, who were always the champions. That is Megaro. Laodigian pointed at the vague outline of a town in the distance, panting. All right, you follow behind. Melisande did not have time to wait for him, and commanded the soldiers to rush in that direction. Although Antonius did not explicitly say it, the divisions naturally began to compete according to the legion's tradition. Who would reach the enemy town first? Who would reach the enemy town first? Therefore, the First Legion did not look like they were marching rapidly, but more like they were participating in a competition. They spread out in a wide front, and sprinted toward the South Pole at high speed. Some were ahead, some were behind. The team in the lead was a team of more than 100 people. They were able to maintain a relatively complete formation while sprinting at high speed. Damn it, which team is that? Melisande cursed as he looked at the team in front of him. Captain, I think it's the 1st Company of the 4th Brigade, a soldier replied. It's the Company of Madman. Melisande curled his lips. Madman was the nickname of Leotikites, because he was famous for the high intensity and high expectations of the soldiers under his command. Of course, the companies he led often won competitions in the military. Brothers, hurry up, we can't fall behind. Melisande shouted, unwilling to be outdone. Wherever the 1st Legion passed, the people of Megalo fled in panic. However, the soldiers did not stab them with their spears. Instead, they drove them to Megalo. Although the town of Megalo only had a wooden wall, because it was near the Alcantara River, a moat was dug outside the town. Only the east and north gates were connected to the outside by a suspension bridge. The Siculans in Megalo had just received an urgent report from a merchant ship. A fleet of more than 100 warships was coming from the north. Judging from the pattern on the sails, they seemed to belong to the Dionia alliance. The Siculans were shocked. They had just received the news that the Dionia had defeated Syracuse in battle. In the blink of an eye, the Dionia fleet appeared on the east coast of Sicily. They did not think that the Dionysian fleet that had recently defeated Syracuse's navy came with good intentions. However, before they had time to discuss countermeasures, someone had already fled from the coast and shouted in panic, "The enemy is coming! The enemy is coming!" The Siculans were frightened by the speed of the Dionia's attack and hurriedly gathered some citizens to rush to defend against the enemy. At this time, more and more people were fleeing into the town, causing the suspension bridge and the north gate to be congested. Philofinus claimed to be a free citizen. A few months ago, he was hired by a Siculan citizen to help his employer plow the fields. It was now noon. He should have appeared in the riverside fields outside the town, but he was now in the town and stopped a citizen who was fleeing into the town. "Uncle, what happened?" "There's an enemy, coming from the sea." "Hurry up and take your weapons, go." The man was still in shock. Philofinus interrupted him, "Enemy? What kind of enemy?" There was fear in the eyes of the citizen. "Black. It's all black. Like a devil from hell. Black soldiers. That means the Legion of Dionysia is here. I wonder which legion it is." Xenophanes thought in his heart, his eyes flashing with excitement. He turned and ran towards the south of the town, where the free people and the government officials gathered. The fleeing people of Megalo rushed into the town in horror, causing the already narrow passage into the town to be blocked. The drawbridge could not be pulled up and the town gate could not be closed. While the Sicily people were anxiously driving the people into the town, the company, led by Leotikides, had already arrived outside the town. Seeing this situation, without waiting for the team to regroup, he immediately ordered, "Attack." The soldiers rushed to the north gate and stabbed the people blocking outside the town with their spears. Screams rang out continuously, scaring the people who wanted to enter the town even more. Some simply jumped into the moat, while others desperately squeezed into the town. The government militia at the town gate could not stop them at all. When Melisande's team arrived, they saw that the pursuit of Leotikides' company on the north gate of Megalo had made the town gate extremely bloody and chaotic. Melisande had an idea: if his team went up, they could only follow behind the madman company. Maybe they would rush into the town without even touching the enemy. Melisande was unwilling. At this time, he saw some Megalo people fleeing around the moat to the other side. He immediately shouted, "Follow me to attack the other town gate." The soldiers chased the fleeing people to the east gate of Megalo, only to find that the drawbridge had been pulled up. Melisande's heart sank. "Captain, what should we do?" the soldiers asked anxiously. Melisande was also very anxious. He looked back and saw that there were other teams running this way, but he did not find the engineering battalion carrying ladders and wooden planks. Obviously, they must have fallen behind. Did they have to wait here? Melisande looked at the wooden wall in front of them. There were only 20 to 30 enemies scattered on the wooden wall, and only a few of them were shooting arrows at them. The arrows posed no threat to the armored Melisande and Melisande. However, he couldn't predict whether or not they would be pelted with javelins once they got close to the wooden wall. Turtle shell formation. He made a prompt decision. Get close to the moat and swim over. He saw that there were not many enemies on the wooden wall, and it was only about 3 meters tall. He could definitely climb up by building a human wall. The 50 soldiers received the order and immediately surrounded Melisande in the middle, forming a tight little square formation. Their heads were covered with long shields, like a huge box covered with iron sheets, and they slowly advanced towards the moat without asking permission. The other squads did the same. Some squads that were further away from the town gates didn't even form the tortoiseshell formation and quickly ran towards the moat. The Sicily people who couldn't enter the town fled in panic, and the soldiers didn't care at all. At this moment, the sounds of fighting and miserable screams came from behind the city gate, mixed with terrified shouts, "The freemen and slaves are rebelling." Soon, the Sicily on the wooden wall no longer stared at the Dionia soldiers in front of the moat. Instead, they turned around to fend off the thugs who were rushing up the wooden ladders. Arrows constantly hit the wooden wall, causing the Sicily people who lacked protection to fall. Melisande, who was below the city, didn't know what was happening in the town, but how could he not take advantage of such a good opportunity? He immediately ordered the soldiers to disperse the tortoiseshell formation and quickly rushed to the moat. They threw away their long shields and spears, only carrying short swords, and jumped into the moat. Although the body armor made the body heavy, there was occasionally special training in this area in usual military training. The moat was 3 or 4 meters wide. With a kick and 2 strokes of the arm, they reached the other side. Melisande and the soldiers climbed ashore with difficulty and were about to lean against the wooden wall when the drawbridge was lowered and the wooden gate was opened. Someone shouted from the top of the city wall, "I am Xenophanes, a probationary citizen of Dionia. The Sicily people have been driven away by us. Soldiers of the Legion, hurry up and enter the city." When Melisande heard this, he was stunned. He heard the laughter of the other squads. Captain Melisande has jumped into the water again. The subordinate beside him also complained to the captain. "Have you been cursed by the goddess of bad luck? Even we are unlucky with you." Melisande watched the other squads cross the drawbridge easily and enter the town of Magero. He was annoyed. "All of you, swim back into the water with me." "Ah, we're going into the water again? The long shields and spears are on the other side. Aren't you going to take them back?" In the afternoon, the 1st Legion of Dionia completely occupied the town of Magero at the cost of minor casualties. The town of Magero was said to be a town, but its area was larger than the city of Sicily. It lived up to its name. However, there were no powerful institutions such as the council, senate, or city hall in the town. It only had a consul's mansion. The usual administrative management and the formulation of laws were decided here. Sicily was originally a democratic city-state. After it surrendered to Syracuse, Dionysius supported a Sicily noble, Hebogras, who was the first to surrender to him, as the general of Sicily. The people of Sicily were intimidated by Dionysius and had no choice but to submit. In this way, Sicily also became a usurper city-state. Hebogras appointed his confidant as the consul of Magero to govern Magero directly on his behalf. Thus, the former territory of Naxos was secretly controlled under the rule of the usurper of Sicily. However, it was no longer Hebogras' subordinate who was sitting on the first seat of the administration hall of the consul's mansion in Magero, but the 1st Legion of Dionia, Antonios. "Legion commander, we've captured all the Sicily people in the town. There are a total of 3,653 people. More than half of them are elderly, women, and children. What do you think we should do?" Xianxia, the captain of the 1st Battalion, said. In this attack, the 4th Battalion was supposed to be the first to break the town. This was because Leotychides' company belonged to the 4th Battalion. They rushed to the front and were about to break through the north gate. However, a riot broke out in the town. Instead, it allowed the 1st Battalion, led by Melisande, to enter the town from the east gate first. They took the first credit and gave Xianxia the right to deal with the captives in the town. "Lord Antonios, don't be too kind to the Sicily people. They used to be allies of Naxos, but not only did they not fight alongside us, they betrayed the alliance and sided with Syracuse. They even helped the evil Dionysius to break through our city and occupy our land. Every year, they send troops to the mountains west of Etna to search for our people who escaped, regardless of whether they're men or women. Now, the goddess of vengeance has finally answered the prayers of the people of Naxos. She has sent the warriors of Dionia to unleash her wrath on the Sicily people. She must turn them into slaves and torture them to death," shouted Talalas, who was standing next to Laodigian. He was one of the organizers of the riot in Naxos and Dionia's attack. Georges frowned and looked at Antonios. He opened his mouth to speak, but Antonios gave him a look of sympathy and said, "Naxos is an ally of Dionia. Your suffering is the same as the suffering of the people of Dionia." "Trotyras." "Yes, sir." Trotyras, the 3rd Battalion leader, replied loudly. "Now, bring the Sicurians to the square. Let the people of Naxos identify the crimes they have committed and punish them according to their demands." Antonio's method was obviously based on what the Devers did to the Crotone captives in Turiae. "Yes, sir." Trotyras turned and left. "Lord Antonios, I'll go and gather the people to the square," said Talalas happily. Antonios nodded. Georges still wanted to say something, but Xantiparis, the 2nd Battalion leader, patted his leg and signaled him to calm down. Antonios looked over and said solemnly, "The adequacy of food is an important foundation for our legion and the people of Naxos to stand firm here. So, Georges, I'm sending you to check the food reserves of this town and collect all the food from the Sicily people. We'll distribute them together, understand?" "Yes, sir." Georges understood that Antonios was a little dissatisfied with his performance, so he transferred him from the mission of guarding the captives and assigned him a new one. He, who had always followed military law, obeyed. Antonios watched Georges leave and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If it was Amintas who saw his subordinates repeatedly resisting his orders, he would have scolded them, but not Antonios. Moreover, Georges was a member of Helo's team. Although he was not as close to the Devers as Helos, Martonis, Olivers, and Marcius, his relationship with Georges was not bad. There was no need to scold Georges over such a small matter and affect his impression of the Devers. Although Georges was not a talkative person, there was a dangerous person here. Antonio's eyes quickly swept over to Xenophanes, who was standing quietly in an inconspicuous corner, then quickly returned to his senses and continued to ask, "General Salatus has already taken his troops to take over the port, right?" "Yes, sir." Laodigian of Naxos replied, "General Salatus also brought more than 300 strong slaves with him to facilitate the unloading of food and supplies after Jim's ship docks at the port." "Commander, Liger is not far from here. If the wind is right, the fleet can reach here in 2 hours," Xantiparis comforted him. "Moreover, Sir Sicorian has left a few fast ships behind. If there are any abnormalities, they will immediately rush back to Liger to inform him." Antonio still had some concerns after hearing this. After all, the 1st Legion was alone in the enemy's territory. Ensuring the smooth passage of the sea was their only hope. "I hope so." He did not want to comment too much on Sicorian's decision. He even thought that if Divers was leading the army here, Sicorian would definitely not have done this. He would definitely have created the conditions to allow the fleet to stop here in the end. "Sir, I hope to go to the western mountains of Etna and tell the Naxos people who are in exile there that we have reclaimed the land of Naxos. I believe they will be very happy when they hear this and will immediately come to protect this town." Laodigian begged Antonios. Antonios, however, shook his head and said, "Laodigian, you can ask others to recall the exiles of Naxos, but you cannot do it." Laodigian was surprised. He did not understand why Antonios would reject his reasonable request. Just as he was about to argue, Antonios said, "I need you to call the Naxos man who just left." "Call." Talalas, Legion commander, Chirophinus reminded him. "I need you and Talalas to take charge of the town's administrative affairs," Antonius said. "You and Talalas need to manage the people of Naxos in the town. Assign them houses, maintain order, make bread, and transport supplies to the port. The fields outside the town can't be left to waste. Also, organize the young men of Naxos and have them trained by the officers of the 1st Legion. After all, we don't have many people, and we need more to protect Naxos." Although Antonios had served as an inspector and other public officials in the alliance, he had never been the chief executive of a city, which was the highest official position in charge of the entire city-state. Therefore, he lacked specific administrative experience. What he said was only what he thought and said, without any sense of importance. However, Laodigian was a noble of Naxos. In his more than 20 years of political career, he had served as a general and once as a chief general. He knew very well what he should do and what he could do in such a situation, so he was very happy to get this appointment. Moreover, Laodigian had stayed in Lygum for a long time, so he could feel the importance of Dionia in Great Greece. He was keenly aware that if Dionia really defeated Syracuse, not only Great Greece, but even the eastern part of Sicily would be under the influence of Dionia. Then, what would happen to Naxos? At this moment, Laodigian thought about many things. He looked up at the general in front of him who was said to be the strongest army in Dionia. Although he was in his 40s, he still looked smart and capable. The fact that he was sent to Sicily to fight independently meant that he was probably trusted by the new king of Dionia. During the voyage, Laodigian even heard that he was not married despite his age. Laodigian's thoughts ran wild. He had a beautiful daughter, and he was going to marry her to the son of Lygum's chief general, Antilochus, but Antilochus did not agree. Now, it seemed that although Antonios was a little older, he was a better candidate for marriage. Thinking of this, he quickly said, "Thank you, Lord Antonios, for your trust. Talalas and I will do our best to manage this town well and provide the greatest help to your army. In addition, if there are any important or difficult problems, we will ask you for instructions." Laodigian's humble attitude satisfied Antonios. He said, "Now, there is one thing that needs to be solved as soon as possible. Go tell Serratus and ask him to inform Lygum to send some weapons and armor over as soon as possible. When more people from Naxos arrive, we will need more weapons to build more troops to defeat the people of Syracuse. Also, you need to build a blacksmith shop in the town as soon as possible so that we can repair weapons. Such a big town, but there is no blacksmith shop. The Sicurians are ridiculous. Do they think that if they don't buy and sell weapons in the town, there won't be any free people and slaves rebelling?" Laodigian said angrily, "The Sicurians have a small population and want to annex the land of Naxos. For this, they captured the Naxosians and reduced them to slaves. They also recruited many free people to work this land that doesn't belong to them. In fact, they should know very well that the people of Naxos have hated them for a long time." Antonios nodded. At this time, a man next to Xenophanes said loudly, "Not only are there exiles from Naxos in the western mountains of Aetna, but there are also exiles from Catarni. There are even more of them. I hope to lead them here. Please allow me, Lord Antonius." "You are?" Antonios looked at him and asked doubtfully. "He is one of the organizers who helped the First Legion take down Megaro and caused the riots in the town." "He is Lexiparatus of Catanae," Xenophanes said. "Catanae?" Antonios' heart skipped a beat and immediately said to him, "Of course we welcome the arrival of the Catanae." The king of Dionia sent the army to Sicily not only to defeat Syracuse, but also to let the Sicilian city-states that had been oppressed by Syracuse regain their independence and let the people who had lost their homes restore their homes. "Thank you, the Great Dionia Alliance. I will do my best to gather the Catanae to contribute to this great goal of the Dionia Alliance." Lexiparatus said loudly with a grateful look on his face. Laodigian also voiced his agreement. "There is Tauromignon in the north. Pay attention to your safety when you go to the mountains west of Aetna." Antonios reminded him, then looked at the 4th platoon leader and said, "To Getalos, take out 200 soldiers and build a sentry post 4 miles north of Megaro. Keep an eye on Tauromignon and prevent them from sneaking down the mountain to attack the Sicilian people who came to join us. If Tauromignon dares to send an army out, have the soldiers stationed at the sentry post report immediately." "Yes, Commander." The strong Tagetalos replied with a strong voice like thunder. The other platoons will now lead the soldiers to strengthen the walls of Megaro and build defensive measures. "Yes, Commander." After the tasks were assigned, the officers and the representatives of the exiles left one after another, leaving only Xenophanes behind. Antonios looked at this person with a slightly complicated feeling. After the Devers gave him the order, they saw that he was worried about leaving Greece and fighting across the sea in an unfamiliar territory, afraid that he would not be able to complete the task, so they reminded him, "After you land, the people of Aristyras will find you and provide you with great help." Aristyras was the intelligence officer of the Devers. In the past, Antonios had seen him a few times when he went to the Devers mansion. He was a man with a serious expression and did not like to talk much. For some reason, Antonios did not want to have much contact with him, but from what he learned today, it seemed that the riot that caused the town of Magero had already been planned a few months ago, which meant that a few months ago, the Devers had already begun to send people to Sicily. Could it be that before the war began, His Majesty had already prepared for today's attack on Sicily? Although Antonios was surprised, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had followed the Devers for the past few years and had seen too many magical things from them. In his heart, he had long accepted the fact that the Devers were the favored ones of Hades. Moreover, with the people of Aristyras in Sicily making arrangements, it was very helpful for him to complete the task. Therefore, he put on an enthusiastic face and said, "When I received the order in Syrium, His Majesty mentioned you to me. I did not expect to receive such great help as soon as I set foot on the land of Sicily, allowing the First Legion to successfully capture Magero." "Thank you very much." Xenophanes hurriedly said humbly, "Commander Antonios, you flatter me too much. Even without my help, the First Legion's attack speed was so fast that they could still successfully capture Magero." Indeed. Antonios was not modest. Then, he changed the topic. "But the casualties of the soldiers will increase. There are few people in the First Legion, and every soldier is very important. Moreover, because of the work you have done before, organizing the freedmen and slaves, they have long accepted the Dionia alliance. That is why we can stabilize the town of Magero so quickly and quickly carry out the next step of the plan. This is all thanks to you." Xenophanes did not say anything, but his face was shining. Antonios then said, "Can you tell me how many people you have sent to Sicily? Which city-states are they in?" Xenophanes shook his head and said, "I don't know how many people Aristyras has sent to Sicily. I only know that our person in charge in Sicily is Antiporus. He will send people to me from time to convey orders and understand the situation of Magero." "Antiporus?" Antonios felt that the name was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. Aristyras had actually sent his own brother to Sicily. It was clear that he had indeed put in a lot of effort into this place. Antonius's spirit was roused, and he immediately asked, "Where is he now? Catanae or Syracuse?" "I'm not too sure." Xenophanes shrugged and said, "But since you have come to Sicily, he should soon receive the news and immediately send someone to contact us." Antonius nodded and asked seriously, "Now that the First Legion has occupied Megalo, what should we do next? Do you have any suggestions?" "Sir, I don't know much about military matters, but I can tell you what I know about the situation here for your reference." Xenophanes' modesty won Antonius' favor. He hurriedly placed the map of Sicily that he had taken from the Devers when he left the Cyrodian camp on the table. "Please speak." Xenophanes did not decline. He walked forward and carefully studied the map. Then he pointed at it and said, "Sir, look at Megalo's location. It's actually very good. To the east is the ocean, to the west is the huge Mount Etna, and to the north is Tauromenion. Although it's only 10 miles away from us, its population is too small. I'm afraid it can't even send 500 soldiers. Seculi was more than 20 miles to the south, and it was also a small city. Now that Magero was occupied by us and we had captured so many Seculi citizens, it was hard to say if the tyrant of Seculi would be able to gather 3,000 soldiers. Another 40 miles to the south is Catanae." At this point, Xenophanes' expression became pained. He sighed softly and said, "Originally, Catanae was a large city with 50,000 to 60,000 citizens. The fertile Catanae plains provided the people there with sufficient grain and could easily organize an army of tens of thousands. But, after Catanae was destroyed by Dionysius, he let the Campanian mercenaries occupy the city. Catanae is no longer Catanae." "You are a Catanae?" Antonius suddenly asked. "Yes, like Aristyras, I used to be a Catanae," Xenophanes said in a low voice. "But now I am a citizen of Dionia. When Syracuse is defeated, His Majesty will definitely let the Catanae rebuild your home." Antonius comforted him and then asked, "How many citizen soldiers does Catanae have now?" At the mention of the Campanian mercenaries, Antonius raised his guard. He had just fought with them during the Battle of Crotone and knew that these mercenaries were not to be trifled with. "Maybe 4,000 to 5,000 people. I haven't been to the Catanae plains since I returned to Sicily this time. I only heard it from the people in Megalo." Xenophanes speculated hesitantly, then suggested, Sir, if you want to know more details, you need to wait for the arrival of the people of Anthrapolis. Antonios nodded and pointed at Leontini's icon between Catanae and Syracuse on the map. Is this city also occupied by the Campanian mercenaries? He asked. No. It used to be a subsidiary state of Syracuse. After Dionysius usurped power, he formed an alliance with Catanae to fight against Syracuse. But after Catanae was defeated, he could only surrender to Syracuse. In order to punish him for his betrayal, Dionysius forcibly moved most of the citizens of Catanae to Syracuse. In terms of population, Catanae is only a small city. Xenophanes said with a sad look in his eyes. Then how many soldiers are there in Syracuse? Antonius asked seriously. Xenophanes could not help but speculate again. I'm not too sure. But a few months ago, Dionysius led his army to invade Greece. His general, Marsyas, also led about 7,000 to 8,000 Syracuse soldiers to destroy the new city built by the exiles of Naxos and Catanae. I think there must be tens of thousands of soldiers in Syracuse. Tens of thousands. Antonius's face turned gloomy. He stared at the circle of city-states surrounding Syracuse on the map, Taunus, Barclays, Herbesus, Paxinus. These were all loyal subordinates of Syracuse. He estimated that Syracuse could easily organize an army of 20,000 soldiers. No matter how strong the First Legion was, after a series of battles, there were only about 5,000 soldiers left. Antonius admitted that he was not as magical as the Devers, who could defeat so many enemies with such a small number of soldiers. Xenophanes saw Antonius's worry. He thought for a moment and said, Sir, Syracuse has so many subordinate city-states in Sicily. It seems powerful, but the people of these city-states have been dissatisfied with Syracuse for a long time. Even the people of Syracuse are dissatisfied with Dionysius's dictatorship. Oh? Antonius's interest was piqued. Tell me more about this in detail. In the past few years, Syracuse has been fighting outside. The scale of the war is very large, and the amount of money and resources consumed is also very large. Therefore, Dionysius has demanded high tribute from the various city-states, and he has not shown mercy to the people of Syracuse. The special war tax has already risen to 25%. In addition, he not only wants money but also people. Before every war, he wants the city-states to provide a large number of soldiers. At the end of the war, these citizen soldiers are either dead or injured, but their families do not get anything. He also supports tyrants in the various city-states and attacks the citizens who resist the tyranny. Therefore, not only are the people of the various city-states resentful of him, even the nobles are very dissatisfied with him. They are only afraid of his powerful force and do not dare to resist. Dionysius's subordinates must be very clear about this situation. I don't think they dare to mobilize all their troops to deal with you. After Dionysius led his army to attack Greece, the Sicily people of Megalo often secretly cursed him for the failure of this expedition. A few days ago, when the news of our fleet defeating the navy of Syracuse spread to Megalo, not only the free people and slaves, but even the citizens of Sicily seemed to be a little excited. Therefore, the people in the town have been talking about it for the past few days. The topic of discussion is mostly about Dionia. Even my mission has become much smoother. For example, the two organizers of the riot just now have been indifferent to me, but they have taken the initiative to contact me these few days. If this is the case in Megalo, the situation in the other city-states should be similar. It gives me the feeling that the city-states in Sicily are now like a pile of dry firewood. With just a torch, they can burn into a raging fire. Now, the news of His Majesty defeating the army of Dionysius in battle has spread to Sicily. I believe it will have a greater impact on the citizens of the various city-states. As long as you can defeat the army of Syracuse in Sicily, Sicily will definitely be in chaos. Xenophanes said passionately, his eyes shining with excitement. It's not that easy to defeat the people of Syracuse in Sicily, Antonio said with a bitter smile. Even so, after listening to Xenophanes' detailed introduction of the situation in Sicily, he felt a little more confident. We have too few soldiers now. Before coming here, His Majesty mentioned the cycles to me. Do you think we can work with them to deal with the people of Syracuse? Xenophanes thought for a moment and shook his head. Although the Cycles are natives of Sicily, they are different from the Lucanians and the Briti of Greece. They are not as barbaric. Oh, no, they are fierce and ferocious. Xenophanes remembered that the two races were already citizens of the alliance, so he quickly changed his words. The Cycles' lives are no different from us Greeks, but they prefer to live in the mountainous interior of Sicily. They are a race without credibility. When Carthage attacked, they surrendered to Carthage. When Syracuse was strong, they allied with Syracuse. However, their fickleness was met with retribution from the gods. Dionysius pretended to ally with them. After defeating Carthage, he murdered the Cycles' king, Augilus, and sent his army to take down the central town of Hegemon, completely destroying it. His atrocities terrified the Cycles, and the other towns of Cycles quickly submitted to Syracuse. This time, when Dionysius invaded Magna Graecia, the Cycles even sent some soldiers to him. That's why I think the cowardly Cycles will not ally with us to attack Syracuse, but they might not attack us either. They might remain neutral. However, if Syracuse loses to us, they will join the winning side. Antonio understood. This was a race that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Now, the ruins of Hegemon have become the largest gathering place for the exiles of Catanae, Naxos, and other cities. Since the death of Augilus, the Cycle people have not elected a new king because of Dionysius' suppression. The various Cycle towns can no longer unite, so they are not much of a threat to the settlement of Hegemon. Instead, the Siculi, Tauromenian, and Catanae mercenaries who come to sweep from time to time are a great threat to them. Xianxia added, if these exiles can come to Megalo, then you can add 4,000 or 5,000 soldiers, my lord. A group of untrained mobs from various city-states would be inferior to a group of slaves in battle. Antonius thought to himself but did not say it out loud. He looked at the location of Hegemon that Xianxia pointed at. It was on the west side of Mount Etna, and from Megalo, they could reach it by following the Alcantara Valley to the west. However, this meant that Tauromenian's position posed a threat to the tunnel. Wouldn't it be too little to send only 200 soldiers to defend against Tauromenian's invasion? Antonius asked, if I lead my troops to attack Tauromenian, will the slaves and free people there cooperate with us? Xianxia shook his head. I'm afraid it will be difficult. At that time, Dionysius gave Tauromenian to the Campanian mercenaries to occupy. Although there were not many of them, the city of Tauromenian was not big, and there was little arable land. They did not need too many slaves, so they often sold the exiles they captured to Catanae and Sicily. The free people would not go to Tauromenian either. There was neither a port nor arable land there, so how could they live? Xianxia recalled something, and fear appeared on his face. I've seen Tauromenian before. It is on a high mountain, steep, and can only be reached by a winding path. If our soldiers attack it, I'm afraid we will have to pay a great price, and, he did not finish, but it was obvious that he did not think the First Legion could take the mountain city. Hearing this, Antonius was slightly disappointed. However, if you attack Seculi, my lord, the slaves and freedmen there will definitely be able to provide help. Dionysius had destroyed quite a few city-states. Now, apart from Syracuse and its surrounding city-states, the entire southeast of Sicily had more land than people. As far as I knew, not only were most of the slaves in the cities exiled, but many of the free citizens were exiled as well. Just like Megalo, they constantly desired to overthrow Dionysius's rule and rebuild their homes. The citizens of these cities also knew about this situation, but they did not take effective measures to stop it, because their newly acquired land and port needed a large number of people to take care of it. Although the situation described by Xianxia was tempting, Antonius was not prepared to do so. The reason why he wanted to take Tauromenian was because he had to deal with the attack of Syracuse while ensuring the safety of Megalo in the north. Otherwise, if the people of Syracuse attacked from the south, the mercenaries of Tauromenian attacked from the north, and even the colonists of Messina and Medma would send reinforcements, Megalo would be in danger of being completely surrounded. As for taking down Sicily city, it seemed perfect, but when a great enemy was about to arrive, splitting his forces would lead to the possibility of fighting on two sides. This was a great taboo stipulated in the law of Dionysus, and Antonius would certainly not make such a mistake. Antonius thought silently, it seems like I can only strengthen the defense of Megalo, wait for the arrival of those exiles, and decide on the next step of the plan according to the situation. When the envoy of Sparta, Callissippus, returned to Sparta, teacher Aegisai had already received an order from the Council of Elders to go to Corinth and replace Praxedes to command the army of the Sparta alliance and continue to attack the city of Corinth. Callissippus reported the process of the envoy to the Council of Elders. These elders of Sparta, who were over 60 years old, were surprised by the stubborn attitude of the people of Dionia, who still wanted to defeat Syracuse in the face of such a difficult situation. What surprised them even more was that Dionia actually defeated the navy of Syracuse. This unexpected result made the elders look at each other. After a while, Elder Diopetius asked in a deep voice, "Callissippus, the people of Dionia have arrogantly rejected our friendly proposal of Sparta. This way, the war in Greater Greece will continue. You have just returned from Greater Greece, and you know the situation there. Do you have any suggestions?" Dear elders, Dionysius is determined to conquer Greater Greece, and the Devers are determined to avenge the people. Both sides are like a pair of red-eyed rams, and words alone cannot make them stop fighting. If we, Sparta, can't come up with any other way to mediate this war, the war in Greater Greece will continue until one side falls. Callissippus answered truthfully. In other words, Sparta's reputation was not enough to subdue the two major forces in the Western Mediterranean. They had to come up with something practical to make them obey, such as an army. The elders fell silent. Right now, most of Sparta's energy was focused on the war in Corinth. A small part of their army was still in Asia Minor. They had no spare energy to open up another battlefield. After a long while, Elder Lysippos sighed. It seems that Syracuse will not be able to help us in the short term. As the regent of Sparta's king Aegisiopolis, Praxedes represented Aegisiopolis in the Council of Elders. At this moment, he asked, "Callissippus, who do you think will win this war, Syracuse or Dionia?" As soon as this question was asked, the other elders looked at him in surprise. The meaning in their eyes was obvious, of course. Although Dionia won the naval battle, the final victory would still be settled on land. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was obvious. The possibility of Syracuse winning was very high. After all, Dionysius was leading an army of 80,000. Sparta had never had such a powerful army before. However, Callissippus was hesitant. He thought for a while and said, "Although Dionysius has an obvious advantage in terms of strength, Dionia has the Devers." In the past, every war that happened in Dionia, based on this situation before the war, we always thought that they couldn't win. But in the end, they always won. That was why Dionia became a city-state alliance that we couldn't help but pay attention to in just a few years. Now, the Devers have defeated the Simonians in central Italy and returned to Thurii. It's said that under his command, the Dionysian fleet miraculously defeated the navy of Syracuse, which was far stronger than them. Now, he's leading Dionia's army to face Dionysius's Syracuse army. It's really hard to tell who will win. Dionysius is not like those stupid generals that Dionia has faced before. One of the elders retorted, "He defeated Carthage." The Devers. Diopetius sighed, "Callissippus, I remember that you once suggested to the council to accept him as Sparta's VIP. "Yes, I have proposed it to the council," answered Charlesthorpe truthfully. "I didn't expect that the insignificant young man a few years ago would become a headache for us, Sparta." Diopetius turned to the elders and said with a solemn expression, "We need to seriously consider Callissippus's deduction, and consider how Sparta should respond if Dionia really defeats Syracuse." The elders were shocked and fell into deep thought when they heard this. They suddenly realized that although Sparta did not have much contact with the Dionia alliance, their relationship was not very good. On the contrary, they heard that Dionia had signed a friendly agreement with Sparta's mortal enemy, Athens. Once Dionia won the Great Greek War, Sparta's previously considered safe rear, the Western Mediterranean Sea, would become a huge hole. While Sparta would have to deal with the challenges from Athens, Thebes, Corinth, and other traditional powers, they would also have to guard against the hostility of the powerful city-state alliance in the West. The pressure that Sparta would face would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Many of the elders' faces turned gloomy when they thought of this. One of the elders pretended to be relaxed and said, "This is just a hypothesis. The possibility of Dionia winning is very small. We might as well make it so that Dionia has no chance of winning at all." Another elder said fiercely, "What can we do then?" Send troops to support Syracuse in Greece? Most of the warriors are now concentrated in Corinth. How can we still send troops? Ask for help from other allies? Unfortunately, our attention and support for the Western Mediterranean Sea has always been invested in Syracuse. Our understanding of Greece is not as good as Athens. Praxedes was angry that the elders had removed him from his position as the commander of the Sparta Alliance army. He mocked them to his heart's content. Oh, right, there's also Tarentum. Unfortunately, when Dionia won the naval war against Syracuse, they were easily defeated. Look, this is the Western Mediterranean plan that you've been working on for decades. What a pile of sh*t. All the elders were rendered speechless by his words for a moment. At this moment, a voice rang in the quiet hall. Perhaps, we can have a friendly discussion with Dionia. Friendly negotiation? How so? Lysippus frowned and was about to ask. Suddenly, the door of the venue was pushed open, and Inspector Endius walked in. The rotating chairman, Lysippus, was very dissatisfied and shouted, "This is the most sacred place in Sparta. As an inspector, don't you know the procedures that outsiders must go through to enter this place?" "I'm sorry, Honorable Elder Lysippus." Endius bowed and apologized, still unable to hide the excitement on his face, because the Elders' Council has always emphasized the need to keep abreast of the progress of the war in Corinth, so it seems that there is some good news. Lysippus looked at him and said slowly, "Say it, young man. Let us be happy too. There has been too much bad news during this time. It's Corinth's battle report. King Agesilaus has captured Port Lycaon." Endius said loudly. Port Lycaon. The elders suddenly showed joy. Corinth, as the city-state of the isthmus that led to central Greece from the Peloponnesus Peninsula, was the main battlefield in this war between the Sparta Alliance and the anti-Sparta Alliance. Half a month ago, the fierce battle that lasted more than half a year caused heavy casualties and huge losses to Corinth. The people in the city began to feel confused about the future of the war. Some pro-Sparta citizens began to take action. They were ready to launch a riot, overthrow the oligarchs in power, and make Corinth surrender to Sparta. However, their plan was exposed, and the people in power immediately took action and cruelly killed the pro-Sparta people. The massacre weakened the power of Corinth and caused the people to waver. So the families of the victims quietly opened the city gate and let Praxedes lead 1,000 heavy infantry into the outer city of Corinth. Corinth hurriedly mobilized a large number of troops to besiege them. Its allies, Argos and Thebes, also sent reinforcements to fight. After many fierce battles, the two sides failed to completely repel the Sparta people, but they also did not let the Sparta people gain more achievements. The Sparta people occupied part of the outer city of Corinth and were in a stalemate with the allies. However, the Sparta Council of Elders was tired of Praxedes's poor performance in Corinth for a long time and decided to replace him. When the news reached Praxedes' ears, he was very angry. He was also troubled by the enemy's endless attacks in the city, so he simply led the army to retreat from the outer city of Corinth and did not take any more offensive actions. This gave the people of Corinth a chance to breathe. The people of Athens also rushed over with many carpenters and masons, taking the opportunity to repair the repaired or destroyed city walls. The morale of the soldiers of Corinth was restored. Now, at the south end of the isthmus was the city of Corinth itself to the west, and the affiliated city of Argolis to the east, mainly guarded by the Agatians. The two cities were connected by a long wall, completely blocking the land passage through the isthmus. At the north of the two cities, reinforcements from Thebes and Athens would come through the isthmus passage on the east and west sides at any time to help. When Agesilaus rushed to the outside of the city of Corinth to take over the army, he was faced with the enemy whose morale was rising and the fortified city defense. After understanding the situation of the battlefield in detail, he did not continue to use the strategy of the former commander, Praxedes, to attack head-on. He pretended to attack the city of Corinth, but he let his brother Tilius secretly lead the fleet to work closely with him. He led the elite soldiers on warships, bypassing Corinth, and suddenly landed on the north of Corinth, near the Corinth Canal, the port of Lycaon. The defenders of Lycaon were unprepared, and soon, the Sparta people occupied the port. Just when the Sparta Elder Council received the good news, Agesilaus had already defeated the army sent by Corinth many times to recapture the port. Then, he commanded the army to capture the port of Sigyon, which was not far from Corinth and also belonged to the anti-Sparta alliance. A few days later, Agesilaus continued to work hard. He led the army and took the warships to capture a port further north of Corinth, Port Pilion. This port was the only way for Corinth to connect to the Piotia region. After the Sparta people occupied it, other than the east side of Corinth, which was still connected to Argolis, the other directions were surrounded by the Sparta people. More importantly, Agesilaus used this port as a stronghold and sent his army north along the west side of the isthmus. Soon, they entered the Piotia region and conquered Sidon, Clomion, and other city-states. This caused a commotion among the city-states of Piotia. The other city-states sent envoys to Agesilaus' camp to ask for peace. Even the Thebes finally sent envoys under the appeal of the people. Under such a trend, even the people of Corinth began to waver. During this time, Agesilaus was shrouded in the halo of victory. He seemed to have become the arbiter of all Greece, washing away the shame of being a cripple 4 decades. At this time, General Iphicrates of Athens led the 3,000 mercenaries he had personally trained through the road on the east side of the isthmus. They first entered the city of Argolis, and finally stationed themselves in the city of Corinth. Eudier, the former capital of the kingdom of Messapi, was located in the middle of the southern region of Apulia. It was surrounded by flat fields and dense forests. Agriculture and livestock were relatively developed, and it was still the central town of the Messapians. At this moment, in the aristocratic parliament of Eudier, the archons from Agracia, Eugentum, Manduria, Mazonia, Odrum, and other cities of Messapi were gathered here. Sitting at the very front, in the center of the room, was the archon of Eudier, Pasamiris. This Messapi aristocrat was tall and dignified. He was a distant relative of the former king of Messapi, Attas. However, his political skills were far better than his relatives. After many years of hard work, he had basically taken control of the aristocratic parliament of Eudier, so much so that he could easily be elected as an archon every year. There were often rumors about him in the city: "We sent away an old king, and welcomed a new king. Pachimerus, let's not wait any longer. It seems that our allies will not come." Carmelus, the consul of Euxentum, could not help but say, "Be patient. I think the Pucetti will come, but they are the furthest from here, so of course they will come later," Timoglas, the consul of Agracia, advised. "Timoglas, I heard that your Agracia has been in close contact with the Pucetti in the past few years. No wonder you are speaking up for them. Agracia has almost become the territory of the Pucetti." Thyerst, the commander of Brindisi, mocked. After Brindisi was recaptured, since the original Messapian residents of the city had been killed or sold into slavery by the Tarentum people, the various city-states voted and elected Thyerst's clan, the former great noble of Eudier, to be stationed in Brindisi. According to the previous agreement between the two sides, his clan and the Pucetti each occupied half of the city of Brindisi. It was inevitable that the two sides would have conflicts of interest, especially in the management of the port. This made Thyerst more resentful towards the Pucetti. "Who said that we, the Pucetti, will not come?" A loud voice came from outside the hall. King Pucetti's trusted aide, Pulo, pushed open the door of the room and strode into the hall. "If it wasn't for you delaying the attack on Tarentum so much that we thought you were going to cancel the attack, we would have come a long time ago." Pachimera smiled slightly. "We waited for a better opportunity, and now the opportunity has come. Tarentum has been hit hard by Dionia, and most of its militia has been lost. Dionia has defeated Tarentum's ally, Syracuse, in Crotone. Now the two sides are confronting each other in Siltam. This is the best time for us to boldly attack Tarentum." In the backyard of the great chief's residence in the city of Potentia, Plomet was discussing with Vale. The tribal chief said impatiently, "Great chief, Dionia has already occupied Copsa. My tribal territory is no longer in danger, and I can lead my people back to my territory. But you know, the evil Samanai burned down my territory, and most of my warriors were killed or injured. Now I don't have enough labor to rebuild my village, so you must give me some Samanai captives and enough food." Plomet looked troubled. "Although the Devers gave us a lot of food when they left, the other tribes have taken a lot of it with them when they returned to their territories, so the food supply in the city is still a little tight. I can only give you a portion of the food. If you want your tribe to survive this winter, you have to think of another way." "Why do I have to think of a way?" and not the other tribes? Vale felt that it was unfair. Because your tribe is near Kopsa, Pwamet said softly. As a chief, Vale was not a fool. He quickly understood the great chief's intention. What if Kopsa doesn't have enough food? If Kopsa is also short of food, Borat would have asked me for help, Pwamet said calmly. Pwamote said calmly, Vale, the Samanai captives are not ordinary slaves. Your tribe has too few warriors. Can you tame them? Great chief, don't worry. Have you forgotten which tribe in Potentia has the most experience in dealing with Samanai captives? Apart from our tribe, there is no one else. Vale said proudly. Pwamet did not say anything. Indeed, in the past, Vale's settlement was adjacent to the Samanai people. Whenever there was a conflict between the two sides, the captured captives were often handed over to his tribe. Most of his people could also speak Samanai. Vale imitated Borat's persuasive tone and said helplessly, Elia used to be a fragile hare that was often bullied by us. Now, relying on the Dionia, he actually became our ally. Pwamet saw that he still seemed to be a little uneasy and wanted to persuade him, but he saw his trusted servant rushing into the hall. Vale saw that Pwamet's expression had changed after he whispered a few words to Pwamet, so he quickly asked, what happened? Pwamet turned to look at him and said in a deep voice, Dionia defeated the army of Syracuse. The Dionia really won? Vale's eyes widened in shock, and he could not help but murmur, Sir Devers is indeed powerful. So Greece is Dionia's? Not only Greece. Pwamet said lightly. After learning this news, the remaining worry and the remaining hope in his heart disappeared. He exhaled lightly and said, go back to the territory and bring 20 sheep with you. Give Lady Alexis a congratulatory gift on my behalf. Based on the impression of the Samanai in the historical records of his previous life, the Devers asked Alexis to lead the army to attack Kopsa cautiously. In fact, the Devers lured and annihilated the main forces of the Pentine tribe and the Cautini tribe in Poseidonia. Then, the Samanai camp in Potentia was met with a camp hell, which caused the warriors of the Hilpini tribe to suffer heavy losses. In the cold winter wind and rain, the Samanai warriors were starving and fled into the mountains. They lost their way, encountered wild beasts, caught a cold, and ran into the Lucanian search team. The defeated Samanai soldiers were like stray dogs, living in a state of panic. Even though tribal leaders like Leskok gathered some of the Samanai warriors and fled back to Kopsa, in the face of the fierce joint army of Legio III and Potentia, none of the leaders thought that this small town and these extremely low morale and exhausted warriors could stop the high morale enemy. So, the Samanai fled north in panic. The leaders of Cautini were anxious to lead the defeated soldiers back to Cautini because the defeat of the Samanai would shock central Italy. They were worried that the Campanians near Cautini's territory would make a move. Leskok was anxious to return to Beneventum. Although the four major tribes of Samanai used to get along harmoniously, the Hilpini tribe had suffered such a crushing defeat. Once the other tribes had bad intentions, Beneventum, which was close to Pentini and Cautini, would be in danger. He had to return as soon as possible. In another important town of the Hilpini tribe, Abenalum, due to the death of the great leader Williani and the capture of his son Gurney, the other leaders who had escaped from death were eager to return and elect a new leader. The chaos in Abenalum was not as great as that in Pentine. Its entire tribe, from the great leader Torek to the leaders below, was either killed or captured. It would take a long time for the entire tribe and territory to stabilize. After the alliance of Dionia and Potentia easily occupied Kopsa, they discussed whether to continue the attack north. Paulet strongly requested to continue the attack. He believed that the Samanai had suffered heavy losses, low morale, and abandoned Kopsa. This was a typical example. They should take this opportunity to completely eradicate the threat of the Samanai in the north. Printos objected. First of all, the mountainous terrain to the north of Kopsa was getting higher and more complex. The Lucanian soldiers and Potentia warriors in the army were completely unfamiliar with this area. If they rashly went deeper, they could easily be ambushed, and the transportation of supplies was quite difficult. Besides, the military focus of Dionia at this time was Syracuse. It was not appropriate to expand the war, lest the alliance was unable to maintain a two-pronged war. Alexis supported Printo's view, but he also had his own unique idea, to try to attack Erna. Erna was the only port town of the Samanai in the west. In fact, it was not built by the Samanai, but a city-state built by the Greeks of Campania. However, it suffered the same fate as Poseidonia, and was occupied by the Samanai 100 years ago. Previously, the food that Syracuse used to support the Samanai army was transported in from this port. Erna was more than 40 miles north of Poseidonia. The terrain between the two cities was flat. There were no mountains, only lush forests. There were no cliffs or reefs along the coast, only soft sandy beaches. If this had been the land of the Greeks, they would have cut down the trees to make boats, flattened the land for cultivation, and filled in the tidal flats to build towns and harbors. But the Samnites had not built towns on this rare piece of flat land that their tribe had acquired. According to the reconnaissance team in the forest, the nearest and larger Samanai settlement was more than 20 miles away from the coast, at the edge of the mountains. Annona didn't have any fleets, so the supplies that the Daibwa alliance needed could be transported by sea. This was a great advantage for the army that was preparing to head north. How could Alexis let go of such a great opportunity? So, after obtaining Borat's approval, she quickly made a decision: attack Annona. Originally, Alexis had decided to leave the Potentia troops to guard Kopsa, but Borat insisted on participating in the attack on the Samanai. Alexis had no choice but to leave Sima to lead a large group and some Potentia warriors to guard Kopsa. She herself led the Daionia alliance, about 5,000 troops, and marched north along the coast. A fleet of ships, loaded with supplies, set off from Poseidonia and accompanied them. The area the army passed through was originally the territory of the Hilpini tribe, but at this time, the Samanai tribe of the Hilpini tribe was like a dragon without a leader. In addition, in order to invade Potentia, the great leader Villani had gathered almost all the young men of each tribe. Now, the Samanai warriors who had luckily escaped death or capture were either fleeing for their lives, or had just returned home in shock. When they heard that the Dionysian army was attacking, no one dared to stop them. They all fled to the mountains with their families. Therefore, the allied army was not disturbed at all and successfully arrived at the city of Erna. Erna was originally a medium-sized city, but after it was occupied by the Samanai, most of the Samanai tribes did not want to live by the coast. Not many tribes moved there, and it became a small city. Previously, the warriors in the city were conscripted to fight in the south, and only about one-third of the tribesmen managed to escape. When they heard that the Daionia army was attacking, the whole city was terrified. In the early days of the Samanai occupying Erna, the army of the Campanian alliance attacked many times, trying to recapture Erna. The Samanai people in the city defended the city while asking for help from the great leader Hilpini in the mountains. They gathered their army to repel the Campanians, and the Campanians returned in defeat many times. As time passed, the power of the Samanai people grew day by day, and they had already threatened the core area of the Campanian alliance. The Campanian alliance, led by Napoli, could not even take care of themselves, let alone recapture Erna. Therefore, the territory of Erna had not been touched by war for decades, and they often crossed the mountains to the north to harass the Campanians. Now that the Daionia army was attacking, the people of Erna were uneasy to find that the city had not been repaired for many years, and the city's defense was almost broken. The Samanai army had suffered a crushing defeat, and the mountains were in chaos. They sent people to the mountains to ask for help, but who could they go to? The people of Erna were panicking. How could they be willing to abandon their homeland that they had lived in for 100 years? Just as they were hesitating, Alexis arrived with her army. She did not attack the city immediately, but calmly ordered her army to build a camp and unload the supplies from the fleet that was anchored on the beach nearby. 2 days later, he planted all the flags of the Samanai tribe under the city walls of Annona one by one. Then, he gathered 10 ballistae and shot stone bullets together, knocking down a wooden sentry tower behind the city walls. After a series of exclamations in the city, he sent someone to shout at the foot of the city, demanding the other side to surrender. After an urgent discussion among the panicking Samanai people, one of the elders said something thought-provoking. He said, "My people, the situation here has changed greatly. The heavily damaged Abenalum and Beneventum will not be able to protect Erna for a long time, and Erna will be vulnerable to enemy attacks. Even if the people of Daionia do not attack, the Campanians in the north and the Potentians in the south will take advantage of the decline of the tribe to come for revenge. Erna will never have a day of peace." Why don't we take advantage of this war, which has reduced the number of tribes in the mountains? If we move now, there will be some good places for us to live in. After a heated debate, his suggestion was approved by the majority, so the people of Erna quickly sent an emissary out of the city to meet Alexis. The emissary expressed that the people of Erna were willing to give up the city, as long as the people of Dionia allowed the people of the city to leave safely. Despite Beleg's objections, Alexis accepted the proposal without hesitation. It was not a big deal to allow a few thousand Samanai people to leave with their belongings without shedding a single drop of blood on their swords. The people of Erna passed through the heavily guarded camp of the Allied army uneasily. Legio III strictly followed the previous agreement and did not invade them in any way, which confirmed the reputation of Dionia for keeping its promises. After Legio III successfully entered Erna, Alexis stopped all military operations. She only ordered the mountain scouts to monitor the movements of the Samanai people in the mountains, and at the same time, ordered the soldiers to strengthen the city's defenses. This piece of good news allowed Alexis to have nothing to worry about. At this time, the Campanian alliance from the north sent a messenger. Samani, Potentia, and Dionia had such a huge war, but as the enemy of Samani, the city-state of Campania had been watching silently. Only when the outcome of the war was decided and Dionia's army was approaching Campania did they finally send out a messenger. The city-state that the messenger came from was only separated from Annona by the small Sorrento Peninsula. It was only about 40 miles away, next to Mount Vesuvius. It was Pompeii. The messenger came to see if the Dionia had any intention of threatening Campania. Alexis told him without hesitation, the Dionia were only fighting back against the Samani's invasion, and had the desire to be friendly with the Greek city-states of Campania. They had absolutely no intention of invading. The messenger from Pompeii returned happily, and at the same time, he brought with him a small request from Alexis. She hoped that they could exchange the spoils of war of Samani for grain. Michaelisus was a citizen of Syracuse. As a native who had lived here for generations, he owned 10 acres of land, 2 fishing boats, and a shop in the city's market to sell fish. If it were not for the high war taxes that Dionysius collected every year in the past few years, his family would be quite well off. When the news of Syracuse's army's victory in Magna Graecia came again and was announced in Apollo Square, the people cheered with mixed feelings. He always felt a little regretful, because when the citizens were mobilized in the square, Lady Luck did not favor him. He was not chosen, and lost a good opportunity to plunder the spoils of war in Magna Graecia to improve his living conditions in recent years. In his opinion, any opposing force would be vulnerable under the attack of such a large force of Syracuse. However, the situation had changed in the past few days. After the bad news of the navy of Syracuse suffering 2 crushing defeats and almost losing all their warships, the excited citizens of Syracuse were doused with a can of cold water. The unheard-of Dionysian fleet defeated the Dionian navy that dominated the Ionian Sea? The people of Syracuse couldn't believe their ears. They cursed Admiral Leptinus, angrily believing that it was his foolish command that led to their defeat. Back then, after the naval battle with Carthage's people failed, they should have replaced this defeated general. Because of this, some people shifted the blame for the failure to Dionysius. They believed that it was because of Dionysius's nepotism that his mediocre younger brother was not replaced. Compared to the indignation of the people in the city, the scene at the port was completely different. After all, more than 400 warships required a large number of sailors. More than half of these sailors were from their allies in Sicily, while the other half were from the poor and freedmen of Syracuse. Syracuse's navy was full of sailors. Regardless of whether the warships were sunk or captured, the sailors would not have a good ending. When the bad news arrived, it affected almost every household in the port and the bay. Out of concern for the safety of their loved ones, the poor and lowly citizens cried in sorrow, but they were even more resentful towards Dionysius who oppressed them. Over the past few months, there had been dissatisfaction towards Dionysius circulating in the port and the city. For example, the reason why we are so poor is because those outsiders, referring to Dionysius's mercenaries, have taken away our land and occupied the public offices of the city that should have belonged to us. No matter how many drachmas we earn, we can't keep up with the rate at which Dionysius collects taxes. Dionysius likes the mercenaries more than the citizens of Syracuse. He shouldn't be the general of Syracuse, he should be the leader of the mercenaries. However, over the past few days, a new rumor quickly spread through the port. The people of Dionia only hate the tyrannical Dionysius. As long as his dictatorship is overthrown, Syracuse and Dionia will be able to reach a peace treaty. The 14,000 Syracuse sailors imprisoned in Dionia will be able to return home safely. This rumor was so convincing that many people in the harbor believed it without a doubt. Thus, it quickly spread throughout the entire bay, and it was said that it had even spread to the neighboring cities. When Michaelisus heard this rumor, he was shocked. This was an open request to overthrow Dionysius. Perhaps the people of Dionia were behind this. If even he could see it, the intelligence department that Hipporinus was in charge of would not be indifferent. Not only did they increase the number of patrols in the port, but they also sent many spies to roam the entire bay area to interrogate the people. This method further increased the disgust and anger of the people in the port towards the upper echelons of the city. They looked at the patrolling soldiers with undisguised anger, causing the soldiers to tremble in fear. They always patrolled in groups of more than 20 people, not daring to wander around alone to avoid getting themselves killed. The quiet opposition of the people in the port against the city gradually began to show. The most obvious was the decrease in the work efficiency of the port workers. The speed at which the merchant ships unloaded slowed down, and the goods piled up at the port. It took a long time to move them into the warehouse. As a result, the goods piled up more and more, almost causing the port to be blocked. However, the merchants did not dare to get angry, because it was likely to anger the poor people who worked with resentment, resulting in a conflict. In the end, they would still be the ones to suffer. Of course, Michaelisus did not have to worry about this. He traveled between the port and the market all year round. He was a humble person and had a good relationship with the fishermen in the port. His fishing boat was handed over to the fishermen he hired, and they went out to sea early in the morning. When he drove to the port in the morning, the fishing boat had already returned to the fishing dock. The fishing dock was built in the most remote location on the outermost periphery of the port. This was for the sake of the port's cleanliness. As the dock stank too much, flies, mosquitoes, and insects often gathered on the dead fish and prawns. Of course, Michaelisus did not feel disgusted. On the contrary, walking on the dock and looking at the baskets of fresh fish that were unloaded on both sides of the road, he felt a sense of satisfaction. "Tethys, how's today's harvest?" He waved at his anchored fishing boat from afar. Tethys was a very experienced old fisherman. Not only was he skilled in controlling the boat and fishing, but he was also good at determining the presence of schools of fish. Michaelisus had paid him nearly double the salary to hire him. At this moment, Tethys was sitting at the bow of the boat, enjoying the warm sunlight. He said in a calm tone, "It's only spring, and the sea is still cold. Schools of fish don't come out much, and without the protection of Poseidon, how can there be any good catches?" Michaelisus looked down at the 2 baskets of fish on the shore. One basket was half full of mackerel and codfish, and the other basket was full of prawns and squid. Michaelisus was already quite satisfied with this harvest. Of course, he knew that Tethys had high expectations of himself, so Michaelisus joked, "Since there's still time and the weather is getting warmer, why don't you go out to sea and cast a few more nets?" Tethys poked at the mud stains on his fingers and reminded him, "I can go out to sea again, but will you be able to sell them all in time? You'll be punished by Poseidon if you waste them." As there were no refrigerators in this era, freshly caught fish had to be sold on the same day. Otherwise, they would be thrown away the next day because they would rot. Although the Greeks liked to live by the sea, their staple food was still grains, and the fish was only a supplement. In recent years, the tax on Syracuse had increased, and the purchasing power of ordinary citizens had decreased. This naturally affected the sale of fish. Not to mention casting a few more nets, it would be a problem if the 2 baskets of fish could be sold out before the market closed in the evening. When that time came, they might have to bring the leftovers home to make fish porridge for the slaves, or feed the pigs and dogs. Michaelisus sighed and did not speak. He turned around and ordered the slaves to carry the baskets onto the carriage. At this moment, another fisherman on the fishing boat shouted, "Hey, Michaelisus, have you heard? Dionysius's army has been defeated by the Dionia." "How is that possible? Where did you get the news?" Michaelisus was shocked and could not believe it. "Why not? If our navy can lose to the Dionia, of course our army can lose to them too. Not only did the fisherman not feel sad for the city's defeat, he even had a strange look of schadenfreude on his face. Now the news has spread throughout the port. Some merchants from Great Hellenic have confirmed it too. I heard that Syracuse suffered a terrible defeat in this battle. It's time for the people in the city to cry. It doesn't matter if it's the people in the city or the people in the port. Syracuse's defeat isn't a good thing for us, Tethys said calmly. We've lost. Dionysius should stop the war and negotiate with Great Hellenic, the fisherman said with anticipation. If there's no more war, there'll be no more war taxes. I'm afraid that Dionysius will continue the war. Not only will the tax burden increase, but people like you and I might even be conscripted as sailors. Tethys finally showed a hint of worry on his face. I won't die for Dionysius. It's time to end this war. The fisherman yelled. Michaelisus was not in the mood to listen to what they were saying. He walked back with heavy steps. He did not feel happy at all that he did not participate in the expedition and escape the disaster. The news of Syracuse's army's defeat in Great Hellenic weighed heavily on his heart. It reminded him of the huge storm that arose in Syracuse when Carthage's army arrived a few years ago. The carriage, driven by the slaves, slowly left the fishing pier. Michaelisus looked at the fishermen and laborers on both sides of the road as they watched him leave. Only then did he realize why he felt a little strange when he came to the dock. Usually, when he came to the dock, the fishermen would greet him, but today, other than the few fishermen he hired, everyone else was silent. The entire dock was shrouded in a strange silence. This made him feel uneasy. In fact, just as Michaelisus was rushing to the pier, the news of Syracuse's army's defeat in Great Greece had begun to spread in the city. The citizens of Syracuse who learned of this shocking news rushed to the city hall near the square with suspicion and panic. They wanted to question the temporary supreme commander of Syracuse, Philistos, to verify the authenticity of the news. Compared to the increasing number of people gathered outside the city hall, it was unusually quiet inside. There were only a few people in the governor's conference room, but all of them looked solemn. They had not only received the news of Syracuse's army's defeat, but also General Dionysius's order for Syracuse to send reinforcements. This is unbelievable. 80,000 soldiers, more than 400 warships. Such a powerful force, and yet they lost to Dionia, who was weaker than us. Hierolys sighed, breaking the silence in the room. No one can always win, especially in such a difficult sea expedition. As long as the final victory belongs to Syracuse, with the wealth and population of Great Greece, all the sacrifices will be worth it. Lord Hierolys, am I right? The chief of intelligence, Hipporinus, looked at him and said coldly. Yes, if we can win. Hierolys did not avoid his threatening gaze, and said in a serious tone, but that is only if. The current situation is that our Lord Dionysius and the citizens of Syracuse are besieged in Silatina, which is 2 to 3 days' journey from us, waiting for us to send reinforcements. My lords, I have never doubted the final victory of this war. Philistos spoke loudly to dilute the potential conflict between the two. Dionia's performance has indeed surprised me, but I think they must have given it their all for the sake of victory. On the other hand, Syracuse still has sufficient manpower and financial resources. As long as we can organize another army and send it to Greece, Dionia won't be able to resist us. You're right, Philistos. But to build an army of 20,000 men and 100 warships in such a short period of time is not an easy task. It's not easy, Philistos said firmly, but we must do it. This is a matter of life and death for Syracuse. He then looked at Macias, the former leader of Campania's mercenaries, who was appointed by Dionysius as the commander of the garrison. General, how many more citizen soldiers do you think Syracuse can recruit? Macias thought for a moment before answering, at least 10,000. We can mobilize more than 5,000 people outside the city, but inside the city, at this point, Macias unconsciously looked out of the hall with a worried expression. With the current situation, I'm afraid it's not easy to mobilize for war again. The outside the city that Macias was referring to was not the port or the bay, but the mercenaries that Dionysius had placed in the outskirts of the city. He had given them citizenship and land, making them more loyal to Dionysius. Dionysius had moved the population of the conquered city-states many times, and had also placed mercenaries mainly from Campania to occupy the land that the neighboring city-states had been forced to give up. In the past few years, Syracuse had built dozens of new villages outside the city, causing the territory that Syracuse controlled to expand rapidly. It was now the most powerful city in Sicily, and even in the western Mediterranean. But this also caused the conflict between the people in the city, the people outside the city, and the people in the port to worsen day by day. Philistos rubbed his brow, clearly feeling a headache from the growing resentment of the people. He said, "Herolas, I'll leave the recruitment of soldiers in the city to you." "Me?" Little Passenger looked at Philistos in surprise. "I can't help it. The people like you more, and only you can succeed," Philistos said half-jokingly, but his expression was very serious. Herolas was a little hesitant. He wanted to argue a few times, but stopped himself. Finally, he shrugged helplessly and said, "All right, leave it to me." Philistos was half relieved by Lucian's promise. He continued, "Last time, we didn't recruit soldiers from Gela, Commonlina, Agrigento, those city-states on the south coast. Now, let's fill the remaining vacancies from them. Lord Callidemus, the mission of sending envoys to these city-states and getting them to send troops will be left to you." Callidemus, who had been silent all this time, stole a glance at Hipporinus. Seeing him nod slightly, Callidemus said, "I will immediately go to these city-states to ask for troops." As a relative of Hipporinus and a confidant of Dionysius, Callidemus was a courtier whose power was second only to Philistos. When Dionysius was not in the city, he actually had a secret mission to keep Philistos in check. Therefore, without Hipporinus' consent, he would not easily leave Syracuse. As if he did not see the silent exchange between the two, Philistos continued, "The land troops are easy to solve, but the warships are much more troublesome. We do not have time to build new warships, and without a strong fleet, even if we have more troops, we cannot send them to Greece. Therefore, when you go to the city-states in the south to recruit soldiers, you will also have to ask for warships. I think with the more than 50 three-oared warships docked at the port, we can barely form a fleet of 100 warships. But this is not enough. We still need more three-oared warships to defeat the Dionysian fleet. So, I will send envoys to Cyrenaica to buy or rent their existing three-oared warships." Herolas could not help but say, "We have borrowed a lot of money from Cyrenaica and have not yet paid back. Why would Cyrenaica lend us warships? It is precisely because we have not paid back the money that we can get their warships." Philistos smiled. Herolas immediately understood what he meant. If Cyrenaica wanted to get back the capital and interest they had lent to Syracuse, it would be best for them to help Syracuse win the war. Otherwise, Syracuse would be finished, and Cyrenaica would lose everything. "Well, my lords, please go and carry out your mission immediately. I hope that in 5 days, we can form the reinforcements and fleet that Lord Dionysius needs." Philistos' voice was gentle, but the order was quite firm. Everyone took their leave, but Philistos stopped Herolas again. "We still need you to persuade the rioting people at the gate." Herolas smiled helplessly again. "All right, I will try. But even if I can persuade them this time, they will come again next time. The situation will be different next time," Philistos said confidently. "I hope so," Herolas replied expressionlessly. After everyone left, Hipporinus said with dissatisfaction, "Lord Philistos, I have reminded you that when Lord Dionysius led his army away from Sicily, Herolas was close to Philoxenus and the others. He even declared at a banquet that the power of the king is nothing but a gaudy shroud. He openly expressed his dissatisfaction with Lord Dionysius. I hope you can temporarily imprison him until Lord Dionysius returns. But not only did you object, you even gave him power. What if what Herolas said at the banquet was drunken talk? There is no need to take it seriously. Besides, I know Philoxenus and the others very well. Other than drinking and talking, they can't do much." As a scholar, Philistos had a better understanding of the group. Considering Hipporinus' identity, he patiently advised, even though Herolas has some minor problems, he has outstanding abilities. For example, quelling the resentment of the people outside, and more importantly, recruiting citizen soldiers. Who else but him can do these things well? In such a terrible situation, he is my best helper. He has such a great influence among the people. If he wants to cause trouble, the damage will be even greater. Hipporinus said coldly. Have you found anything? Philistos asked. Not yet. But his slaves have been entering and leaving the port more than usual. The port is in chaos now, and there are many rumors. I am afraid that there are spies from Dionia causing trouble. Hipporinus' words caused Philistos' expression to become serious. Monitoring the people's abnormalities and ensuring the safety of the city is your responsibility. I have no right to stop you. If I find that Herolas is doing anything that is detrimental to Syracuse, I will not care about our friendship and will imprison him. After all, if there is a riot in Syracuse, the safety of all of us will be threatened. Philistos' expression was cold, and at the same time, he was subtly reminding Hipporinus that as Dionysius's most loyal follower and relative, Hipporinus' impression of the people was not much better than Dionysius's. They were all in the same boat. Lord Hipporinus, I have decided to send 200 mercenaries to the port. I also hope that you can ferret out the spies from Dionia in the port as soon as possible and restore order to the port. After sending off Hipporinus, Philistos sat on the wooden chair and stared blankly for a while. When the Dionia emissary came to Syracuse to protest, although Dionysius and Philistos paid more attention to Dionia, they did not really regard them as an evenly matched opponent. But now, he never expected that 80,000 troops and more than 400 warships, such a powerful force that could sweep through Sicily, would be defeated by the independent Dionia in Greece. If Dionysius and he had known that it would be such a terrible result, they would probably have delayed the attack for a few more months and made more preparations. But now it was too late for regrets. Only by doing their best to win this war, otherwise the fate of Syracuse. Philistos' mind flashed with the images of the destroyed Catanae, Naxos, and Carthage, who was forced to sue for peace. He could not help but shiver. The situation in Sicily was very calm now, but who knew if this calm would give birth to a bigger storm? He put away his worries and prepared to summon the finance minister to discuss the issue of money and food for the second expedition. But he saw Hipporinus, who had already left, rush in again with an unconcealable panic on his face. Philistos' heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he heard Hipporinus say anxiously, I just received urgent news from my men. The Dionia have landed in Sicily, and they have captured Megillo. Bad news came one after another, hitting Philistos like a giant hammer, making him dizzy. He put his hand on the wooden table and asked bitterly, Is this news true? I think you will soon receive the emissary of Sicily's request for help, Hipporinus said anxiously. Philistos was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shouted to his subordinates, Quick! Go and call Herolas, Marcia, Callidemus, and the other lords back. There were still the same few people in the meeting room, but the atmosphere was more solemn. The news that the army of Syracuse was defeated in the battle shocked everyone, but it happened in Greece after all. But now that the flames of war had reached Sicily, the sense of urgency was even stronger. What worried them even more was that the fact that Dionia dared to send troops to Sicily meant that they had the confidence to completely defeat Syracuse's army in Great Greece. Dionysius's situation in Great Greece was very bad. How many Dionia landed on Naxos? Macias asked the most important question. My men have reported that there are about 6,000 to 7,000 of them, and most of them are wearing black armor. Intelligence on the Dionysian army indicates that only the soldiers of their so-called official corps are allowed to wear such armor. Also, they attacked very quickly. It only took a little more than an hour for Melar to be captured. Although some of the Naxos slaves rebelled, it's clear that this is no ordinary Dionysian army. Hipporinus warned in a serious tone. The others furrowed their brows even tighter. No matter how strong this Dionysian army is, we must destroy it as soon as possible. Philistos looked at everyone with a serious expression. He slammed the wooden table with his left hand and reminded them loudly, the defeat of our army in Great Greece has probably caused some of the city-states in Sicily to have other ideas. Now, the news that the army of Dionia has landed in Sicily will only cause the seemingly peaceful situation in Sicily to become turbulent. The rebellion of the Naxos slaves is a clear proof of that. We must destroy this army as soon as possible and use this victory to tell the other city-states in Sicily that Syracuse is still strong. This is the only way to maintain the current situation. Once this panic spreads, it will bring us endless trouble. I will immediately go outside the city to mobilize the soldiers. We can immediately recruit about 6,000 soldiers. Also, the 1,000 mercenaries on Ortygia Island. Before Macias could finish, Hipporinus interrupted him. The mercenaries on Ortygia Island cannot be mobilized. They are there to ensure the safety of Lord Dionysius and his family, as well as all of you. Herolas raised the corner of his eye imperceptibly. Can the citizen soldiers in the city be gathered tomorrow? Philistos turned and asked. Herolas shook his head. It will be very difficult. The rioting people outside the city hall have yet to subside. I estimate that it will take at least 3 days to gather them in the square. Do your best. Philistos did not have much hope in the first place, so he said to Macias, I'll send someone to inform the allied states in the north urgently now. Let Tanis, Leontini, Catani, and Sicuri gather their troops. You'll lead the army north tomorrow and bring the armies of these allied states under your command along the way. The Dionia have invaded Sicily and occupied Melar. The next threat will be the governance of these city-states. They should be going all out. We will also gather troops to reinforce you later. With the addition of the troops of these allies, especially Catani, I think it will be enough to deal with the Dionia. Macias said confidently, I will rush back to gather the troops now. With that, he simply got up and walked out. Lord Callidemus, go to the southern allies and urge them to provide troops as soon as possible. After gathering the troops, immediately lead them to Melar. Philistos continued. Callidemus knew that the situation was urgent and did not argue with Philistos. He immediately agreed. Herolas finally managed to persuade the people gathered outside the city hall to leave. It was already dusk when he returned to his mansion, exhausted. When the door closed, his seemingly exhausted energy immediately recovered. He quickly walked to his study, followed by his most trusted slave, Tista. As soon as he sat down, Herolas hurriedly asked, Any news from there? Yes, master. Tista carefully handed over a papyrus that was folded into a small square. Herolas quickly opened it. To outsiders, it was densely packed and strange symbols, but he knew very well that this was the mysterious Devers number that was popular in Dionia. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said to Tista, Go outside and wait for a while. After Tista left the study and closed the door, Herolas took out the book history from the bookcase. According to the numbers provided on the paper, he found the corresponding page number, line number, and word number. But this was not the end. A few small ink dots at the front of the paper marked the real target of the words found. Connecting these words together was the message that the head of intelligence of Dionia in Sicily wanted to convey. Such a complicated secret document was made so that even if Herolas's trusted slave was captured and the paper was taken away, Hipporinus would not be able to understand the secret contained in the paper. If he was careless, Hipporinus' men might even throw it away as a slave's scribbles. In fact, Herolas had studied this for a few days before he could master it. He could not help but sigh. The people of Dionia were so meticulous and orderly in this aspect, far better than Syracuse, which had decades of espionage history. This gave him some confidence in Dionia. And now, the performance of the people of Dionia on the battlefield made him even more confident. When he had finished reading the secret letter, he wrote a reply in the same way. Then he called Tista in again and said, Tomorrow morning you are to take 2 jars of wine to Philoxenus and tell him yourself, the weather is warm. Let him come out more often. Tista immediately repeated Herolas's words. Herolas nodded in satisfaction and carefully handed the folded papyrus to him. After delivering the wine, hurry to the winery and sit guard. Once someone matches the code, pass this to him. Understood, master. Tista was already familiar with this task. However, after he received the order today, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked hesitantly, Master, I heard that Dionysius has been defeated in Greece. Will Dionysius's rule here be overthrown? Looking at the longing in Tista's eyes, Herolas knew that this slave was originally a citizen of Catani. However, because of Dionysius's massive invasion, his home was destroyed, his family was killed, and he himself became a slave. His hatred for Dionysius ran deep. Because of this, Herolas trusted him and let him do these things. I will. Heroles answered without hesitation. Tista then left the room in high spirits. At this time, a scene from a few months ago appeared in Herolas's mind. At that time, there was a merchant from Cyrenaica who wanted to buy wine. As the quantity was too large, Herolas decided to personally negotiate with the merchant. Unexpectedly, on the day of the meeting, the young merchant dismissed his attendants and said solemnly, "Honorable Master Herolas, I am a citizen of Dionia. My name is Antiporus. I bring the sincere greetings of the consul and Devers of Dionia to you," using Herolas to pass the message at the wine shop outside the city and letting the slave wander around the port often to divert the attention of the intelligence department. This was his idea. The outcome would be decided in a few days. Herolas was nervous and excited. He clenched his fists. So, Hilo slowed down the progress of the siege again, cutting down trees to make siege weapons. The people of Rockley, who were confronting Karena's army, wanted to help the Dionia's impending attack on Medmar, but they were powerless. What worried them even more was that once the Dionia captured Medmar, the daily army would surge out of the ancient road from the west to the east, and Rockley's situation would become very dangerous. So, Rockley sent 550 or clippers, taking a huge risk, paying the heavy price of 2 being sunk and 2 being captured, to break through the blockade of the Dionysian fleet and enter the port of Sirius. Only then did Dionysius realize that he was not the only one who had used the peace talks to stall for time. Divers had not been idle either. Not only had he forced Karena to surrender, but he had also dared to divide his forces and defeat Rockley's army while besieging Dionysius. He had easily taken down Trena and Hyhernion, and even Medma was in danger. He had completely separated Silentland and Rockley. From this, it could be seen that the Devers were not sincere about the peace talks. This discovery pained Dionysius. Obviously, this young consul was not as naive as his age in politics, but as sinister as his military command. While he was numbing himself, he was rapidly devouring the forces of Syracuse's allies in Greece, hoping to completely annihilate his army here. Aware of the Devers' true intentions, Dionysius would not sit still and wait for his death. No matter when the reinforcements would arrive, he had to be prepared first. The next day, Antonios met with the subordinate sent by Antiporus, the head of the Devers' intelligence department in Sicily. He brought Antiporus' suggestion. He hoped that Antonios could use Megillo as bait to lure Syracuse and its allies to attack, so as to create a void in the internal defenses of Catanae, Leontini, Syracuse, and other city-states, creating the conditions for Dionysius's opponents to riot. After roughly understanding the arrangements of the major city-states in eastern and central Sicily, and in order to reduce the obstacles of future attacks, Antonios agreed after some consideration. While waiting for the enemy to attack, he released the old people, women, and children who had been imprisoned in Sicily. On the one hand, it was to reduce food consumption, and on the other hand, it was to let these people bring a message to the people of Sicily. Dionia came to Sicily only to take revenge on the people of Syracuse who had invaded Great Greece. They had no intention of invading the territory of any city-state, nor did they have any intention of becoming enemies with other city-states. They were willing to overthrow the tyrannical rule of Dionysius together with the city-states of Sicily. Antonios also sent a brave man from Naxos to Tauromenion in the north to convey the same message. However, the messengers that were sent out did not return, which showed that the Campanian mercenaries were hostile to Dionia. But the mercenaries did not leave the city and go down the mountain to attack the refugees that were moving eastward along the Alcatara Valley. These refugees were entering Megillo in an endless stream, and were warmly welcomed by the soldiers of the First Legion in the town. Antonio's available soldiers gradually became more plentiful. He let Laodigian, Lacy, and Paretus settle down the newcomers, while at the same time mobilizing the young men and giving them leather shields and bayonets. In less than 2 days, he had nearly 2,000 reserve soldiers under his command. That afternoon, just as Antonios was rejoicing over the increase in strength of his army, he received a report from a cavalry scout. There was an army with a large number of soldiers holding up a flag with a 3-legged pattern entering Secoli. Antonios knew that Syracuse's army was coming. Soon, the few scouts under his command were chased away by the Syracuse cavalry and had to retreat to the north bank of the Alcatara River. On the south bank, a few generals wearing colorful crowned helmets appeared. Under the protection of their guards, they gestured towards Megillo and stayed for a while before leaving. Antonios knew that the war would come in a day or two. Even if it was too late today for Syracuse to attack, there would definitely be a fierce battle in Megillo tomorrow. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart and carefully recalled the deployment he had made over the past 2 days to see if he had overlooked anything. The next day, the weather was clear and windless, perfect for battle. This was not good news for Antonios. He hoped that it would rain heavily, but that would undoubtedly make it more difficult for Syracuse to attack Megalo, especially when the Alcantara River was swollen. It would be a headache for Syracuse even to cross the river. By noon, the sentries on the watchtower could already see the billowing dust and smoke in the south. But the first place to discover the enemy was the port, where Syracuse's fleet had appeared on the sea. Antonios did not show any unusual emotions when he received the news, but he knew very well that Syracuse was advancing on land and sea to cut off the First Legion's retreat and reinforcements. They were going to surround and annihilate the First Legion. So, he hurriedly asked, "How many three-oared warships are there?" "I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem to be less than ours," the sentries on the port's lighthouse replied. Unlike troops on land, a fleet at sea could occupy a dozen miles of the sea when sailing, and could not be clearly detected by the fixed watchtowers on the shore. Antonios naturally knew a little about this. He could not be of much help in a battle at sea, so he could only rely on Sicilian. "Have the citizens and patrols at the port retreat to the town immediately," Antonios immediately ordered. The port was not within the town of Megalo, nor was it protected by the city walls. With an army pressing down on the border, there was no need to waste limited manpower to protect a port that was impossible to defend. He had to concentrate his forces to deal with the upcoming land attack. Even if the Syracuse fleet wanted to land on the coast near the port and burn the port that was used to transport supplies for his First Legion, he could not care less at this moment, but the Syracuse fleet did not land on the port, nor did they burn it. For the past 2 days, the Sicilian merchant ships that traveled this route had already informed Syracuse of the situation. Every morning, the Dionia fleet would depart from Liguim, arrive at the port of Megalo, and patrol until the afternoon before returning to Liguim. So, unless the commander of Syracuse's navy was an idiot, if they landed on the port at this time, the ships anchored at the dock would become practice targets for the Dionysian fleet that arrived later. The commander of the Syracuse fleet was called Paranassus. He was born in Syracuse's aristocratic family. He was also one of Dionysius's friends who, along with Hierolyse, had strongly supported Dionysius's ascension to the throne. He was quite talented in commanding ships, so when the navy led by Leptinus was defeated by Carthage, the people of Syracuse had called for him to be the new commander of the navy. However, when Dionysius led the army to invade Greece, he still appointed his brother as the commander of the navy. This made Paranassus unhappy. He thought that this was Dionysius helping his brother to regain his reputation. Everyone knew that Dionia's fleet was weak, and victory was a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, the news of the repeated defeats of the navy of Syracuse came. Paranassus was shocked, but at the same time, he was also able to vent his anger. This time, in order to eliminate the Dionia that had landed on land, Philistos had deliberately chosen Paranassus to be the commander of the navy in consideration of the resentment of the civilians and freedmen in the bay towards the city-state. He wanted to use his prestige among the sailors to make the attack on the sea smoother, and Paranassus also wanted to use a great victory to prove to Dionysius that his choice was wrong. At this time, the warships of Syracuse were anchored on the sea outside the port, their bows facing north, waiting for the arrival of the Dionysian fleet. The Dionysian fleet was moving south along the east coast of Sicily. Day after day, the repetitive tasks of escorting the Lygium fleet and patrolling the sea near Megalo had made Sicilian a little tired. Seeing the Dionia's land forces attacking the enemies of Greece on a large scale, besieging cities and seizing strongholds, and achieving brilliant results, while the navy, which had laid the foundation for the victory of the Dionia alliance, could only assist the land forces in such insignificant tasks as escorting and patrolling. Sicilian felt helpless. If it were not for the importance of this expedition to Sicily, he would rather stay in Lygium and let his subordinates do this boring task for him. Just as he sat on the deck, wondering if he should continue to explore the port of Syracuse after escorting the fleet this time, the lookout on the mast suddenly shouted, "There's a fleet ahead. Many warships." Hearing this, Sicilian immediately got up. The only fleet that could appear in the sea area could only be from Syracuse. He finally got excited. "Syracuse's fleet is attacking. Blow the bugle, let's go." At this time, the captain of the flagship said worriedly, "General, Syracuse has come prepared. I'm afraid they have more warships than us, and our warships don't even have crows on them. Do you think, for the time being, shut up? Xianxia shouted and glared at him. With a look of anger, he reprimanded, why didn't I realize that you're a coward? You don't dare to fight on the sea without the crows? Are you still worthy of being a brave sailor? You might as well be a heavy infantry. A few decades ago, the weak navy of Athens could defeat the Persia, and the inexperienced navy of Sparta could defeat the navy of Athens. Today, I, Xianxia, can defeat the people of Syracuse without relying on infantry. Blow the horn to attack. Raise the star-filled flag. Xianxia ordered again. Even though Xianxia was determined to advance, he was not reckless. He knew that the Dionysian fleet had only been established for a short period of time, and the cooperation between the warships was definitely not as good as the opponents'. Hence, if he wanted to win, he had to take advantage of the fact that the sailors of the Ionian navy had won consecutive battles. The sailors' morale was high, and they were in good condition. Then, he would charge forward bravely and engage in one-on-one combat, using their high morale to defeat the enemy. If he did as the captain said and temporarily retreated, not only would it dampen the sailors' morale, but there would also be troops from Syracuse on land attacking Merlo when the Syracuse fleet attacked. If the Dionysian fleet retreated in front of the enemy and ignored their allies, what awaited Xianxia after the battle would no longer be the smiling face of His Majesty the Devers, but the mercilessness of the Dionia military law. Thinking of this, he glared at the captain and said, "You're no longer suitable to be a captain. Go and be the lookout at the stern." Then, ignoring the captain's defense, he walked to the side of the ship and beckoned the clippers to come closer. He then shouted, "Tell the sailors of every warship that this is the last battle of the Ionian navy in this war. It's also their last chance to earn merits and win glory and rewards from the alliance. Don't miss this chance." When the bosuns of every warship relayed Xianxia's words, the sailors became emotional and shouted, "For victory, kill the people of Syracuse." During the 2 hours of sailing, the sailors rowed at a low speed. Now, it was as if they had just warmed up. They only finished their rations under the repeated urging of the bosuns. Under the burning passion of battle, the wooden oars in their hands seemed weightless. Under the direction of the piper, the sailors gradually increased the speed of the oars. At this moment, someone began to sing Hades's hymn. Soon, all the sailors sang in unison. The sacred and solemn lyrics were sung with great passion, piercing through the ship's hold and echoing on the blue sea. When the Dionysian fleet discovered traces of the enemy, Syracuse's fleet naturally saw them as well. Polynices had already arranged a double-column attack formation, so he immediately gave the order to attack. Logically speaking, Syracuse's warship was the first to attack. Regardless of whether it was the increase in speed of the warship or the speed of the warship, when both sides approached each other, they should have the advantage. But in fact, at the moment of contact, the speed of the Dionia warship was slightly faster than the Syracuse, which showed the difference in the enthusiasm of the sailors on both sides. The vast sea and the incessant crashing of the tides masked the collisions between the warships, making the battle at sea silent. On land, Macias led about 12,000 men from the Syracuse coalition army and arrived at the south bank of the Alcantara River. He did not immediately attack Magero as Antonios had expected. Instead, he ordered the army to stop advancing and get into formation. At the same time, he drove hundreds of carts to the front of the formation. When the soldiers on the Magero outpost saw so many carts, they finally understood why the Syracuse army made such a loud rumble when they advanced. Then, amidst the noisy neighing of the pack beasts, the sentinel saw the Syracuse soldiers laboriously moving ballista after ballista from the carts, and his eyes widened. "You're saying that the Syracuse army has deployed almost 100 ballistic cannons on the south bank of the Alcantara River?" Antonios tried to keep his expression calm when he heard the news, but the slight tremble in his voice could not conceal the shock in his heart. "Yes, Lord Commander. Not only did they deploy almost 100 ballistic cannons, but they also have a few abdomen archers," the sentinel replied. Before Antonios could speak, the other captains looked at each other and said, "Why are there so many ballistic cannons? I'm afraid that Syracuse has moved all their ballistic cannons here. I heard from His Majesty that Syracuse was the first to invent ballistic cannons. Looks like the people of Syracuse are determined to wipe us out in Magero. Then we'll show them the power of the First Corps." Where are Syracuse's ballistic cannons? Can our ballista reach them? The second captain, Xantiparis, asked a crucial question. About 500 meters away from the southern wooden wall, the sentinel replied after some thought. In other words, if Syracuse's ballista uses 5 kilograms of stone bullets, it can hit the southern wooden wall of Majero. Geogres immediately said worriedly, and if we want to hit them with our ballista, we'll have to move them forward, closer to the southern wooden wall. That's not good for the ballistic cannons, and we'll be vulnerable to attack. We only have 6 ballistic cannons. Originally, every corps of Dionia was equipped with 10 ballistic cannons. However, during the Battle of Crotone, the ballistic cannons and other equipment were left in the barracks on the northern bank of the Neto River. Following that, the main army quickly surrounded Siltam, so the First Corps did not have the time to retrieve their own ballistic cannons. In the end, it was the Devers who thought that the First Corps would definitely attack Sicily, so they hurriedly searched for 6 ballistic cannons from Syracuse's barracks that were still in good condition. After the engineers hurriedly repaired them, they handed them over to the First Corps. Syracuse's ballistic cannons were relatively large and cumbersome. They did not have a ruler or any other distance measuring device, so their accuracy was rather poor. However, they could fire stone bullets that weighed a maximum of 30 kilograms. It seems that the generals of Syracuse's army are very cautious, and have a detailed understanding of our battle strategy. Antonios was also a little worried. He said, "Let the soldiers hide first, and let them endure the initial bombardment of the ballista. We'll just have to wait for the enemy to attack the town." Before Antonios could finish his sentence, there was a loud boom. 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 Deafening explosions rang out continuously, causing the faces of the high-ranking officers in the tent to turn pale. At this moment, the soldiers on the southern wooden wall of Majero were witnessing a terrifying scene. Hundreds of stone bullets and short spears flew towards them with great momentum, as though they were falling from the sky like a meteor shower. Even the battle-hardened soldiers shuddered at this moment. Retreat. Quickly remove the wooden wall, retreat to the back to hide. The team officers shouted anxiously. Fortunately, when they saw Syracuse's army deploying so many ballistic cannons, the officers of the First Corps had already begun to withdraw the soldiers on the wooden wall. Only because the wooden ladder was narrow, and the enemy's rapid deployment of the ballistic cannons resulted in a few soldiers remaining on the wooden wall. At this moment, the soldiers simply jumped down from the wooden walkway. A mere 3 meters wouldn't cause too much damage to them. These experienced soldiers ignored the pain in their feet, and immediately picked up the long shields they had tossed down. Shielding their heads, they tumbled and crawled backwards. Needless to say, their postures were unsightly and pathetic, but their actions to save themselves in such a dangerous situation were correct. Because the instant they jumped down from the wooden wall, they heard a deafening boom, and the entire wooden wall trembled. Some of the stone bullets smashed into the wooden wall, and the wooden pillars that were as thick as fists broke. Some of the stone bullets flew over the wooden wall, and smashed into the muddy ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. What was even more frightening were the wooden shavings that flew out due to the broken wooden walls. These thousands of irregular wooden shavings carried the powerful force of the stone bullets as they scattered in all directions. They easily pierced through the legs and arms of the few soldiers who didn't manage to retreat in time. Some of them even pierced through the thick breastplates of the soldiers who didn't manage to retreat in time. After a round of bombardment, the entire southern wooden wall was in ruins. Parts of the wall were broken at the waist, revealing a frighteningly large hole. Parts of the wall collapsed inwards, revealing a gap for the enemy to break through. The few watchtowers behind the curtain wall were also on the verge of collapse. While the enemy was reloading the stone bullets, the soldiers rushed forward and supported their fallen comrades to the back. At this moment, Leotychides heard the sound of crying not far away. As a Sparta soldier, he hated crying during battle because it meant weakness and affected morale. "What's going on over there?" he roared. Immediately, a soldier ran over in a hurry and said in a choked voice, Captain Parmenius, Leotychides' heart sank, and he hurried over. Seeing him, the soldiers quickly made way for him. A short spear shot from the abdomen bow pierced through Parmenius' left chest, nailing him to the wall of the wooden house. He was dead. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." If I wasn't slow and fell, the captain wouldn't have run over to help me, Anne. A soldier beat his chest and cursed himself with tears streaming down his face. Leotychides glanced at the soldier. The soldier's thigh was pierced by a wooden spike, and the wound was bleeding, dyeing his entire calf red. Help him to the back and find the medic camp to treat him. A few soldiers went up to help the wounded soldier, but he still didn't want to leave and was still crying. Hurry up and treat my leg. Come back to kill the enemy and avenge Captain Parmenius. Leotychides roared in a low voice, causing the soldier to stop crying. He immediately wiped away his tears and said to Parmenius' corpse with a resolute expression, "Captain, wait for me at the Valhalla." The wounded soldier was helped down. That was why Leotychides, who always had a cold and arrogant expression, only showed respect when he was facing Parmenius. Help him, Leotychides said as he reached out with both hands, grabbed the end of the short spear tightly, and pulled it out with force. However, the force of abdominal bow's shot was too strong, and Leotychides was unable to pull the short spear out. One more strong one. As he spoke, he squatted down and got into a horse stance, ready to use all his strength. At this moment, another squad leader shouted anxiously, "Captain, listen. The enemy's attack is coming again. After we dodge this round, we'll deal with Captain Parmenius's body." Leotychides ignored him. The squad leader shouted helplessly, "Shield formation, defend." The soldiers quickly stacked their shields together, forming a shield formation, and protected Leotychides in the middle. Captain of Hetberus Company. With this shout, Hetberus squeezed in and stood opposite Leotychides. This former captain of Parmenius's soldiers also held the short spear with both hands. Amidst the tremors of the stone bullets hitting the wooden wall, the two of them used their strength at the same time and finally pulled out the short spear. Fortunately, this time, abdominal bow didn't fire the short spear in this direction. Otherwise, the shields might not have been able to block it. Leotychides laid Parmenius' body flat and took off his helmet. He closed Parmenius' eyes, which were filled with pain, and said in a low voice, "May the Elysium be open to you." With that, he stood up and said, "Sitarsis, you will take over Parmenius's position as the squad leader. Send 2 people to send Parmenius's body to the rear." "Yes." Sitarsis, who used to be Leotychides' direct superior, replied with a salute. "Prososis, we will use the blood of countless Syracuse people as a sacrifice to Parmenius." Hetberus said with hatred. Leotychides did not speak, but his expression was equally gloomy and frightening. After this round of bombardment, the sentry ran forward to observe the situation. The wooden walls had basically collapsed, and the field of vision in front of them was clear. Reporting, "The enemy's ballistae are moving forward." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a deafening creak creak creak, boom. The tottering watchtower finally collapsed, sending dust flying everywhere. Leotychides glanced at the dense ranks of Syracuse troops on the south bank of the Alcantara River and ordered, "All troops, retreat immediately." Not only his company, but all the other companies were doing the same thing. At the same time, Macias, who was on the south bank, was giving orders to the ballista troops. "Move the ballista 10 meters forward." As a general appointed by Dionysius to defend Syracuse and a former mercenary leader, Macias was not only experienced in battle, but he was also prudent in using troops. He had once learned about the Syracuse army's battle in Greece from the messengers who had returned to ask for reinforcements, so he had some understanding of the characteristics of the Dionysian army's battle style and paid enough attention to the Dionysian army's combat ability. Even though Philistos urged him to eliminate the invaders as soon as possible to alleviate the unease of the Sicilian allies, he still decided to follow his battle plan and proceed as planned. According to the constant reports from his spies, Macias estimated that Syracuse had around 6,000 soldiers. Including the refugees, their total force might be around 7,000 to 8,000. Even though his troops greatly outnumbered his opponents, he did not intend to attack rashly. Instead, he followed the strategy that Syracuse had learned from sieges. He would first focus on bombarding the city with ballistic cannons to weaken the enemy's defenses and strike at their morale before sending his troops to attack. Magero's terrible defenses showed the might of Syracuse's ballista troops. Even though the wooden walls and towers in the south had been swept clean, Macias did not launch an attack. His plan was to continue bombarding Magero with ballistic cannons for an entire day, turning the town into a pile of rubble. The Dionysians and Sicilian refugees would then exhaust their energy in fear and unease. Tomorrow, when reinforcements from Gela, Camillina, and the other allies from the south coast of Sicily arrived, they would be able to annihilate the Dionysians in one fell swoop. Therefore, on this day, Marsy's most frequent words were, "Move forward. Move forward. Destroy Maialua for me." Syracuse's strategy was beyond Antonios's expectations. Instead of the Syracuse army's attack, the leaders of the refugees frequently came to complain. This was because it was not only the Dionia soldiers who were retreating, but the refugees and their families were also retreating. The entire town was filled with the cries of children and the screams of women. Talalas even hoped that Antonios would lead his army to attack Syracuse. After Antonios's resolute refusal, he was so angry that he scolded the Dionia people for being cowards. Antonios did not care too much. Even though Syracuse's ballistic cannons gave him a headache, their non-attack had also bought time for the First Legion. Antiporus's suggestion made him realize that the other party must be planning something. This gave him hope, but he would not pin all his hopes on these spies who were hiding in the dark like rats. These Sicilian refugees gave Antonios a pleasant surprise. Apart from children and women, these young and strong refugees were able to remain calm in the face of the powerful ballista bombardment. They maintained order and did not panic. Moreover, they actively requested to go to battle. After being rejected by him, they still continued to carry out his orders. This was commendable. After Laodician's explanation, he found out that these Sicilian refugees fled to the mountains inland after their homes were destroyed. They gradually built settlements, but they had to face the raids of the Syracuse alliance and the Cycle people from time to time. After a few years, these surviving refugees had trained their courage and improved their fighting skills. They had also developed the habit of obeying the group. Because in a dangerous situation where enemies were all around, not being united would only lead to death. The performance of the refugees gave Antonios more confidence. He was now most worried about two things. The first was the grain. Antonios had stored the grain that he had collected after taking over Megalo and the grain that Legem's fleet had transported to him in a barn near the town center. Now that the location of the stone bombs was moving forward, the barn would soon be within its range of attack. He had no choice but to order Laodician, Lysipparatus, and the others to organize the exiles to transport the grain to the north of Megalo. The second was the Dionia fleet. Compared to the beginning of the battle on land, the battle on the sea was white-hot. Syracuse originally had 53 decker warships. On the way north, they had gathered warships from Tanis, Katarnais, and other cities, making a total of 65 three-decker warships. It seemed similar to the 63 decker warships of Dionia, but the navy of Syracuse had 16 other small and medium-sized warships. With the strength of more than 21 warships of the Dionysian fleet, they should have had the upper hand in this battle. However, judging from the situation on the battlefield, both sides were evenly matched. Although the Dionia fleet had fewer warships, under the leadership of Sicorian, the other warships launched a frenzied attack on the Syracuse fleet. The speed and reaction of the warships were much faster than the Syracuse fleet, especially Syracuse's own warships. They appeared to be more lethargic than the Dionia fleet. They were only able to passively contend with the Dionia fleet because they had more experience in controlling their warships. Seeing this, Paracelsus, who was at the rear of the fleet, was anxious but helpless. What he worried about had finally happened. The resentment of the people in Syracuse port towards the cities had seriously affected the morale of the sailors. At this moment, the lookout on the mast shouted excitedly, "My lord, the enemy's flagship has been hit by our ship. It's going to sink." "That's great!" Paracelsus shouted excitedly. Naval battles were different from land battles. Due to the vast area of battle, it was more about fighting and killing. The sinking of one side's flagship was not like the death of the commander of the army on land, which would lead to the defeat of the troops, but it would still have a certain impact. Perhaps this was where the turning point of this naval battle lay. Paracelsus ordered excitedly, "Blow the horn to attack. Urge all warships to speed up the attack." The sound of the bugle pierced through the fog of battle on the sea. The first thing to be stimulated was not the warships of Syracuse and its allies, but the sailors of Dionia. In their eyes, the red flag fluttering high in front of them was slowly descending. Lord Sicorian is in danger. Be it the captain or the sailors, such a thought emerged in their minds. As the hero of the British War and the first sailor to hold the flag in triumph, Sicorian could be said to have made the sailors proud. They saw him as the pride of the navy. After that, Sicorian became the commander-in-chief of the navy. Although he was young and impetuous, sometimes cursing his subordinates for not performing well, he was cheerful, straightforward, and could get along well with the sailors. Moreover, for the sake of the navy, he dared to fight for His Majesty the Devers many times. Therefore, he was deeply respected by the sailors and the officers under him. Therefore, every warship of Dionia began to attack even more frantically. This was because every sailor knew very well that it was impossible to rush to the site of the wreck immediately. The only way to win the naval battle and force the enemy to retreat was to ram and sink the enemy's ship as quickly as possible. Only then would there be a chance to rescue Sicorian, who had fallen into the sea. Under the stimulation of such mental strength, the sailors seemed to have forgotten their fatigue. The speed of the oars once again returned to the peak level of the battle. Short-distance sprints, sudden stops, rowing backwards, circling. The sailors of Dionia worked together, controlling the warships as freely as their own bodies. The sudden increase in speed and agility of the Syracuse warships made it impossible for the Syracuse warships to react. Bang. 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 One after another, Syracuse warships were rammed by their opponents or had their oars snapped. For a period of time after the sinking of the Dionia flagship, the situation of the Syracuse fleet did not improve. Instead, it worsened. While Piranesi was in a terrible predicament, the lookout cried out in alarm, "Sir, a warship! A warship has escaped!" Tethys looked at him innocently and said solemnly, "It's not that I want to escape, it's that the sailors don't want to fight. Even if I turn the rudder and the sailors are unwilling to row, this warship will become Dionia's spoils of war. Don't quibble. Turn the rudder back. We must defeat Dionia with all our might. Otherwise, Syracuse's navy will be finished." The captain shouted bitterly. "It's better if they're finished. If Syracuse is defeated, we won't be sent to fight in Greece anymore. We won't have to pay war taxes anymore." A voice came from behind the captain. The captain turned around and saw that it was the boatswain. He pointed at him angrily and threatened, "You! How dare you do this? Aren't you afraid of Sir Dionysius's punishment?" The boatswain laughed, "Of course we're afraid. However, if the navy is defeated, will Dionysius still be able to return?" The captain was speechless. Tethys sighed. The warship's escape triggered a chain reaction. Under the frenzied attacks of Dionia, other warships followed suit and left the battlefield. In the end, the entire Syracuse coalition fleet retreated. Sir Syracuse! Admiral Syracuse! Several Dionia warships rushed to the area where the flagship sank. Many sailors were floating on the surface of the sea. "Sir Syracuse is here!" Someone waved and shouted from the sea. Syracuse was lying motionlessly on a broken plank. His shoulder had been shot by an arrow from an archer on the enemy's deck. He was barely breathing. Soon, he was carefully carried onto the warship. After bandaging his wound, he was woken up by the pain. The first thing he asked was, "Did we win or lose?" "We won, sir." "That's good." Syracuse let go of his worries and said weakly, "I'll temporarily hand over the command of the fleet to Franhos. Clean up the battlefield. After rescuing our people, return to Liger immediately." With that, he fell into a deep sleep. The result of the Battle of Naxos, although the city of Naxos had been destroyed, the arc-shaped bay was still called Naxos Bay by the locals, was that the Dionians lost 15 three-decker or warships, while the Syracuse side lost 18 three-decker or warships and 4 other warships. The losses on both sides were not too different, but the Syracuse Navy's attempt to defeat the Dionian fleet, take control of the Sicilian Sea, and completely surround the Dionian army in the town of Megaro failed. To make matters worse, the Dionysian fleet was actually able to defeat the Syracuse Navy without the aid of the Raven suspension bridge. This greatly boosted the confidence of the Dionia sailors, and dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the Syracuse Navy. Macias did not expect to witness the defeat of the Syracuse navy, which had the advantage in numbers, for the second time in 5 years. The incompetence of the Syracuse navy left him speechless and made him even more wary of the Dionysian army. He was determined to continue attacking Megalo and wait for reinforcements to arrive before concentrating on attacking Megalo. Syracuse's ballista troops had been moving forward, and the counterattack from the 1st Legion's 6 ballistas was just a small interlude. Without the protection of the tall stone walls, under the concentrated bombardment of nearly 100 ballistas from Syracuse, they were like stones thrown into a torrent, splashing water and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Syracuse's ballistas pushed forward all the way to the Alcantara River. Although Megalo had only been established for a few years, the area it occupied was not small, even larger than Sicily City. Moreover, with the Alcantara River and the banks on both sides as a barrier, even if Syracuse's ballistas threw 5 kilograms of stone at maximum range, they could only cover 1/2 of Megalo's area. That was why Antonios ordered the 1st Legion and the refugees to retreat to the north of Megalo to avoid being hit by the ballistas and preserve their strength. At the same time, he also ordered all the citizens under the command of the engineering battalion to build an earthen wall to defend the south of the town with the bricks and soil that had been destroyed. Seeing that the range of the ballistas was limited and that they could not completely destroy Megalo, Marcia hardened his heart and had the ballista troops change to fire cans in an attempt to shoot into the town and ignite a fire that would burn down Megalo. This would deplete the enemy's stamina, strike at their morale, and even drive them out of Megalo to make it easier for Syracuse's army to attack. Fortunately, while the 1st Legion and the refugees were building the earthen wall, they dug a trench from east to west to make it easier to retrieve soil. This stopped the fire from spreading and preserved the residential area in the north of Megalo in good condition. Syracuse's ballista troops bombarded the town with stone bullets, short spears and fire cans for an entire day. Almost half of the ballistas were destroyed, and almost half of Megalo was in ruins. The fire was still burning until evening, but it was convenient for the 1st Legion's sentries to observe the enemy's movements and prevent any ambushes. However, there were more than 10,000 refugees and their families in the small area of the town. An entire day of explosions and fire had left them physically and mentally exhausted, including the 1st Legion's soldiers. Although there were not many casualties, such long-range attacks made the brave soldiers of the 1st Legion feel powerless. At the same time, it also increased their worries about tomorrow's battle. In this day's bombardment, the most tragic were the hundreds of young and strong citizens of Syracuse who had not yet been released. Because everyone was busy dealing with the attacks of Syracuse's ballistas, no one cared about these imprisoned captives. As a result, they were all burned alive by the fire. At dawn the next day, in the Dionia's main camp outside Siloton, a squad of Legio IV was patrolling the wooden wall. In the early spring, it was warm but then cold. Because of the increase in rain, there was often heavy fog in the early morning in the southern region. It often did not dissipate until the morning, and Siloton was no exception. Especially today, it was even more foggy. Between heaven and earth, there was a vast expanse of gray. When people walked in it, the fog was so thick that it seemed like they could reach out and grab a ball. People could not be seen clearly beyond 5 meters, and even breathing was a little difficult. In such difficult weather, the soldiers not only did not slack off, but they also became more vigilant. The squad leader, Effiart, repeatedly reminded the soldiers to stay alert and pay attention to the movements outside the camp. Before the invasion of Greece by Syracuse, he was just a soldier of the legion. After the Battle of Crotone, the original squad leader was injured, and he was elected by his teammates to take over the position. Examples like this were common in the army of Dionia. War would take the lives of countless soldiers, but it would also allow the real warriors to stand out and be called upon in times of danger. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Captain, there seems to be a sound outside." Effiart was shocked and hurriedly signaled the soldiers not to speak. He grabbed the battlements, leaned out, and listened carefully. The other soldiers also did the same thing. There seemed to be a slight noise in front, but the thick fog made it hard for everyone to hear clearly, and they were not sure. Should they issue a warning? Effiart was a little nervous under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Because once the warning of an enemy attack was issued, the entire Dionia camp and tens of thousands of soldiers would have to crawl out of their warm beds in the cold early morning, put on their armor, take out their shields and spears, assemble quickly, and immediately rushed to the designated defensive positions of the legions, brigades, companies, and teams. This was under normal circumstances, but today was a rare day of thick fog. Such a large-scale emergency operation was bound to cause some chaos. If it was confirmed that there was no enemy attack, one could imagine the responsibility that Effiard's squad would have to face. Effiard swallowed hard and said to his men, "Immediately inform the archers in the sentry towers, ask them to shoot an arrow in front of us. All of you, stand in front of the sentry towers and listen carefully for any movements outside the camp." The order was quickly carried out. Effiard turned around and looked at the archers in the sentry towers that were 3 meters away from him. Not long after the arrow was released, it was swallowed by the thick fog. Effiard listened attentively. After a few minutes, there was no unusual movement outside the camp. He temporarily breathed a sigh of relief, but he was also a little disappointed. At this moment, a shrill scream cut through the thick fog diagonally in front of him, but it stopped abruptly. "Captain, there's an enemy!" A soldier not far away shouted anxiously. Effiard immediately became nervous and excited. "Inform the camp immediately." Woo! 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 A loud bugle sounded throughout the Dionia camp, and the originally silent camp suddenly became lively. Devers was also awakened by the roar. Just as he turned over and sat up, Secretary Hnepolis hurried in. "Your Majesty, Syracuse is attacking the camp." When Devers heard the news, he unhurriedly lifted the leather robe covering his body. A servant brought him clothes and armor. As he put them on, he said, "Dionysius has finally left the city." "How many of them are there?" "There's a thick fog outside. I don't know how many enemies have left the city." "Oh, thick fog. Dionysius really knows how to choose the time." With the help of the servant, Devers put on the thick chest armor. He patted it with his hand and felt that the tightness was just right. "What's the situation at the left and right camps?" "There's still no news until now." "Could it be?" Hnepolis made a bold guess. "Dionysius is concentrating his forces to attack the main camp that your Majesty is in?" Devers smiled. "Good idea, but don't jump to conclusions. We just need to follow the previous arrangement and guard the camp, then slowly observe the enemy's movements. Don't worry, Henny. It's Tormod's job to summon the generals. He won't be happy if you steal his job." The Devers patted him on the shoulder and said softly, "You've just become my clerk, so you still need time to get used to it. Now, the first task I'm giving you is..." Hnepolis immediately straightened his posture and waited for the Devers' order. "Eat breakfast with me," the Devers said mischievously. "Ah. The enemy is about to attack, and you still want to eat breakfast, your Majesty?" Hnepolis's exclamation made the servant glance at him. Only Hnepolis dared to speak to the Devers like this. All the other generals were respectful in front of the Devers didn't care. He signaled for the servant to bring breakfast, then walked to the entrance of the tent. He looked at the weather outside and said, "If you don't eat breakfast, how will you have the strength to fight the enemy?" Perhaps the soldiers outside are chewing on bread and drinking hot soup to keep warm. A battle has its own rhythm. We can't be slow, but we can't be anxious. Only by controlling the rhythm of a battle can we better maintain the soldiers' stamina and morale." Hnepolis nodded, not fully understanding. Compared to the peaceful atmosphere in the tent, the atmosphere in the camp was tense. Because of the thick fog, it was impossible to see where the flags of the various divisions and companies were. The squad leader was very important. Not only did he have to gather the 9 soldiers under him and check if there were any problems with their weapons, he also had to distinguish the shouts of his superior in the noisy camp. Then, he had to lead the soldiers to meet up with him. At the same time, he had to avoid being separated in the crowded passage. Bonfires were lit one after another in the camp. They were not only to bring light to this foggy and overcast weather, but also for the cooks of the supply camp to make bread, gravy, and porridge for the soldiers of the various divisions. The reason why the Dionia soldiers hadn't been urgently moved to the east wall to defend against the enemy's attack was because the Syracuse soldiers hadn't appeared in front of the trenches yet. In the past few days, the Dionia soldiers had worked tirelessly to set up various traps and bucklers that were more than 60 meters long in front of the camp, preventing the enemy from advancing quickly. While Syracuse was eliminating these sinister traps under the cover of the thick fog, the 40 ballistae of all the legions in Dionia were quickly in position. These ballistae had been moved here with the camp on the north bank of the Neto River on the second day after the Dionysian army had surrounded Xyleading. Legio 4 ballista calibrator Cordelad, who had more experience with ballistas and performed outstandingly in the defensive battle at Ciudad Crotone, was appointed as the commander of the entire ballista unit by the Devers. At this moment, there was a vast expanse of white in front of Curtorode. He couldn't see any suspicious targets and couldn't judge the distance. However, Curdelad was confident and remembered all the data in his mind. How far was the ballista from the eastern wooden wall? How high was the wooden wall? How long was the trap zone outside the camp? He pondered for a moment and began to give orders. 50 degrees of elevation, 5 kilograms of stone projectiles, 3 squares back, ready. The messengers quickly passed the order to all the ballistae in the area. They immediately adjusted the lever of the ballista to lower the slide and increase the elevation. Then, they shook the pulley, and the strong spring arms were pulled open and fixed. The 5 kilograms of stone projectiles were placed into the smooth slide. Because of the limitations of craftsmanship and materials, 50 degrees of elevation was the maximum angle that Dionia's ballistae could reach. Under this condition, the projectile's parabola was high, but the distance was short. 3 squares back meant that the spring set made of several tightly strung together and made of cow tendons was only half full. 5 kilograms of stone projectiles was the minimum weight that Dionia's ballistae could fire. The maximum weight was 15 kilograms. This was different from Syracuse's ballistae. Because Syracuse frequently attacked other cities in Sicily, the ballistae had high requirements for the destruction of the city walls. Therefore, the ballistae were larger and heavier. They could fire a stone projectile the weight of talent, i.e. 26 kilograms, nearly 300 meters away. Curtorode's idea was that the fog in the western courtyard was heavy, and the weather was cold. It had a great impact on the structure of the ballistae, especially the spring set made of cow tendons. Therefore, he first used a small weight of stone projectiles to warm up the ballistae. At the same time, he also tested the location of the enemy's main force. He estimated that the stone projectiles would fall within a range of 80 to 120 meters outside the trench. If the enemy launched a large-scale attack, then this area should be where the enemy would be most concentrated. However, usually, 5 kilograms of stone projectiles had a range of more than 500 meters. Therefore, he raised the angle and reduced the tension of the spring set, hoping to achieve the range he wanted. The soldiers of the First Legion sat cross-legged on the ground and chewed on their bread. They raised their heads and watched as the stone projectiles shot into the air one after another and disappeared into the thick fog. A moment later, the thick fog outside the camp suddenly exploded like a pot of boiling water. Screams and cries of alarm rang out, completely confirming the fact that Syracuse's army was attacking. 50 degrees of elevation, 10 kilograms, 1 square back, get ready. Curtorode, who was once a gentle and elegant student of the Dionia Academy, had a murderous aura around him after experiencing the influence of war. The news that the ballistae had hit first didn't make him cheer like his subordinates. He continued to calmly give orders. Yesterday, Dionia's First Legion had been bombarded by Syracuse's hundreds of ballistae and crossbows for an entire day at Myro. Today, Dionia had returned the favor in the same way outside the western courtyard. Retribution really came too quickly. It wasn't that Dionysius didn't want to use the ballistae to retaliate, but because he wanted to attack Ciudad Crotone, he brought all of the ballistae to the main camp at Taconati River. In the end, the battle was lost, and the army only cared about escaping. All of the siege weapons were abandoned in the camp and fell into the hands of Dionia's army. Originally, with the thousands of engineers, craftsmen, and apprentices under his command, it wouldn't be a problem to remake dozens of ballistae in a short period of time. However, there was a crucial component that Syracuse couldn't immediately make, and that was the ballista spring made from cow tendons. They were surrounded by Dionia's army in the city. Very few people kept their cattle in the city, and most of the army's beasts were lost in the main camp at Taconati River. Moreover, even if there were cows in the city, killing them and removing their tendons required a lot of processes. It would take almost half a year to make a proper spring. Therefore, Dionysius gave up on making ballistae and concentrated on making other weapons. At this moment, thousands of Syracuse's slaves and freedmen were seizing the time to destroy the traps and bucklers. Then, they flattened the ground and laid down wooden planks. The sudden stone shells fell into the dense crowd, cracking skulls and breaking bones, and spraying blood everywhere. As a matter of fact, due to the high parabola of the stone cannonball, it did not bounce much after it landed. The total number of casualties was only slightly more than 20. However, every bloody scene frightened the people around it. It took a lot of effort for the officers of Syracuse to calm them down. Since the Dionia's army had already noticed, Syracuse didn't hide anymore. They started to push the siege weapons out of the city one by one. In order to make them, Syracuse practically ripped apart all of the houses in Xyleading City. They collected door planks, wood, and even cut down all the trees in the harbor. The largest weapon to be made was undoubtedly the mobile tower that was almost 6 meters tall. In order to allow these towers to be moved out of the city, Dionysius decisively ordered his men to secretly remove a small section of the city wall. It was only until last night that it was completely turned into a passageway from the city to the outside. Dionysius dared to do this because after receiving the alarm from Locke, he realized that the cunning Dionysius camp and encirclement of Xyleading were not to attack the city, but to seal off Syracuse's army and turn to attack Syracuse's weaker allies. In order to achieve this sinister goal, the young Devers even used peace talks to numb himself. Of course, he naturally neglected the fact that Syracuse was also using peace talks to buy time. Of course, Syracuse wouldn't allow Dionia to succeed in their plan. Since the Dionysian army had turned to attack the Locke alliance, the number of troops stationed in the camp outside Xyleading City would naturally decrease. Furthermore, Dionia had built a huge camp that stretched for over 10 miles to surround Xyleading City, further thinning out Dionia's forces. The Devers' arrogance allowed Dionysius to see a good opportunity to defeat the Dionysian army. In these few days, the Syracuse soldiers gradually recovered from their defeat. He also spent a lot of effort to convince the tens of thousands of freedmen and slaves to join the ranks of the soldiers. Give freedom, give citizenship, give land. These methods weren't only used by Dionia, but also by Syracuse. However, in the past, it was mainly used on mercenaries. This time, in order to defeat Dionia and escape from danger, Dionysius expanded the scope of application. Of course, the most important reason for them to take up arms was that everyone wanted to return to Sicily alive. Therefore, when nearly 2,000 light infantry from Dionia rushed to the wooden walls and began to throw countless arrows at the foggy camp, causing many Syracuse soldiers to be injured or killed, although they were panicking, there wasn't much chaos and they could still carry on with their mission of clearing out the defenses. The trap zone that was less than 100 meters long was quickly filled up with the efforts of tens of thousands of people. The soldiers distributed shields and spears to the freedmen and slaves who returned. Teams of 10 were formed, led by a citizen soldier, and they charged into the Dionia camp again. If anyone refused to fight or ran away, the soldiers would capture them and execute them on the spot to deter those who were afraid of death. In front of these impromptu teams were nearly 20,000 Syracuse soldiers and moving siege weapons. They were in a very loose formation, carrying ladders that were up to 10 meters long and pushing all kinds of heavy siege weapons, walking on the muddy ground that had just been leveled by the freedmen and slaves. Because many of them had lost their armor and shields in the previous battle, everyone's equipment was rather simple and crude, almost the same as the free civilians in the rear. Arrows that they didn't have to worry about before now became the long-range weapons that gave them the most headaches. Fortunately, the rain of arrows was mostly blocked by the towers, shield carts, and siege vehicles at the front of the formation. Although the stone bullets whistled and fell from time to time, the Syracuse soldiers were not as panicked as the freedmen. After all, they had seen too many ballista attacks. Everyone was just praying, "Apollo, bless us, don't be the unlucky ones who get hit by the stone bullets." Bang. A shield cart was hit by a stone bullet and immediately disintegrated. The broken pieces of wood even injured the slaves pushing the carts, causing the soldiers at the back to subconsciously move further away from the siege weapons. These big guys were the most worried about being hit by the ballista. The Dionia light infantry on the wooden wall heard the rumbling in front of them, and the sound was getting louder and louder, like a spring thunder that was about to release lightning. They were all nervous, and the speed at which they knocked their arrows increased. Every time they heard a scream, they felt a little more at ease. Soon, indistinct figures and objects appeared in the white fog in front of them. When more than 10 towers that were taller than the camp's wooden wall emerged from the fog and appeared in front of the trench, the Daionia soldiers were nervous because of these behemoths. Defend! The heavy infantry quickly put their long shields on top of their heads and formed a shield formation. Asterisk clang clang, asterisk that was the sound of the javelins thrown from the towers colliding with the metal horns in the center of the shields. A few of the javelins pierced through the shields and caused damage to the legionnaires. Obviously, the Syracuse soldiers knew that archers were not much of a threat to the Daionia heavy infantry, which was why all the soldiers on top of the towers were javelins. The light infantry hiding behind the Daionia heavy infantry immediately returned arrows and javelins to the towers that were 8 to 9 meters away from the wooden wall. The Syracuse soldiers at the top of the towers relied on the protection of the wooden fence. Even if there were any who were shot and fell, a new light infantry would enter from the entrance at the back of the towers and climb up the wooden ladder to the top to replace them. With the suppression of the long-range firepower from the towers, the Syracuse soldiers braved the arrows and javelins and rushed to the trench. They placed a ladder that was more than 10 meters long on top of the wooden wall. Due to the strict construction of the camp by the Legion of Dionysia, the trench they dug was 4 meters wide and 3 meters deep. The trench was filled with sharp wooden stakes. On the other side of the trench was a barricade. After the barricade was tamped down, a wooden wall was built on top of the barricade. Hence, the barricade and the wooden wall were almost 5 meters tall. The Syracuse soldiers could not stand under the wooden wall at all. They could only stand on the opposite side of the trench and use the extended ladder to attack the city. The longer the ladder was, the slanted angle decreased after it was placed on the wooden wall. Not only did it expose the soldiers to the enemy's attacks, but it also made the ladder more unstable. If they were not careful, they could easily fall into the trench and be pierced by the sharp wooden stakes. However, the Syracuse soldiers were not afraid. They built wooden ladders and climbed up the wall one after another. While the towers and ladders attracted the attention of the Daionia soldiers, hundreds and thousands of freedmen carried sacks filled with soil on their backs and ran towards the trench in front of the camp. Along the way, there were people who fell to arrows, but more people succeeded in throwing the sacks into the trench. Defending the Daonia's main camp were the Legio IV and the 7th Legion of Daionia, a total of 11,000 soldiers. All of them rushed to the wooden wall on the east side to defend the camp. As the walkway inside the wooden wall was not wide, the archers retreated to either the wooden wall or the sentry tower. They continued to snipe at the towers outside the camp and concentrated their long-range attacks on the incoming Syracuse soldiers. On the wooden wall, a mixed group of heavy infantry and javelin throwers threw javelins at the enemies in front of the trench or on the ladders. They used their shields and spears to push the enemies who attempted to climb up the wall into the trench. At the same time, they had to defend against the javelin attacks from the towers. When the thick fog gradually dispersed and the sun rose into the sky, the attack and defense of the Daonia's main camp reached its climax. At the same time, the gate leading to the main city of Syracuse on Ortygia Island in Sicily opened. Hipporinus' carriage and his entourage walked out in a single file. Ortygia Island was originally the earliest colonial settlement of the people of Syracuse. It was only after Dylan became the usurper that he migrated the citizens of the surrounding city-states to Syracuse and reclaimed the inland area that was connected to Ortygia Island. At the same time, he vigorously developed sea trade. Since then, Syracuse gradually became the most powerful of the Greek city-states in Sicily. When Dionysius became the usurper, he not only migrated more Greek citizens to Syracuse, but at the same time, because of 2 riots, his rule was almost overthrown and his life was almost in danger. In order to ensure his own safety, he forcibly migrated the original citizens of Ortygia Island, turning the peninsula into the residence and fortress of his family, supporters, and loyal mercenaries. The people of Syracuse privately joked that Ortygia Island is Dionysius' Acropolis. As loyal subordinates of Dionysius, Philistos and Hipporinus naturally lived on Ortygia Island. However, the city hall was outside the island, beside the square south of the Temple of Apollo. Therefore, if there were no special circumstances, Philistos would rush to the city hall early in the morning to deal with government affairs. In the afternoon, he would return to the palace on Ortygia Island to report to Dionysius. As the chief of intelligence, although Hipporinus had a seat in the city hall, He usually worked in his own mansion on Ortygia Island because it was more secretive. However, during the time Dionysius was away from Syracuse, he worked in the city hall every day in order to better understand the situation in the city and to better monitor the officials in the city hall. After Hipporinus and his entourage left Ortygia Island, they had to pass through an isthmus that was 500 meters long and 300 meters wide before they could enter the wide inner city of Syracuse. In the middle of this isthmus, there was a small fortress with hundreds of mercenaries stationed there. It was located at the corner of the wall that sealed off Ortygia Island. For the sake of his own safety, Dionysius had tried his best, but the existence of this fortress made the narrow passage even narrower. The carriage that Hipporinus was in suddenly stopped at the exit of the isthmus. He heard a commotion outside. He quickly poked his head out and looked outside. He saw dozens of men fighting at the entrance of the isthmus. Many people were watching from the side, some even cheering, blocking the way. "Let's go see what's going on," Hipporinus said quickly. Very quickly, one of his men rushed back to report, "Sir, I heard that it's because the citizens are gathering in the square today to form the Hellenic reinforcements." Some of the citizens responded to the mobilization of the city and were about to go to the square, but some of the citizens thought that doing so would only prolong the war without an end, so they stopped them from going. In the end, both sides. Hipporinus looked at the dust flying in front of him in frustration and cursed, "What the hell is Philistos doing? Hurry up and send the patrols to chase these people away." Philistos usually went to the city hall early in the morning. Today was a little earlier because gathering the citizens in the market and forming the army was a major event for the city, especially since Syracuse was currently in a special period. It was even more important to maintain order in the city and ensure that this matter could be completed smoothly. Therefore, before the citizens gathered in the square, he had to carefully check all the preparations to avoid any mistakes. What made Philistos happy was that on the way to the city hall, he saw a lot of citizens marching towards the square. It seemed that Herolus's mobilization work over the past 2 days had been effective, and Lord Dionysius's request should be successfully completed. Just as he arrived at the city hall with gratitude towards Herolus, he received bad news. "What did you say? Herolus was beaten up on the way to the city hall?" "Yes, sir. I heard that a few citizens were afraid of going to war and resented Lord Herolus for persuading the citizens to participate in the mobilization of the square, so they attacked him." "Where is he? How is his injury now?" Philistos asked hurriedly. "I heard that he suffered a heavy blow to the head and fainted on the ground. He was carried back to his house by his family. The patrols have rushed to arrest the assailants." When Philistos heard this, he could not sit still. From his point of view, he was responsible for Herolus's injury. If he had not assigned this difficult task to Herolus and made Herolus do his best to complete it, Herolus would not have suffered the resentment of the citizens who were dissatisfied with Dionysius. Moreover, the task of forming the army in the square today was very important and had a certain degree of risk. If Herolus could be there to help, things would be much easier. Therefore, for both official and personal reasons, he had to visit him. As one of Dionysius's earliest supporters, after Ortygia became Dionysius's citadel, Herolus had also been invited by Dionysius to move to Ortygia. However, he had tactfully refused several times. The reason was that after his ancestors had colonized Syracuse, they had lived here for generations and had never moved, so they were used to life here. Furthermore, he did not sleep well and was easily awakened by loud noises. The waves on Ortygia were too loud at night for him to get used to. Dionysius did not insist, but perhaps this was the beginning of his dissatisfaction with Herolus. Herolus's mansion was not too far from the city hall. Walking on the west side of the square through the street of the theater, and then walking 200 meters to the west, past the wealthy district, his house was located near the junction between the commoner and the wealthy district. Philistos strode forward while his guards carefully guarded him in the center. These guards were all mercenaries. In Syracuse, they were ostracized and even hated by the people, so they were very loyal to Dionysius. The slave who opened the door saw Philistos knocking and hurriedly welcomed him in, saying, "Master is resting in bed." "Is Herolus' injury serious?" Philistos asked with concern. "Master's head is broken, and there's a lot of blood. The doctor just came to see him and said that Master needs to rest." "Oh, that scene was terrible," those thugs who should go to Hades. Sir, you must capture them. Philistos frowned. He did not answer a lowly slave's request, but Herolus was seriously injured and unable to work, which was not good news for him. Arriving at the main hall of the mansion, Philistos prepared to go upstairs. The slave had a troubled expression, glanced behind him, and said, "Sir, look." Philistos had been preoccupied with his thoughts and did not pay attention for a moment. Only now did he realize that regardless of whether it was a Greek commoner or a noble, according to tradition, the upper floor of the main building was the bedroom of the head of the family and his female relatives. Outsiders were generally not allowed to set foot there. He himself was a good friend of Herolus and often visited here, but he had never been upstairs, but today was an exception. Thinking of this, he turned around and said to the guards who were following closely behind him, "Wait here, I'll go up." The guards hesitated for a moment and then agreed. They were all Greeks, so of course they knew Greek traditions. Besides, they had been here many times before with Philistos, and there had never been any problems. Since Philistos was the only one going upstairs, the slave didn't dare to stop him. He hurriedly called for another slave to take care of the 20 guards in the hall while he led Philistos upstairs. Of course, Philistos could not just walk into Herolus's bedroom. If there were women serving Herolus inside, the situation would be awkward. With his status, it was impossible for him to act so recklessly, so he let the slave go in and report. "Sir, the master invites you in." Until the slave came out of the bedroom, he said respectfully. Philistos walked in. As soon as he stepped through the door, he caught a glimpse of 2 shadows on both sides of the door. He was shocked, and before he could react, his arms were clamped hard. Just as he was about to scream, a ball of linen was stuffed into his mouth. He was pressed to the ground, his hands tied behind his back with ropes, but he straightened his neck and stared straight at the large bed in front of him. Herolus, who had been lying on his side on the bed, had already turned over and sat up. His movements were so agile that it was impossible to tell that he was injured. In fact, there was no bandage on his head, nor was there a trace of blood. Philistos now knew that he had been tricked. Herolus looked at him with a complicated expression and said in a low voice, "Philistos, I'm sorry. For the sake of Syracuse, I can only temporarily imprison you." Philistos glared at him angrily, his gagged mouth emitting a whine. "Help him sit up." Herolus gestured. The 2 men immediately pulled Philistos up and pressed him down on a wooden chair. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from upstairs. Philistos, who had been struggling, suddenly quieted down. He tilted his head towards the door and listened. Herolus saw through his thoughts and sneered, "Don't have any expectations for these mercenaries. Since I've made up my mind to keep you here, how can I forget these lackeys of Dionysius? No matter how powerful they are, I have hundreds of warriors waiting for them here. Once they enter my house, they'll be like rats in an iron cage. How can they escape?" As soon as Herolus finished speaking, Philistos snorted. "It seems that you don't believe me. After all, I'm a key target of Hipporinus' surveillance. How can there be so many warriors in my house?" Herolus said with a slight smugness, "Don't forget, yesterday morning I specifically asked you to persuade the nobles in the city to take the lead in sending their people to participate in this second cross-sea expedition. I remember that you happily agreed at the time. But do you know, whether I go to their mansions or invite them to my house, they all come and go in carriages, and the carriages can't only seat one person." When Philistos heard this, the light in his eyes dimmed a lot, but then he widened his eyes again and glared at the good friend he once trusted sitting by the bed. Herolus felt the emotions in his eyes and said again in a low voice, "Philistos, I remember once at a banquet you held, you said to me proudly, Syracuse under Dionysius's rule is stronger than ever. Not only will no city or force dare to invade our city, but Syracuse will also become the most powerful city in all of Greece, and even the entire Greek world, earning more glory and wealth for its citizens. And what we need to do is to help Dionysius achieve and maintain this great goal for a long time. I echoed your words at the time, and now I tell you, my true thoughts." Herolus looked at him and said calmly and solemnly, "Back then, like you, I was a supporter of Dionysius. Because when Syracuse faced the invasion of the Carthage and the political situation was in chaos, only Dionysius had the ability to raise morale, unite the citizens, repel the Carthage, and stabilize the constantly turbulent political situation in Syracuse. So we fully supported him to become the full-fledged general of Syracuse. In the past few years, he has continuously expanded the territory of Syracuse, forced the Carthage to sue for peace with us, freed the Greek city-states of Sicily from the threat of Carthage, and made Syracuse the overlord of Sicily. Even the Greeks tremble when they hear his name, and even Sparta has changed its previous arrogant attitude and negotiated with us in a friendly manner. I know that this is the glory of Syracuse that you have always wanted to see, and for this, you have fully supported Dionysius. Herodotus sighed and said in a serious tone, but what I expect is different from what you expect, and what I see is also very different from what you see. What I see is that Dionysius destroyed Naxos and Catani, who were once friendly with Syracuse, just because Syracuse needs more land, people, and slaves. What I see is that Dionysius could have clearly driven the Carthage out of Sicily in one fell swoop, completely eliminating the threat of the Carthage on this island, but he negotiated for peace with the Carthage when he had the absolute advantage. For the sake of the usurper's throne, what I see is that many Syracuse Democrats who opposed Dionysius in the past were tortured and killed with the crime of traitors. Even their families were not spared. Even Philoxenus was thrown into the stone prison after he made a joke. What I see is that the people of Syracuse are living in poverty because of the continuous increase in war taxes, and the people in the city have become abnormally careful when they speak and do things because of the rampant mercenaries and Hipporinus surveillance. But Dionysius drove out the people who had lived on Ortygia Island for decades, even hundreds of years, and turned the entire island into his palace. Herodotus became more and more agitated as he spoke, his face filled with grief and indignation. Dionysius is no longer the hero who wholeheartedly wanted to save Syracuse, but a demon whose hands are stained with the blood of the people of Syracuse and his Greek compatriots in Sicily to protect his own power. Under his dictatorship, Syracuse is no longer the great motherland that allows us to be rich and exercise our rights freely, but a tool for Dionysius to fulfill his personal desires. To fulfill his personal greed, he drove the 70,000 to 80,000 people of Syracuse to take a huge risk to invade Greece, which has never had any ill intentions towards Syracuse, and left the bones of tens of thousands of people in a foreign land. If we do not take action now, Syracuse, our great city, will eventually fall in the hands of Dionysius. I was the one who supported him to take the position of the tyrant back then. Today, I will do my best to make up for the biggest mistake I have made. After saying these words that had been bottled up in his heart for years, Herodotus felt his entire body relax, and he stood up with a determined expression. Ugh! 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 Philistos stared at him nervously, shaking his head vigorously. Herodotus ignored him and turned his gaze to the muscular man behind him. Go down and see if the mercenaries have been killed. As soon as he finished speaking, his trusted slave hurriedly ran up the stairs. Master, most of the guards have been killed. Only a few managed to break through the encirclement and are trying to run out of the house. Hearing this, Philistos' eyes burned with hope. Philistos was shocked. He saw Herodotus pick up a sharp sword, lift his robe without hesitation, and make a few cuts on his arms and chest. With a few low cries of pain, Herodotus wiped his blood on his body and face a few times, then turned to look at Philistos. His eyes that had been firm now had a hint of fierceness. Philistos shuddered involuntarily. Watch him, don't let him escape. Yes, master. After giving the order, Herodotus immediately went downstairs. At this time, the neighbors around Herodotus and the citizens who passed through the street to go to the square had been incited by Herodotus' servants. Upon hearing the news that Lord Herodotus was being attacked by mercenaries, the good image that Herodotus had painstakingly built up over the past few years, as well as the hatred towards mercenaries, made everyone rush to Herodotus' house, just in time to block the mercenaries who were trying to escape. When the crowd saw them, they no longer doubted the words of the servants. They immediately swarmed up and killed the mercenaries one by one. At this time, Philistos rushed up to them, covered in blood, and said gratefully, "My good neighbors, brave citizens of Syracuse. Fortunately, you arrived in time, otherwise I would have died in the hands of Dionysius's beloved mercenaries. Thank you for saving my life." As he said this, he bowed sincerely to everyone. But at this time, because of the reminder of Dionysius's beloved mercenaries, the people's expressions changed a little. Dionysius used mercenaries to maintain his power, but it caused endless conflicts in Syracuse. For this reason, he issued a decree: any person of Syracuse who takes the initiative to provoke the mercenaries who maintain the order of the city will be severely punished by the law. Now they were not just provoking, they were killing the mercenaries. Herolas saw the fear on their faces and immediately shouted, "Why did Philistos send mercenaries to kill me?" "Because yesterday, the city hall received news from Greater Hellas that Dionia wants to negotiate peace with us, but Dionysius and Philistos want to reject Dionia's peace negotiations. They want to increase their troops and go to Greater Hellas to continue fighting against their Greek compatriots in Greater Hellas. I firmly oppose it, and decided to tell the truth to the citizens who were summoned in the square today. Philistos knows my thoughts, so he sent mercenaries to capture me and even kill me." At this point, Herolas raised his voice and roared, "Citizens of Syracuse, do you want to be like your compatriots who were sent to Greater Hellas before, temporarily staying in a foreign land, unable to return home? Do you want the city-state to increase the war tax forever, forcing us to go into exile with our wives and daughters because we can't pay the heavy tax? Do you want to continue living in your own city, but you have to look at the faces of those foreign mercenaries? You have to live so cautiously like foreigners. Citizens, is this the Syracuse that we want to establish after we have worked so hard and sacrificed so many lives to defeat the powerful army of Athens and the powerful Carthage?" Herolas' heavy and impassioned words touched the people present. The words that exposed the difficult living conditions of the citizens of Syracuse were like a dagger that pierced their hearts, and immediately aroused a fierce reaction. "No, this is not our Syracuse. We don't want heavy war taxes. We don't want war. Mercenaries, get out. Dionysius, get out of here." Someone shouted in the midst of the crowd's excitement. The hubbub suddenly became quieter. In the past few years, the citizens of Syracuse had launched 2 riots against Dionysius, but they did not succeed. After the riots, Dionysius carried out a bloody hunt. The citizens of Syracuse were deeply afraid of Dionysius. Herolas shouted at the right time, "Citizens, what are you afraid of? Dionysius is ruthless, but he's currently far away in Greece. Together with the mercenaries he relies on, they're surrounded by the Dionians in the Silete kingdom. Not only that, our fleets have been defeated multiple times. It's no longer possible for us to safely transport them back under the threat of the Dionian fleets. The remaining mercenaries have been brought to Megaro by Macias. Even the armies of the neighboring countries of Syracuse have been taken away. Now, other than the 2,000 mercenaries guarding Ortygia Island, the 1,000 mercenaries stationed near the south gate of the main city, and the despicable spies under Hipporinus, they have no other power. And we," Herolas excitedly pointed at the people who had surrounded his house. "There are tens of thousands of brave citizens gathered in the square, and countless citizens in the port area who are dissatisfied with Dionysius's tyranny. The mercenaries will not be able to stop us. Philistos, Hipporinus, and the other lackeys of Dionysius will not be able to stop us. This time, we will restore Syracuse's freedom." The people were inspired by Herolas, and their confidence was boosted. They crowded around Herolas and shouted, "Defeat Dionysius, let Syracuse regain its freedom." They moved towards the square. Along the way, citizens with armor on their shoulders and shields and spears in their hands were encouraged to join in. There were also celebrities and nobles such as Philoxenus who brought their fully armed clansmen to strengthen their ranks. By the time they arrived at the square, the group led by Herolas had increased to nearly 1,000 people. Humans were social animals that followed the herd, and the citizens were suffering from heavy taxes and war. Therefore, when Herolas stood on the high platform and gave a speech, and 1,000 people cheered him on, the citizens who came to participate in the war mobilization basically joined the ranks of the rioters. Even the patrols who were responsible for maintaining order had mostly turned their backs. Dozens of mercenaries who were monitoring the unusual situation in the square saw that the situation was not good, and had long since slipped away. Herolas and his men had carefully analyzed the reasons for the failure of the last 2 riots. Other than the obstruction of Sparta, it was also due to the lack of a clear plan during the riots. The citizens' actions were chaotic, and their opinions were not unified. Therefore, this time, Herolas and his men had learned their lesson and made a detailed riot plan in advance. After receiving the support of nearly 10,000 militia in the square, Herolas immediately sent out 2,000 people to attack the city hall. There were originally 200 mercenary guards outside the city hall, but a small number of them died in Herolus's house, and some were sent to the square. In the end, most of them did not manage to escape, leaving the city hall with only 100 guards. How could they fight against the 2,000 citizen soldiers who were surging in? The militia easily broke through their defense and killed them one by one. They then rushed into the city hall and arrested all the officials who were still working. As the citizens hated them for helping the tyrant, most of the officials were either killed or beaten to the point of death. Herolus led more than 8,000 citizen soldiers quickly westward in an attempt to attack the mercenaries stationed at the city gate. At the same time, the 1,000 mercenaries who had received intelligence from the spies and the guards who had escaped to the city gate heard of the unrest in the city. One had to know that their main responsibility was not to defend against external enemies, but to suppress the riots within the city and maintain the rule of Dionysius. Hence, even though most of the citizens who were originally mercenaries outside the city had been led by Macias to Megalo to attack the invading Dionysians, the remaining mercenaries did not hesitate to assemble and march towards the square. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the riots had not become too big and kill them in the cradle. However, Herolus used the opportunity created by the mobilization of war and the formation of an army to quickly gain the support of tens of thousands of citizens. Similarly, he led an army that was 7 to 8 times the number of the enemy to attack. The two sides met on the narrow street. Since the militia had the absolute advantage in numbers, they were unable to spread out their forces. The mercenaries' strict organization and rich combat experience were maximized. Moreover, such a dangerous situation forced them to attack fiercely from the start. The militia that had been hastily assembled and did not even have an appointed officer could not advance an inch. For a moment, they actually had the upper hand. At this time, Hipporinus and the others were still blocked at the exit of the isthmus. Not only did the crowd not disperse, but it showed signs of increasing. Not only did they block Hipporinus' way out, but they also blocked the way for outsiders to enter Ortygia Island. This made Hipporinus feel very uneasy. However, at this moment, he did not dare to jump off the carriage. He led his followers and guards into the crowd and rushed to the city hall. Because of the intuition that he had developed over the years of working in secret, he knew that he was hated by the people of Syracuse. If he rushed into the rioting crowd, he would very likely be attacked. Therefore, he immediately returned to Ortygia Island and quickly went to the mercenary camp, asking them to send out an army to disperse the rioting crowd. The mercenary leader did not agree, because these 2,000 mercenaries only listened to Dionysius's orders. Their main task was to guard Ortygia Island and protect the safety of Dionysius and his family. No one else, not even Dionysius's brother or father-in-law, had the authority to mobilize this army. Hipporinus could only persuade his daughter, Aristomache, to carry Dionysius's son and come to the mercenary leader to ask for his help. Only then did the mercenary leader agree to send out 200 soldiers to drive away the rioting crowd. The secret agents finally entered the isthmus and met Hipporinus. Only then did Hipporinus know that Herolus had led the citizens of the city to start a rebellion. He was immediately shocked. Hipporinus believed that Herolus and the other rebels were strong, and the courtiers loyal to Dionysius, such as Philistos, were nowhere to be found, so he chose to play it safe. In fact, the Syracuse rebels in the city were retreating under the fierce attack of the mercenaries. Herolus was a good organizer and instigator, but he was not an excellent general. He did not take decisive measures to reorganize the command system of this newly built army, and instead divided his troops to bypass the streets and surround the enemy. Instead, he took the lead in the battle from the beginning. As a result, the militia was disorganized, and the injuries and deaths of their comrades made the vicious image that Dionysius's mercenaries had left in their hearts for many years once again become clear. Unfortunately, Hipporinus was too cautious at this time. He wanted to protect his daughter and grandson first, so he missed the opportunity to send the mercenaries on the island to defeat the citizen army. Originally, there was a small number of nobles and citizens in the city who supported Dionysius, but because Philistos was imprisoned, no one came out to take the lead and organize them to help the mercenaries in the battle. As a result, although the 1,000 mercenaries in the city had the upper hand, they lacked follow-up support and could not completely defeat the enemy. While Herolus was struggling to lead the citizen soldiers, the Dionysius spies who had been closely monitoring the movements in the city immediately notified the poor and freedmen in the port area. They quickly organized their troops and entered through the Puskel Gate in front of the Epel Highlands, which was not guarded by the mercenaries. They quickly passed through the Epel Highlands and rushed to the main city area, circled around the mercenaries and launched an attack. The mercenaries were attacked from the front and back, and their formation was in chaos. After a bitter battle, most of them were wiped out, and a very small number escaped to Ortygia Island. Herolas did not continue to give chase. At this moment, he had already realized the problem with the army he led, and this problem almost destroyed the rebellion he led. So he ordered the troops to stop attacking, and with the help of the other leaders of the rebellion, he appointed various officers for this huge army of more than 14,000 citizens, poor and freedmen. He also asked his good friend, the experienced Democrat Xianxia, to be his assistant, to reorganize the army and discuss the attack plan. Xianxia suggested to him that the walls and fortresses of Ortygia Island were tall and strong, and not easy to attack. In a situation where Macias could lead the army back at any time, the troops should not attack the island with all their strength. Instead, they should send troops to control the various gates and walls of Syracuse, and at the same time, purge the forces that supported Dionysius in the city, and unite the citizens to fight Dionysius's mercenaries. Herolas and the others approved Xianxia's suggestion, and sent him to lead a team to the isthmus of Ortygia Island. And sent him to urgently build a wall, completely sealing Ortygia Island from the outside the city of Syracuse. Then, Herolas began the city's cleansing operation. Just as the riots broke out, the secret agents of Dionia hidden in the port had already sent people to take a fast boat from the big port, sailing straight north, and arrived at Catanae after more than 2 hours. In the port of Catanae, the head of Dionia's secret agents in charge of Sicily, Antiporus. He did not personally go to Syracuse to participate in the riots, and even ordered his men not to enter the city of Syracuse during the riots, so as to avoid giving the citizens of Syracuse a bad impression. But in Catanae, Antiporus did not have these scruples, because the rulers of the entire city, the mercenaries, were mostly conscripted by Macias to Megillo, and the city's defense was empty. Antiporus even brazenly gathered the freedmen and slaves in the port, calling them to overthrow the rule of the outsider mercenaries. When Dionysius destroyed Catanae, he gave the land to some of the mercenaries who helped him fight the war. These soldiers fought and killed all year round, and did not know how to take care of the land at all. Moreover, Catanae's land was vast, and they could not manage it with just their manpower, so they could only rely on the slaves and freedmen. The slaves mainly came from the people of the city-states captured by Dionysius when he conquered the east coast of Sicily. The mercenaries often sent troops to the western mountains to capture exiles and Sycure people as slaves to work for themselves. Many of the freedmen were originally citizens of the city-states on the east coast, but they had now lost their homes. Therefore, the mercenaries of Catanae ruled over this large group of slaves and freedmen who greatly outnumbered them and hated them. It was only because of the powerful force of Syracuse and the ferocity of the mercenaries that the slaves' resistance was crushed many times, forcing them to choose to obey. As an exile of Catanae, Antiporus returned to his hometown after a few years, and it was like a fish in water. He was familiar with many slaves and freedmen here, and could even name them. Soon, he established a situation in the port. With the help of his former compatriots, he formed his own team, and sent people to Syracuse, Leontini, Sicily, Taunus, and other neighboring city-states to spread rumors, look for allies, and wait for the right time. Now, the opportunity had come. The army of Syracuse had suffered heavy losses in Greece, and almost all the troops of Syracuse and its southeastern allies had been transferred to encircle and suppress the Dionysian army that had landed. The reason why Antiporus did not immediately start a riot was because he was afraid of alerting Dionysius's supporters in the city of Syracuse. For this reason, the people of Catanae had urged him several times. Now that the news of the riot in Syracuse had come, Antiporus immediately announced that the action had begun. The people of Catanae burst into cheers. They gathered their troops and attacked the city of Catanae. At the same time, the slaves of Catanae in the city were also organized and launched a fierce attack on the mercenaries on the city wall, demanding revenge for their dead relatives. There were not many mercenaries left behind to begin with. Suddenly attacked from both the front and the back, they were quickly routed. Antiporus led the insurgents to occupy the city of Catanae. He did not participate in the victory celebration of his former compatriots. Instead, he immediately sent people on horseback to the three city-states of Leontini, Tanis, and Sicily. He told his men lurking there that there had been a riot in Syracuse and Catani, and that it had succeeded. He wanted to boost their confidence and urge them to take immediate action. Antiporus believed that these three city-states had succumbed to the powerful military attack of Syracuse, and had been supported by Dionysius as a puppet to establish a tyrannical regime. The heavy tribute and military taxes were placed on the people, so their resentment towards Syracuse could be imagined. It would only take a spark to ignite a raging fire, and the news of the successful riots in Syracuse and Catani would undoubtedly boost their confidence and fighting spirit. As long as the riots in these three city-states were also successful, it would be difficult for the army led by Macias to return to Syracuse. For this reason, Antiporus sent people on a speedboat north to the port of Magero to inform the First Army commander, Antonios, of the success of the riots in Syracuse and Catani, so that he could be mentally prepared. Early in the morning, the sky was covered in fog in Syracuse, but there was only a thin layer of fog in Magero. Macias had already received a report from his scouts. More than 5,000 reinforcements from the south coast city-states of Gela and Camalina were about to arrive. Hence, the cautious Macias did not continue to bombard the southern bank of the Alcantara River with ballistic cannons, nor did he lead his army to cross the river and attack directly. Instead, he led his 12,000 soldiers and the 50 ballistic caravan westward along the river, away from the town of Magero and near Mount Etna. They crossed the Alcantara River unhurriedly, rendering the traps set by the First Army near the town of Magero useless. Antonios did not send troops to stop them on the other side of the river because Torremignon's mercenaries had also come out at the right time. In order to avoid being attacked from both sides, Antonios chose to continue to hide in the dilapidated town of Magero. He even transferred back 200 soldiers from the temporary outpost in the north the day before yesterday and sent people to the western mountains to inform the exiles not to go east for the time being. Macias's army easily met up with the Tauromanian mercenaries, and the total number of troops reached 13,000. Macias still chose a safe tactic, placing the remaining ballistic cannons in front of the formation and continuing to fire stone bullets at the west of Magero while waiting for reinforcements to arrive. For a time, the stone bullets whistled through the air, and the town roared continuously. In order to avoid being accidentally injured by the flying gravel and sawdust, the soldiers of Dionia and the refugees in the town had no choice but to retreat again and again to the east. Macias, on the other hand, calmly let the soldiers go and clear the traps and obstacles that the Dionia people had set up outside the town of Magero. The soldiers of the First Legion felt suffocated. Since the establishment of the First Legion, they had won every battle and were invincible. They were the heroes that the people of Dionia praised and yearned for. They had never experienced a battle like this before. Other than dodging the ballistic cannons, they were constantly retreating. Therefore, the soldiers began to protest to the team officers, demanding that they rush out of the town and engage the enemy head-on. It was not only the soldiers who protested, but the refugees were also dissatisfied. They were trapped in this town with their wives and children. There was no river in the west, so the ballista could be completely pushed to the front of the town. In this way, the entire town of Magero was within the range of the ballista. When everyone's protest and dissatisfaction were conveyed to Antonios through the team officers and the leader of the refugees, one could imagine the pressure he was under. "Sir Legion Commander, we can't be so passive anymore. We have to fight our way out and destroy their ballista," Tegtinos suggested loudly. "That's why we'll let the enemy invade the town. We'll make use of the close-quarters combat of the Legion of Dionysia, using the narrow streets and ruins to prevent the enemy's superior forces from being fully utilized. This is the battle plan we came up with beforehand. It's the right plan, and we should stick to it," Georges emphasized. "But the enemy isn't falling for it. If we wait like this, the ballistics projectiles will already be on our heads before Syracuse makes it in," Tegthanas yelled in frustration. "Actually, Syracuse's strategy is advantageous to us. Didn't the scouts who rushed to the port last night say that they're preparing to start a riot in Syracuse, Catani, and a few other cities today? Perhaps they won't even have to fight Syracuse in the end. They'll be forced to retreat," Xantiparas said expectantly. "You actually believe the words of those cowards who only know how to sneak around?" Tegthanas blurted out. The other officers' expressions changed when they heard this. They'd more or less heard that these scouts were trusted aides nurtured by the king of Devers. Antonios glanced at Xenophanes, who had an awkward expression on his face, and scolded Tecphonus softly, "If it wasn't for Xenophanes' help, would we have occupied Megaro so easily? Would we have gotten help from the Sicilians so quickly?" Childish. Actually, Antonios was also dubious about the secret letter sent by the scouts, but the reality of the situation left him with no other choice. In this strange land, there were basically hostile forces everywhere. Apart from staying in Mylar, where else could his First Legion retreat to? If Antrodorus's plan succeeded, of course it would be to everyone's delight. At this moment, a soldier who was waiting at the port hurriedly ran over to report, "Lord Commander, our fleet is here." That damned Sicarian had finally arrived. Antonios was invigorated. "Order the troops to bring the families of the exiles, maintain order, and retreat to the port." "Yes, Lord Commander," the captains and the leader of the exiles replied in unison. Sicarian didn't actually come. He was still recuperating in Lygum. Although Sicarian was usually flamboyant and did not like to be commanded by an army, he would not be careless during crucial moments of war. Furthermore, Antonius had specially sent a clipper ship to Lygum yesterday, taking the risk to make a request to him. He hoped that the Dionysian fleet could arrive at Megaro earlier tomorrow to deal with the full-scale attack of the people of Syracuse. Sicarian did not dare to take this lightly. He even specifically warned Flarios, who was commanding the fleet on his behalf, that he would set off early the next morning and rush to Megaro as soon as possible. The arrival of the Dionysian fleet, as well as the influx of the townspeople and soldiers to the port, were reported to Macias by the scouts. After scolding Palinnices for his incompetence, Macias asked, "Where are the reinforcements?" "We've passed Sicily and should reach the south bank of the Alcantara River soon. Send someone to urge them to hurry." Macias finally ordered, "Blow the horn to attack, don't let the people of Dionia escape." Indeed, Macias had spent so much time preparing and expending so many ballistae not just to chase away the Dionysian army that had invaded Sicily, but to completely destroy them to boost the morale of the people of Syracuse and gain fame for himself. Due to the urgency of the situation, he could not give the people of Dionia time to escape from the port and land elsewhere in Sicily. Macias could not allow the army to bypass the northern side of Megaro, which was also filled with traps and obstacles, and attack the port from the east. That would waste too much time. Thus, the soldiers of the allied army of Syracuse began their attack from the western side of the town that had already been cleared. They crossed the wooden walls that had almost disappeared after being bombarded by the ballistae and charged into the town aggressively. The vast army was divided into thin streams by the crisscrossing streets, and soon, the army of Dionia ran into trouble. "Ouch! My foot! My foot has been pierced." "Stop. Don't push forward, there's a big pit in front, the captain and the others have fallen into it." The people of Syracuse did not expect that the people of Dionia had not only set up traps and obstacles outside the town, but also within the town itself. In fact, the soldiers of the First Legion had led the refugees to create this overnight. Even without the urgent report from Catanai's spy last night, Antonios did not intend to lead his troops to escape by boat. To him, the order that the Devers gave before the departure of the First Legion did not include the words, "If the battle goes south, retreat is allowed." If he retreated before the battle even started, even if the Devers forgave him for the sake of their past relationship, he would not have a future in Dionia in the future. As for the soldiers of the First Legion, their considerations were simpler. How could the soldiers of Dionia, who had always been called the bravest by the people of Dionia, allow themselves to become cowards? Antonios's previous pretense of retreat was only to lure the enemy into attacking earlier. Once they entered the town and started fighting with the soldiers of the First Legion, the ballistae would naturally not fire anymore. At the same time, he also arranged for the families of the exiled warriors to be worried about and the army to be distracted to take care of them. This was so that the army could fight with all their might without any distractions. When the 300 cavalrymen of the Syracuse allied army galloped near the port, they saw more than 3,000 exiled soldiers forming a phalanx, protecting the port. Behind them, thousands of elderly, women, and children, under the orderly guidance of the sailors, rushed to the port and quickly boarded the ships. Of course, the soldiers of Syracuse would not charge into the tightly defended phalanx. They only watched from afar and waited for the infantry to arrive. However, the soldiers of Syracuse were frightened by the frequent traps. They advanced cautiously and began to expand to both sides. At that moment, the light infantry led by the 7th Captain, Spider, appeared. They did not launch arrows and javelins at the enemy in groups like they would in a regular battle. Instead, they hid in the dilapidated houses between the streets, crawled on the ruins, or stood on the opposite side of the large pit, firing accurately at the enemy. The soldiers of Syracuse were focused on detecting the traps in front of them. Suddenly, an arrow flew out from the window of a house and hit the soldier's unprotected thigh. Another javelin fell from the roof above and pierced the soldier's shoulder that he did not have time to protect with his round shield. The sneak attack of the Daionia light infantry had a high fatality rate due to the close distance. As the soldiers of Syracuse had to fight the Daionia head-on, it was impossible for the light infantry to charge at the front. The heavy infantry who were charging at the front were now afraid of the traps and long-range sneak attacks of the Daionia. Their advance was even slower. Back in Medmar City, even though the Dionians didn't attack for the past few days, the Medmar defenders didn't let down their guard. Because the day before yesterday, they witnessed the despicable Dionians ordering the Medmar and Rockley captives who were captured in the battle to fill up the trench in front of the city wall with soil bags. The night before yesterday, the Medmarians took advantage of the darkness to pull down ropes from the city wall and let the soldiers slide down to dig up the trench. However, the Daionia were already prepared. They had ambushed the light infantry not far away, causing Medmar to lose many of its soldiers. After suffering such a setback, the Medmarians no longer dared to leave the city. They knew that they were in danger and could only defend the city with all their might. At the same time, they hoped that the defeated Syracuse could reverse the situation and defeat Daionia, giving Medmar a chance of survival. Today, the Medmar soldiers stood at the top of the city wall, looking ahead vigilantly. The Dionians were just like a few days ago, starting to get into formation in front of the city about 100 meters away. But this time, they had 2 siege weapons in front of them. Even from 100 meters away, the Medmar soldiers could feel the enormity of the siege weapons. "Quick! Come and look!" "What's that?" a soldier shouted to his companions in panic. This should be a siege tower. I heard from the Locrians that the Syracuse people used this kind of siege weapon to conquer many cities. It seems to be taller than our city wall. How should we deal with this thing? Just when the defenders were nervous, woo! The bugle of the attack rang through the army of Daionia. Medmar's siege began. "Commander, be careful." The adjutant pressed Matones, who had risked approaching the wooden wall, down. There was a strong whooshing sound, and a stone shell whizzed past his head. Matones touched his neck with lingering fear and cursed, "Damn the ballista team, they're trying to kill." Before he could finish, there was a loud bang in front of him. The stone shell hit the tower 8 to 9 meters away. The tower that the Syracuse people built in a hurry was not very sturdy. When the 15-kilogram stone shell hit the top of the tower, not only did wood chips fly everywhere, but the tower also shook and tilted backwards. Accompanied by the screams of the harpooneers on the top of the tower, the 6-meter-tall tower fell straight to the ground. "That's great. The ballista team is great. Keep it up." Matones waved his fists and shouted excitedly. The adjutant rolled his eyes. He was just scolding the ballista team a moment ago, but his tone changed in the blink of an eye. However, most of the Daionia light infantry's attention was attracted by the tower. This allowed the Syracuse light infantry to not only throw javelins from the tower, but they also rushed to the front of the trench and threw javelins at the enemies on the wooden wall under the cover of the tank. They even shot fire arrows at the curtain wall. The Legion of Dionysia had to defend against the javelins thrown from the tower and the wall, protect the wooden wall from being burned down, and stop the enemies from climbing up the wall using ladders. It was a little hard for them to take care of everything. "Siege chariots. The enemy's siege chariots are under the wall," a soldier exclaimed. Martoris had just cut down an enemy who was about to climb up the wall into the trench. He quickly stuck his head out to take a look, only to see an undamaged siege vehicle pushing away a few burning siege vehicles that were piled up. It passed through the trench that had been filled up and was almost pushed under the wooden wall. "Piss! Pour the tar!" Martones shouted anxiously. Clang! His guard used his shield to block a javelin that was thrown at him. Legion commander, there's no more oil. The soldier shouted in frustration. Go to the camp and look for it. See if there's any tar left. Matones gave orders to his guards and ordered the soldiers, smash it. Wood and rocks hit the siege chariots below the wall, but it did not seem to affect them much. On the contrary, under the protection of the herringbone roof, the Syracuse soldiers pushed the battering rams with metal pieces at the top and slammed them hard on the wooden wall. The wooden wall creaked and shook. Even the Syracuse soldiers who were climbing the ladders nearby were affected and fell into the trench. Matones grabbed the battlement of the wall with both hands and was thinking anxiously about how to deal with it. Another scream came from behind, "It's on fire! The wooden wall is on fire! Your Majesty, a section of the wooden wall in the area that the Legio IV is defending has been hit by the Syracuse soldiers with oil tanks and fire arrows many times. It has caught fire, but the fire has been extinguished. However, 10 meters of the wooden wall had been burned. Fortunately, the trench in front had not been filled, so the enemy had not immediately rushed to the bottom of the wall and destroyed it. Epiphanes has already sent Legio IV's light armored squad to set up a defensive formation behind the wall." Tormid reported the dangerous situation to the Devers, who had already walked out of the tent and were observing the defense of the 4th and 7th legions. Devers furrowed his brow slightly. He looked at the light armored squad that was lined up in front of the wooden wall and pondered for a moment before saying, "It seems like Dionysius has concentrated all of his attacks on my main camp. Syracuse is quite capable in sieging a city. It will be a little difficult for the 4th and 7th legions to defend against so many people's attacks. Tormid. Here. Go inform the 2nd, 5th, and 6th legions of the left and right battalions to come to the main camp immediately." Devers gave the order decisively, but Tormid was shocked. "Your Majesty, if all the troops retreat, then, what about the 2 camps? If Dionysius wants it, then give it to him," Devers said casually, and the soldiers' hard work for a few days went to waste. "Wait, don't let them retreat yet. Leave the light infantry to defend for now. When the enemy attacks, they will be able to deal some damage," Devers emphasized again. "Yes, Your Majesty." Tormid turned around and was about to leave when he heard a cry in front of him, followed by a loud bang. In the midst of the crackling sound, a large hole appeared in the wooden wall in front of him. "Your Majesty, the enemy used siege vehicles to destroy a section of our wooden wall." The messenger who had rushed back shouted anxiously. Devers' expression was calm. He turned around and shouted, "Izum! Brothers, follow me." Izum had been waiting for a long time. He led his mountain ridge scouts and rushed towards the hole. Tormid saw this and quickened his pace. "Sir, the left and right battalions of Dionia are moving towards the main camp." Dionysius heard the report and stood up excitedly. Devers finally fell for it. "Gather the troops and attack the left battalion of Dionia immediately." "Yes." The main camp of Dionia faced the western wall of Silatina, while the left and right battalions stretched out their arms to surround the north and south sides of Silatina. The left battalion was guarded by most of the soldiers of Legio VI and the 5th Legion. The 5th Legion was the legion of Dionysia that suffered the heaviest losses in this war. Although they were later replenished with some soldiers, their strength was definitely not as good as before. Legio VI was a newly formed legion before the war, and had only participated in the Battle of Crotone so far. Therefore, the left battalion was not as good as the 2nd Legion, and a small number of soldiers of Legio VI stationed in the right battalion, be it the quality of the soldiers or the degree of teamwork. The difference in strength could be seen from the traps and obstacles laid in front of the 2 battalions. Dionysius had already understood this in the past few days, and naturally wanted to strike at the weakest point of the Dionysian army. The northern gate of Silatina opened wide, and more than 10,000 Syracuse elites reorganized and equipped with better armor and equipment, in addition to a few thousand freedmen armed with simple wooden shields and spears. A total of nearly 20,000 soldiers under the personal command of Dionysius charged towards the left battalion. The news quickly spread to the main camp of Dionia. "Your Majesty, our left battalion may not be able to hold on much longer." Secretary Hnepolis cried out. "Didn't I say it before? If Dionysius wants it, he can take it." The Devers said calmly, "He thinks he can defeat us by breaking through our camp, but he doesn't know that he has fallen into our trap." Right now, Dionysius is too obsessed with the outcome of a battle, and can no longer consider the outcome of the battle as a whole. Helibones nodded as if he understood, at the same time quickly recording what the Devers said on a piece of papyrus. Tormid. Yes. Inform Felicius and Olivers to lead their troops and form a formation 20 meters from the eastern wooden wall. At the same time, have Amyntas lead the second army to stand on the northern wooden wall of the main camp. This is to prevent the enemy from attacking the main camp after occupying the left battalion. The Devers ordered again, also. When they are ready, tell Matones and Epitines not to send troops to seal up the gaps, and let the enemy in. Yes. The Devers relaxed a little after he finished giving his orders in one breath. He turned to look at the confused Henipolis and could not help but explain, the left battalion is lost, and the right battalion is also lost. It's not important to us. Our goal is to kill as many Syracuse soldiers as possible, so that Dionysius will lose a large number of elite soldiers and lose the ability to attack. When Dionysius led his troops and left the protection of the fortified city to attack us, he was already doomed to fail. The army led by Dionysius broke into the left battalion after paying a small price. The camp was already empty, and the attack was so easy that Dionysius was slightly surprised. Of course, he thought that it was mainly because he had used a large number of troops to attack the main camp of Dionia to confuse the Devers and divert the main force of the left battalion away. But at this moment, he did not have time to slowly savor the joy of victory. The main force was courageously attacking the main camp of Dionia, and the price they had to pay was very high. He had to seize the time, quickly attack the camp from the side, and completely defeat the Dionia soldiers. Dionysius led the soldiers quickly through the tents, rushing towards the south. The battle cries and screams in front of them were getting louder and clearer. We're almost there. Dionysius's heart was getting more and more excited. When they bypassed the tent area, he stopped in shock. A tall, long wooden wall more than 20 meters in front of him blocked his way, and in front of the wooden wall was a trench. How could this be? Why did the Dionia soldiers build such a thick wooden wall and dig such a wide trench inside the entire camp, instead of just using a wooden fence to separate the camp? His hope of victory was shattered in an instant. The strong sense of disparity and the fear of failure caused the strong-willed Dionysius to roar in grief and indignation. Sir, be careful. On the wooden wall, the light infantry of the 2nd Corps rained down arrows and javelins. The Syracuse soldiers hurriedly raised their round shields to defend, while the bodyguards protected Dionysius. Dionysius heard the sound of the arrow colliding with the round shield. Clang! 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 He was getting anxious. It seemed that the Dionia soldiers had built a wooden wall and trench in the camp to protect the main camp. It was obvious that they had already planned to give up the left and right camps. Unfortunately, the entire camp was blocked by wooden walls and traps. The scouts could not find out what was going on inside the camp. Every time the envoy was sent to negotiate with the Dionia camp, he would cover his eyes with a cloth when he entered and left the camp. He had no idea what was going on inside the camp. Did he fall into the trap of the Devers again? Since Dionysius was confident that he could break through the left camp and continue to attack south, he would be able to break into the central camp. That was why the soldiers only brought ladders and no siege weapons. Siege towers, siege wagons, and other large weapons could not be pushed into the camp. Faced with the heavily guarded central camp, the people of Syracuse were helpless. Macias did not expect the Dionia soldiers to set up traps in the town of Megaro. This caused a lot of trouble for the attacking troops. He could only let the light infantry catch up and assist the heavy infantry in chasing away the rats. At the same time, he urged the reinforcements to join the battle as soon as possible. Of course, it was impossible for the soldiers of the 1st Legion to set up traps in the entire town, especially in the area where they and the refugees were staying. As time passed, the soldiers of Syracuse had already entered this area. At this time, the soldiers of the 1st Legion who had been waiting for a long time immediately went forward to intercept the soldiers of Syracuse in the narrow streets, engaging them in direct combat. The soldiers of Syracuse advanced continuously. Once they were blocked in front, they would attempt to go around the streets on both sides. However, the other units of the 1st Legion would intercept them in a new street. The attack of the soldiers of Syracuse was like water. Once they were blocked, the soldiers at the back would make a detour around them. On the other hand, the soldiers of Dionia were like stones, blocking every path that the enemy could take. As the battle progressed, the attacking troops of Syracuse had actually made a detour to the back of the 1st Legion from both sides. Among the 5,000 soldiers of the 1st Legion, there were more than 1,000 light infantry and light armored soldiers. Their military strength was stretched to the limit. If not for the 3,000 refugees who returned immediately after escorting their families and blocked the attack of the soldiers of Syracuse from the back, the 1st Legion would have been caught in a pincer attack. Now, the 1st Legion and the refugees were engaged in a fierce battle with the allied forces of Syracuse in various streets. Gradually, a circular defensive circle was formed with Antonio's small command center as the center. Beside Antonio's, his adjutant, 20 guards, and messengers, the rest of his troops had been sent out. Although he looked calm and composed as he sat on the rooftop of the 3-story building that once belonged to the Consul of Magero, he was actually feeling uneasy. The 1st Legion had been surrounded by the enemy. There was no way out other than to fight to the death. Furthermore, he no longer had any reserve troops. Once a street was breached by the enemy, it would be a disaster for the entire 1st Legion. Therefore, not only did Antonius place his spear and shield beside him, he also ordered his adjutant, guards, and some messengers to be fully armed. If there was any danger, he would personally lead the troops into battle. Thud. 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 A messenger panted as he ran up to the roof. Reporting to Commander, the East, our allies are defending the east side very well. There are no signs of them being forced to retreat. It seems like these exiles are just as they said. They've been fighting against the Psychier people, mercenaries, and sometimes even wild beasts. Their courage, fighting spirit, and fighting skills aren't weak. We can relax for now, the aide-de-camp said in relief. Antonius heaved a sigh of relief. He was most worried about the performance of these exiled soldiers. That was why he had specially sent messengers to keep an eye on them and report the situation. At this moment, he said, our brothers are responsible for the defense of 3 sides. They have more than 3,000 people and are only responsible for the east side. It is only natural that they can resist the enemies. Attack. Commander, do you think we should transfer some of their soldiers to form a new reserve team? The adjutant suggested. Antonius was slightly tempted. He looked up at the sky. The sun had already begun to move to the west. He looked ahead. On every street, the soldiers of the 1st Legion were fighting bravely. They were outnumbered by the enemy, and not only were they able to resist the enemy's attack, but they also seemed to have caused some chaos. The real battle has just begun. Don't be hasty. Let's wait for a while. Antonius muttered. Due to the continuous bombardment of the ballistae for more than a day, the streets of Magero were filled with rubble and debris. Occasionally, large boulders would appear in the middle of the road. This caused the Syracuse soldiers to be unable to spread out on the streets. Due to these reasons, the dense formation of the infantrymen was split apart. They were unable to effectively form a combined force to push the Dionia soldiers. Instead, the Dionia soldiers were able to squeeze through the gaps in the formation caused by the terrain and engage in close combat. In such close combat, the long shields and short swords of the Dionia soldiers were able to display their might. At the same time, the soldiers of the 1st Legion did not throw the 2 javelins in their hands before the battle began. Instead, they handed the javelins to their comrades at the back. They would stand on the boulders and throw the javelins from above, or throw them through the gaps between their comrades when the enemy was slipping and unprotected. This was the main reason why the 1st Legion was able to resist the enemy's attack and even gain the upper hand despite having fewer soldiers than the Syracuse soldiers on every street. After Macias understood the situation in front of him, he was shocked by the combat strength of the Dionia soldiers. At the same time, he was also anxious that he could not make use of his advantage in numbers. After some thought, he ordered the soldiers who were stuck at the back to carry scaling ladders and climb up from the houses on the streets. This was to provide support to the soldiers who were trapped in the streets, forcing the Dionia soldiers to split up. Originally, Macias had prepared these scaling ladders out of habit before he attacked a city. Since he had so many ballistic cannons, he had never thought of using them this time. Now, it was the perfect time to put them to use. The soldiers carried the ladders and started climbing from a place far away from the battle. The houses of the Greeks, be it the rich or the commoners, basically had 4 walls and a roof, with an open courtyard in the middle. Hence, the Syracuse soldiers climbed in and out of the dilapidated houses. Sometimes, they even had to fight with the Ionia light infantry hiding in the houses. It was a difficult and dangerous journey. After more than half an hour, Antonios received urgent reports from messengers. "Sir, the 1st platoon leader Georges said that the enemy has infiltrated from the houses and is threatening the flank of his troops. He does not have more soldiers to stop them, so he requests for a retreat." "Sir, the 2nd platoon leader Xantoparis, retreat. Let all the platoons and the refugees retreat to the designated area according to the pre-battle deployment. Get into formation and defend. Inform Xbit to gather all the light infantry here." "Yes, sir." Before the battle, Antonios and the platoon leaders had already considered the worst-case scenario and had come up with a remedy. However, he did not expect to be forced to this step so quickly. This Syracuse general is not simple. Antonius sighed inwardly. He looked up at the sky and turned to ask Lorphines, "The rebellion you planned should have begun, right?" Shirofines, of course, knew that the 1st platoon was in a precarious situation. He answered without hesitation, "Based on my understanding of Androporus, since he dared to make a request to you, he must have made ample preparations. And judging from the time now, I'm afraid it's already over." Shirofines' words made Antonios feel slightly relieved. He said in a low voice, "If that's the case, let the 1st platoon and Syracuse fight the last battle here." The soldiers of the 1st platoon slowly retreated in an orderly manner. Due to the restrictions of the terrain and the fear of javelins from the enemy's formation, the Syracuse soldiers did not attack fiercely. Instead, they cautiously closed in, allowing the companies and squads of the 1st platoon to successfully retreat from the streets. The refugees, on the other hand, did not fare as well. They lacked training and experience during the retreat, so they panicked a little. The Syracuse soldiers took advantage of the situation to strengthen their attacks, causing the chaos to worsen. Fortunately, Syracuse had the fewest soldiers in this direction. The refugees were only responsible for defending the east side, and they had enough soldiers. Moreover, they had a deep grudge against the Syracuse soldiers, so even if the chaos caused more casualties, they would not turn around and run away. In the end, they retreated from the streets as well. Antonios' consul mansion was the administrative center of Miller, and it was not adjacent to other residential buildings. Due to the preparations made in advance, the 1st Brigade and the exiled soldiers were able to surround it smoothly, forming a thick and dense circular formation. On the other hand, the Syracuse soldiers who followed the enemy to gather in front of the formation were not too prepared. There was chaos and gaps between the troops that came out from the streets. The 1st platoon did not completely stand on the defensive. Instead, they seized the opportunity to counterattack. They launched short, orderly charges from company to company. When a company launched its charge, the soldiers of the 7th platoon on the roof of the consul's residence immediately threw javelins and arrows into the area despite the numbness in their arms. The 1st platoon's tactic caused the Syracuse soldiers in front of them to fall into chaos. Macias, who had hurried to the rear of the troops, saw the situation and hurriedly asked the bugler to blow the bugle to attack. At the same time, he ordered the hundreds of mercenaries under him to form a line and chase the retreating soldiers back. If they did not obey, they would be executed on the spot. He also asked Siculi, Catanai, and Leontini, who were following him, to rush forward to pacify their somewhat restless troops. Because he was worried that the refugees would not be able to cooperate well, and he was also worried that the 1st platoon's forces would be surrounded by the enemy after leaving the formation. Furthermore, he trusted Shilofini's words, so the cautious Andon Rios did not choose to launch an all-out attack. This gave the Syracuse coalition a chance to breathe. The chaos was recovering, and the generals were commanding the soldiers to regroup. At this moment, Macias ordered, "Bring in a few ballistae from outside the town." Macias pointed at the 3-story consul's mansion that stood tens of meters away and said coldly, "Don't worry about hurting our soldiers, because that's our target." Not only was the towering roof an easy target for the ballistic cannons, it could also crush the Ionia light infantry that were launching long-range attacks from above, eliminating the damage they had caused to the Syracuse army's dense formation. Moreover, Macias could sense that the commander of the Syracuse army was right above. Bombarding the building would lower the morale of the Dionia soldiers. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The adjutant quickly understood this point and immediately exclaimed in admiration, "General, you're right. A messenger. A messenger." Quickly informed the ballista troops outside the town to bring the ballista. Here immediately. Macias looked at the building in front of him. He could almost feel the enemy's commander looking down at him. He admitted that he had underestimated the combat power of the Dionysian army. They had caused a lot of casualties to the Syracuse coalition army. However, the trouble they had planned would end here. The Syracuse coalition army had surrounded them on this unprotected flat ground with twice the number of soldiers. As long as they continued to attack, victory would eventually come. Macias was very confident of this. Just as the 2 armies were engaged in a fierce battle, a loud shout came from behind Macias and the other generals who were supervising the battle. "Sir General Hebagris! Sir General Hebagris!" From the corner of Macias's eyes, the bodyguard of the tyrant Sicily hurriedly brought that person over. "Sir General, this is bad. There's a riot in Sicily city and the port." The person shouted in panic as soon as he saw Hebagris. The surrounding people were all shocked. Hebagris grabbed his chest tightly and asked anxiously, "What nonsense are you talking about? When I left Sicily yesterday, everything in the city was very calm. There's no riot." "It's true, sir." The person cried and said in panic, "This morning, the freedmen and slaves in the port rioted and attacked Sicily city. When Sir Celtas was about to lead the soldiers to defend, some citizens suddenly attacked them from behind and opened the city gate. Sir Celtas had no choice but to lead the troops to defend the city. Sir, your family has also hidden in the city. Now, only Sir can lead the troops back and defeat those rioters. Only then can we save our Sicily city." Hearing this, Hebagris shouted anxiously, "Callilatus, quickly recall our soldiers. We have to return to Sicily immediately." "Yes, sir." A Sicily general hurriedly ran to the front. "Wait." Macias hurriedly shouted, "Lord Hebagris, we don't know if the news of Sicily being attacked is true or false. Why don't we send scouts to investigate first, and it won't be too late to send troops after confirming it." It was not easy for the coalition forces to start attacking again and gain a slight upper hand. Macias did not want this good momentum to be interrupted, so he wanted to stall for time first. Unexpectedly, Hebagris saw through Macias's intentions. He pointed at the messenger and said with a serious expression, "Dilas is my slave butler and has followed me for decades. You don't have to doubt his words." "I'm sorry, Sir Macias. I have to rush back immediately and eliminate those rioters, not only to save my family, but also for the dozens of tons of grain stored in the city for the army to eat." With Hebagris's reminder, Macias's expression changed drastically. He did not stop Hebagris from leaving. Instead, he said, "After eliminating the enemies here, I will immediately lead the troops to Sicily to assist you." There were only about 1,000 soldiers participating in the battle in Sicily. Considering that their combat power was not strong, Macias did not arrange for them to be at the front of the enemy, so it was easier for them to retreat. Looking at Hebagris hurriedly leading the troops away, Macias felt a little uneasy, so he ordered, "Blow the bugle again and urge the soldiers to step up the attack. I've said long ago that this Hebagris is an incompetent fellow. Sir Dionysius should have eliminated Sicily back then and let us mercenaries manage that small city. Then, there wouldn't have been such trouble." Beside him, Pavlos, who used to be a mercenary leader and had now become the tyrant of Catanai, mocked him without any scruples, causing the expressions of the generals of the other cities to change. Macias warned him in a low voice with a displeased expression, "Don't talk nonsense." The officer in charge of the ballistae rushed over. "Sir, the ballistae have been carried here." The report of the ballistae officer made Macias perk up. "Find a place to set up your ballistae and bombard that house," Macias said in high spirits as he pointed at the consul's residence. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone shouting from behind, "Sir Pavlos, bad news. Catanai has been occupied by thugs." Macias was shocked when he heard that. The tyrant of Catanai, who had made sarcastic remarks previously, had already run to the back anxiously, while the generals of the other cities were whispering to each other. Pavlos quickly came to Macias and said anxiously, "Macias, I have to bring my brothers back immediately." Macias forced himself to calm down. He did not play any tricks on his comrades who were in the same trench. Instead, he analyzed the situation seriously. "Pavlos, Katanai has already been lost. If you rush back now, even if you recapture it, it will have already been damaged. And if you leave now, you will ruin this battle that we have put in a lot of effort and are about to win. You have also seen how powerful these Dionia soldiers are. Once they escape, they will create more trouble for us." Macias could let the Siculi leave, but he could not let the troops of Katanai leave, because their 3,000 mercenaries were one of the main forces of this battle. Pavlos listened to his advice and hesitated. His tone was not as resolute as before. "I'm afraid this battle will continue until dusk before a winner can be decided. Even if we return to Katanai, I'm afraid we can only attack tomorrow. In such a long time, those thugs will strengthen their defenses, and it will be very difficult for us to attack the city. And if my brothers know that I did not lead them to recapture their homeland in time, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold this position for long. With the support of Sir Dionysius, what are you afraid of?" Macias encouraged him. "As for the losses of our brothers, Syracuse will compensate them." While Pavlos was still hesitating, another messenger arrived on horseback and shouted anxiously, "General Vlaotais, bad news. Leontini." The tyrants and generals of the allied states beside Macias were already in an uproar. Those who could sit in this position were not fools. Sicily riot. Katanai riot. Leontini riot. This was no longer an isolated riot. It was very likely to be a storm of resistance against Syracuse that had been set off in the southeast of Sicily. The people here had been dissatisfied with Syracuse for a long time. Everyone present was well aware of this, because they had all benefited from Dionysius's rule over Sicily. At this moment, they no longer cared about the face of the leader of the alliance. They all expressed to Macias that they wanted to bring their troops back to the city to stabilize the situation. They did not wait for Macias's reply and went straight to their own city armies. Previously, Macias was able to make these nobles of the alliance bow their heads and obey his orders because of the power of Syracuse. Now that a disaster was upon them, how could they still be willing to listen to the orders of a mercenary? Macias tried to persuade them but still could not stop them from acting on their own. Just when he was at a loss, Pavlos said coldly beside him, "Macias, I also want to bring my troops back. I advise you to immediately withdraw your troops as well. Riots have appeared in our cities. Do you think Syracuse can avoid it? Don't forget, Lord Dionysius and you have removed the defense forces of Syracuse. It's quite empty there." Macias was shocked when he heard this. He only wanted to destroy the enemy in front of him, but he had forgotten the most important responsibility that he shouldered. His heart was in a mess as he watched Pavlos command his men to rush towards the phalanx formed by Katanai's army. His heart sank. He knew that this battle was over. He looked up at the consul's mansion in front of him as if he could see the enemy's commander sneering at them. For a large-scale riot to appear in Sicily at this time, it was definitely caused by the people of Dionia. Thinking of this, anger rose in his heart and he shouted angrily, "Ballista, bombard that house immediately." "Lord Commander, the enemy seems to have begun to retreat." The adjutant shouted excitedly. There was no need for him to remind him. In Antonius's field of vision, he saw generals wearing gorgeous crowns rushing to various positions in the enemy's formation, shouting something loudly. Then, there was a commotion in the enemy's formation. Then, groups of soldiers withdrew from the formation and were led by those generals to retreat to the west. There were many gaps in the thick circular formation that had originally tightly surrounded the First Legion and the exiled soldiers. Their retreat had also seriously affected the soldiers of Syracuse. They no longer attacked, but looked around and shouted at each other, conveying the uneasiness in their hearts to the other soldiers. Soon, the entire circular formation fell into chaos. Could it be that the news of the riots led by Androporus and the others had already reached the enemy? Antonius subconsciously looked at Chirophanes. "Lord Commander, I think we can take this opportunity to launch an attack." The adjutant's words pulled him back from his thoughts, but he saw a few stone bullets flying towards them from afar. With a few loud bangs, Antonius felt a few pieces of gravel jump onto his legs. It was a little painful. He asked with concern, "Is everyone okay?" Just as the guards were reporting that they were safe, the light infantrymen on the rooftop who were also responsible for attacking the enemy from a distance shouted, "Captain! Captain! Wake up! Captain?" Antonios was shocked. Xpit, who was commanding the light infantrymen to dodge, was hit in the head by a large piece of stone. He fell to the ground immediately. As a comrade of the Persia Expeditionary Force and a colleague in the Senate, Antonios had a good relationship with Xpit. He was worried and angry when he saw him unconscious. He ordered the guards to call for the medical team while he gave the order, "Blow the bugle. Don't let the enemy escape." Woo! As the bugle of Dionia was blown, the Syracuse coalition army's retreat bugle sounded. It was not that Macias did not want to lead his troops in a safer retreat, but the situation was out of control. Some of the Syracuse soldiers saw that the situation was not good and began to escape with their allies. The encirclement of the entire army was in a mess. If they did not act decisively, the enemy might surround the remaining troops. Hence, he gave the order to retreat. He would rather let the soldiers escape like scattered sand than be captured by the enemy. The sound of the retreat bugle woke Antonios up from his grief. He shouted to the light infantrymen, "Brothers, don't just be sad. It's time to avenge Sir Xpit. Catch up with the escaping enemies and kill them." The light infantrymen roared and immediately ran downstairs to regroup with their comrades. They quickly joined the pursuit. These light infantries could be considered as the ones with better stamina in the 1st Legion. Coupled with the fact that they weren't wearing heavy armor or helmets, their pursuit speed would cause a lot of trouble to the retreating enemies. Antonios was convinced of this. As the Syracuse Allied army surrounded the 1st Legion in a circular formation, and as they retreated, the 1st Legion in the inner circle attacked from all sides, causing them to be unable to retreat in the same direction, and were forced to flee in all directions. Many of the Syracuse soldiers wanted to escape from Meler as quickly as possible, and at the same time avoid the traps that the Dianians had set up in the town. Everything went smoothly when they passed through the area that had been bombarded by the ballistae for a whole day yesterday. When they crossed the almost non-existent wooden wall and jumped into the river, the wooden stakes and iron spikes that the 1st Legion had buried in the mud at the bottom of the river pierced their feet. They screamed and fell into the river one by one, drowning. This caused the people behind to shrink back. Under the spears and daggers of the Dionia soldiers, they were either killed or surrendered. There were also a small number of soldiers who chose to flee to the north. They were mainly the mercenaries of Tauromenion. Pursued by the enemy, they ran all the way to the mountains and were not far from the city of Tauromenion. However, nearly 1,000 sailors with wooden oars and bows blocked their way. It turned out that after the Dionysian fleet loaded the families of the refugees, they did not leave the port. Instead, they kept a close watch on the situation. When they saw the enemy retreating, the Dionysian fleet, eager to make a contribution, took advantage of the fact that there were many sandy beaches in the Naxos Bay and the straight-line distance of the sea. They quickly rowed their ships to land near the mountain pass and set up a net before the enemy. The exhausted mercenaries had no will to fight when they were surrounded by enemies in front and pursuers behind. Most of them laid down their weapons and surrendered. Most of the Syracuse soldiers followed the Allied forces and escaped west out of the town of Magero. They crossed the river and fled south. Macias rode his horse to the south bank of the Alcantara River early in the morning. He was prepared to gather the routed soldiers here before leading his army to the next step. However, he did not expect the Dionia to not give up even after their victory. They chased after the Syracuse soldiers relentlessly. The routed soldiers surged across the Alcantara River like a tidal wave. They did not heed Macias's cries at all. Instead, they separated him from a few hundred cavalrymen and ran south in a rout. The Legion of Dionysia soldiers were adept at chasing after the enemy after a victory. They often ran long distance during training, and they made Syracuse suffer. The Dionia soldiers were also exhausted after a fierce battle. The Dionia soldiers would catch up to the routed soldiers who fell behind from time to time. Their screams were like whips that drove the Syracuse soldiers to run with all their might. After running for 5 or 6 miles, most of the Dionia soldiers finally stopped and turned back to capture the enemies who were squatting by the roadside and had their hands raised in surrender. Only the light infantry were still chasing after them angrily. Hibagris still wanted to lead the army back to Seculi, but the militia under him had long been scattered by the defeated soldiers. He rushed to the front of Sekuli and saw that the 4 gates were closed, and the rebels were shooting arrows in the city. He did not dare to stay any longer, so he could only follow the Syracuse soldiers around Sekuli and continue to flee south. The Dionian light infantry finally stopped in front of Sekuli city. After they revealed their identity to the rebel army at the top of the city wall, they were happily welcomed into the city by the Sekuli rebel army. Macias only managed to gather some of the routed soldiers on the way to Katane. While he was painfully thinking about what he should do next, Katane and the tyrants of Sekuli found him and asked him to help recapture the city. Just then, he encountered a messenger from Syracuse who rushed over to find him. Only then did he know that there was also a riot in Syracuse and they were anxiously waiting for him to lead his army back to rescue them. Macias was shocked and could not care about anything else. He anxiously led his subordinates to gather the routed soldiers and wanted to return to rescue them. When Dionysius led his army to attack the Dionia camp, a small speedboat sailed in from the port of Cirium. Faced with the blockade of the Dionysian fleet, it was not afraid at all. Instead, it played a game of cat and mouse with the Dionia warships. The nimble and small speedboat shuttled between the gaps of the many warships and finally broke into the port with ease. At this time, Dionysius, who had broken into the empty left camp but was blocked by the wooden walls and trenches outside the main Dionia camp, finally made the decision to retreat. However, this order was a little too late. Inside the main camp, the Devers had already arranged the 1st, 5th and Legio 6 who had returned to form a circular encirclement formation behind the wooden walls. They deliberately allowed the Syracuse soldiers to break through the wooden walls and rush into the camp to engage in a face-to-face battle. After fighting for so long, the Syracuse soldiers and freedmen who had lost most of their strength and lacked the protection of armor were no match for the fully armed infantry of the Legion of Dionysia. In addition to the soldiers of the 4th and 7th legions who were fighting on the remaining wooden walls, the Syracuse soldiers who attacked the main camp were quickly defeated and fled towards Cirium. If it was not for the threat of the army led by Dionysius, the Devers did not let the army pursue the Syracuse soldiers all the way to Cirium for the sake of safety. When Dionysius learned that the frontal attack on the camp was defeated, he did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly led his army back into the city. To vent his anger, he burned down the left camp of Dionia. Back in the city, before Dionysius had time to catch his breath, Leptinus came looking for him with a panicked expression. After listening to his younger brother's report, Dionysius was extremely shocked. He never thought that while the Devers surrounded Cirium and divided their forces to attack the Rockley alliance in Syracuse, they had also sent an army to land in Sicily. Although according to Leptinus, there were only a few thousand troops that landed in Sicily, Dionysius was not as calm as Philistos. After another defeat at the hands of the Devers, he was full of vigilance towards the young consul of Dionia. He even highly suspected that the Devers were willing to negotiate with him not only to cover up the fact that he had divided his forces to attack Hyhernion and Medma, but also to delay him until the army landed in Sicily. This was probably the real killer move of the Devers, as the tyrant of Syracuse and the overlord of the Greek city-states in Sicily, Dionysius actually knew how the people of each city-state thought of him. Thinking of this made him anxious, but he tried his best to pretend that nothing had happened. He bade farewell to everyone and returned to his temporary residence. When Pharisas, who had reorganized his troops, came to Dionysius to report the losses of the battle, he saw a haggard general with full authority. Dionysius listened to Phasapesa's report absent-mindedly. He was indifferent to the huge number of Syracuse's army that had more than 2,000 dead and nearly 6,000 wounded. Instead, he said quickly, Syracuse has just sent a messenger to tell me that more than 3,000 Dionia soldiers have landed in the Gulf of Naxos and have quietly taken over Megaro. In order to reduce the impact and avoid causing too much panic, Dionysius deliberately reduced the number of Dionia troops that had landed. But it still shocked Phasapeses so much that he even forgot to address Dionysius respectfully. What? The Dionia actually attacked Sicily? When did this happen? Although Phasapeses heaved a sigh of relief, he still felt uneasy. However, he did not show it. On the contrary, he recalled his loss of composure and quickly said, the people of Dionia have underestimated the possibility of a sea expedition. Unless they can send tens of thousands of soldiers and provide sufficient rations, they will not be able to cause trouble for our homeland. However, with the strength of Dionia, it is impossible. You're right. Dionysius agreed loudly, but then showed a hint of worry. But Philistos said in the letter that Gela, Camillina, Agrigento, these city-states on the south coast of Sicily have rejected his request and are unwilling to provide soldiers and warships. He also complained that Rholes has repeatedly opposed him, affecting his management of the city-states. He is unable to provide reinforcements and fleets in time, so, Dionysius said in a low voice, after much consideration, I have decided to personally return to Syracuse by ship and bring reinforcements to Greece as soon as possible. Sir, you are leaving this place? Phaesophysis' expression changed again. What about the soldiers here? Apollo above, please bless me to bring reinforcements to save you within 10 days. Dionysius said solemnly. And within these 10 days, you will be in charge of this army. The people of Dionia are all focused on Medma and Rockley. They do not have enough soldiers, and will not take the risk of heavy casualties to attack the Syracuse, which is defended by tens of thousands of soldiers. Furthermore, we have enough rations to last for such a long time. Phaesophysis, you are my most trusted general. And also the most trusted general of the soldiers. You are the only one who can shoulder this burden. Wait for me to bring reinforcements, then we can return to Syracuse smoothly. Sir. Phaesophysis, who was used to obeying Dionysius's orders, was under a lot of pressure and had many thoughts in his mind. However, he could not bring himself to say the word refusal. I will make the other generals obey your orders, including my brother. If anyone disobeys your orders before I return, you can punish them according to military law. Dionysius didn't allow him to say anything else and forcefully gave him the right to command the troops. Phaesophysis reluctantly accepted the appointment and wished Dionysius a safe return to Syracuse. Following that, Dionysius found a few generals to talk to, requesting them to actively cooperate with Phaesophysis, control the troops, and defend the Sirius courtyard. In a secret conversation with the intelligence chief, Androstene, Dionysius gave him a secret letter, telling him to keep an eye on Phaesophysis and the other generals. Once Phaesophysis was found to be behaving strangely, he was to immediately contact Leptinus at the port, read the letter in front of the generals, and take Phaesophysis down. Finally, he called for Phoebidas. I heard that Syracuse suffered heavy casualties this time. It seems that even without my intervention, you still couldn't defeat the Dionia. Phoebidas mocked as soon as he entered the room. Now, he was really an idle man. Not only did he no longer have the opportunity to lead the troops, but Dionysius didn't even discuss with him about the attack on the Dionia camp. Phoebidas had completely become a bystander, so he expressed his dissatisfaction without hesitation. Dionysius understood the Sparta's personality. Although he was a little displeased, he still said straightforwardly, the Devers have sent a few thousand soldiers to Sicily and captured a town. I have to rush back to Syracuse by boat immediately. I hope you can come with me. The Devers dare to split their troops to attack Syracuse at this time? Phoebidas was just as shocked as Dionysius before, but it quickly turned into an expression of admiration. He's too brave. After exclaiming, Phoebidas glanced at Dionysius. Are you abandoning your soldiers and escaping Greece alone? Dionysius didn't answer him directly. Instead, he said worriedly, I'm afraid the Devers won't just send a few thousand soldiers to attack Sicily. That will only be a suicide mission. I'm afraid that Syracuse and its allies will be unstable. I need your support. As a tyrant who could see power as the sword of Damocles, he had political instincts. He hoped to prepare for a rainy day. Phoebidas's expression turned serious. He understood that the your support Dionysius mentioned was actually Sparta's support. A few years ago, when Carthage's troops arrived at the city, the people of Syracuse had threatened Dionysius to step down. Phoebidas had once used his identity as the envoy of Sparta to make the people of Syracuse concede, allowing Dionysius to regain his power. Could it be that Syracuse is rebelling again? Phoebidas looked at Dionysius. Then he thought, Syracuse's navy suffered a crushing defeat, Crotone's battle, and the attack on Dionia's main camp failed. Dionysius's defeat was much more severe than the last time. The people of Syracuse were very likely to express their anger towards Dionysius. Although Phoebidas was gloating, He knew that once Dionysius was overthrown, not only would Sparta's efforts to support Syracuse all these years be in vain, but the rebellion in Syracuse would inevitably lead to a significant weakening of its power, thus creating a vacuum in Sicily's hegemony. Whether it was Ionia or Carthage's expansion, Sparta did not want to see it, so Sparta could only support Dionysius. Phoebidas glanced at Dionysius with dissatisfaction. This cunning guy must have seen through this, that's why he made such an unscrupulous request. Thinking of this, Phoebidas did not want to waste time. He asked directly, "Is it safe to go back by ship?" "The port is blocked by Dionia's warships. Philistos sent the best helmsmen and sailors in my caravan. They easily drove the ship into the port before," replied Dionysius. "When do we leave?" "Tonight." Not long after the last siege tower collapsed in front of Medmar's walls, the Dionia blew the horn to retreat. Looking at the enemies retreating like the tide, the Medmarans cheered for their survival after fighting hard for most of the day. Helos, who was commanding the battle from afar, was not too depressed. He said to his subordinates seriously, "Go back and tell the engineers that the siege tower's wheels are too inflexible. It's very difficult to move them, and the tower itself is not very sturdy. I hope they can improve it as soon as possible." "Yes, General. Also, our soldiers are not familiar with these new siege weapons, and their coordination with them is a little rusty. I hope we can strengthen their training in this area." Hieronymus also gave his opinion. "You're right. Let's do that." Helos listened to his opinion carefully, then said expectantly, "I hope that after the improvement, the Medmarans will not be able to laugh the next time we attack the city." After the attack and defense of the Cyrodian camp, although Dionia had achieved a great victory, they had also lost more than 500 people, and 2,700 people were injured. Thus, after Divers finished assigning tasks to the various army commanders, he and the soldiers cremated the dead, and then went to comfort the injured. He busied himself until evening, and when he returned to the big tent, he saw Talmud standing in front of the big tent. "Is there any urgent news?" asked the Devers hurriedly. Just as Tormid was about to speak, a strong gust of wind from the south suddenly blew, and instantly, flying ash filled the air and poured into their mouths and noses. The few of them hurriedly scurried into the main tent. "Tui! Tui!" Henipolis spat out the ash in his mouth as he patted his body, then scolded, "Damn Syracuse, they can't beat us, so they only know how to vent their anger by burning our camp." The left camp, which was only separated by the moat and the antlers, was burned to ashes. Even now, black smoke could be seen rising from some places. The strong gust of wind just now had swept up a lot of dust, and the main camp was also affected. This was the reason why Henipolis was complaining. "Using an empty camp in exchange for tens of thousands of casualties in Syracuse, I think we've made a profit," said Tormid with a smile. "It's a pity that the soldiers will have to squeeze together to sleep tonight," said Henipolis with a smile. "The right camp has enough empty space, but we're lacking tents." "We won't be lacking tents. Don't forget that we've also occupied the main camp of Syracuse in Crotone. We've seized enough tents, we just need to transport them here tomorrow." While the two of them were chatting, Devers had already cleaned up the dust on his body, and asked again, "Tormid, what happened?" "Mytilade sent someone to report that a clipper ship from the south broke into the Silatina port in the afternoon." "So many warships couldn't stop a clipper ship?" Henipolis said with dissatisfaction. Devers and Tormid did not reply. Devers was very clear, clipper ships were small and agile. If there was wind, experienced helmsmen and sailors could completely play with the three-decker warship, so in the fleet, clipper ships were usually used as scouts and messengers. Henipolis did not understand the navy, but Devers did not explain it to him. Instead, he hoped that after Henipolis's words spread out, it would be able to knock some sense into the navy officers and soldiers who were complacent because of their recent victories. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Why do you think this clipper ship broke into the Silatina port?" "It must be to tell Dionysius that our first legion has landed in Sicily," Henipolis answered first. "What do you think Dionysius will do when he learns of this?" Devers asked again. Hearing this, both of them fell into deep thought. After a while, Henipolis guessed with uncertainty, "Syracuse has been trapped here. The reason they attacked our camp today was to break the siege, but they failed. Now that Dionysius knows that our allies in Sicily are also being attacked, If I were him, I'd definitely choose to negotiate for peace. It's a real peace negotiation. I think he'd be willing to pay any price to save Syracuse. Dionysius might also escape, Your Majesty. Tormid had just said this when Henipolis immediately retorted, Escape? How? We've surrounded Syracuse, and our fleet has sealed off the port. Whether it's on land or sea, Syracuse can't leave. These tens of thousands of people can't escape, but Dionysius can escape by himself on a ship. You're saying that Dionysius will abandon these tens of thousands of Syracuse's soldiers to fight for his life and run away by himself? Henipolis found it hard to believe. He was still young, hot-blooded, and full of justice. He could not imagine such a cowardly act. However, as a mercenary, Tormid had seen too many ugly things. We'll find out tomorrow what Dionysius will do, Devers said calmly. Then, he gave an order, Tormid, go find Mytilades immediately. Ask him to send 30 triple-ore warships to Liger within 2 days and hand them over to Syracuse. The 30 triple-ore warships were requested by Syracuse when he sent a clipper to report on the situation in Sicily. Because they were going to attack Sicily, he was worried that his fleet would not be strong enough to completely suppress the fleet of Syracuse and its allies. In fact, after several naval battles, Ionia had captured a large number of triple-ore warships with the help of the Raven warship. There were Syracuse and Tarentum, and they were fully docked in the military port at Crete River. However, they did not have enough sailors, but Liger, whose territory had not been damaged, had enough sailors to ensure the normal use of the 30 warships. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, tell Mytilades to strengthen the blockade on the port tonight. Obviously, Devers had heard Tormid's words. After sending Tormid away, Henipolis was still confused. Your Majesty, will Dionysius really abandon the troops here and escape back to Syracuse alone? Devers thought about it and said slowly, it's possible. Some people live for everyone, and some live only for themselves. Judging from Dionysius's past performance, he cares more about his own power. If Dionysius really escapes back, will the First Legion be in danger? Henipolis asked worriedly. Aristarchus sent his younger brother to the southeast of Sicily half a year ago. They are originally from Catani. As far as I know, Catani, Leontini, Sicily, Tanis, and even Syracuse now have a large number of helpers that they have developed. Dionysius withdrew his army and attacked Greece, which provided them with an opportunity. Now, with the help of the First Legion, Sicily will definitely be in turmoil. Even if Dionysius escapes back, he will not be able to command his allies as he did before the war. Devers said it casually. Although he was well aware of some of Antiporus's deployments in Sicily, the two places were still a little far apart. The news that came often had to be delayed by 2 days. The development of things was difficult for him to control. Therefore, when he sent the First Legion, he had already prepared for the worst. The First Legion would cause some trouble in Sicily and then be completely annihilated. However, as long as it could shake the city-states in Sicily, trigger the resistance of the Greek people in Sicily against Syracuse, and destroy the war potential of Syracuse, this sacrifice was worth it. Devers could only bury this superior mentality of treating the First Legion as an abandoned pawn in his heart. He could not say it out loud. Seeing that Henipolis was deep in thought, Devers walked to the desk full of letters and documents. Not only did he have to command the battle and deal with military affairs, but he also had to deal with the government affairs in the territory of Ionia. Every day, there would be unresolved issues in the Senate. Letters of important government affairs would be written by Cunigurata and Cornelis. They would be sent to the main camp by messengers on horseback for him to make decisions and reply before they would be sent back to Turiae. Therefore, messengers in special attire could frequently be seen galloping back and forth on the main road every day. Devers saw an unopened letter in the middle of the desk and asked in confusion, when was this letter sent? Oh. Henipolis then remembered, it was sent at noon. It said it was a very important matter. But you were commanding the battle at that time, so I wanted to wait for a while. In the end, I forgot. Devers looked at Henipolis, who was bowing his head in apology, feeling annoyed and amused at the same time. He pretended to be strict and said, "You are not qualified as a clerk. You cannot make such a mistake next time." "Your Majesty, I will not make it again." Henipolis nodded repeatedly. Devers unrolled the roll of paper. Under the flickering oil lamp, his expression became solemn. "Your Majesty, what happened?" Henepolis asked hurriedly. Devers tapped the desk with his left hand and muttered, "The Masapi and Puchetti people have invaded Tarantum." "Ah. They tore up the truce agreement," Henepolis exclaimed. "If the agreement is not supported by power, it is just a piece of waste paper." Devers said disapprovingly and coldly, "Tarantum tore up the alliance because we were invaded by the Syracuse army. Now, the Masapi and Puchetti people will be greedy because the main forces of Tarantum have been captured by us. This is the retribution of the goddess of vengeance. But Tarantum is not our Dionia. Can they stop the attack of the Masapi and Puchetti coalition forces?" Henepolis asked. Although his request to merge Laos into Dionia had not been submitted to the Senate, he had already regarded himself as a citizen of Dionia in his heart. Therefore, he was not worried about Tarantum, but about the impact of Tarantum on the Dionia alliance after Tarantum was captured. Of course they can't stop it. This time, the Masapi coalition forces have 30,000 people. I'm afraid Tarantum doesn't even have 3,000 militia of the right age. Devers tapped the letter with his finger, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. Therefore, the Senate of Tarantum urgently sent an emissary, Polydorus, to Turiai, hoping that we can release the more than 10,000 Tarantum captives. For this, Tarantum is willing to join our Dionia alliance. After listening to the Devers' words, Henepolis' eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock. Unlike Heraclea and Metapontum, this was Tarantum. In Greece, the strength of the traditional strong state was no weaker than Crotone. Although there were some alliances in the Dionia alliance with a long history, there was no real major city like Locri or Crotone that joined it. Although Ligyum joined the Dionia alliance, because Dionia was not very strong at the time, it was more like an equal alliance with Dionia rather than a subsidiary. If Tarantum joined the alliance, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the status of the Dionia alliance among the Greek city-states. Henri, how do you think we should respond to this request from Tarantum? The Devers' question brought Henepolis back to his senses. He immediately said excitedly, "Agree to it." "Of course, agree to Tarantum." "Oh." The Devers sat on the wooden chair and looked at the excited Henepolis. He said playfully, "Are we going to forgive Tarantum so easily? Forgive it for colluding with Syracuse, betraying our sacred covenant, wantonly attacking our allies, trampling on our territory, and killing our citizens? I'm afraid our people would rather see Tarantum being conquered by the Masapi and Puchetti to eliminate the hatred in their hearts. But if we agree to Tarantum's request, our strength will be enhanced." Henepolis retorted, unconvinced. "It's just a subsidiary. It can neither increase taxes for the alliance nor send its main force to participate in the war wholeheartedly. When we are in trouble, not only can it not provide too much help, but it may also withdraw from the alliance at any time. On the contrary, when it is in a disaster, we have to save it according to the covenant. Just like Heraclea and Metapontum in this war, Heraclea and Metapontum are good examples." The Devers said disapprovingly. It was apparent that he was not confused by Tarantum's seemingly beneficial suggestion. After listening to the Devers' words, the excited Henepolis gradually calmed down. He thought for a moment and asked, "Your Majesty, are you going to reject Tarantum's request? Let Tarantum be conquered by the natives?" "No, if Tarantum is conquered by the Masapi coalition, Metapontum and Heraclea will be in danger. Besides, Turiai's defenses are weak now. I don't want to see the land of Amendola invaded by the enemy again." The Devers sighed helplessly and said with a complicated expression, "It's just that Tarantum's request didn't meet my expectations." Yes, the arrogant people of Tarantum. The Devers recalled the inexplicable sense of superiority held by the Tarantum people when they led the army to aid Tarantum. Whether it was the elders or the ordinary citizens, they also recalled that in the history of their previous life, it was this Tarantum that became weaker later on that took the lead in resisting Rome's invasion and invited Petrus to lead the army into Italy, which led to the Elephant War. 100 years later, Tarantum, which had already surrendered to Rome, rebelled again and became Hannibal's supporter and Carthage's logistical base in southern Italy. Tarantum's contribution to Hannibal's war against Rome in Italy for 13 years could not go unnoticed. It could be seen that the genes of rebellion flowed in the blood of the people of Tarantum, It would be more justifiable to stand by and let the allied forces of Mecca and Prussia completely destroy it and then take it back later. The Devers' face was clouded with uncertainty. Henopolis saw the new king of Dionia frowning as he paced back and forth in the big tent, lowering his head in contemplation. Therefore, he did not make a sound for fear of interrupting the Devers' thoughts. Instead, he stood aside and waited quietly. After a while, he heard the Devers say, "Henny, it's difficult to integrate Tarentum into Dionia in its entirety, but how about integrating part of it?" "Part of it? Your Majesty, do you want Tarentum to cede part of its territory to Dionia?" Henopolis was not surprised by the decision made by the Devers. It was not a bad idea to gradually annex a large state by nibbling away at it. "It's not like that." The Devers shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I want Tarentum to become a free city in the Dionia alliance." Free city? The new term puzzled Henopolis. The free city is to make Tarentum a part of Dionia, but it doesn't have to pay taxes to the treasury, and the Senate doesn't interfere. It manages the city-state according to the original laws, but it doesn't have the right to independent diplomacy, and it doesn't have the right to form an army. When the League encounters difficulties and needs its help, it must also contribute its strength. When Devers spoke of this new idea, he was also sorting out his own thoughts, so he spoke slowly and clearly. Henopolis's eyes lit up. He applauded the Devers' novel political idea, but he had to remind him, "Your Majesty, although a free city is only a few steps forward from becoming an affiliated city-state, I'm afraid the people of Tarentum will not agree. The Messapi and Puchetti will force them to agree. Of course, I hope the people of Tarentum have the courage to refuse. That way, we can build a new city on the ruins of Tarentum in the near future." Devers ridiculed with a hint of coldness in his words. Since the destruction of Mosha, an important town of Carthage at the southwestern tip of Sicily, 5 years ago, the Carthaginian commander Hamilco had built a new city, Lilibo, near it. After a few years of development, the new city had gradually flourished. Since Margo became the governor of Sicily and made Lilibe the center of the entire Sicilian jurisdiction, its development was even more rapid. Gold and silver coins, weapons and armor, grain, war horse, slaves. Every day, countless merchant ships loaded with all kinds of military supplies sailed into the port of Lilibe and were then sent to various barracks through Lilibe. The development of the port gave rise to the demand for labor. Phoenicians, Numidians, and Mauritanians swarmed into Lilibe in large numbers, causing the residential area of Lilibe to continue to expand outward. In less than a year, Lilibe had become the largest city controlled by Carthage in Sicily. On this morning, Margo received Audiobook, the envoy from the Senate of Carthage, in his governor's mansion. Margo's attitude toward this senator was quite friendly. Audiobook did not belong to either the Maganid faction or the Hanno faction. He was an important figure among the minority of neutral senators in the Senate. Because he did not belong to the former two, he sometimes dared to propose some bills that harmed the interests of the two factions but were beneficial to the people. Although they often failed to pass, it made him more popular among the people. So he was later elected as an important member of the 100 Court, so Margo did not dare to look down on him. After the two exchanged friendly greetings for a while, Audiobook came to the point. "Lord Margo, a month ago, you applied to the Senate to ask for Lilibe to obtain the right to mint coins. After a long debate, the Senate finally made a decision." Audiobook saw the slightly nervous look on Margo's face and could not help but secretly shook his head in his heart. He slowly said, "The Senate rejected your proposal." As soon as the Senate made the decision, they sent Audiobook as an envoy to Lilibe immediately, so Margo did not have time to receive the message from Carthage's confidant. He was shocked and immediately asked loudly, "Why? The right to mint coins can only be enjoyed by the city of Carthage. This is to ensure Carthage's leading position among the other Phoenician allies, which is beneficial to our trade in Carthage. I think as the current patriarch of the Maganid family, who was once the main builder of Carthage, you should understand this truth." Audiobook's calm tone was accompanied by a warning. "I only proposed the temporary right to mint coins," Margo argued. "Since the Senate appointed me to be in charge of the military defense of Sicily and to ensure the security of the north of Carthage, I have to be responsible for it seriously. But the current situation is that every time Carthage sends over military funds, it's either delayed or insufficient. Sometimes, the ships transporting the gold coins would be sunk in a storm. Do you know how much trouble these problems have caused to my military defense plan? The soldiers are very resentful. A few days ago, the mercenaries stationed in Segesta caused an uproar because of the delayed payment of salaries. I spent a lot of effort to appease them. The more Margot spoke, the angrier he became. I now suspect that the elders led by Hanno are making things difficult for me. But if they don't care about the interests of Carthage and continue to act recklessly, the mercenaries in Sicily will be in danger. Then, the Sicilian defense system that I have worked so hard to build will be destroyed, and the rioting mercenaries may pose a danger to the city of Carthage. Master Idiaruba, you have always been fair. This time, I hope that you can reconsider my proposal from the real interests of Carthage. Margot's accusation and implied threat to Hanno were too straightforward. Idiaruba frowned. He felt that compared to the former patriarch of the Maganid clan, Hamilco, Margot may have some talent in military affairs, but he was still immature in politics. No wonder he could not beat Hanno, who was very shrewd. Although Idiaruba was a neutral in the Senate and attacked the two factions from time to time in meetings, he was able to do well in the Senate. Naturally, he did not lack flexible political skills. At this moment, he focused his mind and gently persuaded, Master Margot, you don't have to be so anxious. Although the Senate did not approve your proposal, the problems you mentioned have attracted the attention of the senators. For this reason, the Senate has sent someone to be responsible for the casting and transportation of the Sicilian military funds, and another person to supervise. I believe these problems will not appear again soon. Of course, these problems you mentioned are not caused by someone deliberately targeting you. I think all the senators in the Senate will be vigilant and worried about the recruitment of mercenaries, so they strictly review the amount of military funds and the amount of pay. They cut some unnecessary funds, resulting in a reduction in the amount and a delay in the delivery time. I think you should also understand that this is all out of the public interest of protecting the interests of Carthage. Margot snorted and did not continue to dwell on this issue. He looked indignant on the surface, but he was a little guilty in his heart because he had diverted a small part of the military funds to the family's development in Iberia. Therefore, he felt that Idiaruba's words were probably a warning to him. It seemed that the Senate was aware of this. Fortunately, the purpose of his proposal had been achieved. He did not have much hope for the temporary coinage. He just used this to threaten Hanno not to withhold military funds. In addition, your proposal the day before yesterday, while Syracuse and Ionia are at war, Carthage should send troops to attack eastern Sicily and restore Carthage's former sphere of influence, was also not passed by the Senate, Idiaruba continued. Margot was not surprised. After all, he knew the character of those in the Senate. He squinted at Idiaruba and asked coldly, rejected all of them? No other opinions? Most of the senators agreed that Carthage should not intervene in this war at this time. Instead, they should remain neutral and avoid letting the Greeks unite against us again. Idiaruba looked at Margot's excited expression, but his heart was not moved at all. The hegemony of the Carthage in Sicily? I think it's the hegemony of the Maganid family in Sicily. In fact, the Carthage people inherited the racial characteristics of the Phoenicians. They preferred business and trade rather than military invasion. For hundreds of years, the colonization and trade of the Carthage people in Sicily had been peaceful with the Greeks, except for a few conflicts. Until more than 80 years ago, Dillon, the tyrant of Syracuse, attacked Simera, forcing the tyrant of Simera, Tyrilius, to ask for help from the patriarch of the Maganid family in Carthage and his close friend, Hamilca. Hamilca happened to be angry that his mother's family had been treated unfairly in Syracuse. Hamilca's mother was from Syracuse. Without the unanimous consent of the Senate, he organized an expedition to Sicily out of his own pocket. In the end, they were defeated by Dillon and Simera, and Hamilca died in the battle. Therefore, the Maganid family took it as their mission to defeat Syracuse. They also dragged the people of Carthage into the water. Since then, the people of Carthage and Syracuse have been fighting for decades. Now that the Maganid family had lost their absolute rule in Carthage, they still wanted to encourage the people to participate in the endless war in Sicily. Idiaruba, who knew some inside information, scoffed at this. He coughed a few times and said coldly, people are needed to fight a war. The 2 wars against Syracuse launched by your brother, and you have caused Carthage to lose too many people. I'm afraid they are unwilling and unable to join a new war. Ediaruba's words directly hit Margot's sore spot, making him blush slightly. He said angrily, I don't need the people to participate in the war. As long as there are enough mercenaries, I can lead the army to attack the city of Syracuse. Ediaruba laughed and said, Lord Margot, it's easy for you to say. Enough mercenaries? But they still needed enough gold and silver to pay their salaries. Right now, your mercenaries have already strained Carthage's treasury. If you want to recruit more soldiers, not only will the Senate not agree, the people will also oppose it, because it means a tax. Besides, too many mercenaries will also cause people to worry. Lord Margot, you just said, if we can't pay them enough on time, those mercenaries may riot. Margot was speechless for a moment. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, even if I don't increase the number of troops, I can definitely take back the city and land that I lost with the current army in Sicily. Lord Ediaruba, please tell the Senate to reconsider this matter. Ediaruba flatly refused, Lord Margot, don't you know Carthage's current situation? Carthage needs to restore prosperity, and the people want to live a stable life. No one is willing to sacrifice their lives for those lands and inexplicable reasons that have nothing to do with them. We have finally reached peace with Syracuse. Now you want us to tear up the peace agreement with them and restart the war. This will not only anger the people of Syracuse, but may also arouse the dissatisfaction of the people of Dionia who have just established some contact with us. Carthage will not make such a reckless decision. Margot was irritated by his words. Ediaruba, I used to think that you were a little stubborn and had your own independent opinions and views in the Senate. Now it seems that you are no different from those guys who rely on Hanno. Do you know what the people call them? In the face of Margot's offense, Ediaruba suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, my opinion has always been based on the interests of Carthage. I will not consider who is in favor of it and who is against it. But Lord Margot, is this decision you made really for Carthage? I want to remind you that the Senate, in view of this sensitive period, will send a senator to serve as the supervisor of Sicily, in case the mercenaries do not listen to the command and cause some accidents. The meeting this time, the 2 parted on bad terms. When Ediaruba left the governor's residence, he could still hear Margot's roar inside. He finally made up his mind and agreed to Hanno's private proposal, to send an envoy to reach an agreement with Dionia as soon as possible. On the way to the port, he constantly met mercenaries with different accents and different clothes. This made him frown. There was no need for the Sicilian military defense zone to exist at all. If peace and interests could be obtained through negotiation, why would there be a need to go through war? At night, the port of Syracuse was silent. Only the gentle sound of the waves gently hitting the dock could be heard. A full moon hung in the sky, dispersing the darkness with its gentle silvery light. It also brought some safety to the voyage at night. Dionysius, Phoebidas, and the others quietly came to the dock. Leptinius had already prepared a ship for them. Dionysius patted Phasapisas' shoulder in a rare intimate manner and said solemnly, Phasapisas, there is no need to send us off anymore, in case the soldiers notice anything unusual. During this period, I will leave the troops here to you. I will bring reinforcements as soon as possible. The heavy responsibility that Dionysius gave to Phasapisas made him feel a lot of pressure. After only half a day, there were a few more wrinkles on his forehead. But at this time, he could no longer complain about his depression, and could only send his blessing. My lord, may Apollo bless you with a smooth return to Syracuse. Don't forget to hide the news of my departure from the soldiers for the time being to avoid chaos in the troops. Dionysius reminded again. Phasapisas nodded to show that he understood. Seeing that Phasapisas turned to leave, Dionysius quickly retracted his gaze and said to Leptinius who was beside him, How is Dionia's blockade of the port now? According to the report from the sentries at the lighthouse, there are only 3 or 4 Dionia clippers outside the port. They cannot possibly seal off such a wide sea at night. With Lachesis' skills, he can easily break through their blockade. After listening to Leptinius's confident words, Dionysius relaxed a little. He looked at this brother of his. Usually, his mediocrity and incompetence made him angry and helpless, but his loyalty and meticulous execution of orders made him feel at ease. That was why he had sent his other brothers to other cities as overlords, and only left this one by his side. Now, looking at this simple and honest brother of his, there was no longer any resentment in his heart, only affection. He said in a low voice, "Pay close attention to the movements in the city. If anything goes wrong, immediately lead the fleet out of the port and return to Syracuse." "Ah," exclaimed Leptinus, almost in his astonishment. Dionysius glared at him fiercely and squeezed his hand hard. He said in a low voice again, "Remember." Leptines nodded warily. "Yes, sir." "Yes." Dionysius ignored him. With the help of his guards, he jumped onto the swaying clipper. "Are you done?" Phoebidas was already on the boat, and asked meaningfully. Dionysius nodded. "Will you come back?" Phoebidas's questions were always straightforward. Dionysius's expression changed slightly. He ignored Phoebidas and said to Laxius at the stern, "Set sail." Laxius immediately ordered the sailors to untie the ropes and raise the sails. Although the wind was blowing from the east instead of the south, it was not a problem for the experienced Laxius. He skillfully maneuvered the rudder, and the clipper sailed out of the port like an arrow. Dionysius could not help but look back, and saw Leptinia still waving at him from the dock. Dionysius's expression darkened. Of course he wanted to lead the reinforcements back to Syracuse, defeat Dionia, and win back his and Syracuse's reputation. But judging from the various signs, the difficulties he would face after returning to Syracuse would not be limited to a Dionic army of a few thousand. The most important thing was to ensure that his authority in Syracuse would be stable amidst all the difficulties he might encounter. Without power, he and his family would die a horrible death. Dionysius was very clear about this. In order to achieve this goal, he could give up everything else. Syracuse's allied forces surrounded the First Legion of Dionia and the refugees. It looked like they were about to defeat the landing force in one fell swoop, but the continuous news of riots in the allied forces threw Syracuse's allied forces into chaos. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. The First Legion of Dionia took the opportunity to counterattack, causing the retreat of Syracuse's allied forces to turn into a rout. Macias led the cavalry south for more than 20 miles, and only stopped when they entered the vast Catania plains. They began to send out cavalry to gather the scattered soldiers, and only gathered more than 4,000 soldiers by dusk. At this time, a scout reported, the city of Catania had sent troops to attack and capture the scattered soldiers. For safety, Macias had to lead the scattered soldiers to the west. They passed by a few villages. In fact, these villages originally belonged to the Catania mercenaries, but the slaves attacked their former owners, and then followed the successful rioting team into the city of Catania. They also took away the food stored in the villages. Apart from seeing a ground full of corpses, the scattered soldiers did not find much food to eat. Although the Catania mercenaries were furious, they could not even protect themselves at the moment, and could only cry in silence. The dispirited soldiers endured hunger and exhaustion, and staggered forward in the night. Finally, at the southwest edge of the Catania territory, they found a village that was not affected by the rioting. Macias could not care less. He led the soldiers to forcibly occupy the village and ordered the villagers to prepare food. The exhausted soldiers barely filled their stomachs and fell into a deep sleep. Only Macias tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The news of the riots in Syracuse made him very worried about the situation of the former mercenary villages outside Syracuse. After all, the tragic state of the Catania mercenary village made him secretly vigilant. He hoped that the hundreds of mercenaries who stayed behind in the village could protect their homes. By the time he led the army back to Syracuse tomorrow, the riots would have been over for more than a day. Many things could have happened in this period of time. If the rioters really took over the city, then the mercenaries who had a close relationship with Dionysius would probably be expelled and become homeless. Hopefully, Sir Philistos could quell the riots. Even if he could not, he had to control and hold on to part of the city and wait for his reinforcements. After worrying about Syracuse, he was worried about how he would lead the army back to Syracuse safely. When he went to Magero, he led the army along the flat coast to the north, passing through Tanis, then took a detour to Leontini to recruit troops, then passed through Catania and finally arrived at Syracuse. It could be said that it was because he had drawn away the defensive forces of these cities along the way that the rebels had the opportunity to attack, leading to the large-scale riots. but now was not the time to regret this. Judging from the situation today, Katanai was probably completely occupied by the rioters. Otherwise, why would they have the strength to send troops out of the city to attack them? Even if Syracuse was not completely occupied, the people of Dionia were so close to it. It was only a matter of time before it fell. Half of the Leotini population had been forcibly moved away by Dionysius, and the people left behind were probably already resentful towards Syracuse. Under such a trend, there was no need for the freedmen and slaves to rebel. The citizens would automatically rise up and overthrow the tyrant supported by Sir Dionysius. Therefore, Macias was not optimistic that the pro-Syracuse Leotini people would be able to resist this riot. However, Macias had some confidence in Tanis, because Tanis had always been a subsidiary of Syracuse and had never betrayed them. Even if it was dissatisfied with the tyrant it supported, it would not rashly attack the army of Syracuse. Moreover, Syracuse's fleet that had retreated from the Naxos Bay was still anchored in the port of Tanis. With their help, even if there was a riot in Tanis, the chances of success would not be too high. Therefore, Macias finally made a decision. After they set off tomorrow, the team would go around Katanai and avoid the possible attack of the Leotini people. Then, they would walk along the coast, pass through Tanis, and finally arrive at Syracuse. This was a long journey of hundreds of miles, full of unknown risks, but in order to get back to Syracuse as soon as possible, he could only take this risk. Otherwise, for safety's sake, he could completely avoid the coast and take a detour to the almost uninhabited mountains on the west side of Leotini. Although the mountains there were not too high, the road was rugged and difficult to traverse, which would undoubtedly slow down the journey. Moreover, food was also a big problem. Macias thought a lot, and finally could not resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. The next day, when the sun was high up in the sky, he was still sleeping soundly when he was woken up by the guards. Only then did he know that something big had happened while he was asleep. When he woke up in the morning, the soldiers found that they had lost dozens of horses, and more than half of the villagers were gone. Of course, the soldiers suspected that the villagers were the culprit. Furious, they immediately arrested the villagers who had not escaped and interrogated them. In the process, the former mercenaries, who had recovered their energy, reverted to their old ways. They robbed, raped, killed. In the process of following Dionysius to conquer Sicily, some of the most common evil deeds that they had done in this village had reappeared. This aroused the dissatisfaction and anger of a small number of Katanai mercenaries, because this was a village that was under their jurisdiction. A conflict broke out between the two sides, and finally, the angry Katanai mercenaries left the team, and the entire army was reduced to 3,000 people. Faced with such a tricky situation, Macias could do nothing about it. He even thought that without the Catanians dragging them down, their march would be faster and their food consumption would be reduced, not to mention the other annoying problems they had to worry about. Although they were all compatriots from Campania, and before today, they had been comrades who had fought side by side with a deep friendship. Now that a disaster had befallen them, they could only look after each other. Macias ordered the soldiers to loot all the food in the village, and then immediately set off. Under Macias's supervision, this team of more than 3,000 people, who were almost all former mercenaries of Syracuse, set off in a hurry with the hope of returning to Syracuse as soon as possible to protect their homeland. As they marched towards the southeast, they occasionally encountered groups of defeated soldiers, and Macias took the opportunity to take them into his team. At the same time, this team was also spied on by many cavalry squads. While Macias sent out his cavalry to drive them away, he urged the soldiers to increase their marching speed. His premonition was right. Soon, a team of 700 to 800 people came from the northeast. They were not wearing armor, and they were armed with bows and javelins. They moved quickly and launched long-range attacks on Macias's team. Macias was almost certain that the enemy was from Katanai, and he quickly ordered the soldiers to attack. However, when the Syracuse soldiers spread out their formation and began to attack, the light infantry from Katanai retreated. However, when the Syracuse soldiers returned to their column formation and continued to march, they reappeared. After repeating this a few times, Macias understood that the Katanai rebels only wanted to attack him, and they did not really want to engage in a direct battle. However, it was impossible for Macias to ignore them. Otherwise, the javelins and arrows would continue to take the lives of the soldiers and destroy their already low morale. Therefore, he arranged the remaining 50 cavalrymen and 500 light infantrymen to stay at the back of the formation so that they could defend against the enemy's attacks. However, he did not allow the soldiers to pursue too much, because it would not only exhaust their stamina, but they would also be separated from the main force, and it would be easy for them to be ambushed. Now, the entire army only had one goal: to go home. The Syracuse army only walked out of the Catanai plains in the afternoon. The terrain in front of them began to narrow. The sea was to the east, and the mountains to the west. In the middle was a flat corridor by the sea that was less than 5 miles wide. Macias was originally worried about the appearance of Leontini's rebels, but fortunately, they did not. Perhaps because the narrow terrain limited the mobility of the Catanai rebels, they did not continue to harass the rear of the army. This allowed the Syracuse soldiers to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Syracuse army quickened their pace, because the city of Tanis was just 10 miles away. When the city of Tanis came into view, the defeated Syracuse soldiers who thought that they had escaped from the disaster were shocked to see that not far from the north of Tanis, there was a neat phalanx of 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers in front of them, blocking the corridor by the sea. Most of the soldiers were wearing black armor, and the excitement that they had just felt a moment ago suddenly fell to the bottom. "It's the Dionia. It's the Dionia Legion. How did they get ahead of us?" The bitter battle yesterday ended with the retreat of the Syracuse army. While the 1st Legion of Dionia was in pursuit, Antonios finally saw the messenger sent by Antiporus. After receiving the news that Catanai had been captured and Syracuse's rebellion was a success, Antonios finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 1st Legion had paid a price and finally gained a foothold in Sicily. But even though he was happy, he could not relax, because Antiporus hoped that the 1st Legion could intercept the Syracuse army to prevent them from returning to Syracuse and bringing great uncertainty to Syracuse's rebellion. To be honest, Antonios really didn't want to listen to the secret chief's suggestion. Although the 1st Corps had won this battle in the end, nearly 1,000 people had died or been injured. Quite a few high-ranking officers had sacrificed their lives, and even his close comrade Cespeter had fallen unconscious. The 1st Corps had 8,000 people before the outbreak of the war, not including the auxiliary troops, but now only 4,000 people remained. Their numbers had been reduced by more than half, and they had paid a huge sacrifice. Logically speaking, it was time for them to rest and reorganize, but the current environment didn't allow it. Moreover, the danger hadn't completely passed. Antonios certainly did not want the 1st Legion's expedition to fail because of the defeated army's escape back to Syracuse. The habit of the Legion of Dionysia of pursuing the enemy after a victory forced him to reluctantly agree to Antiporus's suggestion, to join forces with Catanai and completely annihilate the Syracuse army on their way back. After sending off the messenger, Antonios pondered for a while and then rushed to the port. The sailors of the Dionysian fleet were sending the families of the exiles off the warships. Antonios soon met Flarios, who had replaced Thurian as the commander of the fleet. After some discussion, Flarios agreed that the fleet would not return to Lygum, but would spend the night in Megaro so that they could participate in the military operation earlier the next day. There was no military port in Megaro port, and there was no dry dock to dock the warships. This meant that the warships of the Dionysian fleet could only be pushed onto the beach, which was a great risk. One of the main reasons why the Athens fleet was completely annihilated by Lysander in the Battle of Sheep River was that the warships of the Athens fleet were all parked on the beach, and had no time to go into the sea when they were ambushed. In the town of Megaro, the soldiers of the 1st Legion returned one after another with the captives. Tens of thousands of families of the exiles also rushed back to the town from the port to reunite with their loved ones after the fierce battle. Many of them cried when they learned that their loved ones had died in battle. The sounds of fighting in Megaro town had just subsided, but on the battlefield full of rubble and corpses, scenes of tragedy and comedy continued to play out. This night was destined to not be peaceful in Megaro, but fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Early the next morning, Laodigian, one of the leaders of the Naxos exiles, followed Antonios' orders and led 500 soldiers to the mountain city in the north. They escorted some of the captives of Tauromenion to the almost deserted city in order to urge it to surrender. Otherwise, they would kill the mercenaries. The other leader of the Quaternian exiles, Lysiperadus, led 1,000 soldiers to Seculi to assist the rebel Seculi in capturing the citadel. Antonius led 3,500 soldiers of the First Legion and 1,000 refugees to board the warships of the Daunian fleet. The rest of the soldiers and civilians stayed in the town to take care of the wounded and to clean up the ruined town. The Dionysian fleet sailed straight south and did not encounter the Syracuse fleet on the way. Naturally, they arrived at Tanis much earlier than the defeated Syracuse army led by Macius. At this time, the situation in Tanis was relatively complicated. The Democrats who wanted to overthrow the dictatorship and the dictators who supported the tyrant and were close to Syracuse were evenly matched. Both sides occupied half of the city and fought endlessly. After losing the naval battle at Naxos, Palainicus led his fleet to dock at the port of Tanis. He did not immediately return to Syracuse, which was not far from Tanis. This was because he had a strong sense of pride and did not want to return as a defeated general. He did not want to be criticized by Philistos and the people. So, he wanted to wait for Macius to annihilate the Dionians before returning to Syracuse together. This way, he would be able to bask in the glory of victory and avoid too much criticism. Unexpectedly, only a day later, there was news of a riot in Syracuse, followed by a riot in Tanis. Palainicus, who had received the bad news, was panic-stricken and bewildered. Although he led a fleet with more than 6,000 sailors, he had already lost control of the entire fleet when he was about to punish the sailors of the first deserter at Tanis port. So, when the officials of Tanis came to him for help, hoping that he could lead the army to suppress the rioting Democrats, he could only say that there was nothing he could do. When the sailors learned that the people of Syracuse port were also involved in the riot, they no longer wanted to stay in Tanis. They all clamored to return to Syracuse. Palainicus could not stop them, nor did he dare to, so the entire fleet left Tanis at dusk yesterday. This was also the reason why the Dionysian fleet arrived at the sea near Tanis without any hindrance. Even though Tanis port had fallen into chaos and was no longer defended, the Dionysian fleet did not force their way in. Instead, they landed on a nearby beach and sent their troops ashore. Then, they turned around and headed for Catani. Flarios was to inform Antropolis of the First Legion's arrival. Antonio reorganized his troops after getting ashore, and immediately sent Xenophanes to Leontini with a few cavalrymen to get in touch with him. Clearly, Antonius had overestimated the retreating army of Syracuse. The soldiers of the First Legion and the refugees had been waiting from morning to afternoon for a full 6 hours. During this time, they had lunch and a short nap to replenish their energy and strength. Antonius had also contacted Catani and Leontini a few times through the scouts. From there, he had a rough idea of the movements of the people of Syracuse. After Antonius had arranged everything, Syracuse finally arrived. Before the people of Syracuse could react from their shock, Antonius gave the order for the army to advance. The soldiers of the First Legion and the refugees were clad in armor and wielding spears. They lined up neatly and marched forward. Their eyes were filled with hatred. They wanted to avenge their comrades who had died in the bitter battle the day before. They wanted to avenge their city-state that had been destroyed by the people of Syracuse. Macius had long since become timid in the face of the approaching enemies. Although he had taken in more than 4,000 people along the way, all of them lacked helmets and armor, and were in disarray. In order to make it easier to escape yesterday, many of the soldiers had thrown away their weapons and equipment. Furthermore, they had been trudging along the way and had been entangled with the rebel army of Catani for half a day. How could the exhausted soldiers still have the fighting spirit to continue fighting against the enemy who was waiting for them? Before Macius could give the order to retreat, the uneasy soldiers had already turned around and ran back. However, the soldiers had only taken a few steps before they stopped again. This was because a troop of about 1,000 people had appeared behind them. The people of Syracuse had already understood that they had fallen into an ambush. The troops were even more panicked. "Run up the mountain!" The soldiers shouted in panic. They rushed towards the mountain ridge in the west as if it was their only way out. However, when they reached the foot of the mountain, countless javelins and arrows were shot out from the dense forest. Amidst the screams, the people of Syracuse realized that there was an ambush on the mountain ridge as well. Yes, the light infantry of the First Legion and the people of Leontini had been waiting in the mountain ridge for a long time. the morale of the defeated soldiers of Syracuse was completely destroyed. The troops were scattered like a sheet of sand, scattering in all directions. Next, it was time for the soldiers of Dionia to capture the captives. At this moment, Antonios finally heaved a sigh of relief. He could no longer care about his dignity as a legion leader. He sat on the ground and happily watched as the soldiers chased after the fleeing enemies like eagles catching chicks. "Legion leader, someone's coming." Suddenly, a guard reminded him softly. He focused his gaze and saw a group of people walking towards him. He stood up unhurriedly and adjusted his helmet and breastplate. "Sir Antonios, congratulations. You've defeated the allied forces of Syracuse." The familiar-looking man who was walking at the front raised his arms and congratulated him excitedly. "Antiporus?" Antonios looked at him and asked loudly. "It's me, Sir Antonios." Actually, when we were at the mansion of Sir Devers, before Antiporus could finish his sentence, he heard the people around him exclaim in surprise. He immediately received a heavy punch to his face. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Along with the salty taste in his mouth, Antiporus wiped it with his hand and realized that the corner of his mouth was bleeding. He was instantly enraged. "This punch is for the soldiers of the 1st Legion who died in Megillo yesterday. It's also to vent the anger of the soldiers who have been running around under your command for the past few days." Antonios' cold voice entered Antiporus' ears. Not only did it dissipate his anger, but it also made him feel a little uneasy. As an ordinary citizen of Dionia, although he used the word hope in the letter he wrote to the high-ranking Senate senator and the legion leader of the 1st Legion, he, of course, knew that Antonios would not refuse him. Moreover, his special identity could not be used in formal occasions. This resulted in a strange phenomenon of an ordinary citizen of Dionia mobilizing a legion leader. If the other legion leaders knew about this, they would probably laugh their heads off. It was no wonder that Antonios hit him. Since Dionysius invaded Greece, countless people of Dionia have died in this war. Sicily is the rear that Syracuse has operated for many years. There are countless allies, a large population, and rich resources. The 1st Legion is facing danger alone. I have to do this in order to carry out His Majesty's order and end this war as soon as possible. In fact, we have won, haven't we? Lord Antonios, you are now the conqueror of southeastern Sicily." Antiporus' words were soft but firm. The meaning behind his words was, "Without my help, how could you, Antonios, have such glory? I'm afraid you would have been finished long ago." Of course, Antonios understood the meaning of his words. Among the generals of Dionia, he had a higher emotional intelligence. That was why the Devers sent him to Sicily instead of Amintas. Antiporus had given him great help. He knew very well that he was just venting the frustration of being commanded by Antiporus for the past 2 days. In fact, he had held back when he punched. Otherwise, Antiporus would not have been able to get up. "Yes, it's not easy to win." He sighed, tactfully expressing his gratitude to Antiporus. Then the two fell silent, leaving the Catanians who rushed to defend Antiporus and the guards who stopped them at a loss. After a while, it was Antiporus, who had a lower status, who spoke first. "Lord Antonios, what plan do you need us to cooperate with next?" Antiporus' low profile made it difficult for Antonios to be reserved. "What's the situation in Syracuse now?" he asked. "According to the news we have received so far, the rioting people of Syracuse have occupied the entire city and port. Dionysius' men and mercenaries have retreated to Ortygia Island. As far as I know, it's Dionysius' old nest. It faces the sea on 3 sides, and is connected to the city of Syracuse on one side. It has tall and thick walls and fortresses. The island is full of his supporters, and the rioting people can't capture it," Antiporus said thoughtfully. As a general, who would not want to win? If he could completely capture Syracuse, the first Greek city-state in the western Mediterranean, this glorious record would not only win the attention of the people of Dionia, but it would also amaze the entire Greek world. At that time, no one would laugh at him for being under the command of a spy. Antiporus saw through his thoughts. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir Antonios, I hope." "Oh no, I suggest that the 1st Legion doesn't go south for the time being and enter the territory of Syracuse." "Oh?" Antonios glanced at him. Although the words made him unhappy, he knew that Antiporus, who had been rooted in Sicily for a long time and could stir up such a huge riot, must know the situation here better than him. Therefore, he asked humbly, why? The people of Syracuse have a characteristic. In times of peace and tranquility, they will reject any ambitious politicians with strong appeal and choose a mediocre democracy with many people. However, when faced with danger and destruction, they will voluntarily choose the strong and accept the dictatorship. Antiporus said solemnly, besides, Syracuse has been the largest Greek city-state in Sicily and even the entire western Mediterranean for many years. Its citizens are often proud of this and are very sensitive to any foreign army entering their territory. The officials of Syracuse who were preparing to launch a riot previously refused my men and me to enter the city and assist them because they were afraid of being discovered by the people and causing their disgust. At the same time, they are also wary of us. Sir Antonios, if the First Legion appears under the city of Syracuse, the rioting people of Syracuse will not see us as reinforcements but as enemies. If Dionysius's men take the opportunity to sow discord, it is very likely that Dionysius's forces will regain power and deal with us together. Antonios pondered for a long time. Before he came, he had a basic understanding of the situation in Syracuse. Syracuse was not a small town like Seculi. It was said to be a huge city with a population of 400,000. If it was really as Antiporus said, and the thousands of his men went over to take advantage of the chaos to capture Syracuse in one fell swoop and end the war completely, not only was it impossible, but they might also be wiped out. Antonios looked at the soldiers who were chasing the defeated enemy on the battlefield. From the moment they landed in Sicily until now, they had been fighting with their lives on the line for 3 consecutive days. It was not easy to achieve today's victory. As the legion commander, he had to lead them to enjoy the glory of victory, not to fall into unknown danger. Thinking of this, Antonius slowly said, "Do you have any suggestions?" Antiporus was waiting for him to say this. He quickly said, "It's best that the riots in Syracuse never stop. Let them kill each other and consume the strength of Syracuse. This is good for Dionia and the other city-states in Sicily." Antiporus, who used to be a Catanai, showed his hatred for Syracuse. He said with hatred, "And while Syracuse is in chaos, we should seize the time to let Seculi, Catanai, Leontini, and Antiporus pointed to Tanis not far away. Let these city-states restore order and recognize Dionia's position as the leader of the alliance. In the last letter to me, His Majesty mentioned that the Catanai plain is a vaster and more fertile plain than the Sabari plain, mainly volcanic soil. He hopes to let Dionia directly govern this area as much as possible." After hearing this, Antonios took a deep breath. He was still focused on how to defeat the strong enemy, but the Devers were already thinking about how to annex this land. Was this the gap between him and the Devers? Looking at the shocked Antonios, Antiporus was equally uneasy. When he first read the meaning revealed in the letter from the Devers, Antiporus himself felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he used to be a Catanai. He had always hoped that Catanai could overthrow the puppet rule of Syracuse and the exiles could return home. But he never thought of letting Catanai accept the rule of another powerful force, even though this force was now the country he belonged to. But along with the letter written by the Devers, there was also a letter from Aristides. In the letter, his brother said, "Even if Catanai, Leontini, and other city-states can gain independence in this war, whether it is against Syracuse or Carthage, they are too weak. It is inevitable that they will suffer the same disaster in the future. But once they are under the rule of Dionia, the safety of Catanai will be guaranteed. And with the current regime of Dionia, the people of Catanai will not have to worry about being oppressed, and will have more political rights. My brother, more importantly, judging from the current course of this war, Syracuse's defeat is certain. Although Dionia has paid a huge sacrifice, it will gain a lot of land. The biggest headache for His Majesty in the future is not to get too many towns, but how to get more people to fill the empty land of Greece. Therefore, it is unlikely that there will be too many immigrants from Dionia in the Catania plains. The original Catanai will be the real masters of their hometown, and will also occupy a certain position in the political arena of Dionia. And as an original Catanai, you are now a citizen of Dionia. After more than half a year of lurking in Sicily, you have gained the recognition and respect of many exiles. If you want to enter politics after the war, you will inevitably play a great role in the process of Katynai's integration into Dionia. And you will also have a brighter future. Androporus was quite tempted after reading the letter. Now, after being stimulated by Antonio's, he felt for the first time that he was so eager to get the title of Senator of Dionia. Therefore, not only did he not resist the idea of integrating Katynai into Dionia, but he was determined to do his best to facilitate it. What about the city-states in the south? Antonio's asked a little reluctantly. The city-states in the southeast corner of Sicily have always been allies with Syracuse, and they have a close relationship. Even if they overthrow the tyrant supported by Dionysius, their friendly relationship with Syracuse will not change much. If we enter rashly, it will only push them closer to Syracuse. Androporus told Antonio's the conclusions of his serious analysis over the past half a year. As for the city-states on the south coast like Gela, Agrigento, His Majesty hopes to maintain a friendly relationship with them, and has no intention of letting them join the alliance of Dionia, so as to avoid arousing the vigilance and dissatisfaction of Carthage. Antonio's nodded thoughtfully. It seems that we can let our brothers have a good rest. In the port of Lycaon in Corinth, the Amycleans, the occupiers of the central part of the Peloponnesian coalition, led by Sparta, were to return to their homeland to celebrate the Hyacinthus, according to custom. Considering that these soldiers had to pass through the city of Corinth on their way back, the high-spirited Agesilaus sent 300 Sparta heavy infantry to escort them home for the sake of safety and to show that Sparta valued the alliance. When the escort team sent the Amyclei to Sigaion, they casually returned to the port. As they passed by the city wall of Corinth, General Iphicrates of Athens led his light infantry out of the city gate and launched an attack on them. Although the heavily armored Sparta infantry responded hastily, they were not afraid of fighting because of their small numbers. Instead, they thought that this was a great opportunity to annihilate the defenders of Corinth, so they stood up and fought. However, the light infantry of Athens did not engage in close combat with them. Instead, they used their lightness to widen the distance between them and the Sparta soldiers, throwing javelins and launching long-range attacks. The Sparta soldiers charged forward many times, but they could not get close to the enemy. Instead, they used up their stamina in the process. In the sky full of flying javelins, their teammates were constantly hit by the javelins and fell to the ground. This way of fighting did not allow the Sparta soldiers to display their bravery at all. Instead, the soldiers were tortured by the moans of their teammates. After fighting for an hour, the morale of the Sparta soldiers hit rock bottom. The Sparta soldiers, who regarded death as glory and escape as shame, turned around and ran away. However, how could they outrun the light infantry when they were wearing heavy armor? As a result, they were almost wiped out by the Athens soldiers. When the battle ended, even the people of Athens themselves could not believe that it was real. Iphicrates and his troops gained confidence from this. When the news of this victory quickly spread throughout the anti-Sparta alliance, the people who were shrouded in fear of failure burst into enthusiastic cheers. Although this was not a big battle, the nearly 300 heavy infantry that were destroyed were real citizens of Sparta. The entire Sparta only had 3,000 to 4,000 strong citizens, not including the Pysias and Helios. The myth of the invincibility of Sparta was broken, and all the shaken city-states regained their confidence in resistance. Iphicrates, who was previously unknown, also became famous. When the news reached the Sparta alliance, Agesilaus was receiving the envoy of Thebes who asked for peace with the arrogance of a victor, and he made very harsh demands. At this time, when he received the news, his arrogance instantly turned into regret, and the entire army fell into sorrow. When the envoy of Thebes heard the news, he quickly left the camp of Sparta and no longer proposed peace. As the news spread, the anti-Sparta alliance was excited, while Agesilaus was shocked. He had a premonition that the situation was not good and immediately ordered his troops to abandon the port and city that they had previously occupied in Corinth Bay to avoid being defeated one by one. However, this order came too late. Under the leadership of Iphicrates, the alliance's morale was boosted and they attacked separately. They recaptured Port Pilion and Sidon. As a result, the Sparta alliance's troops that were stationed in the occupied port towns in Corinth Bay and were about to enter the Pyotia region were cut off. Agesilaus urgently ordered his younger brother, Turlucius, to lead a fleet to retrieve the scattered garrisons from the sea and place them in Lycaon and Sigon, focusing on defending these two important towns and ports in the Corinthian region. As a result, the Sparta alliance's offensive momentum was greatly affected, and they had no choice but to turn to defense. The anti-Sparta alliance attacked Lycian several times, but they were all repelled and had no choice but to stop. The two sides were once again in a stalemate. However, the adventurous Iphicrates was not satisfied with the current situation. He led his light infantry with rations and boldly invaded the central part of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, Sparta's most loyal territory, Arcadia. He began to raid villages, loot food, destroy farmland, and repeatedly ambush the Arcadian army that came to attack them. In the end, the Arcadians did not dare to fight with him, but they could not ignore his crazy destruction, so they could only ask for help from Agesilaus. Agesilaus was in a dilemma when he received the Arcadians' request for help. At this time, the Sparta alliance was facing the pressure of the enemy's high morale and was feeling strained. Iphicrates' troops were the biggest headache for him. In his heart, he had already regarded this person as a formidable enemy. If he sent too few soldiers to help, he was afraid that this cunning general of Athens would defeat him. If he sent too many soldiers, he was afraid that the enemy in Corinth would take the opportunity to counterattack. However, Arcadia had to be saved. As the leader of the Peloponnesus alliance, Sparta was very different from the former leader of the Delian alliance, Athens. The attitude of Athens towards its allies could be said to be overbearing. They urged for tribute, sent armed colonization, supported the democrats who were close to Athens, and the merchants of Athens had special privileges in the allies. When there was a local dispute, they had to go to the court of Athens to resolve it. Once they joined the alliance and wanted to leave, they would be attacked by the army of Athens. Sparta's attitude towards their allies was much better. As long as one did not betray them, Sparta would often discuss matters with their allies. This was because they did not have the huge population of Athens, nor did they have the strong financial resources of Athens, nor did they have the powerful navy of Athens. Even among the soldiers of the Sparta alliance, true Sparta warriors were always the minority. Sparta only relied on the illustrious reputation of the Sparta warriors for hundreds of years. However, if they left their allies, Sparta could not do anything. Therefore, although after defeating Athens, Sparta became arrogant and domineering, and their attitude towards their allies had changed, the essence of the matter remained the same. Sparta needed allies. As the king, Agesilaus knew this very well. So, he finally decided to return to Sparta and explain to the council of elders the reason for the setbacks during this period of time. At the same time, he asked the council of elders to send more reinforcements to Arcadia. The next morning, the Devers had just finished their breakfast when the guard captain Marcius entered the main tent. "Your Majesty, Mityletes requests an audience." The Devers' heart skipped a beat. "Let him in." Mityletes walked into the main tent anxiously and immediately knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, I'm here to ask for your forgiveness. After you gave the order yesterday, I sent more warships to patrol outside the port of Silatina. As you expected, there was indeed an enemy ship that rushed out of the port late at night. Our warships tried their best to block it, but the enemy's maneuvering skills were superb. They escaped from our encirclement and fled to the south. Our two fast ships have been chasing after them, but we have not received any news yet. Why did the people of Syracuse brave the great danger of sailing in the middle of the night to escape from the blockade of the Dionysian fleet?" Clerk Canepolis recalled the conversation he had with the Devers yesterday. He could not help but shout, "Dionysius! Dionysius must have escaped." Mityletes was shocked. He quickly looked at the Devers and saw the wise young king frowning slightly. He then relaxed and said with a smile, "Don't jump to the conclusion that Dionysius has escaped just from this piece of information. Mityletes, the sea outside the port of Silatina is so wide. Even if we deploy all our warships, we may not be able to fill it. Moreover, we can only send 4 or 5 fast ships to patrol at night. If the enemy wants to escape, the fleet will not be able to stop them." "Your Majesty." Mityletes was deeply grateful for the Devers' understanding. "But the enemy's ships rushed in and out as if our fleet did not exist. This is a humiliation to the Dionysian fleet. It is a humiliation to every sailor and captain of Dionia." The Devers' expression became solemn. "Our fleet cannot be arrogant and complacent just because we have defeated Syracuse many times. We have forgotten that we are not as good as Syracuse in terms of the maneuvering skills of individual warships or the formation and coordination of the entire fleet. Our fleet has been able to win so many times only because of the crows. We rely on the strength of our legion. The Devers' words made Middleades blush. He said shamefully, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. When I return, I will definitely train the fleet with Sir Syracuse." A year later. No, half a year later, you will see the standard of the Dionysian fleet improve significantly. The Devers nodded in relief. Very good. I look forward to seeing a stronger Dionysian fleet in half a year's time. He then said, "Rise, Middleades. If I punish my valued generals just because one or two enemy ships escaped, I'm afraid it will not be long before Dionia does not have a good naval commander." The Devers' joke made Middleades relax a little. He stood up and asked hesitantly, "But Dionysius," the Devers interrupted him. "This is not your concern. What you need to do now is to strengthen the security of the port and prevent the Syracuse fleet from escaping. At the same time, send 33 oared warships to Ligwam as soon as possible. Syracuse's fleet needs to be strengthened to gain the naval advantage in Sicily." "Can you do it in 2 days?" "No need for 2 days, Your Majesty. I can send the required warships to Ligwam today," Middleades promised immediately. After sending the admiral off, Henepolis hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, what if Dionysius really escapes?" The Devers had already made up his mind. He said unhurriedly, "What are you panicking for? If Dionysius escapes, it means that the battle in Greece is over. This is a good thing for us. But the First Legion in Sicily and the riot plan that Your Majesty has set up there will be affected." When the Devers sent the First Legion to Sicily, Henepolis had heard about his plan from the Devers. He expressed his concern now. The Devers looked at him and said softly, "Henny, you overestimate Dionysius. No matter how capable he is, don't forget that he left his entire army in Greece and fled to Syracuse alone. He is a deserter. What will the people of Syracuse who lost their loved ones think? What will the people of Sicily think? Although I don't know what's going on in Sicily these 2 days, it won't be easy for Dionysius to calm the people's anger. He ruled Syracuse and Sicily with his powerful military force. Now, most of his army is here." The Devers pointed at the city of Syracuse and sneered, "Without enough troops, can he still suppress the people of Syracuse who want to overthrow him?" Henepolis's eyes lit up. "So, it's a good thing that Dionysius escaped." The Devers was silent for a moment. In fact, his words were to comfort himself. If Dionysius dared to escape alone, he must have a way to deal with the situation in Syracuse. After all, he had been operating in Sicily for many years. If he successfully escaped, the Devers' plan to disrupt Sicily might fail. It might even allow the tyrant to annihilate the First Legion and lead reinforcements to attack Greece. Hence, the Devers felt a sense of urgency. He said, "First, we have to confirm if Dionysius escaped." For this reason, he called Isam of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade and ordered him to send soldiers to monitor the situation in Syracuse from all directions, and report back at any time. For the whole morning, Syracuse remained calm. No messenger was sent to Dionia's camp to ask for peace. Even the Syracuse scouts who patrolled in front of the city every day were gone. Only the number of soldiers on the city wall did not change. However, Dionysius, who usually appeared on the city wall every morning to observe the enemy, did not appear today. After understanding the situation, the Devers had an idea. In the afternoon, he sent the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade to take turns shouting in front of Syracuse, "People of Syracuse, you are defending the city seriously, but your tyrant Dionysius has escaped. People of Syracuse, surrender. Dionysius has abandoned you. Why are you still fighting here? Why did Dionysius escape? Because the First Legion of Dionia has captured Sicily and Catanae, and is now attacking Syracuse. If Dionysius doesn't escape, he won't be able to return home. We did not lie to you. When you attacked our camp yesterday, did you see our First Legion? No, right? They have already landed at Naxos Bay. Dionysius blocked the news so that it would be easier for him to escape. Today, Dionysius did not appear in the city, did he? He has escaped. If you don't believe me, you can go to his tent and see if he is still there." Originally, the Syracuse soldiers were informed by their officers that Sir Dionysius had caught a fever and was resting in his mansion, unable to patrol for the time being. However, the Dionia people's shouts were very convincing. Dionysius escaped alone had already caused them to panic, but Syracuse city is under attack was even more shocking. Not only were the soldiers panicking, but the officers could not sit still either. Therefore, many Syracuse militia and freedmen gathered at the West Courtyard Square discussing the rumors nervously. In the end, they decided to meet Dionysius to verify the authenticity of the rumors. The army of thousands of people blocked Dionysius' temporary residence in a grandiose manner. Meanwhile, in the mansion, Phasapises, Leptinus, Androstini, and a few other generals were running around anxiously like ants on a hot pan. When Phasapises heard the rumors, he was shocked. The news of Dionysius's departure was only known to those present. How did the Dionia people know about it? Could it be that someone was communicating with Dionia? Secondly, Dionysius said that he rushed back to Syracuse because the Dionia people had landed in Megaro. But now, the Dionia people said that they had already occupied many cities in Sicily and were attacking Syracuse city. Although the enemy's words could not be easily trusted, now that he thought about it, even if the Dionia people landed in Sicily, Messias would be able to deal with them. Yet, Dionysius left in such a hurry. Was it really possible? After all, the Dionia people had accurately stated the fact that Dionysius had left. Phasapises' mind was racing, and so were the others. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, but outside the room, it was noisy. Everyone, the soldiers have been incited by the rumors spread by the people of Dionia. They insist on seeing His Excellency Dionysius. What should we do to quell this chaos? Phasapises asked anxiously, breaking the silence. Of course we can't let them in. If they know that Sir Dionysius has indeed left, there will definitely be chaos. One of the generals said firmly. But how can we stop them from coming in? Phasapis said worriedly, there are thousands of soldiers outside. Once they lose their patience, the guards won't be able to stop them. Why don't we send someone out and make an oath in the name of a god, saying, Lord Dionysius didn't leave. He's just seriously ill. Their presence will affect the treatment of Lord Dionysius. When Lord Dionysius recovers, he'll meet with them. The leader of the secret agents, Androstini, suggested. This is a good idea. Phasapex's eyes lit up, then he looked around at the crowd and asked, who was willing to persuade the soldiers? Everyone stopped talking. Their gazes were either looking up or down, but they didn't want to make eye contact with Phasapises. Lord Androstini? Phasapises asked in desperation. I'm just a nobody in charge of gathering information for Lord Dionysius. How can the soldiers believe what I say? Androstini shrugged and tactfully rejected. Phasapis thought so and shifted his gaze to Dionysius's younger brother, Sir Leptinus. The straightforward Leptinus hurriedly shook his head and said directly, I will never make such a false oath in the name of a god. Phasapis immediately felt bitter. He thought, as Dionysius's younger brother, you're not willing to do it. Do you think others are willing to do it? That's blasphemy. When Phasapis turned his gaze to the other generals, one of them said impatiently, General Phasapis, when Lord Dionysius left, he gave you the authority to command this army. If you don't go and persuade the soldiers, are you going to make us go? That's right. That's right. You're the most powerful person in Syracuse right now, and you have the highest prestige among the soldiers. There's no better candidate than you. A few generals spoke at once, and Phasapis' heart skipped a beat. He could feel a strong sense of jealousy from his comrades' words. At this time, Androstini and Leptinus also expressed their agreement. The reason they reached an agreement so quickly was because they knew very well that this was a dangerous task. Using lies to deceive tens of thousands of Syracuse citizens and freedmen. If one day the truth was exposed, the executor would definitely incur the wrath of the people of Syracuse. Not only would he be ostracized in Syracuse, he might even be accused of blasphemy by the people in power and be heavily punished. Phasapis naturally knew the pros and cons of this. Seeing these people quickly unite and isolate him, he felt a sense of desolation in his heart. As a normal citizen of Syracuse, he was able to become a general that Dionysius trusted because of his foresight, skill, and adaptability. He did not only know how to flatter Dionysius, he could always make decisions that were beneficial to him at crucial times. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Phasipes was silent for a while. He repeatedly deliberated in his heart, and finally made up his mind. However, his expression remained calm as he stood up and said, "All right, I'll go and persuade the soldiers." The crowd revealed a joyful expression as they watched Phasipes walk out of the mansion with heavy steps. "Isn't this not too good?" Leptinus said with some pity. The others ignored him. Suddenly, an even louder roar erupted from outside the mansion. Everyone in the house could hear it clearly. "We want to go home. We want to go back to Syracuse." What happened outside? Androstini felt uneasy. At this moment, a guard barged in and said in a panic, "Sirs, General Phasipaises. General Phasipaises has announced to the soldiers, Lord Dionysius has left the Sirius, and he will soon return with reinforcements from Sicily." What? Damn you, Luciperzes. How could he speak the truth? "Sir Ocradon, will reach Crotone soon after we go around this point," the captain shouted. Ocradon nodded, indicating that he understood. As a senator of Carthage's Senate, Ocradon was Hanno's confidant. This time, he was ordered by Hanno to negotiate with Dionia. Dionia, the Greek city-state alliance that Carthage did not take seriously, had surprised Carthage in the war against Italy. Not only did they defeat the insufferably arrogant Dionysius at sea and on land, but they also sent troops to land in Sicily. The news spread to Carthage, and the people were in an uproar. Especially when they saw Carthage's merchant ships transporting hundreds of tons of grain and thousands of Syracuse prisoners, they were even more elated. Compared to Carthage, the people's impression of Dionia's alliance had improved, while the senators were discussing the sudden change in the situation between Greece and Sicily. Hanno sent Ocradon to Dionia in hopes that he could find out the intentions of this city-state alliance that had just signed a friendly agreement and see if they could reach an alliance to protect Carthage's interests in Sicily. At the same time, it would be convenient for Hanno to propose in the Senate that he remove the governor of Sicily. Ocradon learned from the Carthage emissary who had accompanied the grain ship to Turin that Dionia's army was besieging Silatina. Their new king, who could really make decisions, was also in the army. So, Ocradon cancelled his plan to go to Turin and prepared to go directly to Dionia's camp in Silatina. However, the port of Silatina was in the hands of Syracuse. If they forcefully landed on the nearby beach and soaked the precious Bolton in the sea, Ocradon felt that it would damage the image of a great city-state emissary. So, he decided to stop the ship at the port of Crotone and take a look at the situation of the famous city-state of Crotone in Greece after being massacred by the Syracuse. After going around the promontory, Ocradon saw 7 or 8 three-oared warships lined up in the sea in front of him. Sometimes they charged, sometimes they retreated, and sometimes they circled. The columns cooperated with each other and often crossed each other. Obviously, this was the Dionysian fleet training. Ocradon looked for a while but did not see the warship Raven that was rumored to have defeated the Syracuse fleet, so he lost interest. Just as the ship was about to turn into the port, a fast ship came and stopped them. Ocradon noticed that the sail of the other ship also had the symbol of the Dionia alliance, which was black hair entwined with a double thigh. He was slightly surprised. Crotone actually relied on Dionia to such an extent that even the port was patrolled by the Dionysian fleet. After the patrol ship asked Ocradon about the purpose of his visit, it took the initiative to navigate ahead. After entering the port, he found out why the Dionysian fleet was patrolling the Sea of Crotone. Most of the piers at the port were burned, the wreckage of ships were everywhere on the beach, and there were many charred ship planks floating on the sea. The land was full of ruins. It was pitch black. Ocradon saw all this and could not help but think of the tragedy caused by the Syracuse after conquering Mortia. He could not help but curse. Damn Dionysius! Such brutality, the gods will punish him. There were not many ships in the port. Most of them were merchant ships from Dionia, carrying some necessities that the Crotone people urgently needed: olive oil, tar, pottery, furniture, ironware. Ocradon's ship stopped at a relatively intact port. The Carthage emissary group went ashore and followed the captain of the patrol ship. The people of Crotone, who used to be the strongest nation in Greece, had to scavenge for a living. As a Carthage citizen who had dealt with Crotone before, Ocradon could not help but sigh when he recalled the bustling scene he had seen here. Ciudad Crotone was huge. Ocradon did not see many young men along the way. He could not help but wonder, did Dionysius kill all the citizens of Crotone? The citizens of Syracuse are working in the fields. When Syracuse's army besieged Crotone, they destroyed all the fields outside the city. They have to take advantage of the early spring to plant more crops. Otherwise, there won't be anything to eat in autumn. The captain of the patrol ship explained. When he reached the center of the city, what entered Ocradon's eyes was no longer the smoldering ruins, but a construction site with many people working hard. This is our citizens helping the people of Crotone build houses, the captain of the patrol ship said. Ocradon looked at the busy construction site in front of him. Out of the nature of a businessman, he asked, "How much do you charge for building a house for the people of Crotone?" The captain smiled. "The people of Crotone have nothing now. They don't have the money to pay us. The citizens are volunteering to build houses for them." In fact, the captain of the patrol ship did not tell the truth. Helping the people of Crotone rebuild their homes was the suggestion of the Devers. The people who participated in the construction would not be able to get gold or silver, but their contributions would be recorded. After the war, they would be commended by the Senate of Dionia. This meant that they would be given land and citizenship. Therefore, most of the people who came to Crotone were freedmen and probationary citizens. He then realized how big of a business opportunity this was. He had heard that the territory of Dionia had also been ravaged by the people of Syracuse. There were also the cities of Syracuse and Trine. If these cities needed the help of the people of Dionia to rebuild, the amount of resources needed would be enormous. Dionia alone would definitely not be able to supply them. If his family could also get involved, the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Now, he was glad that he had been chosen by Hanno to go to Dionia. If he did not seize this opportunity, Balaman would punish him. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not see the captain go straight to the worksite, and a moment later he came with a man to Ocraton. The man saluted Ocraton and said, "Honorable Carthaginian emissary, welcome. I am Xianxia, senator of Dionia and governor of Asprestum." Ocraton immediately returned the greeting and said in pure Greek, "I am Ocraton, senator of Carthage. I have been appointed by the Senate to meet your king." Previously, Agatha had heard that Ansitanos had a closed-door banquet when he first came to Carthage. She had thought that this Carthaginian envoy would be difficult to get along with, but Ocradon was surprisingly easy to talk to. The two of them chatted while walking. Under Ocraton's intentional guidance, Xianxia talked more about the destruction that the army of Syracuse had inflicted on Dionia, as well as the difficulties of rebuilding Cremissa and Crotone. Ocraton took note of all these in his heart. The group walked out of the west gate of Crotone. Although it was called a gate, it was actually just a large gap in the broken wall. After leaving the city, Ocraton saw countless tents set up by the moat. Many people were going in and out of the tent area. It was very lively. Someone saw Xianxia and took the initiative to greet him. Obviously, this senator of Dionia was very popular in Crotone. "Is this where the people of Crotone live?" Ocraton asked casually. "Yes. As you have seen just now, the whole city was burned down by the damn people of Syracuse. It is impossible to live in the city. These tents were part of the Dionysian army's gift to Crotone after we seized them from Syracuse's camp." Xianxia was not angry when he said this. He was in a good mood. After all, when the news of Crotone's destruction reached Thurii, the native Thurii people even applauded and cheered, saying that it was the punishment of the goddess of vengeance to Crotone. Xianxia remembered something and quickly said, "Lord Ocraton, let me take you to meet the chief general of Crotone, Lucius." "There is no need. My mission this time does not include Crotone," Ocraton refused directly. If Crotone was still the powerful Crotone of the past, Ocraton might have other ideas. However, after seeing the current state of Crotone and how much they relied on Dionia, Ocraton had lost interest. Moreover, he did not want to anger the people of Dionia. Therefore, the emissary group led by Ocraton went ashore at the port of Crotone and crossed the entire Ciudad Crotone. However, they did not meet the owner of the place and left just like that. It was already noon when Ocraton and his entourage arrived at the Dionia camp in Silatina. It had only been 2 days since the people of Syracuse attacked the camp. Even though the burned-left camp was being rebuilt by the soldiers of Dionia, there were still wooden fences blackened by smoke and burnt tents in the camp. Akhenaten imagined the fierce battle that took place here. After receiving the notice from the cavalry sent by Xianxia, the Devers went out of the camp to welcome them. They had the guards line up neatly on both sides of the road. The bugles, drums, and flutes played a beautiful melody. Akhenaten was pleasantly surprised by such a grand welcoming ceremony. He happily followed the Devers into the main tent. In the history of his previous life, Carthage was too famous as a strong opponent of Rome. This was the first time the Devers had seen Carthage. They could not help but look at the emissary before them curiously. He was slightly plump, of average height, black hair, dark brown eyes, thick black eyebrows, and slightly tanned skin. If not for his straight nose bridge and slightly wide nose, he looked similar to his compatriots in his previous life. The Devers inexplicably had a good impression of him. Akhenaten was also looking at the new king of Dionia. Before he went on this mission, he had specially investigated the situation of Dionia. He knew that the establishment and rapid rise of the Dionia alliance had a lot to do with this person before him. But Lord Balaman above, he was too young. He was so young, yet he had so much power. It was really enviable. Honorable emissary of Carthage, Carthage is a great city-state. We are very grateful for your great help during the most difficult times of Dionia. With the precious food supply, we can carry on this terrible war. The sincere words of the Devers made Akhenaten happy. He immediately said, Honorable King of Dionia, Carthage is not only rich in grains. Our other goods are also famous in the western Mediterranean. The invasion of Syracuse has caused great damage to Greece. It is truly distressing. We, Carthage, wish to provide assistance to Dionia and other city-states in the reconstruction. I wonder if your majesty. The Devers was taken aback. The way the emissary of Carthage spoke reminded him of Mircea. He smiled and said, Previously, the friendship agreement between Dionia and Carthage includes free trade. We naturally welcome Carthage to provide abundant goods to hasten the reconstruction of Greece. If Lord Akhenaten has his own caravan, I can provide you with special assistance in doing business in Greece. Really? The moment Akhenaten spoke, he realized he had lost his composure. He hurriedly coughed a few times and sat back on his wooden chair. The Devers turned to Henepolis, who was standing by the side, and said solemnly, Henny, note down this matter. Note down Lord Akhenaten's name as well. Inform the commercial officer, Marigi. Yes, your majesty. Henepolis glanced at Carthage's emissary with a disdainful gaze. He then sat down at the wooden table and started writing. Akhenaten tried his best to suppress the urge to say thank you. He praised loudly, Senator Carthage admires the outstanding performance of the Dionia alliance in this war. Although Dionia is weaker than Syracuse, they were able to defeat Syracuse at sea and on land. They crushed Dionysius's ambition to conquer Greece. You must know that Dionysius, the dictator of Syracuse, is extremely greedy and violent. He has destroyed many famous city-states in Sicily. We, Carthage and the other Greek city-states have suffered greatly. Dionysius's powerful military force has rendered us helpless. The victory of Dionia over Syracuse has caused the people of Sicily and Carthage to rejoice. We were forced to do so. Devers sighed and answered with a solemn expression, if we couldn't defeat Syracuse, Syracuse would destroy Dionia. Therefore, the people of Dionia united and fought back with all their might. Although we managed to repel the enemy, we paid a huge price. When I came here, I saw the great destruction that Syracuse had caused to Greece. I deeply sympathize with the great sacrifices that Dionia has made in this war. But it was all worth it, wasn't it? Akhenaten politely expressed his concern, then turned around and pointed outside the tent. The army of Syracuse has been besieged by your majesty's army in the Syrium, and it looks like the people of Syracuse are powerless to break through your blockade. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy. To take down a city defended by tens of thousands of people. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do next? Continue to besiege the enemy until they run out of food and surrender? I believe that with so many Dionia soldiers out on the battlefield, Dionia must be under a lot of pressure. Of course, Carthage is willing to continue providing food aid to Dionia at a fair price. Peace negotiation? Egerton was shocked. Yes. Syracuse wants to stop the war with Dionia and give up the land they occupied in Greece and the Locrian alliance. In exchange, the troops in Syracuse will be allowed to return to Sicily safely, said the Devers solemnly. King Devers, are you going to agree to their conditions? Asked Egerton immediately. I'm thinking about it. Just like what you said, Dionia has faced many difficulties since the start of the war. It's not just about food, it's also because the citizens have come out to fight. The affairs within the alliance have been neglected and the citizens are weary of the war. Sigh. The Devers shook his head and sighed. King Divers, I don't think you can stop the war with Syracuse at this time, because Dionia's national strength cannot compare to Syracuse's. Don't be fooled by Syracuse's consecutive defeats in Greece. It only needs a year or two to recuperate before it can gather a huge army and invade Greece again. In fact, our Carthage learned this painful lesson during the war with Syracuse. Is 1 or 2 years enough for Greece to recover its strength after suffering great damage? Egerton reminded loudly with a concerned expression. Then, the Devers hesitated and asked, what do you suggest? Completely annihilate the Syracuse army in Syracuse. Egerton said sternly, it'll be better if we can capture Dionysius. He's the main culprit of all the wars in Sicily and Greece. The Devers felt that he could vaguely see Carthage's attitude towards Syracuse in this war. However, he was prepared to probe Carthage's bottom line. Hence, he continued to ask in a hesitant tone, just like what you've said, Syracuse's strength far exceeds Dionia's. Even if we annihilate this army, Syracuse and Sicily can still threaten Greece's safety. Dionia will face the danger of war at any time. Then, what should we do to completely eliminate this danger? Completely eliminate? Then we might as well annihilate Syracuse. This is something that even our Carthage can't do, let alone Dionia. Egerton's arrogant tone elicited a snort from Henipolis. Under the Devers' reproachful gaze, Henipolis lowered his head and continued with his work. Egerton felt that he was magnanimous. He ignored the young man's rudeness and continued to point out the direction for Dionia's next. Syracuse, 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 said. Syracuse, said, Syracuse. Syracuse, 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 Syracuse. Syracuse, 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 Syrac, Syracuse not, Syracuse, Syrac haven, Syracuse, Syracuse, have, Syracuse, the Syracuse, Syracused, have, Syracuse, Syoff sire the there. Syrac haven't your troops already landed in Sicily? As long as the army of Dionia continues to fight in the eastern part of Sicily, the Greek city-states and the people will definitely rise up and support you against the dictatorship of Dionysius. The Sicilian alliance established by Syracuse will definitely be broken, and Syracuse will no longer be the overlord of Sicily. The more Egerton spoke, the more agitated he became. He even clenched his fist. Divers, on the other hand, had a calm expression. He exchanged a glance with Henipolis, who had quietly left the tent and quickly returned. Divers then said slowly, Lord Ecklandon's words are very reasonable, and I'm very tempted by them. However, Dionia has only sent 4,000 soldiers to Sicily. Originally, they only wanted to harass and destroy the eastern part of Sicily, forcing Dionysius to lead part of his army back to Sicily and relieve our pressure in Greece. However, I received an urgent report from Sicily the day before yesterday. Our troops that landed in Sicily were attacked by the 20,000 soldiers led by General Macias of Syracuse. They're in a very difficult situation. It seems that fighting in Sicily won't be easy, if Carthage can seize the opportunity when Syracuse's army is away and its territory is defenseless to attack from the western part of Sicily, then Syracuse won't be able to resist at all. By then, not only will Syracuse's alliance crumble easily, even Syracuse city, which hasn't been occupied for hundreds of years, may be breached. After listening to the Devers' agitated and tactful request, Egerton's originally vigorous demeanor became somewhat awkward. He avoided Devers' seemingly excited gaze and stammered. Carthage and Syracuse signed a peace agreement a few years ago. Carthage will abide by the agreement and will not violate it within the time limit. Carthage has always kept its promises. This is the main reason why Carthage can become the wealthiest city-state in the western Mediterranean Sea, Henopolis looked at Carthage's pretentious attitude and sneered in his heart. The Devers looked disappointed. He slumped on the wooden chair and said in a low voice, "Sigh. What a pity. Although Carthage can't participate in the war, we will support Dionia with all our might." Ocradon shouted hastily. He was here because Heno wanted to deepen the relationship between Dionia and Carthage. He wasn't here to stop the war between Dionia and Syracuse. If he returned with such an outcome, how would he dare to face Heno? Ocradon was slightly anxious. "Not only will we continuously supply you with grains, but we will also provide high-quality weapons. We are also willing to provide a huge loan for Dionia to recruit mercenaries when you lack manpower." The Devers' eyes lit up and immediately said, "That's great. With Carthage's selfless help, we are confident that we can defeat Syracuse. Henny, bring me a pen and paper. I want to give Lord Ocradon a list of supplies that Dionia urgently needs." "Yes, Your Majesty." Henopolis immediately stood up and handed the pen and paper to Ocradon. Ocradon was dumbfounded when he saw the Devers' sudden change from dejection to confidence. He quickly said, "King Devers, before you make the list, please sign a new agreement with me." "A new agreement?" The Devers looked confused, but his heart tightened. The true purpose of Carthage's visit was finally revealed. "Yes, a new agreement. Under your leadership, the Dionysian army's outstanding performance on the battlefield has once again changed the view of the Carthage Senate on this war. Carthage hopes that after giving full support to Dionia and obtaining victory in this war, Dionia will not be able to." Before Ocradon could finish, he was interrupted by the voice of the guard captain, Marcius, who had lifted the curtain and entered the tent. "Your Majesty, the report from the First Legion is here." "Quick, show it to me." The Devers could not wait to take the papyrus scroll from Marcius's hands. Ocradon, who was interrupted, could not help but widen his eyes in curiosity. "That's great." The Devers shouted excitedly and said in a clear voice, "In the letter, Antonius said, the First Legion has completely defeated the Syracuse coalition led by Macias and has occupied Tauromenion. There has been a large-scale riot in the middle of the entire east coast of Sicily. The people in Sicily, Catani, Leontini, and Tanis have overthrown the dictatorship of Dionysius. At the same time, the people in Syracuse have also rebelled and chased the supporters of Dionysius to Ortygia Island." At this point, the Devers paused for a moment and said in a more serious tone, "Antonius also said, these newly independent city-states are afraid that they will be viciously retaliated by the powerful Syracuse in the future. All of them have requested to join the Dionia alliance." "Really?" Henopolis and Marcius were shocked. "Take a look." The Devers handed over the papyrus scroll in his hand with a happy expression. "Let me take a look first." Ocradon did not care about his manners as a guest and snatched the scroll with unprecedented agility. He could not wait to open it and read it carefully. The Devers and Henopolis looked at each other and smiled. The war report was indeed real. However, it was not just delivered, but it had been delivered in the morning. The Devers let Henopolis and Marcius put on this show, but at the same time, they got rid of Carthage's plan. Ocradon read it over and over again with a look of disbelief. He did not expect that the war situation in southern Italy would suddenly turn out like this after he left Carthage for less than 2 days. How was he supposed to say that after the war, Dionia is not allowed to set foot in Sicily? This is really... Ocradon did not know what to say for a moment. After a while, he said, "Has the situation described in this been confirmed?" "Sir Ocradon, Dionia has a military law. It states that no one is allowed to make false reports. If the war report is verified to be inconsistent with the truth, the punishment will be different depending on the severity of the situation. The lightest punishment will be demotion, and the heaviest punishment will be death. Although Antonius is the commander of the legion, he would not dare to make such a mistake," the Devers answered seriously. But before Ocradon could finish, Marcius said again, "Your Majesty, I have a few more letters here, sent along with the battle report. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Show me." The Devers pretended to be angry and criticized. He pretended to read the letters, then said to Ocradon, who was looking around, "These are letters from Tanis, Leontini, Sicily, and other city-states asking for an alliance." Ocradon's hands trembled as he took the letters. After reading the first and second letters, he was no longer in the mood to read anymore. Of course, he could see that these letters were real. He could tell from one point alone, there were many names written at the end of the text, and there were even handprints and graffiti. He could imagine that, among the leaders of a city-state insurrection, there might be the citizens of the upper classes, with their elegant handwriting, and the commoners, who could not read, with their crooked handwriting, and the freedmen, or the slaves, who could not read, of course, could only scribble with their hands. These rioters had just driven away the forces of Dionysius, and they wrote letters in such a hurry. Perhaps it was not only to get the military protection of Dionia, but also to get the support of Dionia in the subsequent city-state election, so that they could fight for more benefits for the group they represented. If the distraught Aukradin took the time to read these letters, he would find that there was no letter from Katani. In fact, there was, but the Devers did not take it out. Katani's letter was written by Antiporus. In the letter, he emphasized that the people and free people of Katani, and even a small number of slaves, after many exchanges and persuasions, agreed to let Katani join the Dionia alliance. This was the reason why the Devers did not take out this letter. In addition, there was also a letter from a city-state asking to join the alliance, and that was Naxos. Yes, after the former exiles recaptured their home, they decided to rebuild the city of Naxos and offer it to Dionia. Both Katani and Naxos had been destroyed by Dionysius, so the people here knew more deeply than the people of other Sicilian city-states that peace and tranquility were far more important than the seemingly freer but actually dangerous independence. Therefore, under the guidance of Antiporus and his men, they willingly chose to join Dionia, the Greek city-state alliance that could defeat the terrible and powerful Syracuse, so that they would not be homeless in the future. Aukradin handed the letter back to the Devers absent-mindedly. At the same time, he tried to persuade the Devers, King Devers, even if Dionia defeats Syracuse and obtains the final victory, your priority should be to restore Greece to its former prosperity. The relationship between the various city-states of Sicily is complicated, and there is also the conflict between the indigenous Cycles and the Greeks. If Dionia rashly intervenes in this island that is completely unfamiliar to you, it will easily be involved in the conflict between the various city-states. It will instead drag down the development of Dionia. Thank you for your concern and reminder, Lord Aukradin. The Devers smiled and asked, in Syracuse's invasion of Greece, there are citizens from Leontini, Tanis, Katani, Sicily, and other city-states. If Dionia rejects these city-states to join the alliance, what do you think they will do? Aukradin was stunned. Before he could answer, Henipolis interrupted, they will definitely suspect that Dionia still hates them for assisting Syracuse in invading Greece. They are worried that we will retaliate against them. Out of fear, they will likely unite with Syracuse again to defend against the possible threat. Yes, forming an alliance with a brand new Syracuse without Dionysius will be like pouring wine from a clay jar into an empty jar. The taste will remain the same, and Syracuse will still be the leader of the Greek city-states in Sicily. Is this what Carthage wishes to see? The Devers asked again. Aukradin had to admit that this was very likely to happen. He stammered, You can tell these city-states that you have no intention of attacking them. You can also sign a friendship agreement with them. The Devers chuckled and leaned back in his chair. He said slowly, Lord Aukradin, has Carthage ever taken the initiative to sign a friendship agreement with the neighboring Phoenician city-states? Aukradin was stunned, but he immediately understood the Devers' intention. A lion would never care about the feelings of a cow or sheep. A big city-state had its own dignity. It was always the smaller city-states that took the initiative to please the bigger ones to ensure their safety. After defeating Syracuse, Dionia was already a powerful city-state. Of course, they would not do something so foolish as to lower their own status. Aukradin felt his face burning. The Devers continued, in addition, Syracuse's strength far exceeds the other city-states in Sicily, including the city-states that are affiliated with Carthage. No matter what kind of government Syracuse is, or who is in charge, as time goes by, it will naturally attract the surrounding city-states to its side. By then, the people of Syracuse will still be a threat to Greece and Carthage. Therefore, Catania, Leontini. These city-states have requested to form an alliance with Dionia. This will allow the central area of the east coast of Sicily closest to Greece to escape from Syracuse's sphere of influence. It will become the southern security barrier of Greece. If Syracuse wants to invade Greece, it must first conquer the area to the north of Syracuse. Then, the war will start there, and it will no longer cause damage to Greece. Therefore, we, Dionia, will agree to their request no matter what and form a solid alliance with them. Ocriton listened to the Dever's firm words and suddenly realized a problem. Does Dionia not intend to destroy Syracuse? Destroy Syracuse? As if he had heard a joke, the Dever said, it's something that even Carthage can't do. How can the scarred Dionia do it? We're just doing what we can to ensure the safety of Greece and weaken the power of Syracuse. After listening to the Dever's reply, Ocriton was a little tempted, but also a little regretful. He was also a little uneasy about Dionia's insistence on accepting the Sicilian city-states. This was the first time in hundreds of years that a foreign power had set foot in Sicily. The invasion of Athens during the Peloponnesus War did not count. After all, it was too far away. But it was different for Greece, which was only separated by a strait of a few miles. Sir Ocriton, do you know what kind of geometry is the most stable? The Dever suddenly asked. Geometry, which was once developed to calculate the area of land, was highly respected by Greek scholars who liked to study natural science. Some Athens scholars once claimed that geometry was the foundation of all knowledge. What? Ocriton snapped out of his daze. He did not expect the Devers to ask such an irrelevant question. It's a triangle. The Devers went straight to the point. Why do Carthage and Syracuse keep fighting in Sicily? Because they are the only two powerful forces in Sicily. The Devers stretched out two fingers. As long as they come into contact with each other, a war will inevitably break out due to the conflict of interests. There is no room for negotiation. But if Dionia joins, the Devers raised another finger, forming a triangle. The three forces will restrain each other and reach a long-term peace. Because if one party wants to wage war against another, it will have to consider the third party's threat. Ocriton stared at his finger and hesitated for a moment before saying, it's also possible that two forces will join forces to attack one. The Devers smiled. This war has turned Dionia and Syracuse into enemies. It's impossible for them to join forces to attack Carthage. Do you think that's right? Ocriton did not speak, but he was thinking. Syracuse burned Crotone, massacred Syracuse, and destroyed Dionia's territory. That's why the Greeks hate them. That's why Dionia sold the captured citizens of Syracuse to Carthage. If the people of Syracuse knew about this, they would never forgive Dionia. Will Carthage join forces with Syracuse to attack Dionia? Ocriton shook his head. The decades of war had caused the hatred between the two states to run too deep. Dionia wants to join forces with Carthage to destroy Syracuse, but it's impossible under the current circumstances. After a few decades, perhaps the two forces will join forces, but the distribution of benefits will not be equal. There will always be a third party who will find a loophole and break the alliance. Therefore, peace in Sicily can be guaranteed for a longer period of time. This guarantee is in line with the interests of Carthage. Am I right, Lord Ocriton? The Dever said gently. Ocriton felt that what the Dever said made sense. However, such an important matter was beyond the scope of his mission, so he remained silent. However, the Devers did not intend to let it go. Henny, go get the map. Henipolis placed the map of Sicily on the wooden table. The Devers picked up a pen and said, I think the area west of Palermos and Serenus is under Carthage's control. As he said this, he cut a large western corner of Sicily. He then said, the area south of Syracuse to the north of Camillina is under Syracuse's control. Based on the map, Dionia's territory in Sicily was the smallest among the three forces. In fact, the Devers had played a trick. He did not include the entire Catania plain, and the eastern part of the plain was already under the control of Antroporus. The other city-states, such as Agrigento, Gela, Tyndaris, are all neutral, serving as a buffer zone for Carthage, Syracuse, and Dionia, the Devers said seriously as he pointed at the icons on the map. Ocriton looked at the map carefully, and suddenly asked, does Messina also belong to these neutral city-states? Although Messina's territory was not large, it was located in an important location, so it was considered a relatively important city-state in Sicily. Of course not. The Devers said without hesitation, the citizens of this new Messina are colonists from Locri and Medma. They are Dionysius's accomplices. In this war, they helped Syracuse to block the Strait of Messina and attacked the port of Lygum many times. Lygum suggested to Dionia that they should attack Messina to ensure their own safety. The Senate of Dionia has agreed to their request to send troops together. The Devers once again concealed the fact that Dionia and Lygum had decided to jointly govern Messina. Carthage was not a Greek city-state. Its two most important shipping routes did not pass through Messina, so it did not care too much about this. Akradon looked at the map and thought about the Devers' suggestion. After a long time, he raised his head and said, "Honorable King of Devers, the Senate of Carthage sent me here mainly to revise the treaty of friendship signed between Dionia and Carthage. At the same time, I also wanted to understand how Dionia's next step in the war against Syracuse would be carried out. I didn't expect you to give me such a big, surprise. However, this is beyond my authority. I must bring your proposal back to the Senate and let them decide whether to accept it or not." Devers expressed his understanding, but at the same time, he said calmly, "I hope Carthage's reply will be quick, because the people of Syracuse in West Ritter City will probably surrender after a few days." The Devers were confident in their words. The news of Dionysius's escape had been leaked, and the soldiers in the city were in a panic. Syracuse had no choice but to send someone out to negotiate for peace. And the Devers took the opportunity to tell the messenger about the latest battle situation in Sicily. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, there was bound to be a bigger storm in the city of Sirius. When Oakleton heard this, he was greatly shaken. He understood what the Devers were implying. The surrender of the Syracuse people in the city of Silatina meant that the war between the South and Italy was basically over. At that time, when Carthage negotiated with the Dionia that had recovered, the conditions would probably be different. After sending off the Carthage messenger who left in a hurry, Henipolis hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, will the people of Carthage agree to your proposal?" From the behavior of the messenger just now and the situation of Carthage that we have investigated during this period of time, the people of Carthage city are indeed weary of war. Even if the current situation in Sicily is very favorable to Carthage, I'm afraid many people in the Senate of Carthage will not agree to start a war. Devers recalled a lot of information about Carthage that he had read before, and said, "Things that can be obtained through negotiation, the people of Carthage who value efficiency will not be stupid enough to use force to solve it. Moreover, Carthage should understand that occupying the whole of Sicily is not beneficial to it, but it will bring great harm to it." "Why?" Henipolis asked curiously. "You can understand the reason if you think about it." Is it because it will incur the wrath of the entire Greek world?" "That's right. If Carthage occupies the whole of Sicily, not only Greece, but also Greece will be directly threatened by a foreign race. How can we, the Greeks, accept such a situation? Carthage should be able to feel it during the war against Syracuse. Not only is it fighting against Syracuse, it's also fighting against the Greeks in Italy, and the Greeks in Greece." Devers said meaningfully. "Oh, of course a city like Carthage can't defeat the power of the entire Greece. No matter what, it will fail in the end. Henny, your teacher has been interested in Carthage recently. He has collected a lot of information about it. Have you read it?" Devers changed the topic and asked. "Your Majesty, it's not like you don't know that I've always been in Laos. How could I have the time to visit my teacher?" Henipolis felt a little sad when he mentioned Laos. "I've read the information and discussed it with Ansitanos. I realized that the Phoenicians had quite a number of colonies in the western Mediterranean Sea, and they colonized much earlier than us, but why do we only know about Carthage?" "Yeah, why?" Henipolis asked curiously. Devers explained in detail, because the way the Phoenicians colonized was different from the Greeks. The Greeks colonized because they had too many people and could not support more people. In order to survive, they were forced to colonize in order to obtain new land and be able to survive. The Phoenicians colonized. No, it should not be called colonization, but a kind of commercial activity. In order to obtain high profits, the Phoenicians ventured to the western Mediterranean Sea hundreds of years ago. As a result, they discovered the silver mines on the Iberian Peninsula and the precious metal mines in Sardinia. In order to collect these precious metals and transport them back to Phoenicia, they built many merchant inns on the coast of Africa and the west of Sicily. Please note that it's a merchant house, not a town. Most of the Phoenicians in the merchant houses were engaged in metal processing and transshipment. In order to satisfy their daily needs, they had to trade with the neighboring natives and the Greek city-states. Therefore, the Phoenicians were the race that could blend into the local environment the best in the western Mediterranean Sea. They lived in harmony with the other races around them. Even though there was a royal war in Phoenicia, which caused some members of the royal family of Tyre to flee to Carthage, which led to the rise of Carthage and replaced Tyre as the new trading center for the Phoenicians in the western Mediterranean Sea, the people of Carthage and the Greeks lived in harmony. Wait a minute, Your Majesty. The people of Carthage are full of malice towards the Greeks of Sicily. They have repeatedly taken the initiative to invade the territory of the Greeks, and they have even sacrificed children. Their behavior is ugly. Henipolis interrupted the Devers' words and said angrily. The Devers did not seem to mind. He smiled gently and said, "It is their custom to sacrifice children in Carthage. I will not comment on it. However, according to the information that your teacher came up with, it was precisely because we, the Greeks, had taken the initiative to attack the allies of Carthage several times, which led to their counterattack. 100 years ago, the Prince of Sparta, Dorius, claimed that the land near Eryx in western Sicily used to be the resting place of his ancestor, Hercules. Therefore, he wanted to build a city there. Eryx was the religious center of the people of Carthage and Sicily. How could they allow the arrogant Sparta to build a city there? Therefore, Carthage started a war and drove away the Greek allied forces brought by Sparta. A few decades ago, the army led by the tyrant of Syracuse, Dillon, attacked Carthage's ally, Himera, and only then did they attract the reinforcements of Carthage. After Dillon defeated Carthage, he exaggerated the war into a great victory that was comparable to the victory of the Greek allied forces over the Persia. These years, I am afraid that the terrifying image of the people of Carthage was deliberately spread by the people of Syracuse to force the other cities of Sicily to unite around them. Your Majesty, are you saying that this is all a trick of the people of Syracuse? Henipolis was shocked. The mother cities of the people of Carthage, Tyre, and Sidon, are unable to provide new immigrants like the Greeks. Perhaps the people of Carthage, who do not have a large population, are always on guard against the Greek immigrants from the eastern Mediterranean Sea who are coveting western Sicily. Therefore, they have to show their strength from time to time to deter the greed of these people. Devers finished with a straight face. Henipolis burst out laughing. Your Majesty, you sound like you're not a Greek when you talk like this. Devers said with a straight face, only by standing in a neutral position can one understand the true feelings of the people of Carthage. I believe that at this time, Carthage will be happy to accept the friendship of a powerful neighbor from Greece. Although that was what Devers said, in his heart, Dionia could not afford to provoke the powerful Carthage at this time. Let's not wake it up. It's better to let it continue to do business, trade, and manage the farms in peace. Dionysius's ship made use of its familiarity with the east coast of Sicily to lead the Diolian clipper into the reef area, thus shaking off their pursuit. When they passed by Taunus, they avoided the blockade of the Dionysian fleet and finally arrived at Ortygia Island. Ortygia Island was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. There were cliffs everywhere, and there were also city walls built on top of them. The island's defense was quite tight. It also had its own small port, but without the permission of the people on the island, the ship could not dock nor enter the island. But for Dionysius, this was not a problem. As soon as Dionysius arrived on the island, Hipporinus, Callidemus, and the mercenary leader Megiochilus rushed to the island. Apollo bless you. Lord Dionysius, you're finally back. While you were away, Hierolis started a rebellion, he incited. After listening to Callidemus' long-winded narration, Dionysius's heart sank to the bottom. When he saw the Dionysian fleet near Taunus, he had a bad feeling. Now that his premonition had become reality, he did not expect the situation in Syracuse to be so bad. The allied forces led by Macias were defeated by the Dionysian army, and almost all the city-states north of Syracuse rebelled and broke away from Syracuse's control. Apart from Ortygia Island, the entire city of Syracuse had become the domain of the rebels. The more he listened, the more annoyed he became. He could not help but yell, so much nonsense. Stop it. Callidemus immediately fell silent. No one has seen him since the start of the rebellion. According to the analysis of my spies, he is probably imprisoned by Herolas, Hipporinus said. Damned Herolas. I should have beheaded him long ago and hung his body on the city wall as a warning to those with evil intentions. This time, I will kill his entire family and find the priests of the temple to curse his soul to sink in the river Styx forever. Dionysius cursed loudly to vent the anger and frustration in his heart. Without Philistos, it was like cutting off one of his arms, making many of his plans impossible to carry out. Because he had quietly returned to Syracuse, he did not plan to appear in public to avoid being blamed by the people. Many things could only be carried out by Philistos. Now that Philistos was not here, who could he rely on? Herolas is just outside, and he controls tens of thousands of troops. Defeat him and kill him if you have the ability. What's the use of shouting here? Hipporinus said coldly. Among these people, he was the only one who dared to embarrass Dionysius. Philistos would sometimes criticize him, but never as harsh and unpleasant as Hipporinus. This was because he was not only Dionysius's father-in-law, but also Dionysius's staunch supporter. During Dionysius's most difficult time, it was he who used all his wealth to support Dionysius's election campaign and bribed a large number of citizens for him, allowing him to be elected as the general of the army in Syracuse, leading the citizens against Carthage's army, and embarking on the path of a dictator. Dionysius glared at Hipporinus, his chest rising and falling rapidly as if he would pour out his anger at any time. Callidemus was so frightened that he took a few steps back. But in the end, Dionysius held back. He snorted heavily, turned his eyes to Megicles, and asked in a low voice, "How is the defense of Ortygia?" "Sir, the rebels once attacked the walls of the isthmus, but suffered heavy casualties and failed to take the top of the wall. They did not attack here again, but instead built a new wall at the exit of the isthmus, hoping to block us out of the city." "Have you tried to attack the isthmus with troops?" Megicles said nothing and turned to Hipporinus. "I was the one who told the Megicles mercenaries not to attack. The situation was very dangerous and chaotic. I had to ensure the safety of Ortygia Island first," Hipporinus said without hesitation. This time, Dionysius did not get angry. After a moment of silence, he said loudly, "Well, Lord Hipporinus, you did the right thing. Megicles, thank you and the mercenaries for your hard work in defending Ortygia Island so that we still have a place to live. My lord, guarding Ortygia Island is the duty of us mercenaries. Is Macias alive or dead?" Dionysius asked about the whereabouts of another capable assistant. According to the news from the spies, he led the defeated soldiers and fled to the villages built by the former mercenaries outside the city. But Herolas did not give him a chance to rest and immediately sent tens of thousands of troops to attack the former mercenaries and their families on that land. Macias was no match for them and led his men to retreat to the western mountains, Hipporinus said expressionlessly. As long as he is not dead. Dionysius could not think about contacting Macias for the time being. His thoughts turned to another question. What about our fleet? The sailors at the port were involved in the rebellion. They imprisoned Polonices and took the warships for themselves. They even joined forces with the rebels and Herolas to defeat the 1,000 mercenaries guarding the city gate. They were also responsible for clearing up the mercenaries outside the city, but these sailors and the rebels in the city had some quarrels. What quarrels? Dionysius's heart skipped a beat. According to the reports from the spies, it was said that the sailors at the port wanted to obtain all the land of the former mercenaries and wanted more political rights. But they were opposed by Herolas. Dionysius noted this down and asked another question that concerned him the most. Where is the Dionia army now? They went to Tanis and helped the rebels to take control of the city. I think they went north after that. Now that all the passages between Syracuse and the north have been sealed, there is no way to know the situation there in detail, Hipporinus said. The people of Dionia were quite cautious. Dionysius became anxious when he thought of this. After all, he had left tens of thousands of people from Syracuse in Syracuse to block the main forces of Dionia. If he could not recapture Syracuse before the people of Dionia solved the problem in Syracuse, he would be in danger once the main forces of Dionia crossed the sea. What about the cities on the south coast? Did you ask for help from them? Dionysius asked anxiously. This was the place where he was most likely to get reinforcements, and also where his hope lay. When the cities of Syracuse, Catanae, Leontini, and Taunus were in chaos, the cities on the south coast were also in turmoil. Master Calidmus risked his life to ask for help from Gela, Agrigento, but was rejected, Hipporinus said. Master, these cities all said, in order to help Master attack Greece, they have sent many soldiers. In order to repel the people of Dionia who landed in Sicily, they sent many young and strong citizens, but most of them have not returned. Now that the people in the cities are in turmoil and the political situation is unstable, it is impossible for them to send more reinforcements, Calidmus said helplessly. Even Camalina refused to send troops? Facing Dionysius's murderous gaze, Calidmus nodded shakily. Why yes, damn it. Dionysius cursed. It was understandable if it was other cities, but the tyrant of Camalina was his brother, Leptin, whom he had personally supported. How could he turn a blind eye to the chaos in Syracuse? Did this idiot think that he would be fine after I fell? Dionysius was angry at his short-sightedness, but he felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. All of Syracuse had rebelled. He had lost many of the public militia and the support of the sailors. Even the allies ignored his demands. Could these 2,000 mercenaries recapture his former throne of power? Dionysius was at a loss. He felt like a big fish stranded on the beach. He had the strength but could not exert it, and was in danger of drying up and dying at any time. At this moment, Callidemus suddenly asked, My lord, how is the army going on the expedition to Greece? Dionysius widened his eyes and looked straight at him. Everyone around knew very well that Dionysius had become a deserter, so they did not mention it rationally. But Calidmus mentioned the most taboo thing for Dionysius. I mean, if the army in Greece can return, we can recapture. Under Dionysius's cold gaze, Calidmus's teeth were chattering. What you said makes sense. Dionysius was expressionless. His tone was calm. In that case, I will send you to Syracuse to negotiate with the new king of Dionia. I authorize you to agree to any request he makes. As long as you can bring the soldiers back safely as soon as possible, you'd better leave now. Ah. Me? Now? Calidmus was so frightened that he could not speak properly. To evade the patrol of the rebel warships in Syracuse, break through the blockade of the Dionysian fleet, and reach Syracuse, this was a life-threatening task, but Dionysius did not allow him to say anything. He had Megicles and the guards carry him to Captain Lactanus. Although Dionysius did not think that the shrewd king of Dionia would make such a mistake, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. After all, there were thousands of elite mercenary soldiers in Syracuse. As long as they could return, he could easily recapture Syracuse. I've been on the ship for 2 days. I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest for a while. Regarding my return, make sure to keep it a secret. Dionysius covered his head with one hand and warned the people around him tiredly. Not only to keep it a secret from the rebels in the city, but also from Ortygia Island. The rebels have captured most of the officials in the city hall. Their families on the island are worried. Have a good rest. Tamaki and the kids need you to comfort them too. They've been scared out of their wits these past few days. Hipporinus sighed. Dionysius turned around and looked at Phoebidas, who had been silent. Come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Okay. Phoebidas answered straightforwardly. On the way to the palace, Dionysius said frankly, now you know the situation in Syracuse, and even the whole of Sicily. To be honest, the situation this time is more dangerous than the last time. The rebels in the city are likely to be colluding with the people of Dionia. Otherwise, the entire east coast of Sicily would not be rioting on the same day, and it happened at the most critical moment. What do you think? Very likely. Phoebidas squeezed out a sentence with an indifferent expression. Note, if that's the case, I'm already weak in Syracuse. It's very likely that I'll be ousted by the rebels led by Herolus. To me, this is a terrible thing. To Sparta, this is not good news either. Phoebidas, I need your help now. Dionysius had a rare look of begging on his face. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Phoebidas's emotionless face was devoid of emotion. Dionysius was already used to it. He sincerely begged, "I hope that you can do what you did last time. Meet the leaders of the rebels, such as Herolus, and persuade them not to fight with me when Syracuse is in danger. This will only allow Dionia to take advantage of the situation and threaten the survival of the people of Syracuse. We should unite and overcome this crisis together. As long as they can accept me as their general, I'm willing to share my power with them and satisfy their demands." "All right, I'll try." Phoebidas agreed without hesitation. "Do I need to tell them that you're back?" "No. I'll appear at the right time." Dionysius immediately refused. Seeing Phoebidas leave, Dionysius had a few doubts in his heart. Why did Phoebidas agree so quickly this time? In the city hall of Syracuse, Herolus, who was elected as the temporary chief general, and a few other generals who were elected by the people during the rebellion, formed a war general executive committee. As a poet, Pharisanus was already famous among the people. Because he had repeatedly contradicted Dionysius, he was even locked up in the stone prison. Therefore, the people trusted him and elected him as the general. At this moment, he unceremoniously questioned the representative of the port's sailors and the poor, Tethys. "Tethys, why haven't I seen you using your warships to blockade Ortygia Island? We discussed this yesterday." Yesterday, we were still tasked with cleaning up Macias' defeated soldiers. Now, there are still thousands of sailors searching for traces of them in the mountains. How can we spare any manpower to seal off Ortygia Island?" Tethystus complained bitterly. "Tethys, don't quibble. You have enough manpower at the port. You can eliminate those mercenaries while sealing off Ortygia Island. This is an order issued by the committee after a discussion, and you have accepted it, but you still refuse to carry it out. Do you think the people elected you as a general just to let you have fun here?" Another noble from the city, a good friend of Herolus and the newly elected General Cuzias, loudly criticized. Although Tethys was a newbie in the political arena, he had been on the sea for decades and had a rich life experience. He was not annoyed by the reprimand. Instead, he spread out his hands and said helplessly, "There are not many people in the city, so you can't work together. You can't even gather enough people to build a city wall in a few days. You still need us to provide manpower. Moreover, the port area has a large population with complicated sources. How can you listen to me completely? If you have a problem with me, you can take my position away. In order to be a general, I have to talk until my mouth is broken every day, and I have to be misunderstood by the people at the port. It is not as comfortable as when I was a sailor. I have long wanted to quit." Tethys threatened to resign, and the generals immediately stopped criticizing him. They knew that Tethys was already the most amiable of the poor people at the port. If it were someone else, they would not be so easily cooperative. Now that the Great Hellenic War had taken away a large number of citizens from the city, they urgently needed the strength of the poor people in the port area. "Lord Tethys." Herolus broke the silence in the room. At this time, he was much more haggard than before the riot. His voice had become hoarse, but his eyes were sharper. "What difficulties do you have now? Let's discuss and solve them together." Tethys was still respectful to Herolus and did not beat around the bush. He said directly, "The people of the port hope to participate in the General Assembly to discuss the various proposals decided by the council. Also, the land that you promised to distribute to the people of the port has not been moved. They suspect that the executive committee of the general is deceiving them. In addition, they have taken on many tasks before, and they feel that it is unfair compared to the people in the city. So now, they are not willing to listen to my orders." "How is it unfair?" "The poor people of the port have always been." Another general, Stesicos, heard this and could not help but want to argue. Herolus interrupted him, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "Lord Tethys, we have overthrown the tyrannical rule of Dionysius and will implement a democratic system. But Syracuse is not Athens. Not all citizens can participate in the General Assembly, but, to put it simply, only citizens who can afford a set of heavy infantry equipment and can serve in the military at any time are qualified to participate in the General Assembly. This has always been the political tradition of Syracuse, and we will not change it easily. Not only the poor people of the port area, but also in the city area. Many citizens cannot participate in the General Assembly. But the last time, Tethys still wanted to argue. Herolas waved his hand to stop him, and said seriously, "Listen to me first. We promised you that we would distribute the land, why didn't we carry it out immediately? Because we do not know how many Syracuse people who fought in Greece can return alive, so we are not sure how much land we can free up. We also need people to survey the land again before we can distribute the land to the landless citizens of the port and the city in a fair and just manner. But since land has become the most important issue for the people of the port, and it has affected our unity, we have not occupied Ortygia Island. You must know that we did not occupy Ortygia Island. Dionysius and his mercenaries could come back at any time and shackle the freedom that we bought with our blood." At the end of his speech, Herolas' voice became sharp. He was reminding Tethys and the other generals, "Therefore, I suggest that the land owned by the 5,000 mercenaries led by Macias and the 1,000 mercenaries in the city should be distributed to the people of the port. These mercenaries are actually citizens of Syracuse, but Herolas thought that they were loyal dogs of Dionysius and refused to recognize their citizenship in Syracuse. The land that the mercenaries occupy is huge." Pharisanus reminded loudly. "I think this suggestion of Herolas is acceptable." Tethys expressed his agreement. Unlike Pharisanus, who was straightforward but did not understand politics, when Herolas made the suggestion, Tethys immediately understood the intention of the chief general. The village built by the 6,000 mercenaries was not within the traditional territory of Syracuse. It was a territory that Dionysius had expanded after conquering southeast Sicily. Of course, this included the land of the neighboring city-states that he had forcibly occupied. The village of the 6,000 mercenaries was southwest of Syracuse, adjacent to Achle, a small city-state that belonged to Syracuse. It was a place that the armies of the south coast had to pass through to reach Syracuse. Herolas arranged for the poor people of the port to live there. Not only could he let these greedy and fearful people continue to fight the mercenaries who had escaped into the mountains for land, but he could also guard against the possible hostility of the south coast city-states towards the new Syracuse regime. Moreover, the land was further away from Syracuse. Allocating it would not cause the people in the city to protest against the injustice. It could also appease the dissatisfaction of the people of the port and let them feel the sincerity of the executive committee. Therefore, not only did Tethys realize the benefits of Herolas' suggestion, the other generals also expressed their agreement. Herolas continued calmly, but in order to win over the mercenaries, Dionysius had given them 2 generous terms. Every mercenary would be given 10 acres of land. This is a little too much. I hope to temporarily allocate 5 acres of land to the people of the port, and only the poor who have actively participated in the rebellion against the tyranny are eligible. Lord Tethys, you will provide the list of names. Once it has been verified by the people of the city hall, we will immediately start allocating the land. What do you think?" Tethys did not think too much. The committee had agreed to immediately allocate the land, so that he would not have to face the questioning and criticism of the people every time he returned to the port. He was already overjoyed. Thus, he said in relief, "I agree." Herolas took the opportunity to say, "With land, the people of the port will be able to accumulate wealth, buy weapons and equipment, and become heavy infantry. It is only a matter of time before they participate in the citizens' meeting." So, Lord Tethys, you mentioned that the people of the port are requesting to participate in the citizens' meeting. As long as the land is allocated, it will not be a problem. Am I right? Yes. Yes. You're right. Tethys quickly agreed. Since the problem has been solved. Herolas' expression became serious. "I hope that you will immediately allow the warships that are about to rot to sail out of the port. Seal off the entire Ortygia Island. Do not allow any ships to enter or leave the island. Although we are temporarily unable to attack Ortygia Island, according to what I know, the grain stored on the island can at most feed the 2,000 mercenaries and the people for 3 to 4 months. By then, they will have no choice but to open the city and surrender." Herolas, the Dionysius, said that they will stop Dionysius' army from returning to Sicily. "They're not lying, are they?" Pharisanus asked worriedly. "Dionysius has lost his fleet. He can't bring his army back to Sicily. Instead of worrying about him, why don't you worry about the army that will be captured? There are not only mercenaries, there are also tens of thousands of our citizens and sailors. Will Dionia be able to return them to Syracuse smoothly? Stathikos raised a question that everyone was concerned about, but did not dare to face. Herolas felt the same way. Even though they relied on the Dionia's help to rebel, as the master of Syracuse, they instinctively raised their guard against Dionia. After all, Syracuse and Dionia had a natural conflict of interest. Even though Herolas and the others rebelled because of Dionysius's dictatorship, they also hoped that Syracuse could continue to enjoy its former glory. Herolas cautiously advised, "We can discuss these issues later. After all, Dionysius has not been eliminated yet, we cannot let our guard down. Furthermore, the Dionia army has indeed shown goodwill. They have distanced themselves from Taunis, and they have fulfilled their promise. Not a single Dionia soldier has set foot on Syracuse's soil. Of course, we cannot let our guard down. Stathikos, you have to supervise the soldiers on the northern wall to increase their patrols." Lord Tethys, Herolas looked at the old sailor. The other generals were his like-minded friends, but only this general who came from the port and was born in poverty. Herolas had to remind him again, "I heard that there are some Dionia in the port area. They are spreading rumors, causing the people to feel uneasy, and destroying the security and stability of Syracuse. I hope that you can ferret out these Dionia spies and expel them from Syracuse." "Yes, that's what we should do. Syracuse's problems should be solved by us, the people of Syracuse. We don't need our enemies to interfere, because they all have ulterior motives. They want to harm Syracuse." Pharisanus immediately expressed his agreement. Based on what he knew, the people of Dionia had close ties with Herolas, and they got along well with the poor people of the port. Not only did they organize themselves to fight against Dionysius's rule, but they also taught them how to fight for their own interests. The success of the land distribution this time was also due to their guidance. But now, the generals who had benefited from it were going to turn their backs on them. Herolas saw that he was in a daze, and reminded him loudly, "Now that Dionysius's rule has been overthrown, we are generals officially elected by the citizens of Syracuse. We represent the will of the people, and our dealings with the people of Dionia should be done through formal diplomatic channels, and not in private like before. This will not only confuse the people, but it will also harm the interests of Syracuse." Herolas' words were spoken openly, and Tethys could not refute it, so he could only agree. "Pharisanus, are you willing to make a trip to Dionia, and discuss with the Diolian Senate on how to end this war, and at the same time, return the citizens of Syracuse who have been captured by Dionia?" Herolas asked. "I'm very willing." Pharisanus agreed. "What if the people of Dionia come up with a lot of harsh demands?" Phalcus, another general of Syracuse, expressed his concern. "I think the people of Dionia will most likely ask for compensation for the war, and protection of their rights in the northern part of Syracuse. Catanae, Leontini, and other city-states." Over the past few days, Herolas had not only led the people to purge the remaining forces of Dionysius inside and outside the city, but also to stabilize the order of Syracuse. At the same time, he was also thinking about how the new regime of Syracuse could obtain security and development in the upcoming situation. Dionia was a huge rock in front of Syracuse, and there was no way to go around it. Herolas had naturally thought about this a lot. Dionia might even ask us to disband the Sicilian alliance, and return the land of the other city-states that we have occupied in the past. Tethys reminded loudly. Everyone's expression changed, especially Tethys, because the piece of land promised by the council was seized by Syracuse from several affiliated city-states in the south. Herolas was still calm. "It's a negotiation, of course, the other party will make a lot of unreasonable demands, but Pharisanus, you have to remember, without the cooperation of Syracuse, Dionia will not have it easy. For example, we can go to the Silent Lands and persuade the tens of thousands of soldiers to surrender, and help Dionia end the war in Greece as soon as possible. Also, if we, Syracuse, do not recognize Catanae, Leontini, and other Sicilian city-states supported by Dionia, they will not be able to gain a foothold on the east coast of Sicily." The more Herolas spoke, the more confident he became. After all these years, he had a deep understanding of Dionia, especially the Devers. He believed that the young and wise new king of Dionia would not be blinded by hatred and make too many unreasonable demands. After hearing this, Pharisaius was assured. He promised, "Don't worry, I will not let Syracuse's interests be harmed. When it's time to give in, we should give in appropriately. After all, we are the party that needs Dionysius' help." Herolas was afraid that Pharisaius would be too straightforward and offend the Devers. "I understand. I'm going to negotiate, not to recite poems." After Pharisaius finished speaking, everyone except Tethys laughed. In the past, when Dionysius hosted poetry banquets, Pharisaius would always make things difficult for Dionysius, thus incurring the hatred of the tyrant. "Phalcus, how much money do we have left in the treasury?" Herolas asked. Phalcus was about to answer when a guard ran in. "Dear generals, a Sparta has come to Ortygia. He says he is a messenger of Sparta, and he wants to meet with you." A messenger of Sparta? Everyone was shocked. It was finally here. Herolas clenched his fists. Phoebidas walked into the city hall. He did not recognize any of the 10 people in the room. In fact, every time he came to Syracuse, it was Dionysius who hosted him in the palace on Ortygia Island. He was always accompanied by officials and servants, so he could enjoy the treatment of a noble of the East. He had almost never entered Syracuse alone to experience life, except for the time when Carthage's army attacked the city. But just because he did not know anyone else, it did not mean that others did not know him. Scarlet cloak, long hair, thick beard, hooked nose, cunning and sharp eyes, and a face that was always cold and arrogant. Herolas was too familiar with this Sparta man. He subconsciously shouted, "Dionysius is back?" As soon as this was said, not only Phoebidas, but everyone else was shocked. Although Phoebidas was a little surprised, he did not show it on his face. He looked at the man standing in the middle of the crowd and asked, "You are?" "Herolas, the chief general of Syracuse elected by the citizens' assembly." Herolas said loudly and solemnly. "Respected messenger of Sparta Phoebidas, did Dionysius send you here?" "This is Herolas?" Phoebidas suppressed the curiosity in his heart and did not look at him carefully. Instead, he snorted coldly. "What right does Dionysius have to order the people of Sparta? I just want to return to Sparta to report to the Elder Council about the war in Greece, and help him come here to ask for reinforcements. I did not expect to see a group of thugs making a mess of Syracuse." "We are not thugs, Dionysius is. We are just taking back the rights and freedom that should belong to the people of Syracuse." Pharisaius retorted loudly. "Oh, freedom." Phoebidas snorted again in disdain. Just when Dionysius led his army to turn the tide of the war and only needed 10 to 20,000 reinforcements to turn the tide of the war, the rebellion you started caused tens of thousands of people of Syracuse to lose their support and eventually die in Greece. Some of the generals were slightly ashamed, while others retorted loudly. Dionysius started this war with the lives of the people of Syracuse. If this continues, all the people of Sicily will be buried together with Dionysius's ambition. Apollo bless us, we have stopped the people of Syracuse from making unnecessary sacrifices for a war that does not belong to us. We will also negotiate with Dionysia to rescue the people trapped in Greece." Stesichos said loudly. "A war that does not belong to you?" Phoebidas sneered. "Dionysia's army has already taken over Tanis, which is the closest city to Syracuse. Syracuse is already under the threat of Dionysia's spears and shields, and you still say this has nothing to do with you? This is the consequence of Dionysius's constant invasions." Pharisaius said angrily as he waved his right hand. Herolas interrupted his friend. "Messenger Phoebidas, these are the internal affairs of Syracuse. We will take care of it eventually. Just tell us why you are here." Phoebidas's threatening words immediately made everyone nervous. Stesichos asked cautiously, "What is your suggestion?" "Give up the confrontation with Dionysius, and both sides sit together and negotiate. Of course, Dionysius has been too dictatorial these years, which has dissatisfied the people of Syracuse. So I suggest that Dionysius be removed from the position of full general, and re-implement the 20 generals system. Because there are many people in Syracuse, more generals are needed to manage the affairs of the city, and during the period of democracy, they implemented this system half the time. During the current period of war, let him temporarily be the chief general, to avoid greater war losses due to the change of generals midway." Phoebidas's suggestion made the generals fall silent. Herolos asked loudly, "Is this your suggestion, or Dionysius's?" "It is the result of my discussion with him." Phoebidas lied without blinking. Herolos warned the others loudly, "As a friend of more than 10 years, with my understanding of him, even if he is forced by the current situation to agree to these suggestions made by the Sparta emissary, who knows if he will wait for the crisis to pass in the future to resume his tyrannical rule, and kill us who resist him today. We must not forget the painful lesson of 5 years ago." Herolos's words reminded everyone, and everyone's expression changed. For years ago, after Dionysius defeated Carthage's army, he immediately arrested all the leaders of the riots on the charge of traitors, and executed them without trial. Their property was confiscated, and their families were reduced to slaves. This atrocity frightened the people of Syracuse, and no one dared to object to Dionysius's actions. In the next few years, everyone obediently became obedient people. If not for Dionysius's army suffering a crushing defeat outside, the defenses within the city, and the leadership of Herolos and the others, how would the people dare to resist Dionysius again? Herolos's words once again uncovered this painful memory, causing fear and anger to appear on the faces of the generals. Phoebidas, however, did not know this. He pretended to be solemn and said, "I can make a vow in the name of Hercules, to assure you, damn you, Hercules. Screw your promise." Someone cursed angrily, and then rushed in front of Phoebidas, pointing at him and gritting his teeth, roared, "So it's you. It's you. If it weren't for your promise, my brother and the others wouldn't have chosen to let Dionysius go. As a result, my brother was beheaded, my sister-in-law became a slave, and no one knows where she was sent. His 2 children were stabbed to death by evil mercenaries, and my parents." The more Xianxia spoke, the angrier he became. He stretched out his hands, wanting to grab Phoebidas's clothes, but Phoebidas took the opportunity to push him away, and Xianxia fell to the ground. He wanted to rush over again, but was stopped by Stesichos, Thetis, and the others. He could only curse angrily, "Damn Sparta! You killed my family, and by the goddess of vengeance, one day, she will bestow her punishment on Sparta. I hope I live to see the day when Sparta is destroyed and all Sparta people become slaves." Originally, Phoebidas did not care about Xianxia's screams. He had killed too many people in his life, and if he cared about such things, he would have had a mental breakdown. But Xianxia's last curse was too vicious, and it made him angry. "This is your attitude toward Sparta? Emissary Phoebidas." Herolos advised with a gentle expression. Xianxia's family was one of the first immigrants to Syracuse, and they enjoyed a high reputation among the people. However, Dionysius killed his entire family and imprisoned him in the stone prison. If not for this successful resistance, he would have died silently in the stone prison. So, I hope you can understand his anger. And you have also seen the oath Dionysius made in front of everyone 4 years ago, and how easily he broke his promise in the end, harming the people of the city. Today, no matter how sweet his words are, the eyes of the people of Syracuse have been polished by the blood of their dead relatives, and they will not believe any of his promises. Dionysius will either be imprisoned by us and put on trial, or he will escape from Syracuse and never return. Other than that, he has no other choice. As long as we catch him, we will put him on trial for treason, including his family, just like what he did to us." Xianxia said through gritted teeth. "That's right, we will not accept peace. Dionysius and his men must be punished." Pharisanus also voiced his opinion loudly, and the other generals also expressed their agreement. Phoebidas's face was gloomy as he looked at the agitated generals in front of him and said coldly, "If that's the case, you and Sparta will, emissary Phoebidas." Herolos interrupted the threatening words he was about to say in time. "You have been fighting with Dionysius in Greece, so you do not know the recent situation of Sparta on the Peloponnesus Peninsula. The people of Athens and Corinth fought together, causing your Sparta allies to suffer heavy losses. The people of Athens even broke into Arcadia, and it is said that your king Agesilaus has just returned to Sparta and is preparing to gather a new army to defend against the attack of the anti-Sparta alliance." Not only did Sparta and Syracuse have close military ties, they also relied on Syracuse for trade, such as food. Also, Sparta often relied on Syracuse's merchant ships throughout the Mediterranean Sea to collect information for them. For example, the news of the Persia's fleet being led by the general of Athens, Kelon, and the attack on Sparta's fleet was told to Sparta by the merchants of Syracuse, who were doing business in Asia Minor. Similarly, things that happened in Sparta's territory were often reported back to Syracuse by these merchants, which was why Herolas had a better understanding of the war on Peloponnesus. Phoebidas was shocked, and he could no longer maintain the cold arrogance on his face. "I hope what you said is true. Syracuse is not far from Sparta, it can be reached in 2 days by boat. You will know if it's true or not when you go back. We can provide you with a boat," Pharisanus said with a hint of schadenfreude. Herolas hurriedly said, "Envoy Phoebidas, Syracuse and Sparta have always been allies, and we should help each other." However, ever since Dionysius became the overlord, because of his selfish desires, Sparta has often provided more help than Syracuse. Now, we have the upper hand, and Dionysius is at a disadvantage. If Sparta continues to support Dionysius, the situation in Syracuse will take a long time to stabilize. But if you support us, Syracuse will soon return to stability and prosperity, and we will continue to maintain our alliance with Sparta, and provide aid to Sparta at any time. Herolas' last few words were spoken with sincerity, and it moved Phoebidas. He stared at Herolas for a long time, and asked hesitantly, "What you said, is it true?" Herolas and the other generals around him looked at each other, and then turned to face him. He said solemnly, "This is the decision we have made after our discussion. We can renew our alliance with Sparta." Phoebidas looked around, and the coldness in his eyes quickly disappeared. Dionysius had finally waited for Phoebidas's return on Ortygia Island, but what he got was the terrible news that the rebels refused to negotiate, and insisted on expelling him from Syracuse. Although this was one of the worst-case scenarios that Dionysius had imagined, he could not help but lose his temper. Then, he wanted to continue to understand the situation in Syracuse and the leader of the rebels from Phoebidas, but Phoebidas was obviously not in the mood. He directly asked Dionysius to immediately send him back to Sparta. Of course, Dionysius, who now relied more on Sparta as an ally, could not refuse, but he felt a sense of crisis from Phoebidas's sudden change in attitude. As someone who was good at manipulating power, of course, he knew that the situation in Syracuse was very unfavorable to his side, so he could not help but wonder, would the snobbish Sparta abandon him and choose the rebels? Thinking of this, he could not sit still. The people of Sparta were deep in the war, and they might not be able to send troops to support him, but the prestige of Sparta could help him to intimidate and stabilize the situation in the city, as well as dispel the other city-states' worries. If Sparta abandoned him, it would push him, who was already isolated and helpless, into the abyss. Therefore, the cornered Dionysius did not talk to his 2 wives and children in detail about his departure. Instead, he locked himself in the palace alone, thinking hard about how to get out of this predicament. Soon, he called the mercenary leader, Megicles, and the chief of intelligence, Hipporinus, for a secret meeting. Late at night, the people in the main city of Syracuse had fallen asleep. The sentries on the newly built walls of the isthmus had also relaxed their vigilance due to the peaceful days on Ortygia Island. Most of the sentries could not resist the drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. Dionysius personally led all the mercenaries out of Ortygia Island. When Dionysius saw the black-armored enemies charging towards him, his heart sank. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately blew the horn to retreat. Antonius considered that the soldiers had not recovered from the long march, so he did not give the order to pursue. Instead, he ordered the troops to rest. Hercules, who had escaped, saw the Dionysius soldiers taking off their armor and eating their rations as they rested on the ground in Syracuse. Hercules had mixed feelings. But no matter what he thought, he had a smile on his face as he gratefully said to Antonius, "Apollo has blessed us. Thank you, Dionia, for your timely aid. If not for you, sacrificing our lives is a small matter, but Syracuse would be reoccupied by the evil Dionysius. This would be a disaster for the people of Syracuse and Dionia who are fighting against Dionysius. Dionysius is the cause of war. The people of Dionysia and Syracuse, who yearn for peace, do not want him to wield power and start a war. I brought my troops here for only one purpose, to expel him from Syracuse. As for what to do next, we will listen to your opinion." Antonius pointed out the hidden meaning behind Herolas's words. Not only did he not care, but he also answered seriously, "Dionysius is the cause of war. The people of Dionysia and Syracuse who yearn for peace do not want him to wield power and start a war. Antonio's low profile allowed Hercules and the rest to heave a sigh of relief, so Hercules' response was much more straightforward. "General, I hope that you can lead your troops and help us recapture the main city that Dionysius has occupied." Antonios immediately agreed to Hercules' request. After letting the soldiers rest for a while, he immediately set off towards the southeast of the city. In fact, Dionysius had already led the mercenaries to retreat towards Ortygia Island. When he saw the Syracuse soldiers appear, he knew that his troops would not be able to resist them in a short period of time. He did not expect Dionysius' reinforcements to arrive so quickly, and he had been regretting it. Last night, when he learned that Rholes and the others had defeated his pursuers at the Epel Highlands, he should not have been busy organizing the slave soldiers and dividing Rholes' troops for the sake of safety. This had wasted a lot of his precious time. Instead, he should have immediately led all the mercenaries to Epel, annihilated Hercules and his men, occupied the north wall of Syracuse, and blocked the way for Dionysia to move south. It was too late for regrets now. Dionysius' cautious character had led to his ultimate failure. Seeing that he was about to win, he was regretful to the extreme. Antonios led his troops forward quickly, and he quickly experienced the vastness of Syracuse. Of course, there were few people. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that Dionysius had transferred a large number of citizens, sailors, and support personnel to Greece. Expedition. It took nearly an hour for the Dionysia coalition army to reach the main city. The mercenaries who were driving and pillaging the people saw their arrival and hurriedly fled to Ortygia Island. Hercules and the others who rushed over were crying because the entire square was covered with corpses and injured people. Most of them were the families of the rebel soldiers and the people who had supported them the most. Antonios led his troops to the isthmus of Ortygia Island. Seeing the towering fortress and the tall, sturdy wall behind it, to prevent too many casualties, he gave up the attack and retreated behind the newly built wall. The situation in Sparta was just as bleak. Sparta had been fighting on two sides. Acoletus led the allied forces and mercenaries to continue fighting the Persia in Asia Minor. The war in the Isthmus of Corinth on the Peloponnesus Peninsula lasted for a long time. Although the main force of the war was either the allied forces or mercenaries, Sparta's own citizens suffered many casualties. The Council of Elders had no choice but to order citizens over the age of 50 to put on armor, take up shields and spears, and serve as patrols in Sparta to prevent the black rogues from moving. They even decided to carry out the hunt in advance, that is, to kill the black rogues in a planned way to reduce their population and ensure the safety of Sparta. The dark clouds of war shrouded Sparta, and the people were in a state of high tension. At this moment, Phoebidas, who had returned to Sparta, met Agesilaus in the king's residence. The Sparta king, who had made a huge name for himself in Asia Minor, central Greece, and the Isthmus of Corinth, had long won the respect of Sparta's citizens. Some even called him the hero of Sparta after Lysander. At this moment, he looked a little tired. He leaned against the wooden chair, straightened his right leg, and bent his lame left leg. This was his habit, so no one could see the problem with his left leg. He leaned forward and listened attentively to Phoebidas's experience in the western Mediterranean with Dionysius. The wooden chairs the two sat on were next to each other, which showed how much he valued Phoebidas. Although there was no feast of fruits and wine, Phoebidas often enjoyed such treatment in Syracuse. This simple environment made Phoebidas feel more at ease. Phoebidas tried to narrate the entire process of the Great Hellenic War from a neutral point of view. He then picked up the crude clay pot beside him. The pot was filled with cool river water. He took a big gulp and immediately felt his parched throat moisturized. Agesilaus recalled Phoebidas's narration and imagined thousands of soldiers from both sides fighting one war after another on the land of Great Hellenic War. He could not help but let out a long sigh. I didn't expect the huge Great Hellenic War to end in less than half a year, and the result was completely beyond our expectations. That's right. Who would have thought that the puny Dionysia would emerge as the final victor? Phoebidas was also emotional. After all, when Syracuse's army landed in Great Hellenic War, they were unstoppable. At that time, the elders of Sparta were probably worried that Syracuse would win too easily, including Phoebidas himself. Who knew that the result would be the opposite? Many Sparta people's jaws probably dropped. According to your judgment, can Syracuse still turn the tables? Agesilaus asked with a hint of hope. After all, Syracuse was Sparta's ally for many years. Its defeat would mean the collapse of Sparta's original strategy in the western Mediterranean Sea. It might lead to a complete change in Sparta's foreign strategy. Agesilaus had to be careful. It's basically impossible. Phoebidas answered directly. Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, unless the gods bless us and let the Dionysian army spread the plague. In the eyes of outsiders, during the years when Dionysius was the overlord, Carthage's army had besieged Syracuse twice. The first time was not long after Dionysius became the general, around 406 BC. In the end, the Carthage's army was infected with the plague, and they were defeated in the end. This gave outsiders the impression that Dionysius was also blessed by the gods. However, in reality, there was a large swamp area south of Syracuse's port area near the Anapus River. Every time Carthage's army set up camp in this area, a large number of mosquitoes would find many hosts for the bacteria to spread. For the Dionysian army, the possibility of a plague was extremely low. This was because the military law of Dionia required that the army was not allowed to set up camp near the mosquito breeding grounds. After a battle, the corpses of both sides had to be cremated and buried in time. The soldiers had to drink the water after it was boiled. Moreover, the supply camp carried lime, produced from the Turii stone mine. After the camp was set up, the dirty places in and around the camp had to be disinfected. The Devers from his previous life, of course, knew the cause of the plague. After taking so many measures, they basically reduced the possibility of the plague to the lowest. Agesilaus, of course, did not know this, but a mature commander would never place his hopes on an unpredictable god. Phoebidas's words had actually sealed the end of the war in Greece. Agesilaus punched his left leg with a solemn expression and asked, "Do you think Dionysius can defeat the rebels and regain control of Syracuse?" "It'll be very difficult." Even though Phoebidas had been with Dionysius for a few months, he had only met the rebels once. He still spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. Dionysius has lost his powerful, loyal mercenaries and his enormous navy. He has also abandoned the army and become a deserter. Not only has the people of Syracuse abandoned him, but most of his allies in Syracuse have also abandoned him. Moreover, there are still Dionysius troops stationed in the cities near Syracuse. Dionysius is surrounded by enemies and has no reinforcements unless we, Sparta, send reinforcements to support him. Sparta has no reinforcements to send, Agesilaus said straightforwardly. This was within Phoebidas's expectations. It's a pity. We've supported Dionysius for so many years, but in the end. Agesilaus let out a long sigh and showed a regretful expression. We can support the rebels in Syracuse instead. Their leader promised me that they are willing to let Syracuse ally with us, Sparta, and send reinforcements to us after the war in Greece to help us defeat the allies who rebelled against Sparta. Phoebidas's words did not make Agesilaus happy. He muttered, "For us, this is a choice that we have no other choice." But, this new regime in Syracuse is probably a democracy. Phoebidas recalled the 10 generals he saw in Syracuse's city hall and nodded. Should be. Why don't we support another? Phoebidas suggested. Agesilaus' eyes lit up, but then he thought of something and looked up at Phoebidas with a self-deprecating smile. Supporting Dionysius or Syracuse right now is no longer up to Sparta to decide. Phoebidas was stunned and subconsciously asked, then who's going to decide? He immediately understood. Agesilaus looked at him and said with a serious expression, Dionia defeated Syracuse and made Syracuse suffer such heavy losses. Dionia has already become the dominant force in Greece and eastern Sicily. Moreover, according to what you just said, Dionia now has a huge army of at least 50,000 soldiers, and the military organization that makes up this army, which they call the Legion, is very powerful. They also have a huge fleet that can defeat the Syracuse navy. How can I not worry about the rise of such a powerful force behind Sparta? Moreover, Chrysippus has visited Turkestan before, and the new king of Dionia is very dissatisfied with Sparta assisting Syracuse's invasion of Greece. If Dionia, who is hostile to Sparta, after the war with Syracuse ends, if they join the war with Corinth, Sparta. Even though Agesilaus didn't finish his sentence, Phoebidas could sense the hidden fear the Sparta king had towards Dionia from his eyes. Right now, Sparta was tied down by the war in Asia Minor and the war with Corinth. It didn't have the ability to stop an army of tens of thousands under the leadership of a powerful fleet from landing on Sparta's coast. However, Phoebidas's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly said, "When Dionia besieged Syracuse's army in Xylite, I went to see King Devers of Dionia." He vaguely said that as long as Sparta doesn't make an enemy out of Dionia, Dionia has no intention of making an enemy out of Sparta. Really? Tell me in detail what happened when you met. Agesilaus' interest was piqued. After listening to Phoebidas's narration, Agesilaus pondered for a long time and sighed. "I'm afraid Dionia wants to become a second Syracuse, but there is indeed a Syracuse that isn't bound by Sparta. This makes things difficult for us." "Phoebidas, did you know that yesterday Taranthum sent a messenger to Sparta, hoping for our help because Dionia wants to incorporate Taranthum into its alliance?" "What? Dionia wants to annex Taranthum? This is unacceptable. Taranthum is one of our states." Phoebidas was shocked and objected without thinking. "The young new king of Dionia is very ambitious, but there isn't a single Greek state that can stop him." Agesilaus seemed a little helpless, and he once again fell into deep thought. Finally, Agesilaus made up his mind. He pressed one hand on his left leg and the other on the wooden table, and said to Phoebidas with a serious expression, "Now, we must first stop Dionia from further suppressing Syracuse and its allies and even occupying them. Tomorrow, I will propose to the Elder Council, since Dionysius has lost control of Syracuse, then we can only temporarily support the rebels and quickly restore Syracuse's strength to resist Dionia's power in the western Mediterranean. When the time comes, you will go to Syracuse as Sparta's messenger and solve its internal strife as soon as possible." "I understand." Phoebidas nodded immediately. "Also, since the new king of Dionia has shown no hostility towards us, then we will send Chrysippus to Greece and have a good talk with him. Hopefully, we can come up with some kind of agreement that can restrain Dionia and make us feel at ease." Phoebidas heard Agesilaus' words and felt a little uneasy. He wanted to remind him, but he didn't know where to start. Agesilaus did not notice Phoebidas's expression. He was still immersed in his thoughts. Our war with Persia, and with Corinth, Thebes, Athens, and Argos, has been going on for too long. In the long run, it will only weaken Sparta's strength and our prestige in the Greek world. Instead, it will only benefit Dionia. We have to think of a way to end this meaningless war." After the failure of the siege, Hilo summed up his experience and rebuilt the siege weapons and formulated a siege plan. 2 days later, Helos launched another attack on Medima. The fierce battle lasted until the afternoon, and Dionia and Lygum took over Medima. According to the Devers' orders, Helos did not show mercy this time. He captured the people of Medima, reduced them to slaves, and sent troops to escort them back to Tyria. This act of killing the chickens to scare the monkeys shocked Locke and Tarentum, especially Locke. The fall of Medima meant that the Dionysian army in the west would no longer be obstructed and could enter Locke's territory through the mountain path. Locke would also have to face a pincer attack from Dionia and Corinthia. What worried Locke even more was that after understanding the situation in the north, they sadly found out that the Syracuse expeditionary force could not even protect themselves. They could not give Locke any hope. Under the pressure of the majority of the council, the chief general Demodocus had no choice but to betray his brother-in-law. He sent a messenger to Dionia to ask for peace. However, the Devers, who had the absolute advantage, would not let Locke go so easily. He put forward 2 conditions. First, Demodocus and his cronies had to be expelled. Second, Locke had to be integrated into the Dionia alliance. When the news reached Locke, the people were in an uproar. The Devers had no time to care about Locke, who was already in an uproar because of his words. He was preparing to accept the surrender of the Syracuse troops in Xylite. At first, the Phasapeses sent a messenger to Dionia's camp to ask for peace. However, the Devers flatly refused. He proposed to the messenger that the Syracuse troops in Xylite must surrender unconditionally, and that Dionia would guarantee their safety. Of course, he promised that Dionia would send them safely back to their hometowns in no more than 3 months. However, this did not include the mercenaries who had killed countless Dionia's people. At the same time, the Devers took the initiative to explain the situation in eastern Sicily to the messenger, and showed him the letters from the cities of Catanae, Sicily, Leontini, and other cities requesting to submit. The shock in the messenger's heart could not be any greater. He returned to Xylite in a daze. As soon as he entered the city, he was stopped by the soldiers, who could not wait to ask about the negotiations. Facing the 3 layers of soldiers that surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out, the emissary finally revealed the details of the negotiation. The soldiers never expected that while they were fighting a war thousands of miles away, there was already a riot in their hometowns. It was no wonder that Dionysius abandoned them and fled back to Sicily alone, compared to the Syracuse generals like Phasapeses who stayed behind to guard the city, who were skeptical of the news brought back by the messenger. The soldiers were completely panicked. They gathered in front of the commander-in-chief's residence again and shouted the slogan "Agree to Dionysius' request, we want to go home." They even injured the guards several times and tried to force their way into the house, causing Phasapeses and the others to tremble in fear. At this time, the Numidian cavalry, who knew that they would not be let go of by Dionysia, attempted to escape from Xylite in order to survive. They suddenly launched an attack on the unsuspecting Syracuse soldiers. At the same time, Leptines, who realized that the situation was not good, led more than 20 warships that were willing to follow him and left the port. They were intercepted by the Dionysian fleet that was prepared in advance. After a chase on the sea, 7 warships escaped, and the rest were either captured or sunk. This included Leptine's flagship. He was rescued from the sea by Dionysius sailors and became a captive. On this day, Xylite was in chaos and uproar. The Dionysius scouts outside the city could hear the sounds of fighting and screams from 100 meters away from the city walls. They immediately reported the news to the Devers. The Devers did not take any action. The chaos in the city lasted for a day. The next day, the gates of Xylite opened wide. Phasapeses and the other generals led soldiers who took off their armor and threw away their shields and spears, as well as more than 30,000 freedmen and slaves, and surrendered to Dionysia. At the same time, they also presented the heads of the hundreds of Numidians who caused the chaos in the city the previous day and were eventually surrounded and killed. The entire Dionysia camp was filled with cheers. After months of bloody battles, the Syracuse invasion army was finally destroyed. The Devers ordered the tens of thousands of captives to be detained and stationed in Xylite. They arranged for people to clean and repair the city that was ruined by the Syracuse army. The Syracuse rebel messenger, Phasapeses, originally planned to land in Crotone and then come to Dionysia camp. He did not expect to be intercepted by the Dionysian fleet near Xylite. Only then did he learn that the Syracuse army had all surrendered to Dionysia, and he was shocked. He originally wanted to use the Syracuse army as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Dionysia, but now it was not. Feeling uneasy, he went ashore at the port and soon met the Devers. At this time, Phasapeses expressed that Syracuse was willing to sign a peace treaty with Dionysia. Devers was already prepared for this. He simply said, "If you want to sign a peace treaty with Dionysia, Syracuse must agree to the following conditions. First, the people of Syracuse started this war and caused serious damage to Dionysia and Magna Graecia. Therefore, Syracuse must compensate Dionysia with 2,000 talent for the restoration of Dionysia and the other city-states of Magna Graecia. Second, the people of Syracuse who were captured by the Dionysian army, as the invaders of this war, had the blood of Magna Graecia on their hands. Dionysia will not release them easily. They must pay a ransom, the price of which is determined by the status of the captive. Third, Syracuse must disband the Sicilian alliance. Fourth, Syracuse must recognize the fact that Taunus, Leontini, Catani, Sicily, Naxos, and Tauromenian have joined the Dionysia alliance. The interests of these city-states must not be infringed upon. Fifth, Messina. The straightforward Phasapeses was angered by these harsh conditions, but a sentence from Devers made him suppress the urge to leave immediately. "If you are not willing to accept these conditions, Dionysia can talk to Dionysius." This was what Heroles and the others were most worried about. In order to prevent Dionysius, who had been beaten to the bottom, from rising again, Phasapeses had no choice but to negotiate with the Devers subordinates, the officials of Dionysia, led by Ansitanos. On the second day, the news of Dionysius's raid on Syracuse was almost successful if not for the help of the Dionysian army. When Phasapeses learned of this, he realized the risk that Heroles and the others were facing, so the process of the negotiations accelerated. At the same time, the news of the Syracuse expedition surrendering to Dionysia had reached the ears of the citizens of Rockley. The citizens in the city panicked. At this moment, Helos led 10,000 soldiers and marched secretly from the west to the east. They quickly passed through the mountain path and approached Rockley. They used a dozen ballistae to destroy the temporary defensive camp that the Rockley people had built at the exit of the mountain path. They used their fierce attacks to defeat part of the Rockley army's resistance and invaded their territory. This bad news caused even more panic in Lockley City. At this time, there were still rumors spreading in Lockley City. For example, the main force led by the Devers has already headed south and will reach Lockley in a day. These rumors made it hard for the commoners, nobles, and politicians in Lockley City to remain calm. Demodocus and his cronies saw that the situation was not good, so they ran to the port with their families, trying to escape Greece by ship. The political enemies who had been suppressed by Demodocus in the past took the opportunity to incite the people, declaring that only by capturing Demodocus and his cronies and offering them to Dionia could Dionia's anger towards Lockley be alleviated. Therefore, the docile citizens of Lockley, who usually strictly followed the laws of the city, attacked Demodocus and the others. Blood dyed the sea of Lockley port red. Demodocus and some of the generals, council members and their families, including the elderly, women and children, a total of more than 200 people fell in a pool of blood. None survived. The tyranny displayed after the anger of the docile citizens of Lockley made Demodocus' opponents secretly afraid. Everyone was in danger. In order not to follow in the footsteps of Demodocus and the others, the Lockley Council finally decided to agree to Dionia's harsh conditions and sent messengers out of the city to contact Helos. At this point, the war in Greece had ended. Other than Tarentum, the other hostile Greek city-states had been conquered by Dionia. The people of Tarentum had also received the news that the Syracuse army had surrendered to Dionia. At this time, they were already holed up in the city, surrounded by the Mapu alliance. The reason they could still understand the situation outside was because the sea route had not been blocked. That was the credit of Dionia. As the Dionia's fleet resolutely prevented the Mapu alliance's fleet from entering the Taranto Bay, the Messapi and Puchetti did not dare to provoke Dionia at this time. They could only order the fleet to retreat. This way, Tarentum would retain the sea route to the outside world and the passage of goods. A large number of Tarentum citizens were imprisoned by Dionia. They could only rely on the old, weak and sick to resist the siege of the Mapu alliance. In such a dangerous situation, the reason why the people of Tarentum were still struggling and unwilling to agree to Dionia's request to become a free city of the alliance was not only because of their pride as a former strong nation, but also because of Sparta. They hoped that Sparta could make the greedy Dionia give up their attempt to annex Tarentum and release their loved ones to save Tarentum from imminent danger. At the beginning of March, the ship of the Sparta messenger, Chrysops, sailed straight across the edge of the Taranto Bay, around the land promontory of Crotone, and entered the port of Silatina. The Devers had been sitting in Silatina for more than 10 days. There were so many things to do that he was busy from morning to night. First was the negotiation with the rebels of Syracuse. Although he was not specifically involved in the negotiations, he had to pay attention to the progress of the negotiations and control the general direction. In the end, the peace agreement between the two sides was reached. Other than the amount of war reparations, the price of the captives' ransom, and some minor additions and deletions, the agreement basically achieved the goal of the Devers to weaken the strength of Syracuse, reduce its influence in Sicily, and protect the interests of Dionia in the east and central coast of Sicily. Pharisanus hoped to immediately send back the militia of Syracuse to defend the empty city of Syracuse. The Devers also hoped to send back the newly surrendered captives as soon as possible. Otherwise, with so many people staying in Greece, not only would it consume a lot of food, but they would also have to send a lot of guards. However, the two sides had diverged on two issues. The first was the thousands of mercenaries among the surrendered captives of Silatina. Pharisanus thought that they were all loyal dogs of Dionysius, and also targets that Herolas wanted to eliminate. To prevent any accidents, he did not want them to return. However, the Devers said, before the army of Syracuse surrendered, he made a promise, and he is not willing to go back on it. In addition, the Devers did not want to keep these mercenaries who had followed Dionysius for a long time, and were used to killing and looting like bandits. Even though the rapidly expanding territory of Dionia urgently needed people to fill it, he was afraid that keeping these mercenaries would spoil the good atmosphere of Dionia. Right now, the war in Asia Minor and the Peloponnesus Peninsula was raging, and there were Greek refugees everywhere because of the war. Dionia would not lack Greek refugees who wanted land and a peaceful life. Therefore, he threatened Pharisaius that even if they did not agree, he would send these mercenaries back, and they would have to bear the consequences. Pharisaius was worried that the stubbornness of the people of Dionia would increase the uncertainty of Herolas and the others who already controlled Syracuse. He could only agree to pay the ransom for these former citizens and mercenaries, but requested that Dionia listen to his arrangements when sending them away. The Devers only cared that he had fulfilled his promise. As for whether these captives would become slaves or be executed when they returned to Syracuse, it was not his concern. The second disagreement was that Pharisaius hoped that Dionia would also release the people of Syracuse who had been captured in the previous battle. The Devers rejected this and said bluntly, "The war has caused serious damage to the homes of the people of Dionia, and the population has decreased sharply. Dionia needs these captives as laborers to help the people rebuild their homes. We will only consider releasing them after a year." Actually, this was only one of the reasons. The Devers did not mention the more important reason. He was more worried that if all the captives were released to Syracuse, Syracuse's strength would recover quickly, and the new leaders of Syracuse would have other ideas. With these hostages in hand, within a year, Dionia would be able to stabilize its rule in Magna Graecia and the east coast of Sicily with ease. Pharisaius argued several times but to no avail. In the end, he had no choice but to add a clause to the agreement: during this year, the health and safety of the captives must be guaranteed. Of course, the content of the argument did not include the thousands of Syracuse captives that Dionia had sold to Carthage. Most of them were Syracuse's militia, not the poor people of the port who were sailors. During the negotiation with the Syracuse emissaries, the Devers also met with people from Rockley and Hiernion, preaching to them the benefits of joining the alliance of Dionia and dispelling their unease. At the same time, they observed the visitors and gathered information for the election of the senators of these two places in the future by the Senate. In addition, the Devers had to discuss with the Senate through letters about the management of the new territories occupied by Medma and Silatina's governor. At the same time, he also had to discuss with your chief general, his father-in-law, Attilius, about the matter of joining forces to attack Messina. Not only did the Devers not have any free time to rest, Secretary Hnepolis had to help the Devers write letters and copy documents every day, until his hands were numb from all the writing. At this moment, Cheresops's ship entered the port of Silatina. The bustle of the port surprised Cheresops. He saw that every port was filled with empty-handed Syracuse people in thin clothes. They were escorted by Dionia's soldiers onto the passenger ships. The fully loaded passenger ships left the port carefully, and under the protection of Dionia's warships, they headed south. He remembered the last time he went to Turin, Dionia was still in danger under the threat of Dionysius's army. He did not expect that after a few months, the soldiers of Syracuse would need the consent of Dionia to return home alive. Everything happened so fast, it was like a dream. Callissippus pulled himself together and walked into the city. In this war, the people of Syracuse were either killed or sold, and there were not many left. But now, there were quite a lot of residents in the city. Not only the soldiers of the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th legions, but also the troops led by Helos and Hieronymus, who had conquered Rockley and its allies, had returned to Syracuse. Logically, the prisoners of Syracuse were being sent back in batches, and the troops of Dionia should also be disbanded in batches to relieve the pressure of logistics and labor shortage in the alliance. But the Devers considered that the war in Greece had just ended, and the people of the city-states that had surrendered were not yet convinced. They were afraid that there would be a change of heart, so they gathered a large number of troops in Syracuse, hoping to deter thieves, so that they could smoothly implement the series of plans that Dionia would implement to govern Greece. In addition, there was a special group in the city, and that was the group of nearly 1,000 engineers and craftsmen in the army of Syracuse. The Devers had been waiting for them for a long time, so when the army of Syracuse surrendered, he immediately ordered them to be protected. He did not hesitate to break his promise and did not include these people in the list of people to be released in the negotiations with Pharisaius. At the same time, he forced Pharisaius to agree to their request: Dionia's fleet would send their families over. The Devers also made various promises to these people, such as citizenship, land, a good research environment, and so on. Finally, they reluctantly kept these people. The soldiers of Dionia strolled along the streets in twos and threes, chatting with relaxed expressions on their faces. Even when they saw Callissippus, they only glanced at him curiously. They did not go up to the patrol captain leading the way, nor did they show the slightest bit of respect. It was as if they had seen an ordinary person. Even though Callissippus's attire was so distinctive, scarlet cloak, long hair, and thick beard, Sparta was the only one in Greece. Compared to a few months ago when Callissippus went to Turin, the soldiers of Dionia were much calmer. Thinking of this, Callissippus felt that it was because they had defeated the powerful Syracuse that Dionia had become the overlord of Greece in the western Mediterranean, that they were no longer afraid of any Greek city. Thinking of this, Callissippus felt that this was the reason why the elders of Sparta had sent him to come to Dionia. He felt that he had a great responsibility. Most of the Dionic soldiers were gathered in the arena to participate in or watch the rugby match between the various corps organized by the senior team officers. The noise in the arena could be heard several blocks away. Although Callissippus was curious, he did not have the time to watch. He waited for more than 10 minutes. If it were any other Sparta emissary, he would have been furious. They would have thought that this was an insult to Sparta. Callissippus could still control himself, because he did see the visitors, which meant that the people of Dionia were not lying. They were not deliberately making things difficult for him. They just did not regard the emissaries of Sparta as the most important like the other Greek cities. Callissippus was still able to restrain himself because he had indeed seen the visitors, which meant that the Dionians were not lying and were not deliberately making things difficult for him. They were just not like the other Greek city-states who viewed the Spartan envoys as the most important. Callissippus could only endure it. After all, this was not Greece, not Ionia, not Asia Minor, but Greece, where Sparta's influence was weak, and Dionia, which had never been afraid of Sparta. Callissippus, it's nice to see you again. The deities showed enthusiasm when they saw him. They even said, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. A few generals of Carena came, and it took me a lot of time. Carena? Callissippus's heart skipped a beat. That was the city-state of the Southern Alliance. They first betrayed Dionia and went to Syracuse. Later, after Syracuse was defeated, they went back to Dionia. After Greece was almost conquered by Dionia, Callissippus could guess why this untrustworthy city-state sent an emissary here. He calmed himself down and said, Deities, congratulations on defeating Dionysius and winning the war. Did Sparta send you here just to congratulate me? The deities had a smile on his face, but he went straight to the point. You have defeated Sparta's ally, Syracuse. You have also sent troops to Sicily and occupied some Greek city-states. The Sparta Council of Elders is concerned about the aggression shown by Dionia, and sent me here to ask the Devers. King, do you know if Dionia is hostile to Sparta? Callissippus stared at the Devers and said the last sentence in a deep voice. Callissippus's words made the Devers' expression turn serious. He said seriously, I have told Phoebidas, who helped Dionysius to invade Greece, that as long as Sparta is not hostile to Dionia, Dionia is not hostile to Sparta. I have no interest in the land on the other side of the Adriatic Sea. Of course Sparta is not hostile to Dionia. Sparta helped Syracuse because we had an alliance with Dionysius. When this alliance was established, Greece did not yet have the Dionysian alliance, so we had to act according to the oath made by Hercules. But from now on, such a situation will not happen again. Callissippus immediately declared solemnly, Sparta helped Syracuse because we had an alliance with Dionysius. The Devers immediately sensed something from Callissippus's words. He raised his eyebrows. Sparta has given up on Dionysius? Callissippus did not give a direct answer. Instead, he suggested, Devers, since both of us are not hostile to each other, do you think we should sign an agreement to prevent the two powerful city-states, Sparta and Dionia, from being dragged into a meaningless war because of unnecessary friction and conflict? Hnepolis, who rarely did not interrupt when the Devers received a guest, looked at Callissippus and then at the Devers with an excited expression. Sparta has acknowledged Dionia as its equal, and has taken the initiative to seek a peace agreement with Dionia? The Devers' expression remained calm. He did not even consider the so-called glory. He continued to ask, what kind of agreement? It had always been the other Greek city-states begging Sparta for agreements and alliances, and the elders of Sparta would propose all kinds of harsh conditions according to the situation to obtain benefits for Sparta. Callissippus was not used to taking the initiative to seek an agreement and being forced to show his trump card first. However, the terrible situation that Sparta was facing had forced him to lower his head. Even though he felt aggrieved, he still had to put on a friendly face. Sparta hopes to sign a long-term peace agreement with Ionia. Both sides will maintain peace, not invade each other, and will not participate in the hostile actions of other city-states against each other. Callissippus paused here. The Devers understood why Sparta made this proposal. It was probably because they were worried that Ionia would join the anti-Sparta alliance. It seemed that Sparta was not in a good situation. Callissippus could not guess what the Devers were thinking when he saw that the latter's expression did not change. He took a deep breath and continued to state the conditions offered by the Elder Council. At the same time, Sparta will force Syracuse to accept a truce and compensate Ionia for the war. We also hope that Ionia will not force Syracuse and its allies too much, and stop further encroaching on Syracuse's interests. After all, Sparta is Syracuse's ally and has been friendly for decades. Callissippus paused and looked at the Devers again. The Devers' face was still expressionless, but the clerk next to him, Hnepolis, could not help but say, "Syracuse has signed a peace treaty with us." Sparta, what right does Sparta have to interfere with Ionia's handling of the aftermath of this war? Callissippus ignored Hnepolis. Seeing that the Devers were still silent, he continued, "In addition, this time, Tarentum was instigated by Syracuse to launch a war against Ionia. They have been punished by the gods. Now, the aliens are besieging this great city, and the land of the Greeks is being occupied by them. Tarentum has realized the mistakes it has made before and is willing to pay a large amount of war reparations to Ionia in order to get your forgiveness. As the mother city of Tarentum, Sparta must protect this city that is connected to us by blood. I hope that Ionia can release the captives of Tarentum so that Tarentum can resist the attack of the aliens and become a barrier to the east of Greece again. At this time, the people of Sparta are actually concerned about the safety of Greece." Hnepolis sneered angrily. When Dionysius led the army to invade Greece, burning, looting, and even slaughtering the people of the Silatorians, why didn't the people of Sparta come out to dissuade them? Tarentum tore up the covenant and suddenly attacked the land of Ionia. Where were you people then? Callissippus did not seem to hear these words and only said to the Devers, "These are the terms of the peace negotiations that the Elders' Council of Sparta has drawn up after many discussions. The specific details need to be further negotiated with you, King of Devers." Devers' words made Chrysops very uneasy. He quickly said, "These are the conditions Sparta prepared before the negotiation. You can also state your conditions first, and we will negotiate together." "Chrysops," Devers said coldly. Divers said coldly, "Now that the war in Greece has subsided, the situation in Sicily is still considered stable for Ionia. I can mobilize more than 200 three-decker or warships and more than 50,000 soldiers at any time. If I lead this huge fleet and sail eastward, we can reach the Peloponnesus Peninsula in less than 3 days. Can Sparta stop us?" Without waiting for Chrysops to answer, he said firmly, "No. Your fleet has been defeated by Conon's navy at Knidos, and now there are less than 100 warships left. They are holed up in Corinth Bay and do not dare to come out. They are no match for the Dionysian fleet. If a fleet of 50,000 soldiers landed on the coast of Messenia, can your army stop them?" Devers' lips curled up slightly. "No. Most of Sparta's warriors were sent to Corinth, a few to Persia, and the rest to suppress the Helioists in the country. Even if Sparta can gather all their warriors, Ionia is not afraid. I believe that Ionia's large and elite legion can completely defeat the Sparta warriors that you are so proud of." As Divers spoke, he smashed his fist on the wooden table with extreme confidence. Dong. The sound of the punch made Caristhorpes, who had experienced countless life and death battles, tremble subconsciously. It was as if that punch had smashed on his heart. "Of course, I don't need to put in so much effort." The expression on Devers' face suddenly became relaxed again. He softened his tone and said, "I only need the army to disperse Sparta's remaining troops in Messenia, block the Taygetos Pass, and then support the Helioists. No, let the Messenians be independent, and arm them. After that, I will withdraw the army." I don't need to consume too much food, and I don't need to fight too much. But can Sparta easily deal with the armed Messenians? No, you can't. Decades ago, when the Messenians rebelled, you suffered a lot. At that time, Sparta could do nothing about the rioting Messenians. They even begged the armies of Athens and other alliances to help them suppress the rioting Messenians. In the end, the chief general of Athens, Hegemon, brought thousands of soldiers from Athens to Sparta to help. However, because of the different political systems and customs, they were suspected and wronged. The soldiers returned to their homeland in anger. When they told the people about what happened to them in Sparta, it triggered the anger of the people against Sparta. This led to the fall of the leader of the pro-Sparta faction, Hegemon, and Pericles became the new leader of Athens. He served for decades and created the Golden Age of Athens. Even with the help of their allies, Sparta failed to wipe out the rioting Messenians. Instead, it caused the lives of the people in the country to be difficult. The Messenians were motivated and constantly rebelled. In the end, Sparta had to reach a compromise with the rebels and allowed them to leave Sparta's territory freely. That was a painful memory for the people of Sparta. However, the Devers were so relaxed that they wanted to repeat it again. How could Cleitharps not be shocked? He forced himself to calm down and put on a stern expression. Is Dionia declaring war on Sparta? It's not that Dionia wants to do this. It's that Sparta is forcing Dionia to prepare for war, said the Devers in a low voice. Forcing Dionia? Cleitharps acted as if he had heard a joke. He reminded them seriously, Sparta came to negotiate a friendly agreement with Dionia with sincerity. Syracuse destroyed so many Greek city-states in Sicily and forced the Sicilian city-states to listen to his orders. Yet, Sparta didn't stop him. Dionysius led his army to invade Great Greece, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of crimes. Yet, Sparta didn't stop him. Now, Dionia has defeated Syracuse and wants to restore order to Great Greece and Sicily, restoring peace in this region. Yet, Sparta came to stop us. Is this the sincerity of Sparta? Said the Devers coldly, his tone gradually becoming heavier. Devers, listen to me, Cleitharps still wanted to explain. What right does Sparta have to criticize Dionia, Great Greece, and Sicily? The Devers asked angrily, interrupting Cleitharps' words like a sudden clap of thunder. With just a few thousand warriors? The tens of thousands of Peloponnesos's allies? And those random mercenaries? With a single order from me, I can gather more than 200 three-decker warships and 50,000 elite soldiers to attack the Peloponnesus Peninsula and tear Sparta's territory and allies into pieces. This way, the arrogant Sparta will understand how to respect a powerful country. This way, the greedy and selfish Sparta will understand that the Western Mediterranean Sea is not Peloponnesos's territory, and that no external forces are allowed to stir up trouble. Listening to the Devers' angry rebuke and watching the new king waving his arms forcefully, Cleitharps recalled what Phoebidas had said a long time ago in the Council of Elders when he requested to punish Dionia after his diplomatic mission to Dionia. Dionia is a city-state alliance that advocates force and is very aggressive. We must find a way to restrict it, or else it will bring us trouble in the future. It was not just trouble, it was the biggest threat. The Devers before him was like a grown lion. He no longer hid his claws and fangs, but roared at the former overlord of Greece, waving his sharp claws and fangs. At this time, Cleitharps had calmed down. He had picked up some clues from Dev's rebuke. King Devers, since you are not satisfied with our terms, what are your terms? The Devers' anger was not directed at Cleitharps, but at the Sparta Council of Elders behind him. Hearing this, he felt that he had achieved his goal. He snorted coldly, but his anger did not subside, but he no longer roared. He said in a low voice, the Greeks of the Western Mediterranean Sea can take care of our own affairs, and we don't need Sparta to interfere. If Sparta can understand this, I think Dionia will not be interested in the Greek affairs of the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. This is the basic condition for Dionia and Sparta to reach a peace agreement. Cleitharps was shocked by the ambition of the Devers. They actually wanted to share the Greek world of the Mediterranean Sea with Sparta. Although Sparta did not pay much attention to the Western Mediterranean Sea, they had supported Syracuse to help them watch over Sparta's backyard. As Syracuse grew stronger, Dionysius began to become less obedient. However, in the eyes of the ordinary Sparta warriors, Syracuse had always been the weakest party in the alliance, and was dominated by Sparta. And now, Dionia had officially proposed to be on an equal footing with Sparta. Cleitharp stared blankly at the Devers. The Devers stared at Cleitharps with determination in their eyes. After a moment, Cleitharp said, "I understand what you mean. I'll relay your words to the Elder Council. I believe that the wise and far-sighted people will give us an answer soon." Yes, the war in the Western Mediterranean Sea is developing very quickly. I'm afraid that the situation will be completely different in a few days, so it's important to hurry up. The Devers' seemingly casual reminder made Cleitharp's heart tighten again. After seeing off the hurried Cleitharps, Henipolis hurriedly asked with concern, "Your Majesty, will Sparta agree to your terms? And negotiate according to them?" The Devers was not very sure about this, but he smiled and said, "The current Dionia is not afraid of Sparta, and there is no need to beg Sparta for anything. However, the current Sparta is different from us. I believe that after Cleitharps relays my threats to the Sparta will not be able to sleep for a long time. But even if the Sparta sign a friendly agreement with us, they will definitely bear a grudge against Dionia in their hearts." Henipolis said worriedly, "Why don't we take advantage of the fact that Sparta is in a whirlpool of war and completely destroy them according to your plan, Your Majesty?" "Haha, Henny, I didn't know that you hate Sparta more than I do." The Devers laughed. "Your Majesty, I'm just worried about the future of Sparta," Henipolis hurriedly argued. The Devers patted him on the shoulder and said confidently, "Don't worry, a city-state like Sparta will not have a future even if we, Dionia, don't need to do anything." Even though the Devers could not remember this period of history clearly, based on his in-depth understanding of Greece over the past few years, he knew that the conflict between Sparta and Corinth and Argos on the peninsula of Peloponnesus, and Athens and Thebes in central Greece was irreconcilable, and the war between them would continue. Dionia had just ended its war with Syracuse, and it needed time to absorb new land. There was no need to poke the hornet's nest that was Sparta. Even if it was weakened, it would not do Dionia much good. Instead, it would create a better opportunity for other city-states in Greece, such as Athens and Thebes, to expand their territory. It was better to let them restrict and kill each other, so that Dionia would have more time to develop. As the Devers expected, after the Elder Council of Sparta received the report from Cleitharps, although they were angry on the surface, they were actually afraid. The army of Dionia in Great Greece was ready to go, but Sparta was unable to open up a new battlefield. After half a day of discussion, they quickly redefined the terms of the negotiation and allowed Callisops to return to Greece. In the end, Dionia and Sparta signed the famous Treaty of the Two Kings, where the king of Dionia and the king of Sparta finally signed the treaty. The contents of the treaty were as follows. First, Sparta and Dionia would maintain peace, mutual non-aggression, and friendly exchanges. Second, with the Adriatic Sea as the boundary between the north and south, Sparta would regard the Western Mediterranean Sea as Dionia's sphere of influence. They would not send any troops or warships into it, nor would they send envoys to form alliances with any city-states in the Western Mediterranean Sea, nor would they incite or support other city-states to carry out hostile actions against Dionia. Similarly, Dionia would regard the area east of the Adriatic Sea as Sparta's sphere of influence. They would not send any troops or warships into it, nor would they enter into alliances with any other city-states in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, nor would they incite or support other city-states to carry out hostile actions against Sparta. Third, considering that Syracuse was still an ally of Sparta, Dionia promised not to infringe upon the territorial interests of Syracuse and not to force it to join the alliance of Dionia. However, Greece's Tarentum did not have any alliance relationship with Sparta. The conflict with Dionia was an internal matter of Greece. According to the second principle of the treaty, Sparta would not intervene. Fourth, the duration of the treaty was 10 years. After the expiration, if both parties had no objections, the treaty would be renewed. The agreement between Dionia and Sparta was not announced to the public. After all, the fact that both parties regarded other city-states as nothing and privately divided the Mediterranean Sea was too well known. It would not be good for either party if it was spread out. However, after Callisops signed the agreement, he made a special trip to Tarentum and announced to the Council of Sparta's decision. Sparta would not intervene in the affairs of Tarentum. When the generals and councillors of Tarentum heard this, they were grief-stricken. The council was filled with wails. 2 days later, Tarentum sent an envoy to Dionia, expressing his willingness to accept Dionia's conditions and become a free city of the alliance. After signing the agreement that Tarentum would be incorporated into the Dionia Union, the Turii Senate began to release the Tarentum captives in batches as per the Devers' instructions. Why didn't he release them all at once? The Devers were mainly concerned that Tarentum had a precedent of breaking an alliance. They were afraid that it would suddenly go back on its words after getting the benefits. Moreover, the main forces of Dionia were still temporarily stationed in the Silatorians to deal with some post-war affairs in Greece with the Devers, so they could not return in time to deal with it. At the same time, the Devers also wanted Tarentum to suffer a little more. This would correct their arrogant character and make it easier to manage them in the future. After the failure of Dionysius's raid on the city of Syracuse, he once again returned to the island of Ortygia. Herolas pleaded with the First Legion of Dionia not to leave for the time being. They should be stationed at the Hexa Gate so that they could receive their assistance at any time. At the same time, Herolas reorganized the order in the city, formed a new defense force, and asked the First Legion to send a team of officers to guide the citizen soldiers of Syracuse in defending the walls of the isthmus. The failure of Dionysius caused the people of the port area to no longer remain neutral. They also sent troops to the city to accept Herolas's command. 10 days later, the new leadership of Syracuse, led by Herolas, who signed the peace treaty with Dionia, welcomed the first batch of Syracuse's militia from Greece back to Sicily. The people were moved to tears, and Herolas became more confident. Dionysius's actions of sending a small team of mercenaries to land on the coast of Syracuse gradually stopped. After another 7 or 8 days, the envoy of Sparta, Phoebidas, arrived at Syracuse. He officially recognized the new government of Syracuse and reaffirmed the alliance with Syracuse. With the support of both Dionia and Sparta, the new Syracuse regime finally made the hesitant Greek city-states on the south coast of Sicily finally decide to sever their ties with Dionysius. Instead, they sent messengers to Herolas to convey their goodwill. Dionysius was now completely isolated and without help. Although the rebels could not break through the sturdy barrier and kill their way into the island of Ortygia, it was basically impossible for him to recapture Syracuse. What worried him even more was the rapid depletion of food on the island. It was only enough for slightly more than a month. At this moment, Phoebidas made a bold move. Disregarding the danger, he entered the island of Ortygia alone and had a frank conversation with Dionysius. In the end, with Phoebidas's guarantee, Dionysius agreed to lead his family, his supporters, and the 1,000 or so mercenaries away from the island of Ortygia to Sparta. At the same time, the Syracuse Council also agreed to provide 10 three-decker warships for free so that Dionysius could leave Sicily as soon as possible. Philistos saw Dionysius standing on the pier, gazing at Ortygia Island behind him for a long time. The entire fleet was ready and waiting for him, so he disembarked to persuade him, "Dionysius, let's go." "Philistos, my dear friend." Dionysius stood in front of him, his voice distant and distant. "I finally understand. The people of Syracuse, whether in times of peace or in times of war, are always, constantly fighting amongst themselves, exhausting their own energy. They can't fully use their power to expand their territory and obtain more benefits for Syracuse." "Yes, Dionysius, this is why I fully support you," Philistos said with a sigh, casually expressing the reason he followed Dionysius. "That's why I don't think Herolas can correct this bad habit of the people of Syracuse." Dionysius continued softly. "Herolas is too idealistic, often self-righteous, and tends to go to extremes. Unfortunately, he lacks courage and ruthlessness. He can't control Syracuse." When Philistos talked about his good friend who deceived him and imprisoned him, his tone was so calm that it was as if he was talking about a stranger. "In this chaotic world, we must use blood to intimidate the people, and use strength to conquer the enemy. Herolas won't understand, and fortunately, he won't." A cold smile appeared on Dionysius's face as he pointed to the north of Ortygia Island. "Without me as their common enemy, I swear to Apollo that within half a year, Syracuse will be in civil strife, and that will be the time for us to return. The people are forgetful. When Syracuse loses its position as the overlord of Sicily, and the people of Syracuse are looked down upon by the foreigners, they will soon feel the cruelty of reality, and they will miss you. I even think that when that time comes, not only will they not resist you, they will even warmly welcome you into Syracuse. Philistos agreed with Dionysius's words, and said seriously. This was also one of the reasons why they were willing to leave with Dionysius. Ha ha ha, Apollo will protect us, just like he has protected us many times before. Dionysius smiled and turned around. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his face became gloomy again. But Dionia is a big problem, we still need to specifically deal with it, and discuss some countermeasures, the two discussed in a low voice as they boarded the ship. The bugle sounded, and the wooden oars hit the water. One ship after another left Ortygia Island, heading east. The news that Dionysius had left Sicily quickly spread throughout Syracuse, and the people in the city cheered. The burden that had been weighing on his heart was lifted, and Herolas felt light all over his body. From now on, he would lead the people to restore the prosperity of Syracuse, and he was full of confidence in himself. In the middle of the fleet that sailed toward Sparta was a large passenger ship. Dionysius, his followers, and his family were all on this ship. At this time, Dionysius, Philistos, Hipporinus, and Phoebidas were chatting in the passenger cabin. Now it seems that Dionia threatened to attack Rockley in order to lure us, Syracuse, into sending troops to Greece as soon as possible, Dionysius said with a sigh. From what you said, you led the army to invade Greece, or were you lured by Dionia? Phoebidas showed a trace of disdain. Conquering Greece was indeed one of my goals. Dionysius, who was already in exile, was very honest at this moment. But I overestimated the power of Syracuse, and underestimated Dionia, especially the Devers. I thought that I had already attached great importance to that young man, but his military commanding ability still exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect him to be able to defeat the Samnite army that I instigated so quickly and return to Tulii. He used unique tactics to defeat my army on the sea and on the land. Philistos, I really should have listened to you and not rushed to attack Greece. Instead, I should have spent a few years to consolidate Syracuse's position as the overlord of Sicily, so that the people who are already tired of war can get enough rest. Then even if Greece loses the war, we can still defend Sicily. What's the point of saying all this now? We've all been driven out of the western Mediterranean. Hipporinus said angrily. Of course it's useful. Dionysius had experienced the depression when he first left, but now he had regained his confidence. Learn from the experience and avoid making the same mistake next time. Didn't we do this back then? Every time we encountered a setback, we would become stronger and stand higher. That was how Syracuse became the overlord of Sicily in the end. This was exactly what Phoebidas wanted. He had actually thought about this before. He said, after you won the Battle of Cerridon, you shouldn't have continued to attack Crotone as planned. Instead, you should have led your army to bypass Crotone and Turin. You should have landed near Heraclea and rendezvoused with Tarentum's army to capture Heraclea. While the main force of Dionia isn't in Turin, you should have led your army to invade Dionia's territory from the north. You don't have to worry about the defenseless Amendola and directly attack Turin. If the Dionysian army goes to battle, you can take the opportunity to annihilate them. If they are stubbornly defending, you can attack Turin. You can even successfully capture Ciudad Crotone. Now that you have Tarentum's army, taking Turin shouldn't be a problem. At the same time, you can also send a small number of troops to block the exit of the mountain road in the west, so that the main force led by the Devers can't return in time. The army is going to bypass Heraclea by ship? General Phoebidas, don't forget that the Dionysian fleet is in the estuary of the Crati River. They will definitely rush to the sea to attack our fleet. Phoebidas objected. You are frightened by the raven worship of Dionia, aren't you? Phoebidas had a look of disdain on his face. I admit that Dionia's naval tactics are unique, but you have underestimated Dionia. You did not gather all your warships to fight and even used my plan. The navy of Syracuse and Tarentum's warships are 3 times the number of Dionia's fleet. The final winner of this battle will definitely be you. By that time, Syracuse will control the coast and capture Turin. Even if the Devers lead their army back to Dionia, they will ultimately face a fragmented alliance. General Phoebidas's plan is good, but it's based on the fact that we already know the characteristics of the Dionysian fleet and how the Devers could defeat the 50,000-strong Simonians in such a short time. In addition, the Devers are too good at commanding in the field. our army can't fight them head-on at all. But the truth is, we were confident that Ionia, which is obviously weaker than Syracuse, would not be able to stop our attack at sea or on land. That's why Syracuse's army went all the way north. Phoebidas retorted. Dionysius nodded slightly. Actually, according to my initial suggestion to Dionysius, Syracuse should not have sent their army to Greece to rescue Locri. Instead, they should have allowed the southern Italian coalition to besiege Locri. With our naval support, Locri would not be breached. Then, while Locri was holding back the southern Italian coalition, Syracuse's fleet would cut off the sea trade of Ionia, Crotone, and other city-states in the western Mediterranean Sea. With the national strength of Ionia, I'm afraid that it would not last for half a year before it would have to withdraw its army from Locri. After that, we could focus all our forces on attacking Liguem. It is the closest to Sicily, but far from Ionia. Just the transportation of food would be a huge problem, and we would have to go around the territories of Locri and its allies. That would be another big problem. It's hard to say if Ionia could withstand such a huge expenditure. Even if the Devers really came with their army, we could leave by ship at any time. After going back and forth a few times like this, I'm afraid that Ionia would not dare to send reinforcements to Liguem. As long as we take down Liguem, not only will we have complete control over the Strait of Messina, we will be able to collect more war funds, and we will be able to unite the forces of Sicily and Locri without any worries. Then, when we carry out your original plan, Dionysius, Ionia will eventually be dragged down by the powerful strength of Syracuse. Philistos gushed endlessly, finally settling one of the regrets in his heart. Phoebidas did not get angry. He thought about it carefully and reminded, Syracuse's fleet. The way I see it, Ionia is worried about Syracuse's powerful navy, so it'll probably let its fleet defend the coast of Tollage. Even if it goes south in the end, they don't have actual combat experience. Also, they're not familiar with the sea, so we'll be able to discover the weakness of the Raven warship earlier, so we won't be caught off guard. Philistos explained. Good. Good. Phoebidas, Philistos, your plan is great. If I followed your plan back then, I would not have been chased out of Sicily today. Sigh. Dionysius looked regretful. He then changed the topic. However, these methods will no longer work against Ionia in the future. I heard that Ionia not only annexed Locri and its allies, but also Tarentum. They even obtained Messina and occupied the Catania plains in Sicily. To the north of Ionia, the powerful Simonians have already submitted to them. Now, Ionia has many regions such as Lucania, Magna Graecia, Bruttii, and the east-central coast of Sicily. Not only does their land area far surpass that of Syracuse, their strength is also much stronger than before. If they are given a few more years of stable development, they will definitely become the most powerful force in Greece. When that time comes, not only will Syracuse have no choice but to submit to them, but even Sparta, Athens, Thebes, and other powerful Greek states will have to seek their opinions before doing anything. Dionysius said casually, but his eyes were fixed on Phoebidas. Phoebidas sat expressionlessly, but Dionysius knew that he must have listened to him, so he was prepared to say a few more words. As long as Sparta had enough fear of Ionia, then Sparta would definitely try its best to hinder Ionia's development. This way, the possibility of him returning to Syracuse would increase. At this time, his subordinate walked into the cabin. Master, the fleet has passed the Adriatic Sea and is approaching Kagera Island. Hearing this, Phoebidas had mixed feelings. Sparta was about to arrive. Order the fleet to sail southeast to Crete. Dionysius's voice made him turn his head in shock. Dionysius, you're not going to Sparta? Yes, I've changed my mind. I'm going to Cyrenaica. Dionysius smiled mysteriously. Phoebidas could not sit still anymore. He shouted, You promised me that you'd go to Sparta with me. I've already sent someone to inform the elder council. Dionysius pointed at Phoebidas and asked angrily, Sparta once promised me that you'd support me, Dionysius, for a long time, and now? Now you're supporting the rebels. How can I trust you? This? Phoebidas was speechless. Perhaps Dionysius had been holding it in for a long time. Both of them glared at each other like two bulls. After a while, Phoebidas asked in a low voice, Dionysius, are you sure you're not going to Sparta? Phoebidas, all these years in Syracuse, I've never made a decision easily. Every decision I make can affect the life and death of a large number of people. Going to Cyrenaica is an important decision I've made. Dionysius answered proudly. At this moment, he displayed the dignity of a tyrant of a city. Phoebidas's face was livid. He threatened, Dionysius, you'll regret this decision. After that, he turned and walked out of the cabin. Sparta gave up on me and chose Herolas. You'll regret this decision in the future. Dionysius shouted angrily behind him. Dionysius, we don't need to provoke Sparta at this time. Hipporinus looked worried. Dionysius discussed it with me. Sparta is at war now. If we go to Sparta, it's very likely that the 2,000 mercenaries we lead will be forcibly conscripted into war. The large amount of money we take with us will also be used as military expenditure. Our movements in Sparta will also be restricted by them. They won't allow us to prepare for our return to Syracuse. A few years ago, the king of Cyrenaica was just overthrown. Now the nobles are in power, but the ruling families have conflicts with each other, so the political situation is not stable. Moreover, there are frequent conflicts with the local Libyans. If we bring 2,000 mercenaries to Cyrenaica, not only will we not be restricted, we will also become the target that they will fight to recruit. This will be beneficial to our development. Phoebidas explained in detail. On Ortygia, I promised Phoebidas to go to Sparta just to confuse the people of Sparta. Now, the entire fleet, including the helmsmen, are my trusted slaves. Even the sailors are my trusted mercenaries. Phoebidas and his dozen or so Sparta warriors can't stop us at all. When we reach Cyrenaica, I will send someone to send him safely back to Sparta. The hatred on Dionysius's face had yet to fade. He slapped the wooden chair and sighed helplessly. Sparta betrayed us. Based on my temper, I would have sacrificed Phoebidas's head to Apollo. But we still need Sparta's help in the future. As the three of them sighed. Daddy! Daddy! Accompanied by a crisp cry, a 4-year-old child stumbled into the cabin. Little Dio, don't run around. A teenage boy chased after him and entered the cabin. Dionysius picked up his son and asked in a pleasant tone, Little Dio, do you miss Daddy? I'm playing hide-and-seek with brother Dionysius. Dionysius turned around and pointed at the boy. Brother-in-law, Dionysius greeted him respectfully. Dion, I heard that you've saved us a lot of trouble by organizing the kids to play games these days. Well done. Dionysius praised. I can't help you with your business. I can only do what I can to help you, Dion said in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. What a good do what you can. Dionysius praised loudly. He turned to his father-in-law and said, I think in 20 years, Dion will become an outstanding minister of Syracuse. Hipporinus, who was usually serious, cracked a smile. Minister? Philistos curled his lips imperceptibly. Stop. You can't go in. The guard shout came from outside the door. Dionysius's heart skipped a beat. He was about to ask who it was when he heard the sound of fighting outside. Angry roars and miserable screams reached the ears of everyone in the cabin. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Hipporinus quickly shielded the 2 kids behind him. I'll go out and see what's going on, Philistos said nervously. No need. Megicles should be here with the mercenaries by now. It's not that easy to threaten me, Dionysius. Dionysius was still relatively calm, but his expression was extremely unsightly. He had roughly guessed who the attacker was, and his heart was like a raging storm. With a loud bang, the cabin door was kicked open. Little Dionysius was so scared that he started crying. Dionysius, Philistos, and Hipporinus turned pale. They saw a Sparta warrior in a scarlet cloak, with long hair, a thick beard, and covered in blood rushing into the cabin with a shield and spear in hand. Dionysius and Philistos looked at each other with shock written all over their faces. When he saw the mastermind also step into the cabin, Dionysius roared angrily, Phoebidas, what is the meaning of this? That's what it means. Phoebidas's eyes were cold. In front of him, 5 or 6 Sparta warriors were in combat positions, pointing their spears at them. The mature Dion had never seen such a terrible scene. His hand that was holding his father's hand was trembling. I said I won't go to Sparta. Are you going to force me? Dionysius screamed, trying his best to suppress the fear in his heart. I never said I would take you to Sparta. Phoebidas's cold words sent a chill down their spines. Phoebidas, you swore to Hercules that you would send us safely out of Sicily to where we want to go. Phoebidas anxiously reminded him, Sparta is the overlord of the Greek city-states. The bloodline of Hercules. Always an example to all Greeks. Do I have to go against my oath? I didn't. Phoebidas showed a smug smile, which made his whole face look a little strange. I promised to send you to Sparta safely, but you refused to go to Sparta. So, of course, this oath doesn't exist anymore. So you had a plan all along. Dionysius suddenly realized. Weren't you planning to lie to me from the beginning? Phoebidas sneered. After the initial shock and fear, Dionysius regained some of his calmness. He asked, even if I didn't want to go to Sparta and went against the will of the elder council, you wouldn't have to use your spears against me. Why? Phoebidas looked at him and didn't answer him directly. Instead, he showed a look of understanding and smiled. I know you are stalling for time, waiting for the mercenaries to come and save you. Phoebidas's calm expression made Dionysius feel that something was wrong. Megicles! Phoebidas shouted. Soon, the figure of the mercenary leader appeared at the cabin door. Dionysius and the others looked pale. Compared to going to a remote place to suffer and not enjoy a good life, they are more willing to follow Sparta to win glory and land, Phoebidas said proudly. But... Megicles, are you stupid? Sparta is poor and can't afford to pay you. But we can. If you think the money is too little, we can increase it. Hipporinus shouted in exasperation, trying to change Megicles' mind. Phoebidas laughed. Sparta doesn't have money, but you do. Those cargo ships are full of silver coins. The mercenaries have been eyeing them for a long time. The situation was critical. Dionysius finally lowered his proud head and begged in a low voice, Phoebidas, for the sake of our past friendship, let us go. Ah. You can take the silver and gold coins, as well as those warships and cargo ships, as long as you let us go, let us go. Believe me, I can retake Syracuse and provide greater help to Sparta's hegemony. Phoebidas stared at him. After a moment, he said in a low voice, I am sorry, Dionysius, I am only acting according to the orders of the elder council. Why? Why? You know that the people of Heroles can't control Syracuse at all. They can't even deal with the more powerful Dionia. Only me. Only I can suppress the expansion of Dionia. I can help you stabilize the western Mediterranean. Dionysius lost control of his emotions and roared. His ferocious expression frightened little Dionysius even more. Sparta has signed a long-term friendship agreement with Dionia. Although this matter was not allowed to be made public, Phoebidas felt that it did not matter if they heard it. One of the terms is to take your life, Dionysius. So that's how it is. Devers. Devers who should go to Hades. Dionysius was completely disheartened. Suddenly, he felt his legs go weak. His body swayed a few times and he fell to the ground. Woo! 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 Dad! Brother-in-law! Dionysius! These concerned voices entered his ears and made him feel extraordinarily warm. In the past, he was obsessed with his hegemony and did not pay attention to these things. Looking at his son with tears on his face, the trembling Dior, Philistos who was forcing himself to be calm, and Hipporinus who was pale, he suddenly turned to Phoebidas and said, Phoebidas, you can kill me and give my head to the Devers. But I think the agreement you signed must not include my family and my friends, so please let them go. Even if they have to follow you to Sparta. Ah. Dionysius, my best friend. Philistos shouted emotionally. Dionysius raised his hand to stop him from speaking and said in a low voice, Feli, I'm afraid I'll have to leave my family in your care. Philistos' eyes were filled with tears as he nodded hesitantly. The agreement does only require your life. Phoebidas said, but in order to convince the mercenaries, I agreed to Megicles' request. What request? Dionysius was shocked again as he looked at Megicles who had his head lowered. At this moment, Megicles had already raised his head, and his face that was usually respectful and flattering was now filled with ruthlessness. Lord Dionysius, every time you ordered us to massacre a city, you would clearly remind us to not let any of our enemies go, lest they cause trouble for Syracuse in the future. Today, I am doing as you instructed." Dionysius did not expect that what he had done over the years would be repaid to his family. At this moment, he had no time to repent to the goddess of vengeance. He took a few steps on his knees and begged, "Megicles, you know how I have treated you mercenaries all these years. Not only do I pay you handsomely, but I also give you land and treat you far better than I treat my own brothers. I trust you so much, and this is how you repay me. Think about it, when you first came to Sicily, you didn't even have enough to eat every day." Phoebidas was a little impatient with Dionysius's emotional narration. He glanced at Megicles and said, "Decide what to do as soon as possible." Megicles looked at Dionysius, who was kneeling helplessly on the ground, and what came to his mind was that after the tyrant repelled Carthage's army, he immediately broke his promise and ordered Megicles to lead the mercenaries to arrest 127 families of the Democrats and their relatives and friends who wanted to oust him. Dionysius did not hesitate to issue an order to execute them regardless of their age or gender, and it was Megicles who executed it. At that time, Dionysius's cold eyes were firmly imprinted in his heart. We are not those Syracuse Democrats who lost their lives because of stupid compromises. Megicles made up his mind and immediately shouted, "Brothers, do it." A dozen heavily armed mercenaries rushed into the cabin. Seeing this, Phoebidas said, "Let's go." The Sparta warriors crowded around him and retreated out of the cabin. He did not want to see Dionysius killed with his own eyes, and he did not want the warriors of Sparta to be stained with the blood of Dionysius and his family. Unexpectedly, the desperate Dionysius jumped up, and the mercenary who had just rushed in was caught off guard, and the spear in his hand was snatched away by him. Holding the spear, he quickly retreated and protected the little Dionysius behind him. At the same time, he laughed like a night owl, "Ha ha ha. Phoebidas, Sparta thinks that everything is safe after signing a peace treaty with Dionia. Bah! I bet that in less than 30 years, Sparta will be destroyed by the growing Dionia. By then, there will be no more Sparta in the world, and I will wait for you in Inferno. Megicles, if you betray me today, the people of Sparta will abandon you tomorrow. The people of Sparta will even deceive me, let alone you lowly mercenaries." Phoebidas's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Dionysius was still trying to sow dissension in the face of such a disaster. At this time, Megicles subconsciously looked at him. Phoebidas immediately shouted, "What are you waiting for? Kill them now." "Yes. Yes." Megicles immediately gave the order. More than a dozen mercenaries rushed forward with shields and spears. It was not something that Dionysius could resist. He was shot 3 times and fell to the ground. In his dying moment, the screams of his son and friends could no longer stir up the ripples in Dionysius's heart. In a trance, he saw his respected teacher, the great commander of Syracuse, Hermocrates, who defeated the army of Athens and Carthage, and Hermocrates' daughter, his most beloved wife, both smiling at him. He stretched out his hand happily. At this time, the new king of Dionia, the Devers, led the first batch of troops to return to Thurii, passed through the triumphal arch in the city and headed to the Victory Square. The road was crowded with people on both sides. They threw petals and waved ribbons, cheering excitedly for the warriors who saved the alliance and protected their homeland. The carriage pulled by 4 white horses stopped at the west side of the square under the steps of the Grand Assembly Hall. The Devers walked up the platform steadily. "Your Majesty." The elders led by Cunigurata and Cornelis saluted respectfully. "You have worked hard." The Devers returned the salute and turned to face the square. Before he could speak, there was a wave of cheers from the audience. "Long live the King of Devers! Long live the Alliance of Dionia!" Note 1. Dionysius. According to history, Dionysius died in 367 BC. He won the first prize in a Greek poetry competition. In order to celebrate his victory, he drank to his heart's content. As a result, he suffered from a fever due to excessive alcohol consumption. The doctor prescribed him a sedative and hypnotic drug. After he took the drug, he fell into a deep sleep and never woke up. Hence, there was a saying that he was poisoned by the doctor. After conquering Sicily, he waged war against Greece several times. He conquered Toulon, destroyed the cities of Carena and Hyernion, and occupied Crotone. He also instigated the Lucanians to attack the Turii territory, but they were repelled by the Turii. However, the Turii led a large army to counterattack the Lucanian territory, and the entire army was annihilated. This was the event described in the second volume of this article, but it happened more than 10 years earlier. In the end, the weakened Turii surrendered to Syracuse. After Dionysius conquered Greece, he then focused his attention on the Adriatic Sea. He built many colonial cities on the east and west coasts of the Adriatic Sea, attempting to make the Adriatic Sea the inner lake of Syracuse. Among these colonies was Ancona, as we know it, and Hadrian, the forerunner of Venice. At the height of Syracuse's power, its direct rule included most of Sicily and the southern part of the Italian peninsula, with a population of about 2 million. In Greece, many knowledgeable people even put Syracuse and Persia on the same level, believing that they were a threat to Greece. During several Olympia Games, there were many scenes of Greek people besieging the Syracuse athletes' camp, protesting, and even clashing with them. Of course, this was also related to Dionysius and the mercenaries robbing the Delphi sanctum, although they did not succeed in the end. In the latter half of Dionysius's life, he had been fighting with Carthage, who had recovered his strength, and he lost more than he won, which limited the further expansion of Syracuse. For this reason, Dionysius even transferred his hatred to Carthage's ally, Rome. In 390 BC, the Gauls of northern Italy went south and attacked the Etruscans. Under the instigation of Dionysius, they defeated Rome's reinforcements and continued to accelerate south, crossed the Tiber River, and captured the city of Rome. This became one of the most painful memories in the history of Rome. It could be seen that Dionysius was very good at dealing with foreign races, so it was not surprising that he incited the Simonians to go against Dionia in this article. Dionysius had groundbreaking political wisdom. He implemented different ways of ruling the areas under his jurisdiction according to the different conditions of each area, which was very similar to the later system of Rome. He subdivided the army and carried out professional training, which later benefited the Macedonians a lot. He was very temperate in his living habits and strictly restricted his children's misdeeds, but his rule of the people of Syracuse was indeed very strict. Perhaps it was because his mentor and father-in-law, Hermocrates, was deceived and killed by the Democrats of Syracuse, and his wife was raped to death by the mob. He was seriously injured and luckily escaped by hiding in a pile of corpses. These tragic experiences in his early years had caused his temperament to change greatly. Dionysius was a complicated historical figure, and he hoped that the description could be 1/10 of this ambitious and ruthless person. 2. Dion. He was a famous historical figure written by the famous historian of ancient Rome, Plutarch, into the biographies of famous people in Rome. According to the time in the book, he should be less than 10 years old, and little Dionysius had not been born yet. The author forced the two of them to show up at the last moment, because there would be no more chances after that. As the prime minister of the next tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius was specially trained by Dion. He was also sent to Athens to study. Plato was his teacher, and the two of them had a deep friendship. Perhaps influenced by the democratic atmosphere in Athens, while he was trying his best to assist little Dionysius, he also hoped that the young tyrant could be more democratic and wise, so he invited Plato. Plato used virtues to educate little Dionysius, hoping to cultivate a philosophy king. But not long after, little Dionysius grew tired of the two of them, and because of the persuasion of others, he invited back Philistos, who had been banished to Hadrian for many years. As soon as the wily Philistos returned, he made it clear that Plato and Dion's methods were not suitable for Syracuse. After some of his manipulations, little Dionysius even suspected that the two of them had ulterior motives. Plato returned to Athens resentfully, and Dion was also expelled from Syracuse. A few years later, he led his army back to Syracuse and overthrew the tyrant's rule. When the newly established council wanted to democratically elect a general, he believed that centralization of power was the only way to be efficient, and any city-state decision had to be approved by him. Therefore, his obstinacy caused the chaos in Syracuse to not be pacified. In the end, he died in the riot, and the strength of Syracuse was greatly damaged, and it went into decline. I feel that he is a bit like Yeltsin. I don't understand why Plutarch chose him and not other more famous figures who had a greater impact on ancient Greek history, such as Epaminondas. Was it because Dion advocated democracy and carried out a coup? 3. Herodotus. In the information that I have gathered, there is very little information on this historical figure. I only know that in the early days, he was a supporter of Dionysius, and later he opposed Dionysius's dictatorship. This can be seen from his later famous phrase, "The power of a monarch is nothing more than a gaudy shroud." Before Dionysius's large-scale invasion of Greece, he escaped from Sicily and united the various city-states in Greece to form an allied army to defend Greece. As a citizen of Syracuse, he actually became the commander-in-chief of the allied army. I don't understand why an outsider would become the commander-in-chief of Greece. Was it because he was famous, or was it because choosing a general from another city-state would cause conflict, and everyone would accept him? Herodotus led the allied army to invade Syracuse's army, and he was in the vanguard, at the forefront of the army. He didn't send scouts or spies to patrol the battlefield in advance. Under the circumstances where he didn't know the exact location of the enemy, he rashly advanced. As a result, near Cirium, he was attacked head-on by the well-prepared Syracuse army. Herodotus wasn't afraid at all. While he stubbornly resisted, he also sent messengers to inform the troops behind him to hurry over as soon as possible. Thus, the allied army continuously entered the battle with the fueling tactic, and was defeated wave after wave by Dionysius. Herodotus died in battle, and the strongest armed force in Greece was forced to surrender. Greece could no longer stop Dionysius's ambition to conquer. Sometimes, the author really suspected that Herodotus was a traitor. His military command was too lousy. Therefore, everyone could understand that it was very likely that Diomedes, the consul of Tarentum, was easily ambushed by the allied army of Mecca and Prussia. This was because the commanding ability of many Greek city-states in this era was indeed very poor, and their tactics were also backward. In order to increase the excitement of the war, the author also deliberately raised their level. Otherwise, the Dionysian army formed by Devers using the advanced military theories of his previous life would be 4. Phaedon. Many readers probably didn't remember who this name was. Phaedon was the general of Hegemon. Why specifically mention him? For he is one of only two persons, the other being Archita, whose name is recorded in the history of this period in Magna Graecia which the author has collected. Some people would ask, what about Cunigerata and Cornelis? These were all fictional characters by the author. It could be seen that there were too few historical records of this period in Greece. There weren't many records about Phaedon. It was only known that after the allied army of Greece was defeated, he still led the army of Hegemon to fight against Dionysius, and he fought again and again. He was tenacious and caused a lot of trouble for Dionysius. Therefore, after the city of Hegemon was breached, Dionysius killed his entire family, including his relatives and friends. He could be considered to have killed the 3 tribes. Alright, that's all for the nonsense. I suspect that I'm trying to cheat the word count, but I've collected so much information about Sicily and Greece. At the end, this summary should be worth some money, haha. In the year 393 BC, on June 1st, after the Great Greek War had completely subsided, countless people of Dionia flocked to Thurii, the center of its confederation, to witness the official coronation of the Devers in front of the Temple of Hades. At that moment, the whole city was in an uproar. Since then, the Confederation of Dionia had changed its name to the Kingdom of Dionia, and King Devers had declared that he would change the chaotic way of counting the years in Greece, and that the year of his coronation would be the first year of the Kingdom of Dionia. Time flew by, and soon it was the 10th year of Dionia, that was 383 BC. The weather was very hot in August, but the tax officer of Prospero in the city of Naxos, Galadmus, was still running around in the fields. In order to reconfirm the land owned by each household and the growth of the crops, he roughly estimated the amount of land tax that each household in the area should pay after the autumn harvest. The tax paid by the citizens of Dionia could be in kind, such as wheat, olive oil, grapes, or gold and silver coins. This required the tax officer not only to have a strong calculation ability, but also to be familiar with the prices of commodities in the market. Moreover, it was necessary to arrange sufficient manpower during the tax collection to avoid mistakes. Therefore, during those few days, not only would the officers of the various demos dispatch their civil servants to assist the tax collectors, but they would also summon the accountants and scribes registered in their respective jurisdictions and hand them over to the tax collectors to command. Galadmus was able to become a tax officer because he had successfully completed 3 levels of elementary, middle, and high school in the most famous school of Turii, and graduated with excellent grades in mathematics. The scholars who had graduated from the School of Mathematics in Dionia hoped that he could enter the school and continue his studies, but he insisted on living independently as an adult as soon as possible. Therefore, he easily passed the tax officer selection exam, which was known as one of the 2 most difficult examinations in the Kingdom of Dionia. The other examination was the judge selection exam, which was famous for requiring memorization of a large number of legal provisions and careful logical thinking. After 2 years of busy work as a tax officer trainee and assistant, he once again officially became a junior tax officer of Dionia with excellent performance and was assigned to Naxos in Sicily by the Ministry of Finance of the kingdom. This was already his 2nd year working here, and he was only 24 years old. It could be said that he had a bright future ahead of him. The region of Prospero governed 5 villages. Although it was located in the middle reaches of the Alcantara River and near the foot of Mount Etna, the terrain was not too flat, the land was more fertile, due to volcanic ash, so the population was not small. There were a total of 452 households, 1,822 people, and 2,680 acres of arable land. After Galadmus became tax officer of Prospero, he went from village to village and spent half a year to thoroughly understand the situation of the fields in the area. Naturally, the tax officer of Prospero, and the tax officers of Prospero also had detailed records. The tax officer of Prospero. The tax officer of the Prospero also. However, Galadmos was a very serious person. He always wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. Therefore, he did not get along very well with agronomist Galadmos. "Sir, drink some water. The weather is too hot." One of the tax officers who followed him picked up a leather bag filled with water and said while wiping his sweat. Over the years, Dionia schools had been established in most cities in the kingdom. Many citizens who wanted to work in the public service would study in school. After their literacy, writing, and arithmetic skills had been greatly improved, they would then take the examinations for the public service of various departments. Citizens who could not pass the official examination could also take the secondary examination and serve as petty officials. Depending on their years of service and performance, they still had the chance to be promoted to the official position. The 2 tax officers who followed Galadmus were local citizens. They worked as tax officers during the slack season and received a certain salary. During the busy season, they had to go back home to farm. In fact, they worked part-time. The kingdom of Dionia relied on these part-time petty officials to support the management of the entire kingdom at the lowest level. Therefore, every official who officially took up the public service of the kingdom would be warned by their superiors during their probation period to respect the petty officials under them. Otherwise, they would not be supported and it would be difficult for them to complete the tasks assigned by their superiors. "Thank you, Gabrielnus." Galadmus thanked him, took the leather bag, and drank a mouthful of water. He immediately felt that his dry throat was moisturized. "There's nothing to thank me for. I should thank you for helping me solve some math problems during this period." Gabrielnus was eager to take the tax officer examination next year, so he had been studying hard during this period. Galadmus smiled and handed the leather bag back to him. "Finally, there's the last household left. After we finish checking, we can return to Majero." The other tax officer, Cabanax, urged him politely. He was 10 years older than Galadmus. When he was young, he experienced the turbulent period when Naxos was destroyed. Coupled with his old age, he was not as ambitious as his colleagues. He only hoped that he could always farm and collect taxes like now, and live a fulfilling and peaceful life. It would be even better if he could get an excellent in the year-end examination, which meant honor and more rewards. He had only gotten such a situation once last year, and he understood that it was all thanks to Galadmus. Looking at the situation this year, the tax office of Prospero, which they were responsible for, was likely to be rewarded again. Therefore, although it was tiring to follow the young tax officer, he was happy to listen. The last household. Galadmus looked ahead with mixed feelings. The owner of the last household was not simple. He was the senator of the kingdom's senate, Laodigian. Laodigian was originally from a prestigious family in Naxos. When Dionysius was the usurper of Syracuse, he went into exile in Lygum. Later, he followed the first legion of Dionia to Sicily and served as one of the leaders of the exiles of Naxos. He made great contributions to Dionia's final defeat of Syracuse and the acquisition of the Catania plain. Later, Naxos was incorporated into Dionia, and Laodigian became the senator of Dionia because of his contributions and influence in Naxos. He also married his daughter to the then First Legion commander of Dionia, a powerful member of the Senate of Dionia, and a confidant of the king of Devers, Antonios. Laodigian became a senator and moved to Thurii, but he did not sell his home far away in Naxos because there were 5 acres of land given to him by the alliance. He also bought the land in Naxos from the soldiers of the legion through his connections with Antonios. The land in Naxos was rewarded for their military exploits. The land was not allowed to be bought or sold, but the land that was rewarded later on could be bought or sold. This was due to the distance, and the owner could not take care of the land and had to sell it. For example, the soldiers living in Thurii or Amendola were given land in Sicily. It would take nearly 3 days to travel by boat, not to mention to take care of the land there. They would have to send a confidant slave to work there all year round, which was laborious and troublesome. Therefore, they could only sell the land to the citizens of Dionia. Of course, the war 10 years ago allowed Dionia to obtain enough empty land in Greece. Most of the land that the soldiers of the legion were rewarded with was in Greece. For some soldiers of the legion who performed well, they were rewarded with 1 or 2 acres of land in Sicily. These lands were not cheap to buy or sell, but Laodigian was rich. If it were not for the officials of the Ministry of Agriculture who were in charge of the land sales and supervision of the land transfer, who found out that Laodigian had pushed the price of the land too high and bought too much land, Laodigian would have owned more than 78 acres of land in Naxos. Last year, after Galadmos took up his post in Naxos, he had some conflicts with the Laodigian family. This was because, as a conscientious person, he discovered that the previous tax collector of Prospero's land had been collecting too little tax from the Laodigian family. Originally, most of the family's farmland was halfway up the mountain, and it was relatively difficult to get water to irrigate the farmland. Therefore, when the initial tax amount was set, most of the family's farmland was classified as middle and lower grade farmland, so the land tax was relatively low. However, after investigation, Galadmos found out that 8 years ago, Naxos had built a large water wheel by the Alcantara River. From then on, the river water could easily irrigate all of the Laodigian family's farmland, solving the water problem. The harvest of the farmland on the mountainside was even better than the farmland on the plains, but the family's land tax was still collected at the same rate every year. The key point was that the water wheel was not built with the Laodigian family's own money. Instead, it was built at public expense, as suggested by the Naxos Council to the city governor. Therefore, Galadmos believed that not only should the Laodigian family's farmland be reassessed, but they should also pay the tax they owed in the past few years. When Galadmos informed the Laodigian family of this decision, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Not only did the family refuse to pay more tax, but the butler who stayed behind also made various efforts to pressure the council to criticize the tax office for collecting arbitrary fees. Even the people in the village were stirred up, protesting that the new tax collector was too strict and oppressed the Sicilians. In fact, when Galadmos collected taxes, he weighed the wheat and other crops too carefully and was not allowed to be short of weight, which made it impossible for Galadmos to collect taxes. Moreover, Galadmos' direct superior, the middle-level tax collector of Naxos, was worried that his future would be affected if he discovered this mistake. At the same time, the good friends he had made in Naxos in recent years also put in a good word for the Laodigian family. This caused the tax collector not only to harshly criticize Galadmos many times, but also to reject his proposal to revise the Laodigian family's taxes and make them pay the arrears. End of chapter 585. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.